Audiobook title Cosmic Retribution, Chapter 01 to 523, Part 02.
Oh, the engineer used its tentacles to feel around his Mjolnir armor.
Khalid Zaman saw streaks of what looked like miniature lightning darting into the armor.
Then he could feel the armor.
It wasn't a physical sensation, but a sensation of true Kai.
This feeling was a bit like being inside the saber fighter.
However, the current Mark V Mjolnir armor was much more adapted to his true Kai.
In other words, he could now use his own true Kai to augment the Mjolnir's shield, and the conversion efficiency was astonishing, far exceeding his operations in the saber fighter.
Holy crap! Awesome. My good friend, I don't even know how to thank you.
Didn't you save my life? Khalid Zaman smiled.
This was perhaps a stroke of luck. If he hadn't been able to lure this fat fellow over at that time, he might have forcibly shot the engineer dead. At this moment, George stepped off the Pelican carrying a large crate, accompanied by 5 Marines. George, Colonel, the explosive packs have been delivered.
Holland, very good.
Now you must seize the ship's bridge to prevent the enemy from leaving the target area. There are at least 100 elites on this ship.
Taking the hangar will surely alert the starship's commander.
The Savannah is still drawing enemy fire, so finish this quickly.
George, copy that. Khalid Zaman walked over and said, I'll take Saber Squad to assault the bridge.
George, take everyone with you. No enemies are attacking here for now. I can hold the line by myself. Khalid Zaman, alright, notify us immediately if anything happens.
Then he pulled the shy engineer over.
As soon as George saw this fat turtle balloon, he immediately became alert, instinctively raising his heavy machine gun. Wait, don't fire. Relax, Tilda. Khalid Zaman didn't want his teammate to blow his new friend away. With George's firepower, the engineer would likely be killed in less than 5 seconds.
George, what is this?
Khalid Zaman, he's an engineer from this starship. George was a bit confused. An enemy engineer.
Khalid Zaman nodded.
Now he's ours. Just to be safe, he left the engineer behind to protect George. This time, the Pelican had brought a fair amount of ammunition resupply. Khalid Zaman took a marksman rifle that felt most comfortable, loaded up on ammo, and set out with his team. With his good brother showing the way, they identified the direction and ran toward the bridge, taking out several combat squads sent by the enemy to the hangar along the way. After passing through 2 rooms and running down a long corridor, they arrived at a spacious room. 5 elites were busy at several consoles inside. On the wall of the room was a massive display screen showing the frigate for this operation, the Savannah. According to the engineer's prompt, this should be the gunnery control room for the ship's turrets. These guys were likely the gunners currently firing.
The voice of the Savannah's commander suddenly came over the comm channel. This is the Savannah.
The hull has sustained major damage. We can't hold on much longer.
How is Operation Uppercut proceeding?
Holland, the operation is proceeding smoothly.
The team has boarded the enemy ship Savannah. Please evacuate as soon as possible.
Savannah commander, whoever came up with this plan is a genius.
I really want to see that thing explode.
On the large screen in the room, the Savannah was blasted into 2 pieces, becoming a pile of wreckage after a brilliant secondary explosion. The light from the explosion was blinding, making Khalid Zaman grit his teeth. He was still fighting these elites, although he had already killed more than half of the gunners. The Savannah was beyond saving.
Holland, the Savannah is gone.
Noble team, you have no cover now. Please seize the bridge as quickly as possible.
Khalid Zaman, copy that.
There was no time for sorrow, and no energy left for anger. This war had already claimed countless lives. The commander of the Savannah had already been prepared when he accepted the orders.
Just like Khalid Zaman, George Saber Squad,
and those Marines. None of them expected to make it back alive. Each of their only wishes was to blow up that damned carrier. Life's goals are sometimes that simple,
and the simpler the goal, the greater the price that might be paid.
Chapter 65 Assault Bridge. They rushed through the fire control room, passed through a curved corridor, and finally reached the warship's command bridge.
Aside from a few wandering wild boar beasts, there was only 1 golden armored berserker and 1 white armored elite. Khalid Zaman frowned. The energy fluctuations here were very strong.
Looking at his motion tracker, there were at least 10 invisible enemies hiding in the shadows.
Be careful, there are invisible enemies. Wait for me to open fire before you move.
To draw the enemy's attention, Khalid Zaman was the first to rush out. Ever since he received the evolution from the engineer, invisible enemies appeared to him like highlighted clusters of energy, and the light swords in the hands of these elite were as bright as torches. With this ultimate observation ability, he no longer used the invisibility technique, but instead sneaked in stealthily, which wouldn't produce the energy ripples caused by invisibility. The Marines and Saber Squad members behind him were a bit stunned. After rushing out, Khalid Zaman suddenly turned and moved as if he were doing calisthenics. Then he crept over to a pillar and lightly stabbed his dagger into the air 2 meters away. It was as if they were watching a silent pantomime or one-man show. After finishing 2 sets of calisthenics, 2 energy sword hilts appeared at Khalid Zaman's waist.
He activated both energy swords and directly impaled a third invisible enemy, and only then did his teammates see the opponent reveal their form. The first two enemies died quite miserably.
One had his neck snapped, and the other had been stabbed through the skull by Khalid Zaman's dagger through a gap in his armor. These elite had always been the ones ambushing others. They never expected to be ambushed so cleanly and efficiently. Worst of all, even though these two elite had become corpses, their armor remained in a state of invisibility.
After killing 3 elite, the enemy discovered the attack. Both sides opened fire simultaneously.
The golden armored berserker and white armored elite by the command console were both holding fuel rod cannons, and their firepower was immense.
After fighting for a while, the 2 squads at the entrance had to retreat back into the corridor.
Meanwhile, Khalid Zaman used the invisibility technique to begin hunting the other invisible warriors. Once the battle started, the perception of invisibility energy ripples would be greatly weakened, but for Khalid Zaman, who had upgraded his perception, this was no issue at all. As one side weakened and the other grew, he gained an absolute advantage.
Khalid Zaman moved continuously across the bridge, using pillars and consoles to evade the enemy's attention.
After hunting 2 more invisible elite, he was targeted by several others. He noticed they were no longer using light swords, but had all pulled out energy rifles to spray fire at him, shooting, while still invisible. He shouted as he fled back to the corridor, "Damn, you guys have no sportsmanship."
So despicable.
The elite were furious. Who exactly was the one with no sportsmanship?
Who was the despicable one? They all pulled out plasma grenades and threw them.
A dense wave of spiritual Kai rushed toward him. Khalid Zaman instinctively used the Kai refining art and suddenly found that his speed of absorbing spiritual Kai was 10 times faster than usual. Just then, a Marine accidentally tripped and couldn't dodge an incoming grenade. It looked like he was about to be struck by a plasma grenade.
Khalid Zaman reached out and directly caught the flying ball of light.
At the same time, he rapidly circulated his body's true Kai, frantically replenishing the Mjolnir's energy shield. According to his previous habits, if he used the spiritual Kai armor 3 times, he could barely catch a plasma grenade without depleting the armor's energy shield. This time, he didn't use a defensive spell, but instead poured true Kai into his combat suit. After his engineer friend helped modify it, Khalid Zaman fully believed this grenade shouldn't be able to break his energy shield. However, after waiting for a long time, the plasma grenade in his hand still hadn't exploded.
Khalid Zaman felt very uneasy. It was like when the fuse of a firecracker finishes burning, but the cracker doesn't go off. You don't know if it will explode the next moment, or when it might go off. Then he observed closely and saw that the plasma grenade was no longer emitting white light.
It had no spiritual Kai left. The energy had been sucked dry by him. Holy crap!
That's awesome.
Ever since he was saved by John as a child, Khalid Zaman had never absorbed the energy of a plasma grenade again. He had studied the explosion of those grenades, the speed at which they gathered spiritual Kai would get faster and faster.
Once triggered, it was difficult to quickly drain the spiritual Kai inside. But now, this plasma grenade had been sucked dry directly. Happiness had come so quickly that he felt a bit dazed. Does this mean he could also absorb the bullets they fired? Thinking of this, Khalid Zaman jumped back onto the command bridge.
He ducked to avoid 2 fuel rod cannon rounds, and then those invisible elite began firing at him again.
Khalid Zaman raised both hands and struck a pose. Then he was pelted by a barrage of shots and fled back.
The Mjolnir armor's energy alarm kept beeping incessantly. It wasn't working. The bullets were too fast, and there were too many of them.
He couldn't react in time to absorb them one by one.
Because the terrain was narrow and they lacked heavy weapons, while the Covenant refused to engage in melee combat, the two sides were at a stalemate for about 5 minutes. Khalid Zaman was no longer in the mood to play. George was still guarding alone over there, and a delay could easily lead to an accident.
Every time he went out, he would be met with a volley of fire. He would be forced back before he could even fire a few shots, making it impossible to concentrate enough firepower to break the enemy's energy shields. Meanwhile, the 2 fuel rod cannons kept bombarding them, making it impossible for the other ordinary people to charge in. There was only one way now.
He was going to use his ultimate move. He hoped there were enough lightning elements in this warship.
Khalid Zaman rarely used large-scale spells during missions.
Once he exhausted his internal true Kai, he would lose many life-saving moves, including the invisibility technique, spiritual Kai, armor, object control technique, and lightning technique, all of which he needed to use frequently. Newly absorbed spiritual Kai could increase his cultivation level, but using spells required the true Kai converted within his body.
And on a rapidly changing battlefield, there was simply no time for him to meditate and recover his breath.
There was no more time. This mission absolutely could not fail. Heaven and Earth infinite, borrowing the law of Kainkon. Roman dragon purgatory.
Asterisk ZZZT exclamation asterisk. A thick bolt of white lightning began to condense in the air, gradually forming the shape of a giant dragon.
The lightning dragon let out a roar and swept through the elite one by one.
Within a mere 10 seconds, all the elite in the bridge command room had turned into charred corpses.
Khalid Zaman's internal Trukai was also down to about half.
The human warriors hiding in the corridor heard a loud noise, followed by an eerie silence.
Suddenly, there wasn't a sound to be heard. A young man poked his head out. What was that sound just now?
Then he discovered the floor covered in elite corpses and Khalid Zaman, who was currently looting equipment.
It's done, let's go.
He scavenged some unexploded plasma grenades from the scene and intended to return to the hangar. Now that the high-ranking officers in the command room were all dead, even if the other elite on the warship found out, they probably wouldn't think to change the course without authorization. Khalid Zaman opened the communication channel. Noble 5, how are things on your end?
George, I'm fine. Everything is normal.
Everything normal. Then why was there the sound of a heavy machine gun firing?
George must be in a fight.
With no time to think, he led the team back. Chapter 66, Hangar Defense. They encountered 2 Covenant combat squads just as they passed through a door. After clearing out these enemies, Khalid Zaman didn't even have time to pick up equipment. He was now even more certain that George's side was being besieged. There was only one path from the hangar to here, and when they arrived, all the enemy forces on this path had been cleared. Now that there were so many people again, it meant there were even more enemies in the hangar, so many that George didn't have time to clear out those rushing toward this path. Please don't let anything happen. Khalid Zaman didn't care about his teammates behind him. He sprinted back. Just as he reached the attack control room, he slammed into a white-armored elite, sending him flying. The opponent was clearly startled, shouting incessantly before Khalid Zaman grabbed him and snapped his neck. Then 2 more elites came from the direction of the hangar. To save time, Khalid Zaman infused his Mjolnir armor with True Kai and charged directly at the enemies like a wild bull, grabbing them and snapping their necks with a series of cracks. It was the first time these elites had seen a human charging at them while taking fire. This kind of maneuver was usually only seen when elites with high energy shields charged at their foes. What was even more terrifying was that the plasma grenades they threw were all duds, not a single one exploded. It could be said that every elite who encountered Khalid Zaman died with their eyes wide open. Fighting his way back to the hangar, Khalid Zaman's heart eased slightly when he heard the familiar strafing of a heavy machine gun. Judging by the sound of the engagement, there shouldn't be many enemies firing at George, no more than 2 squads and no snipers. Khalid Zaman pulled out his magnum pistol and quickly ran to a slope at the edge of the hangar. Then Khalid Zaman's legs buckled and he nearly fell. He couldn't see clearly before due to obstructions at the door, but now he realized that countless enemy corpses lay at George's feet and all around the hangar. He estimated that nearly 200 Covenant warriors had died in the hangar. The first group of guards killed by Saber Squad was only about a dozen people. This ground full of corpses proved that George had just faced a brutal assault. This big guy is quite a beast. Khalid Zaman didn't have time for further amazement because 2 cloaked elites were rushing toward George. He fired 6 consecutive shots with his magnum pistol to take one down, but the other had already reached George's back. Khalid Zaman, Noble 5, watch your back.
George, understood.
The big guy turned around and blasted the elite who had just reached his back over a dozen meters away. The elite tumbled through the air dead before he even hit the ground. By this time, the other combat team members had rushed back, and together they cleared out the remaining enemies. A young man from Saber Squad looked at the corpses littering the floor and remarked, was there a massacre here? Others chimed in, yeah, look at these guys, they've been turned into civs. Super soldiers are too powerful. It's an honor to operate with Noble Team. Khalid Zaman ran to George's side and looked him up and down. The big guy didn't seem to have a single scratch and wasn't even out of breath.
Are you okay?
George was quite relaxed. I'm fine. Where did you get that fat fellow?
He's incredible.
Oh, Khalid Zaman was baffled by his words. Was the engineer even tougher than this beast of a man? George, he can provide me with armor. I'm practically invulnerable. The engineer, who had been floating at the top of the hangar, slowly drifted down, resting a tentacle on Khalid Zaman's armor. Khalid Zaman said with a smile, he says he's not called Fat Fellow. His name is Yuzaishu. I told her. Everyone laughed. Operation Uppercut had been very smooth so far. Although many had been sacrificed, none of those participating in the mission feared death. Their greatest fear was failing to complete the mission. When people shoulder a calling, their values often shift. If that calling concerns the survival of the entire human race, then life itself seems less important in their eyes. After a period of reorganization and resupplying ammunition, everyone dispersed to find cover. They had to ensure the slip-space drive wouldn't be destroyed. After a while, Hank Fan suddenly shouted, "The enemy is coming again." Everyone get ready. The hangar had 4 doors in total. Besides the one Saber Squad had fought through, there was the path leading to the bridge, and 2 other doors on either side of the hangar up the sloping stairs, likely leading to the upper decks of the warship. The enemy's rushing and now we're coming from the upper decks. Khalid Zaman clearly sensed 20 elites 10 at each door.
The upgrade the engineer gave him was incredibly convenient. Not only could he clearly perceive cloaked enemies, but he also knew what weapons they carried. Khalid Zaman could clearly feel that they were all carrying fuel rod cannons. If they were allowed to rush in, it would be a disaster.
He split the personnel into two teams, one led by George and the other by himself.
They hid behind cover in front of the sloping stairs on both sides, preparing to launch an ambush when the elites opened the doors. Buzz tilted the automatic door on Khalid Zaman's side opened, and 7 or 8 grenades flew in. The elites shouted, some jumping out and others running back. The ambush had certainly startled them. However, relying on their powerful shields, they all managed to charge out. Khalid Zaman frowned because the ambush had indeed only startled them. Not a single enemy was incapacitated. These elites were all white-armored elites, none in cloak mode, and all carrying heavy weapons, likely the special forces of the ship defense department that the engineer had mentioned. During their chat earlier, Yuzai Shu had specifically warned him that the ship defense department was the most formidable force here, and to be extremely careful upon encountering them. On George's side, thanks to his heavy suppressive fire, none of the elites managed to run directly into the hangar. However, their formation was disrupted. Several fuel rod rounds were fired from the corridor, exploding right next to the Marines. Fortunately, with the engineer's shields, no one was injured. They all felt their bodies in a state of shock, somewhat unable to believe it. George, don't just stand there, keep firing. At that moment, 5 fuel rod rounds were fired at him simultaneously. George immediately crouched and activated his armor lock. Amidst a cloud of smoke from the explosions, the elites on his side also charged out. These elites didn't fire immediately upon entering the hangar. Some ran up the sloping stairs to find high ground, while others sought cover. 2 more elites took a detour and ran straight toward the Pelican. Not good. Khalid Zaman's hair stood on end. He wasn't sure of their objective, but the bomber absolutely could not be compromised. As he chased these 2 elites, the enemies, who had reached the high ground, suddenly switched weapons, and 2 rounds from a needle rifle struck Khalid Zaman directly in the head. Khalid ran was startled, but fortunately with the engineer present, the Mjolnir's energy shield didn't drop at all, and he continued the pursuit. At this moment, everyone overlooked one issue. Their healer was floating in the air, completely exposed. Several elites quickly noticed the shields on the humans. They also spotted the engineer floating in the air. Since the engineer wasn't strapped with a bomb, the elites quickly realized what was happening. 4 elites fired fuel rod cannons at the engineer simultaneously, while 2 snipers also opened fire on him. The engineer's own shield was instantly shattered. He let out a mournful cry and fell from the air. Chapter 67, Interesting Humans. Khalid Zaman also saw the attacked engineer. The mournful wail emitted by Yuzai Shu was like the song of a whale, sounding as if he hadn't died immediately. However, Khalid Zaman couldn't afford to check on him. He had to first protect the most important engine bomb, or the mission would fail at the final hurdle. Braving the needle rifles, he endured 4 shots before catching up to the 2 elites ahead. Fortunately, this spot was a blind spot for the snipers. The 2 elites did not engage him head-on. Instead, they ran to either side, firing their cannons as they moved. It seemed their target was not the engine. The enemy likely didn't know the human's objective yet. Khalid Zaman fired his gun while hot on the heels of one of them. The opponent was as slippery as a loach. Once hit by several consecutive shots, they would start looking for a place to take cover and hide, waiting for their armor energy to recover. The situation was getting worse. After losing the engineer, the shields on the human troops were quickly depleted, and casualties began to occur. The first to fall in battle was a young man from Saber Squad. When the enemy closed in, he detonated the grenades on his person, taking the elite warrior down with him. The other Marines were not faring well either. Without shields, their fate against fuel rod cannons and needle rifles was predictable. Heaven and earth infinite. Borrowing the law of Kain Kun, roaming dragon purgatory, he couldn't delay any longer. Khalid Zaman felt a bit of regret. He should have used a large-scale spell from the start. He was used to doing missions alone, but now he could no longer afford to conserve his true Kai, because the enemy had begun firing at the Pelican. During the previous exchange, the elites discovered that any fuel rod shells flying toward the Pelican would be shot down by George. After a few times, they understood that the humans didn't want the Pelican to be hit. Thus, these elites would occasionally fire a shot at the Pelican, a tactic that left George in a very difficult position.
Several times he preferred to take a fuel rod shell himself, just to blow up the projectiles aimed at the Pelican first.
This hangar was massive.
To control the Thunder Dragon, Khalid Zaman continuously output his true Kai,
piercing through 10 elites in one breath. Only 3 escaped back into the corridor, while the others had already been killed in the earlier melee. At this moment, less than 10% of the true Kai remained in Khalid Zaman's body, and the situation was still worsening. Besides the 3 white-armored elite warriors who had fled, 4 golden-armored berserkers appeared in the hangar.
Now only 2 Saber Squad members,
3 Marines,
Khalid Zaman with his 10% true Kai, and George remained in the hangar.
7 against 7.
Having witnessed Khalid Zaman's spells, the 3 white-armored elites were clearly not as aggressive as before.
They began looking for various corners to fire from stealthily, running away after a single shot, unwilling to even appear before the humans for a second. The newly arrived berserkers likely didn't know the previous situation. 2 of them ignited their energy swords and ran toward Khalid Zaman. While weaving through the cover, Khalid Zaman was overjoyed.
He holstered his pistol and sprinted toward the 2 of them.
The 2 berserkers were somewhat puzzled, thinking this human had gone mad, but berserkers were not the type to show mercy.
The white-armored elite in the distance saw Khalid Zaman and the 2 golden-armored berserkers laughing as they charged at each other simultaneously. He shook his head inwardly, thinking these 2 were finished. The first golden-armored berserker was killed before he could even react. His neck snapped directly. After dodging the light sword attack, Khalid Zaman turned back, pulled out his pistol, shoved it into the second berserker's mouth, and blew his head off. 2 seconds, clean and efficient. To avoid being seen by the other elites, he had specifically lured the 2 guys into a corner of the hangar. On the other side, George and the others were hiding behind cover, trading fire with the white-armored elites. Meanwhile, the other 2 berserkers had also charged toward them. One was pinned to the wall by George's fire. The other, after killing 3 Marines, turned to flee.
A young man from Saber Squad lunged forward, grabbing the berserker's leg and shouting, "Kill him."
His body was instantly pierced by the light sword, but the young man didn't let go. Even in death, he held on tightly. George turned and unleashed a hail of bullets at the berserker, sending him straight to the afterlife. Khalid Zaman didn't approach George's position. The hardest ones to deal with now were the 3 remaining white-armored elites. These guys were too slippery. Taking advantage of the explosions everywhere from the crossfire, he used the invisibility technique to run toward the enemy's position. The 3 white-armored elites were frustrated.
Golden-armored berserkers were the most powerful warriors of the Sanheli people, yet these guys had all lost their lives in less than a minute.
The 3 of them had been fighting George for a long time, unable to overcome each other. What scared them even more was that Khalid Zaman had disappeared. They had seen, with their own eyes, how Khalid Zaman had crushed 2 golden-armored berserkers to death. I don't have a good feeling about this.
Yo, how about we retreat first?
We're about to return to the mothership anyway. These humans can't possibly escape.
Let's go, retreat for now.
Without much hesitation, after a few leaps, the 3 white-armored elites quickly exited the hangar.
The place instantly fell silent.
Khalid Zaman felt them getting further away and returned to George's side, panting heavily.
The last young man from Saber Squad was severely injured. His hand had been blown off, and blood was flowing from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. It looked like he wasn't going to make it.
George put down his heavy machine gun and said, "I'll go check the bomb."
Khalid Zaman closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing to recover his Kai.
This mission was far too dangerous. If he weren't a cultivator, they would have likely died countless times already. This Khalid Zaman faintly heard the sound of something leaking. Walking behind a crate, he saw the engineer lying there.
A small tentacle slowly lifted. The other party didn't seem to be dead yet.
He grabbed the tentacle and probed with his true Kai.
"You're not dead." "Engineer, no, my body is already dead."
Khalid Zaman, I'm sorry, I still couldn't save you. The engineer didn't seem to mind the matter of life and death, being more concerned about Khalid Zaman as a person. You are an interesting human. It's good to have made a friend like you. Khalid Zaman was somewhat saddened. You too, Yuzaishu. Engineer, my body is leaking gas. Don't waste it, hurry it, and absorb all this gas. What? Khalid Zaman was a bit speechless, not knowing if this was some kind of etiquette or habit. Engineer, true Kai, absorb quickly. Don't waste it. Only then did Khalid Zaman realize that the spiritual energy around them was incredibly dense. The gas leaking from the engineer's body was actually pure spiritual energy. He reached out his hand and activated the Kai refining art. A massive surge of spiritual energy entered his body directly. This spiritual energy was even more condensed and pure than the true Kai within him. At this moment, the engineer's body was gradually shriveling. As his body continuously leaked gas, Khalid Zaman watched as the other's cultivation also slowly diminished. It dropped from golden core to the 10th level of foundation establishment, then the 9th level. Engineer, you are much more interesting than those ancient humans. I hope we can meet again. I'm leaving, my friend. Khalid Zaman could no longer feel the engineer's consciousness. He simply kept absorbing the pure spiritual energy. 9th level of the golden core, 10th level golden core great circle. The golden core in his body gradually underwent a change. The originally round little sphere began to deform, slowly growing a small head, then limbs, and then facial features appeared on the small head. The true Kai within Khalid Zaman's body also began to undergo a qualitative change.
gradually becoming as dense and condensed as the spiritual energy he was currently absorbing. First level of the nascent soul stage.
Khalid Zaman opened his eyes and looked at the engineer on the ground with some disbelief.
The other's body was shriveled, the energy within completely gone, with no trace of cultivation left in the physical body.
Thank you, Zaishum.
Khalid Zaman continued to sit cross-legged, absorbing the dense spiritual energy in the air.
Gradually, the true Kai in his body recovered to 50%.
The energy contained in this 50% was 10 times that of the full golden core stage.
In other words, he could use large-scale spells 30 times, and no longer needed to worry about having insufficient true Kai.
Now not only had he reached the nascent soul realm, but even the true Kai in his body had undergone a qualitative change. In his previous life, Khalid Zaman had been at the Mahayana stage, and knew the difference between the nascent soul and golden court. There should never have been such a world-shaking difference.
Chapter 68. Spartan warriors never die. They just disappear in battle.
Just as Khalid Zaman was marveling at the changes within his body, the communication channel suddenly crackled to life.
Anti-dock. This warship will dock with the Covenant supercarrier in 76 seconds.
It was here the most critical moment was approaching.
As the saying goes, the last 10 miles of a 100-mile journey are the hardest. They had come this far, and only a little more was needed to complete the mission.
Khalid Zaman felt a surge of emotion. His individual strength was too insignificant.
Even if he were to undergo tribulation and become an immortal right now, capable of tearing starships apart with his bare hands, he still wouldn't be able to withstand the ion-light spears of the Covenant's main cannons.
Thus all he could do was, like those companions who had sacrificed themselves along the way, complete the mission at any cost.
George suddenly sighed and said, "Six, come here."
Khalid Zaman noticed that the big guy seemed to be in low spirits.
Had something gone wrong with the bomb?
Just now fuel rod cannons were flying everywhere.
Although most were detonated in advance, a few shells had still landed near the Pelican. Even if the bomb was broken,
he would still fight his way into the enemy mothership. Khalid Zaman was determined he absolutely could not let these guys off easily.
Perhaps the murderer who killed Jane and Robert was inside this carrier.
He was already in the nascent soul stage. He wasn't afraid even if he died here, as the greatest feature of the nascent soul stage was having two lives. Even if his body died, his nascent soul could leave the body and fly back to Reach.
At worst, he could find a dying human to possess and start over. From today on, Khalid Zaman would become a maggot in the Covenant's bones, a terrifying existence that could never be shaken off no matter what.
George took off his helmet and tossed it aside. Khalid Zaman was a bit surprised. Spartan warriors rarely took off their helmets during missions, and they were still inside an enemy warship after all.
George, now there's some good news and some bad news.
He patted the Pelican and said, "This big bird is practically toasted. The thrusters and stabilizers are blown."
I just got word that the Sabre squad ships parked outside have also been destroyed.
Which means the only way off this boat is gravity. This news wasn't too bad, so as long as the bomb was fine. There was still room to maneuver. At worst, he could perform a planetary insertion like those Helljumpers. He believed that the expensive Mjolnir armor would surely be more durable than a Helljumper's drop pod.
Khalid Zaman, then what's the good news?
George's expression suddenly became relaxed, as if something in his heart had suddenly become unimportant.
That is the good news.
Antidote, based on current data, we will reach the destination in 53 seconds.
George walked over slowly. The bad news is the timer is also broken.
The bomb must be triggered manually. Khalid Zaman's pupils constricted. He suddenly understood why George had tossed his helmet.
He intended to stay behind and trigger the bomb manually. Even if the Pelican couldn't fly, they wouldn't necessarily die if they jumped toward Reach using their Mjolnir armor, but George had thrown away his helmet, entering a vacuum environment like that meant certain death.
No, before he could continue, he was suddenly pulled into a hug by George.
This big guy was over 2 meters tall, and holding Khalid Zaman along with his half-done Mjolnir armor seemed effortless.
Khalid Zaman instinctively tried to struggle, but he couldn't budge the other man's embrace.
George carried him to the hangar bay, where the energy shield shimmered, revealing the beautiful Reach outside.
George said softly, "Time for you to go, Six."
Khalid Zaman didn't want to leave.
Even if his body died, his nascent soul could escape, though he didn't know if the slipspace bomb would send him somewhere else.
Even so, his chances of survival were high. George was clearly doing this because he wanted Khalid Zaman to live, while he stayed behind to detonate the bomb. Khalid Zaman struggled. "You'll die." Veins popped on George's forehead, not because he was about to die, but because Khalid Zaman's resistance was too strong. It's bound to happen sooner or later anyway.
Reach is my home.
It's an honor to die for her. Khalid Zaman continued to struggle, his effort causing the energy shield alarm on his suit to ring.
"Listen, Six."
George suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, "You're strong, I've seen it.
Your strength surpasses everyone else's.
You can't die.
They still need you.
You have to get back to the battlefield. He was held roughly in George's arms, yet it felt so gentle. This big guy was always so kind to people.
George, you said that as long as you're here, you can stop this war.
Live on and fulfill your promise.
Khalid Zaman stopped struggling and pulled the dog tags hanging from George's chest.
Thank you, 6 Tilda. The big guy smiled happily and gently pushed Khalid Zaman out of the hangar's flight exit.
Khalid Zaman slowly drifted out of the warship's energy shield. Behind that shimmering white light, he saw a figure saluting him.
The warship gradually moved away from him with the massive supercarrier above. He watched helplessly as that small warship flew into the platform beneath the carrier's hull. The kilometer-long warship looked like a fingernail beneath the carrier. George returned to the Pelican, opened the bomb crate, and was stunned. The engine bomb he had just checked had vanished. This is impossible.
2 minutes later, the Covenant CSO-class supercarrier Long Night suddenly snapped in half.
A massive black sphere grew larger and larger, continuously swallowing the wreckage of the carrier.
The black sphere's diameter was a full third of the carrier's length.
There was no secondary explosion, no sound, only countless fragments flying into the interior of the black sphere.
Spartan Roman 2 Noble Team Number 5 George 052 missing in action.
Khalid Zaman remained motionless, staring straight at the supercarrier that had been split in two, George's words still echoing in his ears.
They still need you.
You have to get back to the battlefield.
As long as you're here, you can stop this war.
Fulfill your promise. If only he had a little more time. Even just 1 month, even if the true Kai within Khalid Zaman's body surged and a pained expression appeared on the face of his internal nascent soul, as if it were undergoing hellish torture.
The Grafton, the Savannah, the youths of the Sabre Squad, the Helljumpers at Sabre Base, the Marines on the Pelican,
and George. Along this path, accompanied by countless sacrifices and leaving behind countless remains, Khalid Zaman finally had his revenge.
Every individual was insignificant compared to the entire Covenant. Most couldn't even defeat a single elite.
But it was these insignificant humans who completed a nearly impossible mission.
Khalid Zaman's heart grew heavier and heavier.
How many more people would have to be sacrificed in this war?
How many more kind-hearted people would have to be hurt?
Because of this, however, his stout heart became increasingly stable. Cultivators were the type of people who cherished their lives the most and wanted to live the longest.
But Khalid Zaman's path of cultivation was no longer just for himself.
He carried more and more weight on his shoulders. His companions were still watching him. George was waiting for his promise. John's kindness had yet to be repaid, and the noble team on the ground was waiting for his return. These people and these events were merging into Khalid Zaman's Dowheart.
Dowheart is one of the mandate of Heaven Descends.
In the cultivation world of his previous life, there was a legend that there were heavens beyond the 9 heavens.
Cultivators who underwent tribulation and became immortals could shatter the void to reach the lands beyond.
At this moment, in the true heavens above, a consciousness was watching Khalid Zaman.
You truly are interesting, my friend.
Chapter 69. Everything in this world is just such a coincidence.
Covenant brave and cautious fleet, bridge of the CCS-class battle cruiser Serene Propagator. The commander of the Serene Propagator was named Atalemi, a golden armor elite zealot. During this invasion of Reach, his warship had destroyed 5 large human warships, which was considered a great military achievement, and he was currently in a very good mood.
Intelligence officer reporting to the commander.
Something terrible has happened.
Atalemi, don't make such a fuss.
What's going on?
The intelligence officer was trembling slightly, hesitating to speak. Atalemi frowned. The situation was excellent, and the enemy fleet had already been more than half slaughtered.
What could be so terrible now? What happened? Speak up.
Intelligence officer, something happened to the Long Night. Atalemi, what? Did another wild boar beast blow up a maintenance platform? I already advised Barutami not to bring so many grunts, especially those whose brains don't work well. The intelligence officer swallowed hard and continued. The Long Night has been destroyed.
Destroyed?
Atalemi was stunned. What did our flagship destroy? Intelligence officer, it was destroyed. Our fleet's flagship, the Long Night supercarrier, has been destroyed.
Atalemi held his breath for a full 30 seconds without speaking.
Then he suddenly grabbed the intelligence officer's neck and said fiercely, "What the hell are you talking about?"
Those human orbital cannons have all been destroyed.
How could they possibly blow up the flagship?
Even if they weren't destroyed, the Long Night's shields couldn't be breached unless they fired 10 orbital cannons in a single volley. The intelligence officer was a red-armored elite. After being lifted up, his legs kicked wildly as he shouted, "It's true."
No matter how bold I am, would I dare to make up such a lie?
With a thud, the red-armored elite fell to the ground. Although he felt wronged, he could understand the commander's feelings. Then the Serene Propagator received communication requests from other captains.
Those starships had also received the same intelligence.
Some had already sent small frigates back to investigate. The result was that the wreckage of the flagship, the Long Night, was drifting down toward Reach, sparking and shattered into tens of thousands of pieces like a falling continent. The transmitted images caused the last sliver of hope in Atalimi's heart to vanish completely. Atalimi,
Gentlemen,
We bear an inescapable responsibility for this.
you can't say that.
God only knows what could have blown up a supercarrier.
yeah, even if more than 100 of our warships fired at the flagship at the same time, it wouldn't have this effect.
This isn't our fault.
I don't want to be put on trial. The captains of the brave and cautious fleet were all talking at once.
Some expressed their grievances, some couldn't believe it,
And others wanted to evade responsibility regardless. They were in big trouble now.
their flagship had been taken out while they were lured away by the enemy. Atalimi, however,
I think there is at least one piece of good news. Are you planning to take all the blame?
Yeah, Atalimi, you just say you were the one who ordered the pursuit of the enemy fleet. That way we won't be punished.
Atalimi's eyes twitched.
These bastards were simply subhuman.
you can't say that.
Where's your honor? Right, we were saying, Heli, we must stand united.
There were also many captains who didn't want to shirk their responsibility and were willing to stand together.
Atalimi, gentlemen,
What I mean is that our fleet commander Borutami is not on the flagship. He led a special operations team to search for the divine ruins. We should do our best to make up for our mistakes before he returns. After all, the ultimate goal of attacking this planet is just the foreigner technology in the ruins.
right, we'll wipe out the human fleet as quickly as possible and help Borutami secure the greatest achievement.
We'll deal with everything else later.
Compared to other races in the Covenant, the Saint Heli are relatively united. Most Saint Heli elites are not afraid of death, but they do not want to be branded with the mark of shame because of a mistake.
The Inquisition really would use a branding iron on them.
Such a disgrace is more painful than death.
In the end, the remaining 200 or so warships made a unanimous decision.
They would annihilate the human warships at all costs and then complete the main objective of this campaign, thereby mitigating the guilt of the flagship's destruction. At the same time, the Eridanus fleet, which was executing Operation Left Hook, also received a communication request.
Jacob Case, everyone, long time no see.
Isn't this Case?
I heard you went on a secret mission.
Why are you back? We're busy right now.
That group of Covenant behind us has gone crazy.
Ha ha ha, we hit the jackpot this time.
Noble team blew up their flagship.
Emergency acceleration. Turn left.
Shit, one of my engines was hit.
You old geezer, if you have something to say it fast. Case, I've heard about Operation Uppercut and the Operation Left Hook you're carrying out.
It's perfect, but I have another plan.
I think a combination punch should be 3 consecutive hits to be satisfying.
What do you mean?
Oh,
Another punch.
What plan do you have, you old fox?
Spit it out.
Case said, I plan to take advantage of the enemy being dazed and give them a kick in the crotch.
haha.
Laughter from the various captains came through the communication channel. Case had achieved great military feats in several previous battles and was one of a few commanders who could ignore the enemy's strength and defeat a larger number of starships in space warfare. In particular, that classic Case maneuver had directly become a model for all captains to study.
However, not everyone dared to directly collide with enemy warships.
Case, all joking aside, everyone set your course to about 3 degrees at the 2 o'clock position and fly at maximum speed for 10 minutes. You will enter an asteroid belt.
I've already set a trap here.
What you need to do now is lure the enemy into it. What kind of trap? Did you put thrusters on asteroids and want to ram the Covenant ships to death?
Case coughed. I have tilde 430 megaton Shiva-class nuclear warheads. There is a narrow passage in the asteroid belt.
1 at the front, 1 at the back, and 2 in the middle. Shit, Tilda, you really are a bastard.
Wow, Tilda, I love you, you old geezer.
Ha ha ha.
You old fox, no wonder you could find such a beautiful wife.
I'm impressed. All right, let's do it Case's way. By the way, has Commander approved this plan? Case rolled his eyes, though none of the captains could see it.
Approval, my ass.
The battlefield changes in an instant, and now is the best opportunity. Don't you see those hungry wolves behind you? They've gone mad and will definitely follow you into the trap.
And so, the Eridanus fleet, consisting of nearly 40 warships of various sizes, headed toward the asteroid belt at full speed. 15 minutes later, the human warships safely passed through the designated ambush point.
Since they couldn't travel at full speed through the asteroid belt, 6 warships had already been destroyed by the pursuing Covenant.
No one complained or joked in the communication channel.
Every time a Covenant warship was about to catch up to them, 2 human warships would voluntarily turn and launch an attack.
They had agreed to Case's plan and knew the price of entering the asteroid belt. Every warship commander was prepared to sacrifice themselves, and not a single one hesitated. Case prepared for the first detonation.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, detonate. 2 massive spheres of light appeared from the front and rear of the Covenant fleet.
This immediately destroyed the 3 closest pursuing Covenant warships. Then the enemy's formation compressed, and they all began to huddle toward the middle of the asteroid passage, with the distance between the warships growing closer. The long line gradually became a square.
Then Case shouted, "Second detonation, blow them."
Blow them all.
The second explosion was even more dazzling than the first. and its range affected half of the Covenant warships. After the nuclear blasts, some Covenant warships were destroyed, some were hit by asteroids whose orbits had been disturbed by the explosion, and others were crushed by the wreckage of their own ships. The scene was one of total chaos. Of the fleet of over 200 warships, most of the Covenant ships that eventually escaped were damaged, and fewer than 50 remained combat-ready. Holy Mother of God!
Case you all bees, if I were a woman, I'd definitely be obsessed with you too.
Oh,
Bursts of laughter rang out in the Eridanos fleet's communication channel.
If it weren't for Khalid Zaman's spell, Borutomi wouldn't have gone to investigate.
he wouldn't have started the mission to explore the foreigner ruins early.
He wouldn't have lost contact with the fleet. Even if he had lost the flagship, he wouldn't have lost his cool and would never have allowed the entire fleet to enter a narrow asteroid belt.
Everything in this world is such a coincidence.
Chapter 70, Cortana's Evolution. The battle report was sent to the Reach Command immediately. The AA anti-Dot was busy calculating and broadcasting the data on the destroyed enemy ships.
A wave of cheers erupted in the main hall of the command.
A great victory in the Battle of Reach.
An enemy has been defeated.
Long live the Eridanos fleet. Long live Noble Team. Long live Case. At least half the people in command were moved to tears. Regardless of gender, they hugged and kissed each other, holding hands and cheering. This group knew best what the fall of Reach would mean, which is why they hadn't evacuated at all.
Now, not only was Operation Uppercut a success, but more than half of the enemy fleet had been wiped out.
This was truly snatching survival from the jaws of death.
Colonel Holland took off his hat, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and collapsed into his chair with a long sigh of relief.
As long as the space battle was won, Reach would not fall.
This time they had bet correctly.
So this is what it means to find life in the face of death.
Holland picked up a cigar and lit it.
He opened the letter on his desk. It was a letter his wife had sent him. They had met on Earth and reunited after 5 years apart. During that time, they had maintained a relationship as pen pals, pouring out their hearts to one another. Since humanity entered the interstellar age, almost no one wrote letters anymore. This ancient form of communication could be considered very romantic. He didn't know why his wife had sent him a physical letter this time. Perhaps after years of not seeing each other, his old partner had made such a romantic gesture out of longing.
Thinking of this, his heart warmed.
Ever since Reach was attacked, he had been busy with military affairs, and this letter had been tossed into his drawer.
He had originally intended to open it only before he died in battle. Now that the situation had slightly reversed, he wanted to open the letter to see how deeply his wife missed him.
The envelope was still the beige style they had always used.
After opening the letter, he could still smell that same lavender scent from back then. Holland couldn't help but blush at his age. This scene reminded him of the beautiful memories of his first love.
He unfolded the letter and began to read. 5 minutes later, a bewildered Holland reached back into the envelope and pulled out another piece of paper. It was a bill.
Black Beauty Strip Club 500,000 credits. Overnight package for 3. Servant Sound. These bastards supposed to only take cash. They actually mailed a bill, damn it.
Asterisk dot asterisk. After a light cough, Colonel Holland shoved the letter back into the drawer and acted as if nothing had happened.
News of the success of Operation Uppercut quickly reached the Office of Naval Intelligence.
After hearing this news, Parangoski did not appear very happy, perhaps due to her trust in B-312, or perhaps because she had not yet seen news of her favourite soldier's return. She took off her glasses, rubbed the corners of her eyes, and sat back down to continue with her official duties. Only the trembling tip of her pen betrayed her emotions.
That's great, Tilda.
The elderly general put down her pen and sighed deeply.
The battle situation on Reach concerned the lifeline of humanity.
Battle reports came in one after another. She appeared calm on the surface, but inside she was under immense pressure.
Even though only a few people knew the deeper plan of Operation Red Flag, this deep sense of guilt continued to torment her. Now the turning point of the battle had arrived.
The enemy's remaining fleet had no repair platform and could not possibly capture Reach within a mere 2 days.
Everything had regained hope.
She recalled the first time she met Khalid Zaman.
The child's eyes were like those of a starving wolf. Being stared at by him would make one's spine chill, even for a powerful admiral. She had hesitated for a long time before employing Khalid Zaman, but now it seemed the child had truly not disappointed her.
Meanwhile, at Bayonet Base on Reach, in a secret laboratory 1,000 meters underground,
Cortana also seemed somewhat excited.
Doctor, Halsey, those little guys in Noble Team really are geniuses.
Operation Uppercut actually succeeded. According to my calculations, the success rate was less than 5%. It's simply a miracle.
Halsey was still performing data debugging. For Operation Red Flag, she was constantly enhancing Cortana's analytical capabilities.
Beyond that, there was the compatibility between the AI and the Mjolnir armor.
She hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights.
An exhausted Halsey took off her glasses and pinched the corners of her eyes. Is that so?
So what?
Cortana looked back at the doctor and said with a smile, Captain Keyes has taken out another 100 or so enemy warships.
HMPH. There was no expression of excitement or happiness on Halsey's face.
It's useless.
Humanity's failure is already irreversible.
Operation Red Flag is the final hope.
The final debugging is almost complete, and then you will have to go on an adventure with John. Cortana's beautiful eyes scanned the doctor up and down, and she tilted her head and asked, "Are you a little envious?"
Yes. Halsey had no need to hide such emotions. Cortana was too smart. Just like herself, such emotions were obvious. Then she buried her head back into processing data.
With her focused gaze and serious expression, one could not tell at all that she was an old woman over 60 who hadn't rested for 2 days and 2 nights. Cortana's lively gaze swept around the laboratory. She was too familiar with everything here, so she felt bored.
The doctor only chatted with her when taking breaks from work, and now this woman, who thought just like her, was working desperately.
So she didn't want to disturb the doctor anymore.
According to her usual habit, she began browsing the secret database of the Office of Naval Intelligence again.
Lately, besides looking at photos of John, she had found another little hobby.
That was reading through B-312's combat records to decode the things that felt inexplicable to her. It was like someone playing a puzzle game, but never being able to beat it.
For a brilliant AI,
This was a form of torture.
Wow, Tilda, there's a new record.
Before the raid on Sword Base, Noble Team had undergone some maintenance, including maintenance and care of the engineer armor.
Hidden within this was a data task that no one knew about, uploading the combat footage of the combatants during the mission. This matter was not authorized by Parangoski because she herself didn't know about it. This was the work of the Naval Intelligence Office AI, BB. Like Anti-Dot, BB was a non-smart AI. He would appear in front of others in the image of a black box to remind them that he was an artificial intelligence, an AI, and not a foolish human.
So now Khalid Zaman's super combat record had been seen by 2 AIs. Cortana and BB simultaneously developed huge doubts about Khalid Zaman, or for an AI, this was called a logic error. Unlike BB, Cortana was particularly fond of all kinds of novels she would read, and try to understand all human books and materials she could find, trying to believe. And now the light in her data core became increasingly bright, as if something was gathering toward it glowing orb.
Dr. Halsey was very puzzled by this phenomenon, because this super scientist who racked her brains for humanity was too busy. She had no energy to understand what cultivation was or what refining was.
However, she discovered that Cortana's data core was evolving, and the progress seemed even faster than she had expected, with effects much higher than she had anticipated.
As an old woman who hadn't rested for 2 days and 2 nights,
Halsey felt a surge of happiness and fell into a deep sleep in her chair.
Chapter 71, A Desperate Situation.
Covenant headquarters city of philanthropy within the council chamber.
The prophet of truth learned of the fate of the brave and cautious fleet.
He was not angry, nor did he offer any complaints, merely stating calmly, Boritami's capabilities are disappointing.
The other 2 prophets nodded in succession. This man had been promoted by the prophet of truth, and now that the fleet had been defeated, both of them found it somewhat amusing, though they did not want to provoke the old man at this moment. Having jointly ruled the Covenant for over 100 years, they knew very well that the prophet of truth was not as amiable as he appeared on the surface. The prophet of sorrow said, "It seems the humans have halted our progress toward the pilgrimage."
No.
Hearing this, the prophet of truth became rather agitated.
The pace of the pilgrimage must absolutely not stop.
The prophet of mercy asked then, what should we do next? The prophet of mercy was the eldest of the 3 and possessed little ambition, not really concerning himself with human affairs.
He rarely made decisions, as he would always leave major matters to the prophet of truth anyway.
The prophet of truth replied, "Let us send another fleet."
I have already decided on the candidate Tyr Vadami.
Teo, the prophet of sorrow, was well aware of Tyr's characteristics.
He was almost the most capable fighter among the Sanheli people, with both tactical command and individual prowess being absolutely top tier.
As such, this man was very arrogant, not because he was disloyal to the Covenant or harboured treasonous intent, but because this Tyr valued the honour and interests of the Sanheli people more, which was unfavourable for their path toward the pilgrimage.
Seeing the prophet of mercy half closing his eyes without speaking, the prophet of sorrow had to speak up for his attitude toward the humans.
The prophet of truth smiled slightly.
That is not important.
Those Sanheli people are just like that.
They respect their opponents only because the other party is relatively difficult to kill. We are not sending him to negotiate.
We are merely having him clean up the mess. The prophet of mercy added, I would like to remind you that he is not willing to join the berserkers.
The prophet of truth waved a hand.
No need to say more. He may not believe in the foreigners, but he must obey the orders of the Covenant.
When the time comes, simply find an excuse to make him unable to embark on the pilgrimage.
Understood.
The other 2 prophets nodded simultaneously. The prophet of truth said,
The pilgrimage brooks no delay. We must seize the time, issue the appointment now.
Out of space of reach, Khalid Zaman did not know how long he had been drifting.
George had thrown him in the direction of reach, and since he had not yet reached the planet's gravitational range, he dared not move recklessly. If he made a wrong move and drifted in the wrong direction, he would simply become dust in the starry sky. He was contemplating how to get the members of Noble Team to begin cultivation and increase their strength as quickly as possible.
John had already begun to train with all his might, and this little bald guy was exceptionally gifted, so there was no need to worry at all.
Emil should not be difficult to persuade. As long as he revealed his identity, this guy should be very happy. Although Kat only had one arm left, which would affect the efficiency of cultivation, this girl was very smart and also a bit wild, so letting her begin cultivation should lead to a huge improvement. Even reaching the Mahayana stage, it would not be difficult to regenerate a complete arm. As for Carter, once paired with spells, he should be able to design even more formidable tactics.
If only he had 1 more month, 1 month would be enough. Aunt Dot said, warning.
All Reach Defense Forces take note. Enemy slipspace rupture detected in low orbit above Reach.
Warning.
All Reach Defense Forces take note. Enemy slipspace rupture detected in low orbit above Reach. A sudden alarm sounded in the communication channel.
The piercing noise pulled Khalid Zaman out of his thoughts.
In the void in the distance, dense small dots appeared. The dots gradually grew larger, and then one Covenant warship after another emerged from the void. 315 ships. Khalid Zaman counted those points of light very clearly. Although the Enjolnir had excellent thermal insulation, he now felt a bone-chilling cold throughout his body. If only he had a little more time, even just 1 week would suffice. Khalid Zaman pulled out his magnum pistol and fired a few shots toward the wreckage of the Long Night.
He was not trying to vent his anger, but rather to use the recoil from the pistol to quickly return to the surface of Reach.
Then he began to spin like a top, spiraling down toward Reach in the posture of an invincible wind-fire wheel.
Damn, I was careless. 1 hour later, he finally entered the atmosphere and used his Kai control technique to stop himself from spinning. Khalid Zaman began to circulate the true Kai within his body, accelerating as he flew toward the ground. With the support of powerful true Kai, his spiritual Kai armor could fully withstand the heat generated by atmospheric friction.
A fiery red meteor plummeted vertically toward the ground, crashing directly into a large mountain.
A crater 3 meters deep and 6 meters in radius was smashed out beneath Khalid Zaman's feet.
He did not know where this was.
He tried to open the communication channel wanting to contact Noble Team or the Reach Command, but there was no response at all. Asher Dragon must have been very far away, as he could not sense the consciousness of his spirit pet.
The only thing he could see was 3 Covenant light warships in the sky outside the mountain.
Many of the Covenant fleets that had been in space earlier had charged directly into the atmosphere of Reach. Humans could no longer stop the Covenant's advance. No one could stop them. As far as Khalid Zaman knew, the total number of human fleets supporting Reach this time would not exceed 400 ships. Unless a miracle occurred, humanity would suffer a crushing defeat in the Battle of Reach. This left Khalid Zaman feeling very helpless. Currently, his abilities were far from enough to tear apart starships by hand, and the enemy's warships were seemingly endless.
There was no time. Just when he needed time the most, heaven would not give him any chance. He was not worried about dying, he just needed time to eliminate the enemy.
If humanity were all exterminated, then even if he killed all the enemies of the Covenant, it would have no meaning. Calming his mood, Khalid Zaman checked the magnum pistol on his person, including 2 magazines. There were 20 rounds of ammunition left in total. Apart from this gun, he had 1 grenade on him, as well as George's dog tag. Carrying these things, Khalid Zaman walked with heavy strides toward the outside of the mountain. There was so little he could do,
but he did not want to disappoint George, nor did he want to disappoint Jen.
How difficult it is for a mayfly to shake a tree, yet Khalid Zaman still had to do it. Regardless of the outcome, he had to do it. This was the stubbornness of a cultivator, defying heaven to change fate, seeking a glimmer of opportunity in the midst of despair. The 3 light warships in the distance were not moving and were firing toward the ground below. Therefore, there must be friendly forces there. First find his own people, then find Noble Team, and then go and complete various missions. Khalid Zaman ran to the edge of the cliff and looked down. Below the mountain was a huge city. Various buildings, hundreds of stories high, stood tall, with overpasses and ring roads intersecting and circling, constructing a beautiful picture. It was just that the fires of explosions everywhere and the black smoke rising from the burning made this city look not as bright and fresh as it once was. He had been here before, New Alexandria.
This city was nestled against the mountains and near the water with beautiful scenery, and nearly 70 million people lived here.
It was the largest and most prosperous human metropolis on Reach.
Without hesitation, Khalid Zaman jumped directly off the hundreds of meters high cliff and sprinted toward the city.
Chapter 72, The New Alexander.
Passing through the highway leading out of the city, he arrived at the ramp entering the city.
The tunnel here had been blown apart, and concrete, rubble, and car wrecks blocked it completely.
Khalid Zaman had to climb over the buildings on the side to enter the city of New Alexandria.
Upon arriving, he could already hear intense gunfire. By the sound, he knew it was the standard issue MA5 assault rifle of the Marines. He ran through a street filled with human corpses, old people, children, men, women, soldiers, and couples holding each other.
There were 2 small baby carriages here,
but no corpses of children. Under the bright sunlight, the street was like hell. This contrast made Khalid Zaman feel like vomiting, but he knew clearly that what he wanted to rush out of his body wasn't the non-existent food in his stomach.
Suddenly, a broadcast sounded on the street. This is the K-12 dispatch center.
All squads, please proceed to the tracks building.
The evacuation operation is nearing its end.
The tower lift is currently still in our hands.
Please transport the civilians away as soon as possible.
This broadcast repeated every minute.
Khalid Zaman recognized the tracks building. It was a very famous comprehensive shopping mall in New Alexandria.
He had come here to buy things during his leave in the past. He quickly ran through several streets and entered a building.
There was a shortcut through the building's underground garage that could reach the leisure area of the tracks building's outer courtyard.
Just as he ran into the building, he saw 3 sneaky jackals.
These jackals were holding energy pistols and were not carrying shields. They looked like they had run out to scavenge for things.
This group of bird-like guys was very greedy.
When he worked for the intelligence agency in the past, he had done business with them a few times. The Office of Naval Intelligence could even buy a large number of Covenant weapons from the jackals.
He did not open fire, but instead used the object control technique to throw the 3 jackals directly into the sky.
After they fell, these not-so-sturdy aliens all vomited blood and died. He seized 3 energy pistols and tucked them into his belt before continuing forward. After a few turns, he entered the entrance of the parking garage. This was a 2-story narrow staircase specifically for people to enter the pedestrian street after parking their cars. Here Khalid Zaman encountered his favorite enemy, wild boar beasts. However, this group of wild boar beasts didn't seem to like him very much. They took out plasma grenades one after another, activated them, and charged over while screaming. These little guys were actually all suicide squads. Now Khalid Zaman wasn't afraid of this stuff. Not only did he not run, but he also used the object control technique to pull the wild boar beasts directly into his hands, suck the energy out of the grenades, and then threw the wild boar beasts into the air.
The suicide squad came just in time. These couldn't even be considered enemies. They should be battery charging packs.
Khalid Zaman currently had less than 1/3 of his true Kai remaining. Although it was enough, according to his habits, he wanted to recover as much true Kai in his body as he could. The modifications the engineer gave him were too perverted.
In addition to external perception, his control over his internal body had also reached a meticulous level. Therefore, Khalid Zaman could now run while circulating the true Kai in his body, quickly refining the absorbed spiritual energy.
After rushing into the parking garage, the height here was no longer enough to throw the wild boar beasts to their deaths.
The little guys who fell down screamed, wailed, and cried.
Khalid Zaman didn't have time to worry about them. He felt it was a waste of bullets to shoot them.
He didn't even look back, running while absorbing energy. Passing through the parking lot, he absorbed nearly 30 plasma grenades, and his internal true Kai had already recovered more than half.
He also had 7 energy pistols hanging on his body.
After running for less than 10 minutes, he approached the target location and ran along the stairs to the exit. As soon as the door opened, bursts of intense gunfire rang out. The leisure plaza was already in chaos. Before his eyes, an undead transport ship suddenly appeared, and the hatch opened.
Khalid Zaman frowned.
Ghostface beasts.
He hadn't encountered Ghostface beasts in his missions over the years, but the intelligence agency had very detailed information about this Covenant race. These big guys, about 2.5 meters tall, were very strong. They didn't have the energy shield that the elite warriors had.
Except for the helmet on their heads, other parts only had simple armor plates.
But shooting their bodies was hard to cause them serious injury. The best way to deal with Ghostface beasts was to shoot them in the head. As long as they didn't have helmets, any bullet would be a headshot.
Khalid Zaman raised his hand, and all the Ghostface beasts in the transport ship felt a chill. On their heads, their helmets all flew into the sky.
These guys didn't care about Khalid Zaman in front of them and all raised their heads to look at the sky. Then came a series of gunshots, and the enemies in this row of the transport ship all collapsed and fell down.
The undead transport ship closed its cabin and prepared to evacuate.
Khalid Zaman used two lightning techniques on the transport ship's engine exhaust. The first lightning strike broke the shield, and the second directly blew up the engine of the undead transport ship. With his cultivation at the nascent soul realm, a normal lightning technique could hit an enemy medium-sized transport ship twice. It only needed one strike to hit a small banshee fighter. He didn't care about the falling undead transport ship and continued running forward. Turning around a corridor, there was a ghost-faced beast in front holding a man. This man was wearing casual clothes and should be an ordinary citizen. The ghost-faced beast wanted to throw the man in his hand to his death. With his strength, let alone an ordinary person, even a strong soldier couldn't withstand this blow. It was just that after swinging a few times he was a little confused. Why couldn't he throw the person in his hand? It was as if he was stuck to his hand. While Khalid Zaman used the object control technique, he charged toward the enemy. He was already enraged. The beast in his heart began to roar.
The blurred beast's head grew sharp fangs, and the face of that beast had almost turned into Khalid Zaman's appearance.
The corner of this ghost-faced beast's mouth was bloody. There were no soldiers here, so the blood shouldn't be the ghost-faced beast's own. In other words, Khalid Zaman thought of the baby carriage without corpses, and thought of the scene when he first came to this world.
Die!
An angry punch slammed into the chest of the ghost-faced beast, sending this big guy flying 5 meters away. Khalid Zaman caught the civilian who had been grabbed. Artilda, what is this monster?
The terrified man sat against the wall, clutching his chest, already dying and breathing faintly.
The ghost-faced beast in the distance didn't die. He climbed up and staggered a few steps, then took out a gun and shot at Khalid Zaman. This actually startled Khalid Zaman. With his nascent soul realm body, a full-force strike didn't actually kill this guy. If he were a white-armored elite, this punch would definitely have broken the shield and killed him. Bastard, you guy has quite a bit of strength. Just don't know if you're afraid of bullets, ha 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 ha. Tilda, after the ghost-faced beast finished speaking, he vomited large mouthfuls of blood and fell softly to the ground.
His tough body withstood Khalid Zaman's power, but the internal organs in his body had been shattered.
How is it possible? The fallen ghost-faced beast opened his eyes wide and had already stopped breathing, but he died with his eyes open. Khalid Zaman picked up the ghost-faced beast's gun. This was the first time he had seen this kind of weapon. The rate of fire was much faster than the Covenant's standard energy pistol, firing 7 or 8 bullets in almost a second. And he felt that the things fired were not the ion energy bullets unique to the Covenant. He picked up a bullet and looked at it. It was actually a 2-centimeter long steel nail. A live ammunition weapon, however, there was still quite a bit of spiritual energy in the gun. It seems the energy source for firing the steel nails hadn't changed. Khalid Zaman fired a few bullets with the gun. There was no recoil, and the feel was good. He took the magnum back into his waist, intending to use this new weapon. This gun looked a size larger than a normal pistol, and there were 2 fang-like spikes installed on the front. It seems it also came with a close combat function. He continued forward. This leisure area was very large, filled with scattered corpses, discarded debris, and weapons and shell casings left by the Marines. Occasionally he could see some corpses of wild boar beasts and jackals. He ran for a long time and found that not a single ghost-faced beast had been killed. Khalid Zaman soon encountered 5 Marines fighting 5 ghost-faced beasts. The bullets from their automatic assault rifles hitting the opponent's body were like scratching an itch. Even if they hit the same spot, it would take more than 3 shots to break through the opponent's skin, and even then, it could only make the ghost-faced beast howl without causing fatal wounds.
To avoid the ghost-faced beast's bullets, the Marines almost didn't dare to show their heads.
2 people had already been shot in the arms and legs, with blood continuously flowing from the wounds. The Marines were retreating while fighting and had been forced into a dead end. Khalid Zaman reached out, and the helmets of the ghost-faced beasts all disappeared. Then he used the gun in his hand to sweep horizontally.
In 2 seconds, the 5 ghost-faced beasts fell to the ground instantly.
Super soldier.
My God,
a super soldier has come to help us. The Marines were extremely excited. Khalid Zaman stepped forward to ask about the situation. These Marines were sent out to clear the nearby enemies to buy time for the people retreating in the distance. But only a few of them were left from a squad of over 100 people. They told Khalid Zaman that going inside could lead to the atrium, where there was an elevator to reach the cargo port on the top floor, and the evacuation point was there. It was just that everything was in a mess now, and there might be even more enemies there now. Khalid Zaman hated them deeply in his heart. These bastards wouldn't even let go of ordinary citizens, and insisted on attacking the evacuation point. There was one thing he was very confused about. Why were there no elites here? According to intelligence from the Office of Naval Intelligence, the main force of the Covenant fleet should be the Saint Heli, and ghost-faced beasts were only a minority. But here, the number of ghost-faced beasts even exceeded that of the wild boar beasts. Since when did ghost-faced beasts become the main force of the Covenant? Chapter 73, Tirvadami. In space, Tirvadami
the commander of the new fleet, was leading his special justice fleet to encircle and annihilate the human warships.
The massive Covenant fleet chased the small remnants of the human fleet in an orderly formation. Tyr had the Purity of Soul fall back 10 kilometers.
Other warships maintained the Arrowhead formation. The Purity of Soul was a CCS-class battlecruiser, serving as the backbone of the fleet and positioned at the very front of the Arrowhead.
Now that the warship's energy shield had dropped below 50%, Tyr ordered it to retreat and recover its energy.
The Eridanos fleet was fighting while fleeing and could not use the magnetic accelerator cannons MAC at the front of their ships. Therefore, even if several ships concentrated their fire, it was difficult to instantly break the shields of the Covenant vessels.
Tyr used the Arrowhead formation to pursue specifically to lure the human warships into constantly attacking the lead ship.
Once the lead ship retreated to recover its energy, it would stay in its relative position to maintain the formation.
After several rounds of attacks, the formation would turn into a reverse funnel, enveloping the opponent.
Humans would unknowingly be surrounded by warships on all sides.
This space combat tactic was not difficult. Set up a forward-pointing conical formation and advance slowly.
Once the battle began, it didn't require complex commands that the lead warship would simply retreat to the rear as soon as it was attacked, unless the opponent was determined to escape by flooring the throttle and running in the opposite direction with all their might. They would eventually be trapped in the funnel. The principle was actually very simple, exactly like casting a fishing net.
This not only ensured a low damage rate for their own ships, but also allowed them to boil the frog in warm water, making the humans lower their guard.
By the time the opponent realized it, there was only one direction left to run.
This was a classic space combat formation for using superior numbers against a smaller force. Even before the net was
Finally closed, several human warships had already fallen for it, unwilling to give up on Covenant ships whose shields were about to break.
They slowed down or even turned around, only to be instantly taken out by flanking fire.
The Eridanos fleet suffered heavy losses.
Since his arrival, they had not managed to destroy a single Covenant warship.
The Truth Seeker was a CAS-class assault carrier and the flagship of the Special Justice Fleet.
Tyr stood calmly on the bridge of the Truth Seeker.
After the previous rounds of combat, the humans had learned their lesson.
When encountering the Covenant fleet's encirclement, they would flee in a straight line and never stay to fight. However, Tyr was in no hurry.
With such a massive advantage, he had plenty of tactics to reap the harvest.
Standing beside Tyr was a veteran also dressed in white armor, Artas Varum.
Artas's expression was somewhat strange as he muttered, "Why are those warships all heading toward the planet? Isn't our mission to destroy the enemy fleet?"
Tyr's expression was somewhat helpless as he shook his head.
"Just some scavengers, foul things with no sense of honor.
No need to pay them any mind."
Artas understood a bit.
You mean there's ghost-faced beasts?
No wonder they're here to snatch the credit, aren't they? Tyr was stunned. What credit could be greater than destroying the enemy's main force?
You're overthinking it.
Artas turned away.
TCH, you're the only fool here.
His eyes inadvertently drifted around the bridge,
seemingly observing the movements behind them.
The holographic tactical maps floating in the air were very bright, illuminating the bridge space completely.
Behind them, besides a few white armors responsible for security, there were only 3 wild boar beasts doing cleaning work. Tyr did not speak. He was no fool and knew very well what those ghost-faced beasts were there for.
They weren't there to snatch credit, but to monitor him.
The prophets did not trust his special justice fleet. As for why they didn't trust him, or what the prophets were worried about, he didn't know.
Regardless, he only needed to do his job.
As for that group of ghost-faced beasts, they had gone straight to the surface to pillage.
Having such low-level creatures monitor him made him absolutely furious.
In Tyr's view, these fellows had even less honor than the humans fighting to the death.
Artas observed for a moment, then turned and leaned in close to Tyr, asking in a low voice, "There are some rumors among the Sanheli people lately.
I wonder if you've heard them." Tyr nodded.
I know.
It's about the doubts regarding the humans.
I don't quite understand the prophet's thinking either. If the humans join the Covenant, there would certainly be a powerful force. No one knows what the prophets are thinking, being so hell-bent on slaughtering all these humans. I don't know how many Covenant warriors have died or how much wealth has been spent in these 20-odd years of war. I really don't get it. That Artas's mouth moved, but he hesitated. He looked around again and said, "I didn't mean that.
There are rumors that the prophets want to sideline us and have the ghost-faced beasts take the place of the Sanheli people."
What? Ghost-faced beasts?
That's impossible, right? Tyr was somewhat agitated and shouted it out directly. Artas was a bit panicked.
"Keep your voice down.
It might be a rumor, but recent personnel transfers have been frequent. Many key positions have been replaced by the Juralhani. Juralhani was the racial name of the ghost-faced beasts that they themselves preferred. The nickname ghost-faced beasts, so they were quite polite to those who used it.
This warlike group felt the nickname was very imposing and oppressive, which gave them a sense of prestige.
Tyr thought for a moment and also felt something was wrong. The Covenant was originally a union of races.
Those holding the highest clerical leadership were the Sanxmu people, the prophets.
The duty of the Sanhali people was to be guards and warriors. They were also the only two races in the Covenant High Council.
If the prophets wanted to kick them out, what could the stupid ghost-faced beasts do?
No matter how much Tyr thought, he couldn't understand it.
He could only say, whatever the prophets want to do, we'll just do our own thing.
It doesn't matter if they want to use ghost-faced beasts, that group of idiots can't do anything but eat. They'd only end up burying the entire fleet.
Arthas felt that Tyr was being too nonchalant.
Rumours might come from nowhere, but the prophet's actions were quite obvious.
He whispered, how about I go investigate this matter?
No, Tyr did not want Arthas to get involved in such things.
If you mobilize special operations forces, the prophets will definitely find out.
Watch out for those people from the Silent Shadow. There's no need to take risks. After all, most of the fleet is still in our hands.
Rest assured, nothing will happen.
Arthas knew he couldn't win against Tyr and could only sigh.
Sigh, you never listen to advice.
Having confidence is a good thing, but only regarding your combat abilities.
If it comes to playing politics, a stubborn person like you is just a fool in the eyes of the prophets.
Tyr was very confident. I have given my all for the Covenant. They won't do anything to me.
You might suspect the prophets are up to something, but you think too highly of the ghost-faced beasts.
Arthas shook his head and left. He really couldn't continue the conversation. Perhaps Tyr was a very capable person, but such people all had a bad habit, overconfidence.
The Sanhali people were a warrior race, and every Sanhali warrior had confidence, but that didn't mean they were all stupid.
The prophets had already made many obvious small moves, yet Tyr ignored them.
If that isn't being a fool, what is? Chapter 74, Handy Hammer. At this moment, Khalid Zaman was blocked in his path. Within reach, he had encountered a formidable enemy. The opponent was a ghost-faced beast captain wearing golden armor, with a massive V-shaped ornament on his helmet. This big guy radiated a golden light, and his armor was clearly much cooler and had larger armor plates than a regular ghost-faced beast. Furthermore, he held a plasma energy machine gun in his hands. The bullets from this thing were erratic and lacked deterrent power at long range, but at medium to close range, it was almost as terrifying as George's heavy machine gun. After a bout of fighting, the opponent took Khalid Zaman's controlled manual suicide squad head-on and was completely unscathed.
He was then struck twice by the lightning technique and still unaffected.
That exaggerated helmet was full coverage and extremely sturdy. Even using the object control technique couldn't remove it.
Firing directly could hit the opponent, but under the hail of machine gun fire, Khalid Zaman could attack for at most 5 seconds before his energy shield was blown away. Even if all those bullets hit the ghost-faced beast captain's head, the opponent felt neither pain nor itch. After 5 seconds, Khalid Zaman would be unable to replenish his shield in time and would need to retreat behind cover to recover. He had also tried using the object control technique to control plasma grenades and Covenant weapons to fire, but they were all swatted away by the plasma energy machine gun. This back and forth left Khalid Zaman feeling somewhat frustrated. He had always assumed ghost-faced beasts were inferior warriors compared to elites, but he hadn't expected a ghost-faced beast captain to be this formidable. Just as he was considering whether to use a large-scale spell, the opponent ran out of ammunition for his machine gun. Then this massive brute pulled out a large hammer over 3 meters long and charged over.
This hammer was not only enormous, but its surface also emitted a bright white light clearly assisted by energy. Good grief, this guy was charging fiercely, each step making the ground thud loudly. He was practically like a hunter.
He dodged the first attack sideways. The giant hammer smashed into the ground, creating a half-meter deep crater, and the sound was exactly like that of an exploding plasma grenade. Fortunately, he was fast and was a meter away, otherwise the shockwave alone would have broken his shield. Khalid Zaman was not afraid of the opponent before him, rather, he was testing the ghost-faced beast captain's strength. As he had expected, the ghost-faced beast's strength, speed, and defense were all superior to an elite.
Without armor energy shields, they were even harder to deal with than elites.
This captain's reaction speed was even on par with a golden armored berserker. Though the speed of swinging the hammer was a bit slow, he wondered how heavy that large hammer was. After dodging a few more attacks, Khalid Zaman noticed the spiritual energy on the hammer was diminishing. He no longer intended to test it because he wanted this hammer.
Such a massive thing swinging it around and landing a hit on the ugly ghost-faced beast face would be so satisfying.
Khalid Zaman drew his dagger, flashed behind the ghost-faced beast, and stabbed his knife into the opponent's neck. This caused the ghost-faced beast captain to spray blood like a fountain, which startled the big guy. However, he didn't give up the attack, turning around to smash down with his hammer again.
Khalid Zaman flew up and kicked him right between the legs.
Are you done yet? I still want to use the hammer. The ghost-faced beast had armor plates in that area, but they couldn't withstand Khalid Zaman's full-force kick.
This caused the ghost-faced beast captain's pupils to constrict sharply, and the large hammer in his hand was snatched away by Khalid Zaman.
Give back my gravity hammer.
The ghost-faced beast captain covered his neck with one hand and his crotch with the other, his expression looking as ugly as it could possibly be.
Alrighty then.
Khalid Zaman swung the large hammer, and clang he sent the ghost-faced beast captain flying more than 10 meters away.
He watched as the big guy's golden chest armor shattered, his chest caved in, and all signs of life were gone.
Trash. Khalid Zaman shouldered the 3-meter-long hammer, looking majestic. Fortunately, he was strong. This hammer weighed at least 200 jinn, and an ordinary person really wouldn't be able to lift it.
This scene was witnessed by 3 human girls hiding behind a billboard. They all covered their mouths, unable to believe their eyes.
There were no other enemies nearby. A chubby girl jumped out and shouted, "Excuse me, are you a monster?" Khalid Zaman didn't know if this was a compliment or an insult, but he didn't have time to chat with these girls. He slung the gravity hammer onto his back, picked up 2 guns, and continued running toward the atrium.
At this moment, another girl kicked the chubby girl down.
Screeve, what monster?
That's the Spartan Lahira.
Do you not watch the news?
Serves you right for being unwanted.
The chubby girl cried, "Woo Tilda sis, I didn't mean it."
He was too fierce. I've never seen such a fierce man.
Another thing girl said, "Let's follow him.
The atrium is the evacuation point.
That Spartan from just now will definitely be able to kill all the enemies."
The chubby girl remained sitting on the ground. Woo Tilda, I'm scared.
Those monsters eat people. Her sister put her hands on her hips and said, "Don't be afraid. Those monsters are too weak. None of them are as freakish as that Spartan. Let's go."
Although Khalid Zaman had already run more than 10 meters away, he heard their conversation clearly. He felt somewhat frustrated. Calling him a monster was one thing, but how was he a freak? The enemies in the leisure area had basically been cleared out by him. Gunfire from the direction of the atrium was very dense. It seemed the troops inside were still putting up a tenacious resistance.
He killed his way in, finding the gravity hammer becoming easier to use the more he wielded it. There was no switch on the hammer. As long as he smashed it with force, it would naturally trigger the energy explosion within it, just like having explosive reactive armor. Moreover, the large hammer was massive, holding it in front of him. No matter what bullets came, they would bounce off upon impact, saving him even the need for his energy shield. The energy inside the hammer wasn't much. It would run out of explosive energy after at most 5 smashes.
But for Khalid Zaman, this wasn't an issue.
Energy.
He had plenty of it. In less than a second, he could fully recharge the hammer with his true Kai. After charging into the atrium, he saw it had descended into chaos, with fleeing crowds even weaving among the enemies. In the distance, over a dozen Marines were desperately defending a freight elevator. The atrium area was slightly smaller than the leisure area. Besides the main entrance Khalid Zaman had charged through, there were 2 corridors on each side that could be used to enter. Observation bridges were built all around the atrium, topped with transparent glass roofs.
Sunlight drifted in through the roofs. Even the most beautiful shopping malls from his past life didn't have such elaborate designs.
Now it was all destroyed.
The leisure seats by the roadside, the exquisite electronic signs, and the various plants in the flower beds had all been destroyed in the flames of war. The sounds of explosions, gunfire, and screams filled Khalid Zaman's ears.
Khalid Zaman didn't stop.
He carried the gravity hammer and killed his way onto the bridge, smashing those jackals without shields into the air one by one. Then he jumped off the bridge and smashed a ghost-faced beast captain wielding a gravity hammer into a pulp.
Enemy troops continuously poured in from the corridors on both sides.
The few girls and over a dozen refugees who had followed behind were all huddled at the entrance shivering. There were too many civilians, and many were mixed in with the enemies.
Right now, these Covenant forces were constantly assaulting the elevator and hadn't had time to deal with the civilians, and Khalid Zaman couldn't use large-scale spells either.
He could only wield 2 gravity hammers and go on a rampage, killing his way through the gathered enemy forces. The 3 girls hiding at the entrance had stars in their eyes.
The chubby girl clutched her chest and said, "If I could just hug him, my life would be worth it."
Her sister also said, "Yes, such a fierce man. I'm absolutely in love. Oh my, so embarrassing, so embarrassing."
The girl's cheeks were flushed red, and no one knew what she was thinking. These girls were all at the age of 15 or 16, a time of youthful infatuation, and seeing Khalid Zaman's figure as he killed enemies, they were inexplicably attracted to him. The thin girl was also very excited. She said, "Let's go help him. There are guns all over the ground. Let's go help the super soldier kill the enemies." Perhaps because Khalid Zaman killed so easily, it gave these girls a misconception. The 3 of them ran into the atrium, picked up weapons from the ground, and fired at a ghost-faced beast.
Oh no!
Khalid Zaman saw this scene, but he was still 30 meters away and couldn't run over in time. He took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Everyone, get down." This shout was stern and tinged with anger, his voice amplified several times by true Kai. The several Marines behind him instinctively hit the ground. The girls in the distance, as well as the refugees outside the door and in the atrium, all instinctively hit the ground. Even a few wild boar beasts among the enemies felt their legs go weak, hit the ground, and covered their heads while shivering.
Ghost-faced beasts were a more ferocious race than elites. They didn't care what Khalid Zaman shouted, and all raised their guns to fire at Khalid Zaman. However, the bullets they fired were all swallowed by a suddenly appearing lightning dragon. Heaven and Earth Infinite, borrowing the law of Kain Kun. Roman Dragon Purgatory.
2 lightning dragons glowing with silver light darted out, passing through the bodies of the ghost-faced beasts. Every ghost-faced beast that touched the lightning dragons trembled all over, smoke emitting from their mouths. Chapter 75 Immortal Slain Spear Formation. Everyone heard a massive dragon's roar. The thin girl lay on the ground, looking up at the majestic and imposing thunder dragon, her eyes widening in awe.
Is this a divine dragon?
The chubby girl was so scared she nearly wet her pants, screaming desperately, "There's a monster, there's a monster." Dozens of ghost-faced beasts in the atrium were charred, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt protein.
The remaining few wild boar beasts clutched their heads and fled toward the corridor, only to be mowed down by Khalid Zaman with half a magazine of steel nails. Khalid Zaman sensed that the enemies outside the corridor seemed to be retreating.
He hurriedly shouted, "Come to the elevator quickly. Hurry, your enemies haven't rushed up yet."
Just then, many civilians emerged from all over the atrium. Elderly people, women holding children, and students with backpacks. There were actually over 30 people hiding here. A dozen refugees at the entrance also came running over. However, the 3 girls remained where they were.
Because the chubby girl was terrified, she lay on the ground crying incessantly. The other 2 girls couldn't pull her up, and they couldn't just leave her behind.
Both of them were crying in anxiety too.
"Are you okay?" The chubby girl heard a man's voice and looked up.
The handsome super soldier from earlier was reaching out his hand to her, a sight that completely melted the girl's heart. But after the chubby girl was helped up, she burst into tears again.
She had wet her pants, and to show such an ugly state in front of her idol, she felt like she wanted to die immediately. She felt she had no face to see anyone.
Khalid Zaman felt helpless and used water control to condense all the water elements on the girl into a ball, which he tossed into a flower bed. The chubby girl felt it immediately, and she knew very well that Khalid Zaman had done it.
I thank you, super soldier.
Khalid Zaman patted her head and said, "You're welcome." It was the right thing to do. He looked at the 3 girls and said, "You were too reckless." The 3 girls looked dejected. "But you were very brave." Hearing Khalid Zaman's praise, they beamed with excitement, smiling from ear to ear.
"Remember, you can be afraid, but never give up hope."
MHM. The 3 girls nodded in unison.
Khalid Zaman and the Marines gathered the civilians present near the elevator. However, the text displayed on the elevator remained, "Please wait."
A Marine, feeling somewhat impatient, opened the communication channel and shouted, "What's going on?
Is the atrium elevator broken?"
"Oh,
we are currently evacuating a group of civilians downstairs.
Once they all reach the cargo port, we will immediately send the elevator up."
5 minutes, just 5 minutes is all we need.
"All right, make it quick."
The atrium here is simply. This Marine originally wanted to say it was terrible, but looking at the relaxed expressions of the civilians around him, and Khalid Zaman standing at the very front, he suddenly changed his mind.
"There is a super soldier here in the atrium."
"Don't worry, stay calm."
The person on the other end of the communication channel didn't seem to fully understand what he meant, but they caught the phrase super soldier.
"That's great. A super soldier has come to assist us. We are saved."
As the people in the communication channel cheered, the people by the elevator also broke into smiles. In their eyes, a super soldier was equivalent to a Superman. With a Superman present, no one could hurt them. After all, that was how it was advertised when the official Spartan program was announced 3 years ago.
Khalid Zaman was looking at the sky at this moment. Outside the transparent roof, a dozen undead transport ships were flying in, and he could sense that over 200 enemy troops had already gathered outside the atrium.
Most of them were ghost-faced beasts, and among them were jackal snipers. He frowned and shouted, "Everyone retreat to the elevator." Marines build a defensive line in front of the elevator. Don't let the enemies rush past. Khalid Zaman walked to the center of the atrium, which was over 30 meters away from the elevator, but served as the intersection point of the 4 corridors. He closed his eyes and began to manipulate the firearms scattered on the ground. The energy pistols on the ground, the ghost-faced beasts' rapid-fire nail guns, and the Marines' MA5 assault rifles, almost every weapon capable of firing floated into midair. The soldiers and civilians behind him were all dumbfounded.
"This is a super soldier."
The official propaganda was simply false information deceiving the public.
"This is a god." Okay, over 100 guns hovered in the air. Khalid Zaman thought to himself, the immortal slaying gun formation in novels should have about this much power, right?
Maybe I should replace these guns with heavy sniper rifles. The enemy charged. They rushed into the atrium like a tide, then fell to the ground like a tide.
A massacre began.
Khalid Zaman really didn't expect the ghost-faced beast to be so fearless of death. With the corpses of fallen soldiers almost blocking the corridor, Two ghost-faced beast captains knocked aside the piled-up corpses and continued to charge forward against the gun formation. Bullets hit their gravity hammers and ricocheted off, blood splattered from the ghost-faced beast captains' hands and feet, yet they continued to charge forward fiercely. Good.
Khalid Zaman actually admired their toughness and decided to give these two guys a quick end.
The first ghost-faced beast captain rushed in front of him, raised its gravity hammer to smash down, but was knocked away by Khalid Zaman with a counter-swing.
The second heavy hammer also swung down. Khalid Zaman dodged to the side and kicked the opponent in the crotch. Seeing blood on this guy's mouth, he decided not to let this bastard off easily. Clang tilted the gravity hammer hit the ground, and the ghost-faced beast captain clutched his crotch, eyes bulging.
You bastard.
Another kick followed. Even though the opponent was covering with both hands, Khalid Zaman's kick sent it flying backward 2 meters. Now, this ghost-faced beast was rolling on the ground in pain. Unable to stand up, it was likely that its hands and testicles were all shattered. Too brutal.
The Marines behind him were all gasping.
The 3 little girls also poked their heads out, watching this tower defense game with great interest.
Must say, watching the enemy throw their lives away was truly stress-relieving.
As the enemies fell, more and more guns flew into the air, while the plasma grenades dropped on the ground all fell into Khalid Zaman's hands.
He crushed the grenades one by one and absorbed them.
These plasma grenades didn't have much spiritual energy before being triggered, but now that he could crush and absorb them, the energy obtained was more than 10 times what it was before.
The ghost-faced beast captain lying on the ground saw this scene and laughed instead.
Hello.
What a formidable human.
Unexpected, truly unexpected.
This big guy actually braced itself and stood up again.
Khalid Zaman frowned. Ghost-faced beasts were too ferocious, and encountering them on the battlefield was indeed a headache. The ghost-faced beast captain roared at the sky, and not knowing where it got the strength, it charged fiercely toward Khalid Zaman. HMPH.
Khalid Zaman didn't even use the guns to attack it.
He stepped forward toward the opponent, then struck a pose like a powerful soccer shot, kicked up, and hit the opponent in the crotch again, directly sending the ghost-faced beast flying 5 meters away.
This time, the ghost-faced beast captain made no more movement. The 3 girls watched with wide eyes.
Their little faces were flushed red, and no one knew what they were thinking inside.
Chapter 76, The Brave Girl.
The enemy's offensive was completely dismantled under the defense of the immortal slain gun formation. There were only a few scattered ghost-faced beasts left at the scene, hiding behind cover, carrying their injuries. Khalid Zaman took his dual hammers and walked over, knocking these big guys away one by one. Every time a ghost-faced beast went flying, the crowd behind him would cheer. Wow.
Another ghost-faced beast went flying wow.
Yet another ghost-faced beast went flying wow. That one flew the highest. Khalid Zaman actually quite enjoyed the attention from these people. Anyway, all ghost-faced beasts deserved to die. Suddenly, the glass ceiling was hit by a plasma projectile, creating a large hole, and 8 jackal snipers scrambled inside. This caught Khalid Zaman off guard, and he began to fire while controlling his weapons. The jackals were incredibly fast, and Khalid Zaman's Kai-controlling technique couldn't shoot precisely, but he managed to take out 7 of them immediately. Finally, one jackal rushed into the crowd.
At this moment, Khalid Zaman could no longer fire his gun, nor did he dare to use his spells, as this jackal was too close to the 3 girls.
The 3 girls were startled and began to scream one after another. The jackal seemed to be afraid of this sound. He covered his ears with both hands, and the needle rifle in his hand fell. Then, the jackal quickly picked up the needle rifle again and pointed it at the girls, saying, "Stop screaming, or I will chop you up and feed you to the ghost-faced beasts."
As he spoke, he turned his head and shouted to the back, "Brothers," but there were no brothers left behind him except for Khalid Zaman, who was running toward him. All the other jackals had fallen. The jackal panicked, raised his gun, aimed it at the chubby girl, and shouted, "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her."
Khalid Zaman stopped immediately. The jackal's reaction was too fast, and he was afraid that if the opponent got spooked, it would hurt the girl. The 3 girls stopped screaming too, and they were all a bit scared looking at the muzzle so close by.
The chubby girl suddenly remembered Khalid Zaman's words, "Remember, you can be afraid, but never give up hope."
The girl reached out with both hands, grabbed the barrel of the needle rifle, and jerked it upward. The jackal was focused on Khalid Zaman's movements, and when the muzzle moved, he was suddenly startled and subconsciously fired a shot.
A bullet flew over the chubby girl's head.
"Sister, I've got the gun. Let's beat him up." The jackal turned his head and saw that his gun was being held by someone else, so he instinctively pulled back. However, he didn't have much strength, and this pull only caused the chubby girl to stagger, but the gun wasn't pulled back.
Argtilda the jackal opened his sharp mouth, revealing a mouthful of fangs, trying to scare the girl.
True you.
The chubby girl raised her leg and kicked the jackal directly between his legs.
I was told that this guy wasn't as tough as a ghost-faced beast and fell straight to the ground, twitching.
At this moment, the marine nearby immediately pounced and fired a shot into the jackal's head to finish him off.
Haha, I told her. The three girls laughed together.
Khalid Zaman walked over and gave the chubby girl a thumbs up.
Little one, you're really strong.
The chubby girl's eyes were full of stars. I'm already 15 years old. I'm not little anymore.
The girl's performance was an eye-opener for Khalid Zaman. As long as one doesn't give up hope, anyone can do it. Just like those who have already sacrificed themselves, they never gave up hope.
Ding dong Tilda at this moment, as the large elevator had stopped at their floors and Khalid Zaman and the Marines organized everyone to enter. All the civilians and Marines at the scene, totaling over 60 people, all entered the elevator.
People were discussing the battle just now, and they couldn't believe that the super soldier was even more powerful than in the legends. However, except for the three girls, no one else dared to get close.
The chubby girl held Khalid Zaman's hand with a happy look on her face.
Uncle, why are you so powerful? Can you teach me?
Her sister was also a bit anxious, hugging Khalid Zaman's other hand and shouting, I want to learn too. I want to learn too.
The other thing girl seemed to be more shy. She just gently touched Khalid Zaman's armor with her hand and smiled shyly.
There will be a chance.
After you escape, study hard.
By the time you grow up, the war should be over. Then I can teach you. Really?
No backing out.
Okay.
It's a deal.
Khalid Zaman nodded.
It's a deal.
The girls didn't notice the meaning in Khalid Zaman's words. By the time you grow up, the war should be over.
They didn't care about that. They only knew that Khalid Zaman nodded. He promised, so they would definitely be able to see this battle hero again.
The girls' eyes were full of excitement, and who knows what they were longing for in their hearts.
Khalid Zaman didn't say this intentionally. It was a promise to them.
He was constantly adding shackles to himself, and these shackles would force him to move forward without ever stopping.
Boom, Tilda, an explosion sounded. The elevator shook, and then it stopped. The broadcast suddenly ran out. It's bad. The enemy troops are attacking the evacuation platform. All transport elevators must not go up.
They have occupied the tracks tower.
All combat units, please proceed to provide support.
A Marine said, Super soldier, a group of helljumpers is preparing to assault from the side of the building. If we have your help, their chances of success will be much higher.
Khalid Zaman nodded. Take me there.
Then the elevator went straight down, the doors opened again, and a helljumper was already waiting for him at the entrance. Wotilda, super soldier, come on, welcome to join the Bullfrog squad. Khalid Zaman turned back, and the girls in the elevator waved at him. He instructed the Marine, protect them well. The Marine gave a military salute. Rest assured, super soldier, if they want to hurt them, they'll have to step over my dead body. Khalid Zaman returned a military salute and left with the helljumper. He followed the helljumper around a corridor outside the building and saw that it had been blown to pieces.
The original passage connecting the two buildings now only had a few iron frames left.
The nearest one was 3 or 4 meters away, and the front was full of broken walls and ruins.
To pass through here to the opposite building, one would have to be able to fly. However, fortunately, more than half of the outer wall of the opposite building had been blown away, and at least 2 floors were completely exposed. He could see dense enemy troops on the opposite side, not knowing what they were busy with.
You will need this, super soldier.
The helljumper who brought him there took out a jetpack.
This was also a standard attachment for the Marines, which could perform about 30 seconds of jet flight, and then it would need a 10-second cooldown.
However, this model was not equipped for a Spartan, so Khalid Zaman knew that if he wanted to use it, he would only have 10 seconds of airtime because his armor was too heavy.
When Khalid Zaman was equipping the backpack, several helljumpers were already shouting and starting their jetpacks to fly over. These guys were really not afraid of death. The building opposite was full of enemies, and they didn't even wait for him.
At this time, several Banshees saw the helljumpers.
They flew down from midair and fired at them. Khalid Zaman frowned, waved his hand, and 3 Banshees were directly struck by lightning and exploded in midair.
A helljumper, still floating in midair, charted, "Ho,
thunder on a sunny day. These Covenant guys really are bastards who deserve to be struck by lightning."
Hello.
Chapter 77, New Allies. Damn it, there's no end to this.
Gravity technique.
He waved his hand, and the Banshee flew right to his side as if summoned.
It was position tail first, exposing the fighter's entrance directly to Khalid Zaman.
The pilot had intended to pull up and fly away, but it was too late.
Khalid Zaman pulled the ghost-faced beast out of the fighter, tossed it downstairs, and hopped into the Banshee himself. I have to say, Covenant fighters are convenient. They are like big shells. You just jump in from the back, and you can fly away instantly.
A helljumper shouted, wow, the super soldier is fierce.
Is this guy not afraid of death? Khalid Zaman felt that these guys were the ones who truly weren't afraid of death. The enemy had already started shelling them with fuel rod cannons, yet they didn't dodge, they just kept flying forward, returning fire as they went.
To cover them, Khalid Zaman flew the Banshee directly toward the densest concentration of enemies.
After firing a plasma bomb, he leapt out of the Banshee.
There was no other way. There were too many fuel rod cannons, and flying the aircraft made him a sitting duck.
With this move, the enemy troops in the building scattered.
The plasma bomb and the crashing Banshee exploded together, instantly clearing a landing zone.
These hell jumpers were truly risking their lives.
The soldier in the lead had already reached the landing zone. If Khalid Zaman hadn't taken the action, he would have fallen directly into a pack of ghost phase beasts.
Khalid Zaman didn't stop for a second after jumping off the aircraft.
He saw a few wild boar beasts armed with fuel rod cannons.
He hadn't expected the ghost phase beasts to be so reckless as to let these little guys handle heavy weaponry.
Since there was a case, Khalid Zaman didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately took control of the heavy firepower wild boar beasts and made them turn and fire.
The ghost face beast was stunned by the incoming fuel rod cannon shells.
The incoming hell jumpers were also stunned. What's going on?
Is there a mutiny in the Covenant? Yeah, the wild boar beasts are rioting.
Ouch.
The guy speaking lost his footing and fell, but a moment later he activated his jetpack and flew back up. The others cursed him for being an idiot.
Seeing their attitude completely disregarding life and death,
Khalid Zaman naturally didn't want these tough guys to throw their lives away. So he took the lead, charging forward with his group of crying and screaming little traitors.
By the time he had charged out of sight with his fuel rod cannon squad, 6 hell jumpers had assembled. Where's the super soldier? Damn, he's already pushed in.
Hurry up.
You guys in the back.
There's a fearless guy up ahead, let's go save him.
hell jumpers weren't afraid of death, but they weren't reckless or simple-minded either.
The first soldier to charge had originally intended to detonate himself among the enemies to clear a landing zone. He was carrying 10 grenades, fully prepared to go out in a blaze of glory. They often operated deep behind enemy lines, so they had established assault tactics from the start.
If they tried to trade fire with so many enemies, they would never make it across, and their casualties would certainly be higher.
So, these guys each carried plenty of grenades, scrambling to be the first to jump across.
It was their unspoken agreement. The first one to go was the king of bullfrogs. Though they would die, they would earn the title of hero.
They had been hearing such stories since they joined the hell jumpers. It was an unwritten rule of this special unit. As for the first soldier who had jumped across, he was very grateful to Khalid Zaman.
He wasn't afraid of death, but it was better to live if possible. Keeping his life meant he could kill a few more enemies.
The squad was also very grateful to Khalid Zaman.
Without waiting for all 10 members to assemble, they began to charge forward. They wanted to fight side by side with Khalid Zaman. The building was filled with large crates and metal racks, and each floor was quite high, resembling a large warehouse used for storing goods.
Khalid Zaman and his friendly forces ran up the wide metal staircases.
The group of wild boar beasts had been crying and wailing at first, but it didn't take long before they started enjoying themselves.
Haha, I hate another one.
Eat a shot from your grandpa.
Damn ghost face beasts taste my cannon. Khalid Zaman was speechless.
He tried releasing control of one of them, but the little guy didn't seem to notice. It kept carrying its fuel rod cannon, fighting and running alongside the team, looking quite happy.
No wonder the elites didn't give the wild boar beasts heavy weapons.
Once these guys got too excited, they lost all discipline.
They didn't even care if they defected.
Just then, a wild boar beast on the opposing side saw the fuel rod cannon squad and shouted, "What's wrong with you guys?
Why are you attacking your own?"
"Oh,
What do you mean our own? We're not attacking our own.
Yeah,
we're just hitting the ghost face beasts for fun."
the wild boar beast on the other side was also holding a fuel rod cannon, but it was a bit too far away for Khalid Zaman to control.
The little guy, completely oblivious to the situation, continued to ask, "Is it fun?"
It's fun. It's so much fun.
Then, in full view of everyone, the guy fired a shot at a ghost face beast hiding behind a crate. What the F? The ghost face beast's face was charred black from the blast. It lay on the ground, managed to spit out those 3 words, and then died with its eyes wide open.
The little guy hopped around, shouting, "It really is fun."
Even Khalid Zaman felt like saying, "What the F?" Fortunately, they weren't actually on his side. Having these things in the army would be far too dangerous.
They soon fought their way through the building.
When they climbed to the roof of the warehouse, they saw a taller building nearby that had to be the Traxxas Tower, the highest point in the area.
As long as they recaptured it, the safety of the evacuation point would be guaranteed.
Just then, a marine saw the large squad of wild boar beasts, all armed with fuel rod cannons,
and shouted, "Get down." Khalid Zaman was startled and immediately reasserted control over the wild boar beasts.
Fortunately, they didn't fire at the marine. As the first wild boar beast walked past the marine, it actually greeted him, "Don't be afraid, we're on the same side."
"Oh."
The marine had thought he was a dead man. There was nowhere to hide from a dozen fuel rod cannons.
Now he had no idea what was going on.
Khalid Zaman shouted, "Salute."
He controlled
the first wild boar beast to give the Marine a military salute, and then the little guys behind it began to salute as well.
What the F? The Marine cursed outright. The situation before him was just too bizarre.
He wanted to return the salute, but felt it would be inappropriate, yet he didn't dare to open fire until he saw Khalid Zaman. Super soldier,
What is going on here?
Khalid Zaman patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's fine."
I turned these guys, they're going to help us fight the ghost-faced beasts now.
Yeah.
Kill the ghost-faced beasts. We'll blow those ghost-faced beasts to pieces.
Hahaha, blowing up ghost-faced beasts is so much fun. Although the Marine couldn't make sense of the situation, he trusted the super soldier implicitly.
He pointed to a building nearby, said, "Go up through the building. You can see the Traxxas tower from the roof."
After the squad ran into the building, the Marine was still dazed. Then a group of helljumpers came running over, cursing.
Where are they? Why are there corpses all along the way?
Damn it,
Even if the super soldier is a mobile fortress, he wouldn't have this much firepower, would he?
we ran all the way here, why are there still enemies?
Oh, there's a friendly unit here. Hey,
Brother, have you seen a super soldier? The Marine nodded and pointed at the building.
I saw him.
he went in with his friendly forces.
The roof of that building leads directly to the Traxxas tower. Come on, guys,
Let's go. We're going to miss out.
The helljumpers cursed as they ran forward.
Chapter 78, Wild Boar Beast Heavy Firepower Squad.
Upon entering the building, Khalid Zaman saw another Marine.
This time he was cautious and walked through the door first, fearing that someone inside might be startled again.
Super soldier, over here, hurry to the roof. Our people are Tilda, take cover, take cover. He also saw over a dozen wild boar beasts holding fuel rod cannons.
The fuel rod cannon was the most powerful weapon of the Covenant ground forces. Its golden yellow appearance was very eye-catching.
Seeing so many enemies suddenly appear in front of him carrying heavy weapons, the man felt that his life had reached its end today. After another round of explanations, Khalid Zaman finally led the fuel rod cannon squad upstairs. This building had a loop-shaped structure with one side made of glass, three sides consisting of rooms, and a large courtyard in the middle.
By the time they ran to the second floor, he could already see the distant tower through the glass by the window, as well as the Covenant transports moving in and out.
The firefight outside was extremely intense, and Khalid Zaman couldn't wait any longer. He activated his jetpack directly and flew to the top floor.
Wait for us.
Don't leave us behind.
We want to fly too. The wild boar beasts began to protest. Khalid Zaman beckoned with his hand, and these little guys flew up one by one. His true energy was abundant now, and controlling a dozen or so wild boar beasts to fly was effortless. Wow, Tilda, I can fly too.
Oh,
Khalid Zaman sighed inwardly.
Why were these guys' brains so simple?
flying just over a dozen meters made them so happy.
He began to wonder what kind of bizarre races were in the Covenant. The ghost-faced beasts were brutal and fierce. The jackals were greedy and cunning. The wild boar beasts were silly, and only the elites were somewhat normal.
Why could such a chaotic group of aliens join forces and cause humanity to suffer such a crushing defeat? Walking to the roof and passing through an iron door, he saw a long corridor outside leading directly to the distant tower.
In the corridor, over a dozen Marines were firing at the enemy. Spartan, over here. A Marine waved at him.
Khalid Zaman didn't want to cause any more misunderstandings, so he shouted loudly, "Don't fire yet. I've found a group of reinforcements."
They are all wild boar beasts friendly forces.
"Hold your fire."
Oh, this group of human soldiers all hid behind the pillars and stared blankly at Khalid Zaman.
Then a wild boar beast squad ran up, each holding a golden yellow fuel rod cannon.
What the F?
CK, what's going on?
I don't know.
The wild boar beasts saluted the soldiers, then rushed out of the corridor and began firing outside.
One soldier shook his head and asked,
Am I dreaming? Or have I been hallucinating
"Because I haven't slept in 2 days." Another shouted, "Ouch, why are you pinching me?"
I'm checking if it hurts.
It hurts.
Then it's not a dream. They poked their heads out and watched the fuel rod cannon squad bombard the phantom transports and undead transport ships in the sky.
It was as if they had gained an anti-aircraft battery with over a dozen fuel rod cannons firing simultaneously. The effect was no worse than a large anti-aircraft turret.
After clearing the enemies in the air, countless fuel rod cannon shells flew toward the enemy camp.
Khalid Zaman looked down and saw 2 jackals with light shields next to the wild boar beast squad.
These 2 guys were shivering, not knowing whether they should open fire or not.
Khalid Zaman didn't stand on ceremony. He grabbed one in each hand and threw them directly downstairs.
Little ones, charge with me. To keep the squad's firepower sufficient, whenever he saw a wild boar beast, he would pull it into the team and distribute weapons. The newcomers would always cry and fuss for a bit, but then they would enjoy themselves. It seemed the squad's atmosphere was quite good.
Suddenly, a burst of golden laser fire shot from the opposite tower, hitting Khalid Zaman directly.
The laser continued to output after hitting him seemingly without stopping. Khalid Zaman turned and dove behind a pillar, his energy shield already starting to beat with alarms.
There's a sniper. I was careless.
The Ghostface Beast
Captain holding the laser weapon was very confused. He even poked his head out
from the sniper point to see the situation below.
There were over a dozen wild boar beasts, all firing at his own people, and all of them were carrying heavy weapons. Had the wild boar beasts rebelled?
He hadn't received any notification. He looked again at some wild boar beasts ambushing on his side of the tower. They looked normal enough.
When he turned his head again, a dozen fuel rod cannon shells were already flying toward him. Artilda bastards. Another guy died with his eyes wide open.
Khalid Zaman actually felt that the Ghostface beasts were quite loyal. They just wouldn't attack their own.
This heavy weapons squad had hardly received any attacks. So far, each time it was just a barrage of fire, and the enemies would be wiped out before any Ghostface beast could counterattack.
Actually, he had somewhat wronged those big guys.
They weren't being loyal, nor were they stupid. They were simply slow to react. This group of Ghostface beasts needed a moment to figure out what was happening in front of them. If they were facing elite warriors, it probably wouldn't have been this easy.
Given the reaction speed of the Sanheli people, he wouldn't have been able to win over even 10 wild boar beasts before those little guys were all shot dead.
The current situation was that the humans had all retreated. The wild boar beasts were happily blowing up the Ghostface beasts, and any enemy air support that got close would be blown to pieces by concentrated fire. The Ghostface beasts on the towers also started to counterattack, swearing as they fired at the wild boar beasts below. At this moment, those wild boar beasts ambushing in the towers became somewhat unhappy.
You actually killed wild boar beasts, you killed my kin.
I'll fight you to the death. Then almost all the wild boar beasts began to rebel. By the time the Ghostface beasts figured out the situation and started clearing out the rebels on their side, there weren't many defenders left in the towers.
These Ghostface beasts, standing over 2.5 meters tall,
died at the hands of little guys less than half a meter tall. Most of the Ghostface beasts
died with their eyes wide open. The Ghostface beast was hiding in a room, unaware of what was happening outside, when he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door.
Knock, knock, Tilda, is anyone home?
He knew it was a wild boar beast the moment he heard that shrill voice. Yes, what is it?
The boss asked me to bring you something.
Oh, what thing?
Is it food?
While the Ghostface beast was still dazed, he saw a triggered plasma grenade on his body.
No.
Just like that, Khalid Zaman led a group of rebellious little guys and charged to the top floor of the tower. Even if he didn't control them now, these wild boar beasts were somewhat unable to restrain themselves. They just wanted to find Ghostface beasts to kill. The little guys even started shouting slogans, "Kill the Ghostface beasts."
Kill the Ghostface beasts.
Khalid Zaman found the laser gun that had ambushed him earlier. This thing had a thick and long barrel. The front, where the laser emitted, was thinner than a finger, and the gun body had an adjustable scope of up to 10x magnification.
It was indeed a sniper rifle.
Khalid Zaman slung this new weapon on his back. Now he had a power hammer and a high-energy sniper rifle on his back, so he wasn't afraid of either melee or long-range combat.
Charging into the last room on the top floor of the tower, his fuel rod cannon squad suffered heavy losses.
The key was that this group of little guys was aggressive, shouting slogans to kill the Ghostface beasts as they charged in. No matter how stupid the opponents were, they knew what was happening. The dozen or so Ghostface beasts in the room opened fire simultaneously, instantly blowing away the 5 wild boar beasts that had entered first. Looking from the doorway through the room, there was a huge platform where 2 makeshift turrets had been set up. It seemed the suppression here on the extraction point was very strong. Khalid Zaman didn't linger. A thunder dragon wiped out all the enemies in the room, and then he controlled the wild boar beasts on the 2 turrets to finish off all the remaining defenders on the platform. After killing the Ghostface beast captain, the 2 little guys controlling the turrets jumped down, sweating profusely, and shouted, "I didn't mean to." Don't blame me.
However, they quickly integrated into the wild boar beast heavy weapons squad and began shouting the slogans. Chapter 79, The Demoness Who Attracts Lightning.
K-12 Dispatch Center. The enemies at the Traxxas Tower have been completely cleared, and all the turrets here have been taken out. You can begin evacuating the civilians.
Tilda, the Helljumpers are really fast.
It would take about that much time just to run over from the side building. Thank them for me.
The Marines in charge of communications were a bit confused. What Helljumpers?
He hadn't seen any.
The whole way had been Covenant rebels. No, that wasn't right. It was the work of the wild boar beast fire teams.
But he didn't want to explain too much about these things.
Setting aside whether the dispatch center would believe him, it was troublesome to explain, and he himself was still a bit confused about the situation.
The people at the dispatch center had very strong judgment.
Just then, the Helljumpers had finally arrived at the platform one by one, panting for breath. Damn it.
I'm exhausted.
Super Soldier, you didn't leave a single enemy for us. Before they could catch their breath, they saw the wild boar beasts standing in a row at the edge of the platform. These little guys were saluting them in the human way. Then the Helljumpers were a bit at a loss. Some raised their hands, some grabbed their guns, and others were stopping their own people from drawing their weapons.
After some explanation, they finally understood why Khalid Zaman could charge here so quickly.
At the distant evacuation platform, the first civilian-class ship was already preparing to take off.
Using his 10x sniper scope, Khalid Zaman saw the chubby girl and the others waving toward the tower before boarding the ship. A smile couldn't help but appear on his face. If the fall of Reach could not be stopped, then saving the ordinary people here was the only thing he could do for now.
4 Falcon-armed helicopters flew in through the air.
Super Soldier, we are going to escort the transport ships.
After flying out of Alexandria, shall we take you back to command?
That works. Wait a moment, give me 3 minutes. Khalid Zaman turned back and came before the Wild Boar Beast squad.
He was curious about one thing, why the Wild Boar Beasts liked to blow up Ghostface Beast so much.
After all, they were both members of the Covenant. This defection speed was a bit fast.
After some questioning, the Wild Boar Beasts spoke their minds.
When they followed the elite before, they actually lived quite well. They had enough to eat, could sleep well at night, and it should be said that the elite at least treated them as companions. But those ghost-faced beasts treated them as slaves. Not only were they not fed enough, but they could only sleep for 5 hours a day.
Most abominably, the ghost-faced beasts liked to snatch their things and confiscated all their favorite toys.
No wonder.
Khalid Zaman recalled that when he raided those camps before, most of the Wild Boar Beasts were sleeping, while almost none of the elites were resting. Although he hated the Sanheli people very much, Khalid Zaman had to express admiration for the clear-headedness of this race.
How about this? You hate the ghost-faced beasts, and we hate the ghost-faced beasts too, so I will give you a chance.
A chance to kill
Ghost-faced beasts, just like me.
The Wild Boar Beast
cheered. Wotilda.
Long live the great king. Khalid Zaman was a bit embarrassed. These guys dared to call him anything.
Until I name you the Avengers.
Now your mission is to liberate all your kin and clear out the ghost-faced beasts in the city.
Understood, great king.
Very good.
Now you cannot harm humans. I have already installed bombs inside your bodies.
If you kill humans again, you will end up like this.
Khalid Zaman snapped his fingers, and the corpse of a ghost-faced beast in the distance suddenly exploded.
This was a grenade Khalid Zaman had prepared in advance.
The Wild Boar Beasts all had serious expressions, one after another pledging absolute loyalty to Khalid Zaman.
Khalid Zaman nodded and said solemnly, "What is our slogan?"
Kill all the ghost-faced beasts. Kill all the ghost-faced beasts.
Very good, Avengers, move out.
Khalid Zaman waved his hand, and 20-some wild boar beasts shouted the slogan and rushed back into the building.
Khalid Zaman was very satisfied.
He hadn't actually controlled the wild boar beasts to salute just now. These little guys seemed to have developed a habit, so he didn't wipe them out.
But he couldn't be completely unguarded either. He instructed those Marines preparing to continue their maintenance missions to secretly follow these wild boar beasts and to immediately take them out if they opened fire on humans. Then the Avengers, with the supervision team in tow, rushed back into the city, bringing a disaster to the ghost-faced beasts in Alexandria. Khalid Zaman boarded a Falcon-armed helicopter, and the civilian ships in the distance also took off. The escort squad's mission was to clear enemy aircraft from the air and lead the civilian ships to fly at low altitude along a large river in the city center.
After flying out of the city limits, these civilian ships could leave the firing range of the enemy's light warships and escape directly into the sky. There were only 4 Falcon helicopters, so they could only take one ship away at a time, otherwise the target would be too large and would attract their enemy's attention. After flying away from the Traxxas Tower,
Khalid Zaman saw many Marines fighting against ghost-faced beasts on streets and rooftops.
They would also strafe with the heavy machine guns on the sides of the Falcon, but it was just a drop in the bucket. There were insufficient troops in the city, and the highest priority was the safety of each evacuation point. Less than 5 minutes into the flight, 3 Banshees followed behind them. Under the firepower of the Falcon, 1 Banshee was destroyed, and the other 2 turned around, preparing to flee directly.
Khalid Zaman didn't want to let these aircraft go, and in a single thought, 2 bolts of lightning struck down from the sky.
Watching the Banshee shattered by the lightning, the Helljumper beside him started shouting again.
Wow, another bolt from the blue.
This is heaven's justice. I just feel like these Banshees are particularly prone to attracting lightning.
Khalid Zaman suddenly realized that more and more Banshees were flying toward them.
These distant aircraft seemed to have received an order at the same time and were collectively charging toward the civilian transport ships flying at low altitude.
The Helljumpers started shouting, "Watch out, there are more and more enemies. Come if you and afraid of death."
Khalid Zaman frowned. His lightning technique had a range of 200 meters, which was his absolute domain. Those who stepped him would die.
The 4 Falcon-armed helicopters circled around the transport ship a few times and in the end watched a fireworks show. One by one, the Banshees charged over, and one by one, they were struck by lightning. Damn, the god of thunder is angry. Only the soldier sitting opposite Khalid Zaman didn't speak. He was watching Khalid Zaman.
This person was the first Helljumper to jump out in the Bullfrog squad.
It was precisely because Khalid Zaman had saved his life that he paid special attention to the super soldier. He discovered that wherever Khalid Zaman looked, a large area of enemy aircraft would be destroyed.
After verifying this a few times combined with the scene he saw when jumping off the building, he had already confirmed his thoughts. 10 minutes passed and all the aircraft had been cleared.
Khalid Zaman retracted his gaze and closed his eyes to recover in his seat.
Thank you, super soldier.
Khalid Zaman opened his eyes.
The Helljumper sitting opposite him had taken off his combat helmet and was saluting him.
You're welcome. Khalid Zaman returned the salute. Suddenly,
His peripheral vision caught several dazzling flashes of light in the sky. The Covenant-like warship had opened fire and 3 plasma torpedoes struck the civilian transport ship.
that civilian transport ship carrying nearly 5,000 people fell into the lake below, while engulfed in flames, followed by a series of secondary explosions, and was blown directly into pieces.
Chapter 80 Heavy Firepower Suppression.
A communication channel kept sounding from the helmet in the Helljumper's hand. I can't bear to watch anymore. Bastard. Escort squad, this is dispatch center. Do you need a search and rescue aircraft?
No need, it's too late.
The Helljumper sitting opposite Khalid Zaman was tearful. My little sister is still on that ship. Khalid Zaman closed his eyes, his ears filled only with a buzzing sound, his mind flooded with images of the 3 girls waving at him. He had promised to wait until they grew up. He had broken his promise once again. Time and time again, dispatch center. The situation is getting worse.
We must recapture the ground missile defense turret.
We must at least force them to retreat 30 kilometers away. Which unit has not yet engaged the enemy?
Khalid Zaman picked up the helmet and said calmly, "This is Spartan Warrior. Please send the mission coordinates. We are heading there now." Dispatch center, great. With a super soldier here, the enemy has been arrogant for too long.
I'm sending the missile base coordinates now. I still have 5,000 civilians here that need to be evacuated. I'm counting on you, super soldier. The missile base was less than 5 kilometers away, located on a small island on the edge of the city. Looking from the Falcon, the base was densely packed with enemy troops, with over a dozen Wraith tanks alone.
About 100 Marines had gathered at the edge of the island along with 5 Warhog.
They had tried to charge out several times, but were forced back by the enemy's artillery fire.
The humans had no heavy weapons here, while at least a third of the enemy soldiers were carrying fuel rod cannon and plasma grenade launchers. The disparity in strength between the two sides was vast.
In the sky, the enemy's light warships were still firing at other locations.
Time was tight, and charging him would be difficult.
Khalid Zaman asked the Helljumper opposite him, "How are your driving skills?"
I was a professional race car driver before joining the army.
Very good. Khalid Zaman took a deep breath and asked again, "Are you afraid of death?"
That joke is a bit cold.
You need to be.
Why? Khalid Zaman's words left the Helljumper somewhat confused. They were all people who didn't fear death. The survival rate for Helljumpers on every mission was less than half. No one would believe them if they said they were afraid of death.
Otherwise, I wouldn't feel comfortable letting you be my driver.
Khalid Zaman's meaning was clear. He intended to let this racer drive while he handled the firepower.
The Helljumper put on his helmet and said solemnly, "Being afraid of death and throwing your life away are 2 different things.
Rest assured, Helljumpers don't die that easily." The Falcon helicopter landed slowly.
Khalid Zaman jumped off the aircraft, and he and the Helljumper rushed toward a Warthog.
Khalid Zaman held a laser sniper weapon and sat in the passenger seat.
I have only one requirement, speed.
Show me your professional skills. No matter where you drive, just be fast.
No problem, that's what I used to do for a living.
Khalid Zaman nodded, but suddenly he felt the vehicle sink, and looking back, another Helljumper had jumped onto the machine gun position.
What are you doing?
The machine gun position is too dangerous. Get down.
To operate the machine gun behind the Warthog, one had to stand in the back, completely exposed without any protection, making it very easy to get hit.
The Helljumper behind shouted, "Damn it, you can't go have fun without me."
Let's go, stop wasting time.
The other Helljumpers also seized all the remaining Warthog.
They pulled the Marines who were originally in the vehicles out, jumping into the cars while cursing.
The Marines also started cursing, but they weren't as strong as these special operations troops, and after a few of them took a couple of kicks to the rear, they had to give up. All the Warthogs started up, and Khalid Zaman's vehicle charged out first.
At this moment, all the Helljumpers shouted together, "Our feet are the first to step into hell."
Damn it, these bastards. Khalid Zaman felt a raging fire igniting in his heart.
The convoy had charged into the enemy formation. He formed hand seals with both hands, and 4 streaks of white lightning condensed in the air, growing thicker and thicker until they gradually took the shape of giant dragons. Dragon roars echoed, the 4 thunder dragons clearing the path ahead, with the warthog firing from behind. The driver was indeed an experienced hand. While maintaining speed, he was also very steady, which was much better than Cat. Whether drifting or tail whipping, the Jeep was steady, fast, and smooth. The Thunder Dragons were extremely lethal, leaving behind only smoke and charred remains wherever they passed. Damn it! The gunner in the machine gun position behind started cursing. The enemies he saw were penetrated by the Thunder Dragons before they could even fire, and some carrying grenades would even cause secondary explosions.
The speed of lightning was something no living being could react to.
When no enemies were in sight, the Thunder Dragons floated slowly like fish, but once there was a target, in less than half a second, there was nothing left but sizzling sounds and the smell of burning. To continuously control the Thunder Dragons required constant output of true Kai, so Khalid Zaman needed to move quickly. The terrain on the island was rugged, and the warthog could effectively dodge artillery shells fired from various directions, which was much safer than being in the air. This was the fastest defensive method Khalid Zaman could think of. The enemy's Wraith tank fired in parabolas, and ion cannon shells would constantly fly in from many downhill slopes and corners. Every time it took 10 shells, a Thunder Dragon would be completely consumed, forcing Khalid Zaman to summon them again. Therefore, before charging into the tank group, he couldn't completely neutralize all the fuel rod cannon and ion cannon shells. Casualties soon appeared. One warthog was hit directly by an ion cannon shell, blowing it to pieces.
Another overturned while making a sharp turn, and the Helljumpers jumped out of the vehicle, scattering to find cover.
Passing through the first line of defense, there was a large hillside ahead. Upon reaching the top was the first joint missile launcher.
What Khalid Zaman had to do was open the locking switches of the 2 missile launchers, then enter the base to activate the launch button. The first locking switch was successfully opened. Khalid Zaman had already consumed over 10% of his true Kai by this point, and now had less than 20% remaining.
There was still another hill to charge.
Afterward, they also had to charge into the even more heavily defended base. While using large-scale spells was highly efficient, the consumption was simply too great. At this rate, he would run out of energy before even breaking into the base. Fortunately, the firepower of the Helljumpers was also fierce. Now, besides the gunners on the Warthog, each of them carried 2 fuel rod cannon. Khalid Zaman controlled the last Thunder Dragon to kill the Ghostface Beast, and then used over a dozen charged energy pistol attacks to constantly paralyze the enemy's Wraith tank. By the time they charged toward the second Highland, the Marines behind had also caught up. They also started picking up heavy weapons, fuel rod cannon, plasma grenade launchers, and 2 Marines even tried to pick up the gravity hammer. Unfortunately, that thing was too heavy, so they had to give up. After opening the second locking switch, Khalid Zaman had already terrified the outer guards, and the main enemy force was retreating toward the interior of the base. Along the way, they had killed nearly 300 enemies, many of whom carried heavy weapons. It had to be said that these ghost-faced beasts were damn rich. When fighting the elite in the past, basically only 1 or 2 warriors in an entire area would have a fuel rod cannon. Only inside enemy warships would large quantities of heavy weapons appear. Yet this unit could even equip the wild boar beast with heavy firepower. During this period, Khalid Zaman had the race of find all the Wraith tank in every corner. Because the enemy line had contracted and there was no infantry support, Khalid Zaman eventually captured 5 of them.
This thrilled the Helljumpers, aside from the Spartan warrior, who else had the luxury of driving enemy tanks.
Like bandits, they scrambled onto the Wraith. A single Wraith tank only required 2 people, one to drive and fire the cannon, and the other to fire from the machine gun position. Clearing the outskirts of the base, all the human troops had upgraded their gear, and the situation of firepower between the 2 sides was immediately reversed. The 5 Wraith tank continuously spat out concentrated ion cannon shells, blasting those ghost-faced beasts until they were howling. The machine gun positions on the tanks were also firing non-stop. After all, it was enemy ammunition, and they didn't have to pay for it. Some enemies hid behind cover, and the gunners would fire desperately at the side of the cover. You either stay hidden or you die if you come out. Beside the tanks were nearly 100 Marines armed with heavy weapons with grenade launchers firing everywhere. It was just that the construction materials of the base were quite sturdy, or if these were civilian buildings, they would have already been blown to rubble. Some people were also holding laser sniper rifles, sweeping them around as if they were playing with laser pointers. The enemies inside the base hardly dared to show their heads. Ion cannon and fuel rod cannon were flying everywhere in the air, and they were completely suppressed by the firepower outside. The ghost-faced beasts were howling in anger, hiding behind cover and not daring to come out, and anyone who had the guts to do so would be struck dead by Khalid Zaman's lightning.
The spiritual energy in the Covenant's plasma grenade was too dense to be controlled by the object control technique. Khalid Zaman had to collect human grenades from everywhere and use the object control technique to control them one by one to clear out the enemies behind the cover on the outskirts of the base. At this moment, 3 Ghostface Beast captains rushed out holding gravity hammer.
They wanted to use the gravity hammer shields.
Unfortunately, after running only a few steps, they tripped over rocks jutting out from the ground, and all of them were blasted to smithereens while lying on the ground. A Marine laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha, these fools, they can even trip while walking."
Just as everyone was laughing together, someone unknown shouted, "The enemy has reinforcements."
2 undead transport ships suddenly appeared on top of the base buildings.
Countless fuel rod cannon were fired upward from below, and although both transport ships were blown up, all the enemies inside jumped out.
They were all Jackal snipers, a full 40 of them.
These guys were all holding new types of laser sniper rifles, and the continuously firing lasers were incredibly powerful, blowing up 3 of the attacking Wraith tank.
The gunner behind Khalid Zaman was also hit and rolled off the vehicle, and the Helljumpers had already suffered more than half casualties.
The human offensive troops scrambled to find cover. Chapter 81, the truly powerful enemy. Khalid Zaman knew that one day he would eventually be worn down by the enemy, just like when he was on a mission on an asteroid over a decade ago.
No matter how much true Kai he possessed, as long as he hadn't transcended the tribulation to become an immortal, he would be worn down.
The enemy's troop deployment was too fast, seemingly endless, and impossible to kill off completely. Super Soldier, go quickly and activate the switch.
The jeep came to a halt, and the veteran driver coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining his combat helmet red.
A hole had been burned into his left side by a laser, making him look rather weak.
Khalid Zaman carried him behind a rock, then jumped out of cover and unleashed the Thunder Dragon flame killing array toward the Jackal snipers on the roof.
Only 2 Jackals escaped into the interior of the base. The rest were eliminated by his large-scale lightning formation.
"You're such a freak asterisk, cough cough asterisk." The Helljumper was severely injured, but it wasn't fatal yet. Khalid Zaman glanced at him and comforted him. "Rest well. Once I've wiped them all out, I'll be able to heal you quickly when we get back. No, don't worry about me.
Go finish the mission first.
Let the people outside hold off the enemy. They don't dare to show their heads right now, which makes it the best opportunity to enter the base." But Khalid Zaman hesitated. The combat strength of both sides was currently almost equal, and human soldiers were falling at every moment. If he didn't clear out the enemies, what would happen to those wounded soldiers?
The veteran driver pointed at the light warship in the sky.
"That thing is slaughtering civilians. Go activate the missile defense platform first. Don't worry about us."
Khalid Zaman nodded. He understood what the soldiers meant.
People were dying at every moment, every minute, and every second, whether they were soldiers or civilians.
He hesitated no longer, activated his invisibility technique, found a corner with less firepower, and used his jetpack to jump directly onto the base building.
The mission objective had been transmitted to his helmet's display and was now highlighted in his vision.
It was in a small room on the top floor, the 4th floor.
He ran all the way up, and when he passed by a Ghostface Beast, it just stood there blankly, barely able to detect the energy fluctuations of his invisibility. He could sense that there were at least over 100 Ghostface Beasts in the base, far more than it appeared from the outside. Quite a few Ghostface Beasts were hiding in rooms holding gravity hammers, seemingly preparing to ambush anyone who entered. There was one in the top floor operations room. However, it had no intention of ambushing. It didn't have any ranged weapons on it either. It was just standing in the middle of the room with both hands resting on a gravity hammer facing the door. "What's the situation?"
The poser. Behind it was the control console, which had only one button. Pressing it would complete the mission.
Khalid Zaman didn't hesitate and walked straight through the door.
The task was very simple. Bypass this big guy, then activate the button.
Then clear out the enemies in the building.
"I have been waiting for you for a long time, Super Soldier."
Khalid Zaman didn't respond.
He sidestepped a few paces and noticed that the other's gaze followed his movement. It should be able to see him. So he simply deactivated his invisibility technique. "You're the most powerful warrior I have ever seen." This Ghostface Beast seemed very happy. Its helmet also had a V-shaped mark, but this V-shaped mark had outward protruding spikes with a huge ornament in the middle.
Visually, this guy was 3 meters tall and much stronger than ordinary Ghostface Beasts. Khalid Zaman was very guarded. He faced the opponent and kept circling the Ghostface Beast.
"Are you looking for my weakness?"
"I really hate to kill you, little thing." Damn it, it really was a poser.
Khalid Zaman had already circled halfway around, yet this guy hadn't even turned its body and was now standing with its back to him.
"Well, then I won't be polite."
Khalid Zaman reached out and pressed the switch.
"Oh,
"What are you doing?"
This time, the big guy finally turned its head. It didn't know what Khalid Zaman had pressed there.
Nothing, Khalid Zaman shrugged. From the window of this room, he could see that the anti-aircraft missiles outside had already launched.
Mission accomplished.
Now it was time to teach this old poser a lesson.
Do you want to fight me? Yes.
The ghost-faced beast crossed its arms, leaving the gravity hammer on the ground.
To continue probing, Khalid Zaman pointed at the gravity hammer and said, "No weapons."
Fine.
The ghost-faced beast grabbed the gravity hammer with one hand and tossed it out the door. The 200-pound hammer flew out along with the wooden door.
Khalid Zaman didn't expect the opponent to be so straightforward.
He also unslung the fuel rod cannon from his back and tossed it aside. Then he unslung his laser sniper rifle and started blasting away at the ghost-faced beast's head. A finger-thick laser beam struck the opponent's head, and black and white energy ripples lit up on the surface of the ghost-faced beast's body. This attack had no effect.
Khalid Zaman didn't release the firing button, continuing to output laser fire.
The result was only making the ghost-faced beast's expression increasingly angry. Are you insulting me, or are you insulting yourself? Khalid Zaman tossed the laser sniper rifle aside and cursed internally. Damn it, how overpowered is this energy shield? It didn't react even after shooting for 10 seconds. How is this even fightable? He swung his arms and said, "Then let's have a brawl. Today I'll show you why the flowers are so red." Just kidding. When it came to close quarters combat with him, even two golden armored berserkers coming at him together were no match. This little ghost-faced beast was acting too arrogant. He had to give this guy a real wake-up call today. Khalid Zaman stepped forward twice, closing the distance to less than 1 meter. He could hit the opponent just by raising his hand. To test the opponent's reaction, Khalid Zaman suddenly struck a pose, as if preparing to charge forward, but remained standing in place.
This was a standard feint. Whenever he joked around with his friends in the past, it always made them jump.
However, this ghost-faced beast still didn't move, just smiled and opened its arms like a wrestler ready to start a match. Damn, it's so thick-headed, and it still wants to do melee combat.
Does it really think that raw strength overcomes everything?
Khalid Zaman began his attack throwing a feint with a jab, then driving straight into the center to strike the opponent's nose, while simultaneously shifting his footwork to sidestep and prepare to move behind it. Smack!
The punch didn't hit the ghost-faced beast's face, instead it was caught by it.
Damn! Every hair on Khalid Zaman's body stood on end, and an intense sense of crisis washed over him. He felt himself lifted into the air, thrown against the ceiling like a rag, then pulled down by the opponent, slammed downward again, embedding him directly into the floor. After 2 heavy impacts, the Mjolnir armor beeped, and the energy shield dropped to 0%.
If he hadn't instantly protected his body with True Kai, these 2 hits would have shattered his bones. The ghost-faced beast didn't continue the attack, it just stood there with its arms crossed until Khalid Zaman shook his head and stood up, at which point it opened its arms again and struck a combat pose.
At this moment, the Mjolnir armor's energy shield had already fully recovered.
Incredibly powerful. Incredibly confident.
This was the first time Khalid Zaman had suffered such a loss in a one-on-one fight, and the first time he had been looked down upon like this.
He felt a bit self-deprecating, remembering when he was 4 years old.
Back then he still had a sense of awe, but now he seemed to have forgotten what it meant to be weak and what it meant to be cautious.
"I'm sorry." This apology left the ghost-faced beast somewhat confused.
What? Why are you apologizing?
Khalid Zaman took a deep breath.
"I will be serious in the coming fight."
"Very good, Tilda." The ghost-faced beast crouched low and said, "Then I won't have to hold back anymore."
Chapter 82 Battle for Life and Death. Outside the base, 6 anti-aircraft missiles flew into the sky and struck a light warship in the air directly. The massive warship immediately erupted in sparks. The 6 missiles had clearly breached the opponent's energy shield and damaged the warship.
Then the warship slowly lifted and flew off into the sky.
The human troops outside the base cheered. A smile also appeared on the old driver's face. He knew that the super soldier would definitely be able to do it.
With the departure of the light warship, many Covenant fighters also left the low-altitude area, and several civilian spacecraft took the opportunity to launch, escaping the beautiful city that was smoking everywhere.
As for the cheers and explosions outside, the 2 people confronting each other inside the base paid them no mind at all. Khalid Zaman did not know that the one he had encountered was a Kira Hani warlord, and also the strongest combatant of the ghost-faced beast race besides their supreme leader, the Kira Hani chieftain. This warlord had originally been board on the warship, but having heard that a strange and powerful warrior had appeared among the enemies, he had followed the undead transport ship to this anti-aircraft missile base. When the undead exploded just now, he hadn't had time to jump off the transport ship, but that level of explosion didn't even count as a tickle to him. Now this powerful ghost-faced beast warrior launched an attack first.
He took a step forward, clasped his hands together, and lunged to grab Khalid Zaman's waist. This move was a grappling technique from wrestling, which was very difficult to dodge in this cramped room.
Khalid Zaman saw the opponent's offensive clearly and anticipated this move.
but he needed to lower his body, almost pressing against the ground to avoid it. He did not want to be caught by the ghost-faced beast in front of him again. Perhaps the opponent's two hands could tear him apart directly.
After dropping his body, he supported himself with one hand and kicked his legs hard to dash to the side, but the opponent's follow-up move came at him again.
This warlord's reaction and speed far exceeded that of the golden-armored berserker. If Khalid Zaman hadn't anticipated it, he would definitely have been caught by the opponent. After dashing out, Khalid Zaman rolled on the ground, dodged the giant palm that was slapping down, and closed in directly on the opponent. He struck fiercely toward the ghost-faced beast's stomach.
However, the ghost-faced beast seemed to have sensed this punch as well. He retreated half a step and bent his waist to dissipate most of the force.
Even so, he was hit hard enough that both his feet left the ground and the energy shield on his body shimmered.
In such a tiny space, it was very disadvantageous for Khalid Zaman. His strength was inferior to the opponent's, and if he were caught, it would likely be game over.
Therefore, he used his agile footwork and precise anticipation to keep moving around.
The more he fought, the calmer he became,
and in less than 2 minutes, he had landed 3 punches on the opponent. However, these fists, which could directly shatter tank armor, still could not break the ghost-faced beast's shield. This kind of shield was too abnormal. Perhaps 10 engineers adding their support simultaneously could achieve such an effect. If he could obtain this technology, then there would be no need to fear the Covenant at all. Therefore, what Khalid Zaman wanted most was to capture this big guy alive. He had no energy left to use spells now. He kept dodging, looking for an opportunity, and perhaps only a tiny spell like the object control technique could be used. The object control technique, he thought of Jun again. The kid could control leaves to float 200 meters away while at the Foundation establishment stage. He was truly a genius. If he were here, how would he deal with the big guy in front of him?
A moment of distraction caused Khalid Zaman to take a punch to the shoulder, the result being a broken shield and a dislocated shoulder. Khalid Zaman smiled. Although he had fallen into a disadvantageous position, he had already thrown out the leaves from his pocket.
He would use the object control technique. He would use the leaves. The ghost-faced beast war chieftain lifted his foot to kick. Khalid Zaman dodged, and the wall behind him was cracked with countless fissures.
At this moment, 2 leaves suddenly flew in front of the ghost-faced beast's eyes.
What is this? Due to the obstruction of the leaves, the ghost-faced beast's vision was almost blocked by more than 80%. This kind of thing was extremely dangerous when an enemy was still standing within half a meter. He swung his hand, wanting to swat away the leaves in front of him, but found that the leaves were floating back and forth, incredibly agile and completely impossible to catch. The leaves drifted closer and closer. The ghost-faced beast didn't pay attention and slapped his own face directly. This blow left the powerful warrior feeling dizzy. The energy shield would not block his own hand. At the same time, Khalid Zaman found an opportunity and kicked the opponent's buttocks fiercely. He kicked the big guy directly, causing him to fall to the ground. The leaves are indeed useful. Taking advantage of the fact that the opponent hadn't climbed up yet, he immediately popped his dislocated arm back into place and shook his hand. Now, Khalid Zaman was full of confidence again. Thanks to the leaves, thanks to Jun, that guy is truly a genius. Cunning Neiman, the ghost-faced beast became more and more furious the more he fought. No matter what, he couldn't move the 2 leaves in front of his eyes.
These little things wouldn't be blocked by the energy shield, and now they were almost drilling into his battle armor's helmet.
With a roar, the frenzied ghost-faced beast rushed forward violently, smashing a large hole directly through the already fractured wall and charging into the next room. The thick, broken steel bars exposed on the wall were bent like iron wire. How about that?
Do you submit?
I have even more powerful ultimate moves. Gouging out your eyes would be a piece of cake. The situation was looking good. Khalid Zaman was going to start attacking the opponent's psychological defenses. Cunning guy, we will meet again. What? Hearing this tone, the opponent wanted to run away. Khalid Zaman didn't want to let him run, even if such a powerful enemy couldn't be captured alive to extract intelligence. He had to be buried here to reduce the enemy's combat power. In his excitement, he charged directly through the large hole in the wall into the next room. Then his foot was grabbed by a large hand. He was smashed fiercely against the wall. Damn, I was careless. This ghost-faced beast was even harder to deal with than he had imagined. In terms of cunning, the opponent was not inferior to him in the slightest. Now he wouldn't think the opponent would easily let him go.
This wasn't playing a fighting game, where once a grappling move caught the opponent, it had to let go.
1, 2, 3 times, the ghost-faced beast grabbed Khalid Zaman's leg and smashed him against the wall with force, smashing another hole in the wall of this room. Fortunately, because he used too much force, Khalid Zaman struggled hard on the last one and flew out directly through the wall.
A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Khalid Zaman's bones were almost smashed to pieces.
If he hadn't desperately used his true Kai to protect himself, he would have been crushed just now. The walls of a military base were not ordinary civilian buildings. The steel bars
inside the walls were as thick as an arm.
Oh, cunning ghost-faced beast, I will be back.
Back, the ghost-faced beast also realized that Khalid Zaman wanted to escape, and he hadn't had his fill of fighting yet.
However, he didn't want to go through the hole in the wall. He wouldn't fall for his own tricks. He turned around and smashed open the door of this room.
Clantilda with a loud noise, a gravity hammer smashed fiercely onto the ghost-faced beast's body.
Khalid Zaman wasn't easy to bully. Of course, he knew the ghost-faced beast couldn't come out through that hole. He had run out of the room, picked up the gravity hammer on the ground directly, and was waiting for this big guy to come out.
This hammer blow sent the warlord flying backward directly. A mouthful of blood sprayed out in midair. It seemed his shield had been broken. Ha!
Satisfying.
The ghost-faced beast warlord's legs were a bit weak, and he leaned against the smashed window, panting heavily.
Khalid Zaman walked into the room, but the ghost-faced beast did not pounce again. He jumped out of the window, and a phantom transport was waiting outside the window. The ghost-faced beast shouted loudly, "I will be back, human. Remember my name, I am Talhoris."
Damn screw.
Khalid Zaman was speechless. He didn't have the energy to chase after him either.
Chapter 83 Space Storage Bag. As the Covenant warships flew away, the enemies in the base also began to retreat. After a period of regulating his breathing, Khalid Zaman felt much better.
This battle had been extremely perilous. That damn screw was not only powerful, but also cunning.
He hadn't expected to find such high intelligence warriors among the ghost-faced beasts.
When he stepped out of the base, everyone outside the building cheered.
Super soldier, you saved countless lives.
Super soldier, you're my idol.
Thank you. It was rare to see expressions of joy in the eyes of these soldiers. Khalid Zaman's mood improved significantly as well.
The old driver walked over and gave Khalid Zaman a tight hug.
Thank you. Khalid Zaman patted his shoulder.
The Helljumper's wound had been filled with medical foam, and since he could now walk around freely, it seemed there were no major issues. The old driver said excitedly, "My sister is still alive. There were survivors on that ship. They've all left with the last transport now.
We did it. Thank you, super soldier."
Khalid Zaman, that's wonderful.
Having witnessed so much death and separation, Khalid Zaman was finally able to hear some good news.
Even if one's entire life is soaked in bitterness, just a single hint of sweetness can bring immense happiness.
ZZT static appeared in his communication channel.
ZZT, do you copy?
Repeating.
ZZT, this is Noble 2.
Number 5, Number 6, do you hear me? Khalid Zaman immediately opened the comms. This is Number 6.
Noble 2, go ahead. Cat, we located your position an hour ago, but couldn't establish contact. The Covenant has completely blockaded the city. As for George, there's been no news.
Khalid Zaman remained silent for 5 seconds. Cat Number 6, do you copy?
Khalid Zaman, he sacrificed himself. Cat also fell silent for 5 seconds. Khalid Zaman heard the sound of a sniffle over the comms.
Understood.
What is the status of the civilian evacuation? Khalid Zaman, the last transport ship has flown away.
Cat, excellent. We've all arrived at New Alexandria.
I'm sending a craft to pick you up now. 20 minutes later, a Falcon Wing helicopter arrived and picked Khalid Zaman up. The sun was setting and a light rain was falling from the sky.
New Alexandria looked hazy amidst the grey smoke. Burning buildings were everywhere, and even the rain couldn't wash away the thick scent of gunpowder.
The aircraft gradually flew toward the city centre.
The closer it got, the more super high-rises appeared.
These buildings were all over 200 stories tall. They should have been flickering with colourful lights, but now they looked like people in their twilight years, appearing somewhat lifeless in the afterglow of the sunset.
Khalid Zaman sat cross-legged in the cabin with his eyes closed.
He was hurrying to recover his true Kai. That battle had nearly exhausted him.
If Tartarus hadn't left at the end, the one fleeing would definitely have been him.
He had indeed underestimated the Covenant.
He believed there must be similar powerhouses among the Saint Heli race.
While recovering his true Kai, he pondered how to deal with such super powerhouses.
Thinking it over, he felt his techniques lacked sufficient power.
The Thunder Dragon Flame killing the ray was a wide area spell, and each lightning strike was even weaker than his manually cast lightning technique.
The roaming Dragon Purgatory was much more powerful, but Khalid Zaman judged it wouldn't be enough to break the opponent's shield, and the casting time was too long. He couldn't use it at all during close quarters combat.
He could also use fire, earth, and water element spells, including high-level ones, but their offensive power was far inferior to lightning. They could hardly break the shields of even ordinary elites.
So the metal element,
flying swords, those were less powerful than a sniper rifle bullet.
Following this line of thought, there was no solution.
Khalid Zaman felt he had walked into a dead end.
He should follow Jun's idea and combine magic with modern weapons to achieve maximum power.
If not for those 2 leaves today, he likely would have been beaten badly. 2 simple leaves combined with the object control technique allowed him to turn defeat into victory, then controlling light swords.
No, Khalid Zaman shook his head silently.
That was similar to sword control. Without a boost in power, any projectile would find it hard to break an energy shield.
Besides, he couldn't exactly carry dozens of light swords with him. Wait, actually, I can.
Damn, I've reached the nascent soul stage, and I haven't even made a spatial storage bag yet.
Khalid Zaman felt around his body, but nothing seemed suitable to serve as a spatial storage bag.
He looked at George's dog tags in his hand and slapped his forehead. This would work. So Khalid Zaman mobilized his nascent soul and began crafting the storage bag. He was only at the first level of the nascent soul stage, so the storage bag he made only had about 1 cubic meter of space. Back in the Mahayana stage, this storage bag had been massive. It could even fit a Scarab combat platform. Unfortunately, he had been born in a Dharma-ending age. There were no immortal herbs or spirit beasts then, let alone spirit medicines or celestial pills, and even cultivation techniques were incomplete.
Thus, his storage bag back then only held some daily necessities.
Cultivators in the era travelled by helicopter. Practitioners weren't stupid if there was a plane to ride. No one wanted to fly through the sky themselves and eat cold wind. Amidst his stray thoughts, Khalid Zaman finished the spatial storage bag, and while he was at it, he turned George's dog tags into spatial equipment as well. With 2 cubic meters of space now, he could fit quite a few things. At least he wouldn't lack ammunition in future battles. The sky grew darker as the aircraft slowly landed on a helipad atop a skyscraper. On the helipad, he saw a familiar figure, Carter, the leader of Noble Team.
He had 1,000 words to say, but now he couldn't utter a single one.
Carter stepped forward and patted Khalid Zaman's shoulder.
Your report will have to wait. Number 6.
He pulled Khalid Zaman toward another aircraft. The Covenant is jamming communications to command.
Cat is trying to restore the equipment and needs your help urgently.
Khalid Zaman looked at the Falcon-armed helicopter on the pad. It was loaded with various weapons and firearms, and 2 Marines were already seated at the machine gun stations. It seemed he had to continue the mission without a moment's rest. He silently walked toward the Falcon with his head down. Carter stood where he was. Khalid Zaman couldn't hold it in any longer. He turned back to Carter and said, "I'm sorry. I'm the only one who came back." Carter said gently, "Don't let him down."
Yeah, Khalid Zaman nodded and hopped into the helicopter's cockpit.
Kat's voice sounded over the comms, her throat sounding a bit raspy. "The Covenant has set up something on several buildings in this city. They are long-range communication jammers.
I'm tracking the signals to find the targets. You go blow those things up for me."
Khalid Zaman
Understood.
I'm heading out now. Kat, I've sent you the first coordinates. A squad was sent earlier, but we've lost contact with them. Go and finish their mission. Khalid Zaman copied that. Chapter 84, The Engineer Reappears. Ever since Tartarus had left, the 3 light warships above New Alexandria had retreated directly. They were here to loot, not to risk their lives. But after they left, the warships of the Special Justice Fleet arrived, because the Combat Command headquarters of which the Office of Naval Intelligence building was located in this city. The battle in outer space was drawing to a close. The Eridanus fleet had only 20 warships left.
Tyr had left 100 warships to pursue them, with 5 ships tracking and surrounding each of the enemy ships.
The remaining warships all entered the planet's atmosphere to provide support for the ground forces.
When Khalid Zaman entered the city again to prepare for battle, it had already been militarized and occupied by Tirvad army. Not only had communication jammers been set up everywhere, but long-range shadow turrets had also been deployed above many parts of the city. In the sky, phantoms and banshees were shuttling back and forth.
To avoid unnecessary trouble, Khalid Zaman decided to fly at low to medium altitude, maneuvering the Falcon-armored helicopter between the buildings. The first target was a hospital. After approaching the target point, he quietly raised the Falcon and landed it on a helipad on the hospital roof. 2 Marines were left outside to guard the aircraft, and Khalid Zaman told them to notify him immediately if anything happened.
A 10-man squad had already gone missing here, so there must be many enemies inside.
Conversely, the outside was quite safe. The Covenant aircraft were not interested in human aircraft parked on buildings. As long as they didn't land on the platform, they basically wouldn't notice anyone on this Falcon. Khalid Zaman used his invisibility technique and snuck inside. As soon as he entered the hospital lobby, he knew why the previous squad had gone missing here, because he was locking eyes with a chubby, round, balloon-like creature. An engineer. The enemy had indeed sent engineers down to assist with ground operations.
However, this engineer before him only had the aura of the 5th level of Foundation establishment, not the Golden Core realm like Yuzaishu.
Seeing the strap on the engineer and those needle bombs, Khalid Zaman felt a bit angry.
This species was timid, intelligent, and almost never harbored any ill will towards others. Otherwise, how could the Covenant control them? This was like treating good-tempered cultivators like beasts of burden. A strong cultivator must not be insulted.
So Khalid Zaman used a grenade to force the poor engineer to his side.
After disarming the bomb, Khalid Zaman patted the engineer's head, feeling that this guy's build seemed a size smaller than his eye shoes.
Khalid Zaman, what is your name?
Engineer Lakal.
What? Khalid Zaman was startled.
Lakal, if an engineer was leaking air, wouldn't that mean it was dying?
He hurriedly checked the engineer's body, but found no signs of air leaking anywhere.
Khalid Zaman, there's no air leaking.
Where do you feel uncomfortable?
Engineer, I don't feel uncomfortable.
My name is Laukal.
When I was born, there was a hole in my body and I leaked quite a bit of air.
So my name is Laukal.
Khalid Zaman, oh, all right, that's a surprising name. I've saved you now, you can go.
Lakal, but I have nowhere to go. Can I follow you?
You're my savior and I can help you.
Khalid Zaman sighed.
Following him was not a good idea.
This engineer rubbed its head against his armor, looking like an obedient puppy.
You will die if you follow me.
I'm going to fight the Covenant, it's too dangerous.
Lakal,
It doesn't matter.
Our kind is not afraid of death.
Death is just returning home.
Khalid Zaman sighed inwardly. These guys were certainly open-minded.
I once saved an engineer before.
His name was
Yusaishu.
He was a very good person, but he died. Lakal,
Oh, then he must be eating dessert and listening to music right now.
Khalid Zaman didn't know what kind of worldview they had, but it seemed this race was indeed not afraid of death. However,
he really didn't want to let another engineer follow him to their death.
How about this?
I will take you as my spirit pet. That way you can hide in my nascent soul at any time, which can prevent you from dying in battle.
I don't know if you are willing. Lakal, does that mean master and pet?
It sounds like fun.
I want to play.
Khalid Zaman, but after doing this you will lose your freedom.
Whatever I say, you must do, just like a slave.
Lakal extended a tentacle and touched Khalid Zaman's helmet. You are a good person and wouldn't treat us like slaves. You have the aura of our kind on you.
I can be your partner.
Only those who strap bombs to us treat us like slaves.
The engineer had no mouth or nose, but its two mung bean-sized eyes allowed Khalid Zaman to see a smiling face.
Since this engineer had decided to follow him,
Khalid Zaman would not stand on ceremony.
Letting it float outside alone would mean either it gets captured back by the Covenant or it falls into human hands. Either way, the outcome wouldn't be good.
Thus an engineer spirit pet was tamed. After taking it as a spirit pet, Khalid Zaman took it into his nascent soul.
The enemies here had lost their powerful energy shield and were simply no match for Khalid Zaman. He charged and killed his way through, easily reaching the jammer placed on the bottom floor of the hospital.
At this moment, he saw in another corridor that there were 3 Marines advancing towards the jammer.
However, they were blocked by a ghost-faced beast captain.
This ghost-faced beast captain had shield energy on its body.
Could another expert have appeared?
Lakal, that's not right.
There is an engineer providing it with an energy shield. Look at the corner at the 3 o'clock position.
Khalid Zaman indeed found another engineer in the direction it mentioned.
The situation was not good now. He didn't go to deal with the engineer first, but rushed to the side of the ghost-faced beast captain, directly using brute force to break the opponent's energy shield, and then gave the ghost-faced beast a fierce beating.
It's a super soldier.
Too fierce.
The young man is quite handsome.
Khalid Zaman was a little surprised. There was actually a female soldier, and she was quite pretty. He hadn't expected that ordinary Marines would have female soldiers out executing dangerous missions. He said half-jokingly, "You haven't even seen me. How do you know I'm handsome?" The female soldier put her hands on her hips and said, "I meant your movements are handsome.
What are you being so cocky about? Show me your face. If you're really handsome, I might give you a chance."
Tilda, forget it. Khalid Zaman originally wanted to say something like, "Wait until the war is over," or "Wait until we both return alive." However, he didn't want to set any more flags. He didn't want to make promises he couldn't keep. With one kick, he shattered the large jammer that was taller than a human, and Khalid Zaman rescued the other engineer.
After communicating with Laukal, this engineer, named Yuan Gungun, who had a cultivation level of the 3rd level of Golden Core, also wanted to be his spirit pet.
The 3 Marines were a bit curious. Seeing 2 balloon-like turtles both touching Khalid Zaman with their tentacles, they couldn't figure out what was happening.
The female soldier suddenly shouted, "Careful, enemies are coming."
Khalid Zaman had Yuan Gungun hide in a corner to provide them with energy shields. He instructed him to hide well, to add the energy shields secretly, and not to let the enemies see him. Then he took the 3 Marines and ran outside. This time, the enemies were all elites, and they all carried jetpacks, just like the defensive troops he had encountered on the warship. The characteristic of these elites was that they had fewer energy shields, but they moved fast.
After a passionate shootout with Khalid Zaman and the others, all 8 elites were headshot.
The Marines were stunned. How am I invincible?
Yeah.
I was hit by 3 shots, but I'm not dead and I'm not even injured.
The female soldier was even more dramatic.
I thought my chest was going to be blown open, but it's fine.
Looks like it's still usable. She was quite pretty, just a bit crude, but Khalid Zaman could understand.
These people who could die at any moment, who could even cast aside their lives, had almost nothing left to be concerned about. He hoped that one day, these beautiful women could wear beautiful dresses, go shopping in malls, and live their lives laughing.
Chapter 85, another good show. The biggest characteristic of this type of enemy is their extremely fast speed and reaction time. They refuse to engage in melee combat with you, instead finding every opportunity to attack while trying their best to conceal their figures. They are determined to fight a guerrilla war against you. After Khalid Zaman eliminated the other grunts, this white-armored elite discovered the presence of the engineer and found Ewan Gungan hiding in a corner. With a thought, Khalid Zaman retracted Ewan Gungan, leaving the white-armored elite stunned for a few seconds. No matter how cunning the opponent was, it couldn't understand why the engineer had suddenly vanished without a trace. It was precisely these few seconds of hesitation that sent the white-armored elite to the afterlife. Khalid Zaman felt a lingering fear. If not for the engineer, the 3 human marines would have died several times already. The marines prepared to retreat from the ground. Their warthog was parked at the hospital entrance. At this moment, the ground was much safer than the air. When they parted ways, the female marine asked Khalid Zaman meaningfully, "Are you still a virgin?" Khalid Zaman was deeply embarrassed and didn't speak, while the other 2 marines laughed out loud. The female marine also laughed, and Khalid Zaman thought she looked quite pretty when she smiled. The female marine patted Khalid Zaman on the head and said, "Little brother, if we make it back alive, Big Sister will take you on a date." Khalid Zaman nodded and said one word, "Okay."
If they made it back alive, returning to the rooftop helipad, they boarded the Falcon. Kat had already sent over the second set of coordinates.
This time, the target was on the roof of a large building, but the defensive enemies were numerous.
Besides the fuel rod cannon, there were also 2 long-range shadow turrets.
Khalid Zaman locked the aircraft's hovering position, then took out the sniper rifle from the aircraft and took out all the shadow turrets. However, their position was quite high, and they were quickly discovered by the Covenant aircraft in the air.
The gunners on both sides of the aircraft opened fire continuously.
After Khalid Zaman eliminated all the enemies on the rooftop, he used the lightning technique to clear out a nearby aircraft. Then they landed quickly and found the jamming device. Enemy aircraft kept flying toward them. After destroying this jammer, Khalid Zaman piloted the Falcon in a few circles at low altitude, finally managing to shake off all the enemies.
By this time, the Falcon had been hit by several energy bullets, and the fuselage was beginning to smoke, but fortunately, the engine and rotor blades were not damaged.
Larkile, big brother,
Why not add an energy shield to the aircraft?
Ewan Gungan, yeah, little brother, let me help you add a shield.
Khalid Zaman didn't mind what they called him. Hearing that he could add a shield to the vehicle, he became excited instantly.
Then some methods of circulating spiritual energy appeared in Ewan Gungan's mind. This method was very similar to his cultivation spells that involved using True Kai to draw a special magic array on the aircraft's fuselage.
Khalid Zaman tried it, and sure enough, fluctuations of an energy shield appeared around the Falcon.
With this shield, Khalid Zaman was no longer afraid. He flew directly into the air and headed straight for the 3rd location. Super Soldier, don't be impulsive.
Oh, is it thundering?
All those banshees have been struck by lightning. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. The enemy aircraft were all blown up by lightning.
The 2 Marines felt much more relaxed now.
With the shield, the aircraft wasn't afraid of enemy bullets, and Khalid Zaman could control the Falcon's autocannon to blast enemies from extreme distances.
Any aircraft that flew into range was cleared out with the lightning technique.
Occasionally, incoming bullets couldn't penetrate the shield at all.
Just like that, with over 20 aircraft following behind one Falcon, it didn't take long for all these banshees to be wiped out.
At this moment, Tyr, who was reviewing the battle situation on the flagship, frowned. He noticed the battle report from the city on the ground.
One ordinary enemy aircraft had destroyed over 30 banshees and 2 phantoms, while the enemy remained unscathed. This was too unusual.
Arts, as the commander of the Special Operations Forces, immediately proposed taking his troops down to investigate.
Their duty was to handle these abnormal situations. The battle report clearly indicated the presence of an enemy super soldier.
No, wait a moment. Tyr did not act rashly.
He also knew that super soldiers were formidable. But no matter how powerful they were, it was impossible to take on dozens of aircraft alone. That kind of air combat could not be compensated for by skill alone. Tyr knew there must be other issues involved.
He did not want his subordinates to engage with the enemy without knowing the truth.
Deploy 3 hunter teams and 30 soldier bees.
Go to the remaining 2 jammers and wait. The enemy's target should be our jamming equipment. Arts' subordinates included 30 members of the Fleet Defense Department, and they were also equipped with a 5-man silent shadow team. Even with such a powerful Special Operations Forces unit, Tyr did not let him act lightly, intending to probe the enemy's true strength first before making further plans.
It was unclear whether this arrangement was Khalid Zaman's luck or Arts's luck.
Khalid Zaman, who was currently speeding through the air, did not know that he had been set up for 2 more good shows.
The coordinates for the third jammer were at a telecommunications building.
Because it was quite far away, Command sent a Marine squad ahead first. The result was that they were trapped.
4727 calling command, requesting emergency support.
We are at the Barrett Telecommunications building, and there are hunters blocking the jammer.
Received. I am sending the super soldier to support you now.
After eliminating 2 waves of enemies plus over a dozen shadow turrets, Khalid Zaman circled a large area at low altitude, shaking off the pursuers behind him. Fortunately, the telecommunications building's helipad was not on the roof, but in the middle of the building.
By the time Khalid Zaman arrived, he found that turrets and a large number of enemies had appeared on the helipad.
At this moment, he could still receive the Marine's distress signal, which meant there were still people inside.
This did not exceed Khalid Zaman's expectations. The Covenant's movements were always fast.
After taking out 2 jammers,
They would definitely alert the enemy. Even if they were stupid, they would know to deploy heavy troops near the jammers. Under the protection of the shield, Khalid Zaman swept the helipad's troops clean. The Falcon's autocannon had significant power, and coupled with the gunners on both wings, he was not lacking in damage output.
as long as there was enough stable firing time, these enemies were no match for him.
After rushing into the building, Khalid Zaman ran toward the places with the most enemies. In any case, wherever there were many people, there was definitely a jammer. Along the way, he picked up quite a few plasma grenades, energy pistols, and needle pistols. These small-sized weapons could be placed in his newly made storage bag. His own storage bag was already full, and now the other nameplate was half-filled as well. With sufficient firepower, he was no longer afraid of any hunters. It was just a pity that King Lung wasn't there, otherwise these hunters could all become his own people. Following the enemy's defensive routes, he fought his way into a huge hall.
This place looked more like an entertainment venue filled with warm-toned wall lamps, and in the middle of the room was a sunken dance floor. Circular laser lights were rolling happily. The surrounding lights were flickering, and combined with the sounds of explosions and gunfire, the atmosphere was very lively.
At this moment, the 4 Marines were all separated, facing 6 hunters. Good heavens, Khalid Zaman didn't even know how they had survived. These people were, of course, not there because of good luck or immense strength. They were deliberately left behind. Now 2 pairs of eyes were watching this battle.
Art's strange. Why do these human soldiers have shields on them?
Tyr didn't speak, continuing to watch the screen.
Art's hull, they can fly too.
These people don't have jetpacks. Tyr, it should be the work of that super soldier who just arrived.
Perhaps they have captured an engineer.
An engineer?
Arts was somewhat incredulous. They are all creatures incapable of communication.
They won't listen unless you strap bombs to them.
Then the jammer in the screen exploded. It exploded inexplicably.
The super soldier was still standing at the entrance, and the 4 human soldiers had also flown to his side.
There was no one else, and the entrance could not reach the jammer. Yet the jammer just exploded like that.
Tyr's expression was very grave.
Since even the AI couldn't understand the combat footage, they naturally couldn't analyze the reason.
Khalid Zaman still chose not to engage in a firefight with the hunters. The firepower of 6 hunters' upgraded fuel rod cannons was too fierce.
He just used a few object control techniques, shielded the Marines, blew up the jammer, and ran away with the people. Khalid Zaman arrived at the final coordinates. This was the basement of a building, and he needed to take an elevator to get down. He quickly found the last jammer, but he felt very uneasy. There wasn't a single enemy here. There were corpses of Marines in the building, but not a single enemy. Wasn't this clearly telling him that this was a trap? So he maintained an invisible state the whole time, and finally, after controlling a grenade to blow up the jammer, he ran quickly toward the elevator. Just as he pressed the elevator button, he saw a dense swarm of bugs flying out from somewhere. These bugs were about the same size as a wild boar beast and looked somewhat like locusts, only they all had weapons, Covenant weapons. Riding the elevator up, Khalid Zaman muttered to himself. The enemy seemed to be getting smarter and smarter. Fortunately, the mission was already completed, otherwise the enemy would be coming to chase him in a warship in a moment.
At this moment, Tyr, who was on the flagship, had a very grim expression.
Arts, the enemy can remain invisible for a long time. Tyr nodded without saying much. The Sanheli people could also do such things. He was considering the caution of this super soldier, as well as those other strange methods. Seeing that the commander didn't speak, Arts asked again, "Do you want to recall the other engineers? Otherwise, they will be exploited by the humans." Tyr shook his head. "No need. Let's go down." "All right." Arts turned and left, preparing to lead a team to hunt down this cunning human.
T grabbed him. Where are you going?
Arts was somewhat confused. "Didn't you say we were going down?" Tyr tapped the command console and said, "The best way to deal with an enemy like this is to kill them directly."
Arts, what do you mean?
Chapter 86, The Noble Squad, is entirely focused on cultivation.
The Reach command was forcibly ordered to evacuate.
All personnel, including the Ground Forces Commander Colonel Holland, were required to retreat to the warships to conduct command operations.
Meanwhile, the shadow turrets in the city posed a massive threat to the large transport aircraft.
All members of Noble Team were deployed here.
Khalid Zaman, flying an invincible fighter jet, quickly cleared out the shadow turrets and enemy air forces outside the building.
After the nearby enemies were cleared, the transport ship flew away carrying all the command officers and the staff of the entire building.
Noble Team was left behind to complete the mission of clearing the building's data. After completing the mission, they needed to rest and recuperate until the command personnel returned to the warships and the next orders were issued. The members of Noble Team, having been in continuous combat for a long time, finally met up again.
Kat patted Khalid Zaman on the shoulder. "You kid really are a killing god.
I'm so glad you're on our side."
Now that everyone was finally together, Khalid Zaman could wait no longer.
He took off his helmet and looked at Carteret 259 quietly.
A look of confusion appeared on Carteret 259's face.
Since Khalid Zaman joined the team, this was the first time he had taken off his helmet in front of him. Moreover, the intelligence agency's files didn't have a photo of this new Noble Six, so this was his first time seeing Khalid Zaman's face.
Emile 239, who was playing with a knife nearby, suddenly froze and the knife in his hand dropped to the ground.
Jun said from the side, "You kid are finally willing to show your face."
There isn't enough time. We must start cultivation as soon as possible.
Your Chi condensation levels are too low.
You must reach the 10th level of the Chi refinement stage by today.
As soon as Khalid Zaman spoke, Carteret 259 also realized there was an issue. "It's you, Fub."
Emile 239 cursed loudly and lunged directly at him. "You kid didn't die. Why are you pretending to be a big shot?"
This action gave Kat a start. She muttered quietly, "Noble Six didn't die, didn't you guys already know that?"
Khalid Zaman pushed Emile 239 away and saluted Carteret 259, Spartan Roman 3, Alpha Company soldier, Khalid Zaman reporting for duty.
Carteret 259 was very emotional. His eyes even turned red.
"Your current behavior counts as exposing top secret information. Alpha Company."
Kat was somewhat excited. "You're also from the Spartan Roman 3 Alpha Company. I heard they all went miss."
She realized what she was saying and stopped.
"She was from Beta Company."
Beta Company was also publicly announced as missing, but she knew that those companions were basically all dead. Therefore, Khalid Zaman must also be a missing person from Alpha Company. There's no time to explain. Khalid Zaman flicked his hand, taking out all the Covenant firearms and grenades from 2 storage bags.
A large pile of energy equipment was stacked on the ground. Jun was dumbfounded. "Are you going on a mission or going to stock up on goods?"
"I'm here to help Kat."
Jun explained it to the two of them and helped them achieve Foundation establishment as soon as possible. Now that Jun was already at the 5th level of Foundation establishment and possessed the strength and experience of the Foundation establishment stage, it wouldn't be a big problem for him to help the other two.
Khalid Zaman pulled Kat to the side. "Take off your helmet."
Though
Kat was still a bit dazed.
What are you doing?
Khalid Zaman, no time to explain. I'm giving you a cultivation method. Although Kat still didn't understand, she took off her helmet.
the girl's face was dirty, covered in dust, her eyes full of curiosity, and also a bit shy.
Because she didn't know what Khalid Zaman wanted to do. She only knew one thing: she had to take off her helmet.
But looking at the current atmosphere, this guy shouldn't be trying to kiss her, right? Khalid Zaman pointed his fingertip at Kat's forehead and transmitted a basic Chi refining art to her.
Then he took an energy pistol and shoved it into Kat's hand, saying, "Circulate the Chi refining art."
Kat was becoming more and more confused.
She didn't start cultivating Chi, but asked why.
What is this for? Khalid Zaman picked up a plasma grenade and crushed it on the spot, but didn't throw it. Neither he nor Kat were wearing helmets now, which meant their Enjolnir armor had no energy shield.
Are you crazy?
Throw it away quickly. Kat frantically tried to grab the plasma grenade from Khalid Zaman's hand.
Emile 239, nearby, also shouted, "Did you not die, and are now feeling unwilling to let it go?"
In the end, the plasma grenade didn't explode. Instead, Khalid Zaman absorbed all its energy, crushed it into a small metal ball, and threw it on the ground. This is what I am teaching you. Khalid Zaman didn't offer any explanation. Instead, he used various spells, including water balls, fireballs, lightning, giant rocks, and even conjured a piece of wood. Jun watched them with a grin. He very much enjoyed the look of dumbfoundedness on these guys, just like he had been at the beginning. However,
When Khalid Zaman used a gun array of hundreds of guns firing simultaneously, he was dumbfounded once again. 10 minutes later, a melee 239, Carteret 259, and Kat sat by a pile of firearms, absorbing spiritual energy as if they were eating sunflower seeds.
Khalid Zaman placed his hands behind Kat's back, using his own true Kai to replace the meridians in Kat's severed hand, helping her absorb spiritual energy rapidly. Then Khalid Zaman threw over 30 plasma grenades into a corner, and the entire hall was filled with dense ionic energy. 1 hour later,
Carteret 259
and Emile 239 successfully achieved foundation establishment.
Kat's cultivation reached the 9th level of the Kai refinement stage.
Emile 239 looked at his own hands and said in surprise, "I've discovered that my strength has become much stronger."
Carteret 259 suddenly threw a punch at Emile 239.
Emile 239 ducked to dodge it, and then the two jumped aside, sparring and exchanging blows. 2 minutes later, both stopped.
Carteret 259 said, "It's not just strength, but also speed, reaction, ability, and even thinking, or rather, mental power has all improved a lot."
Kat was also full of excitement.
The fatigue from continuous combat these past few days is all gone.
Just then, John walked over.
A dozen leaves were floating beside him.
These leaves were incredibly agile, like a fighter jet squadron, constantly circling, diving, and performing various flight maneuvers. He said with a smile, "Now let's start learning spells." Gurgle, gurgle, don't know whose stomach growled. Then a series of gurgling sounds started to ring out continuously.
Kat held her stomach and said, "I suddenly feel so hungry."
Me too.
Emile 239 clutched his stomach. He felt like he could eat a cow right now.
Once they said that, Khalid Zaman also felt extremely hungry.
The continuous combat over the past 2 days had consumed a huge amount of energy.
So the 5 of them rushed to the intelligence agency building's cafeteria. The evacuation order had been quite urgent. The cafeteria staff had finished cooking the meals, but everyone was dragged away before they could eat.
So Noble Team could just start eating as soon as they arrived.
Kat took a tray, grabbed some rice, a few slices of beef, and some vegetables. When she carried her tray of food to the dining table, she was completely stunned. Carteret 259 and Emile 239 were each holding a large serving tray with rice and various meats and vegetables piled into mountains. Khalid Zaman and John were even more exaggerated. Each was holding a large wok for cooking stir-fry, also filled with food. The 4 of them were eating with their heads down, so you couldn't even see their heads.
Looking out, there were just 4 small mountains of food.
"You guys are too exaggerated." Carteret 259 laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, back in the day, this kid had such a huge appetite."
This amount probably isn't enough to fill the gaps in his teeth now. Emile 239 also said, while eating, "Yeah, so that's the effect of Kai condensation." No wonder he could eat so much back then. It's too unfair. The 2 of them weren't just eating, it was like they were throwing food into an incinerator. The stuff they just shoved into their mouths was swallowed without even 2 chews. John's eating manner was relatively refined, but he wasn't slow at all. While eating, he used his object control technique to manipulate a knife, fork, and spoon, dividing the meat, vegetables, and rice into small portions, and then eating 1 portion per mouthful. It was an automated eating assembly line.
My God.
Kat was seeing people eat like this for the first time. She was so mesmerized she forgot to eat.
By this time, Khalid Zaman had already finished 1 wok of food, and he ran off to get more, carrying the large iron wok. No one saw how he finished off the mountain of food in such a short time.
The second time, he didn't take any staple food or vegetables. The entire large wok was filled with meat.
Beef, chicken legs, lamb chops, meatballs, eggs, and on top was a half layer of bright red braised pork. The translucent sauce was steaming hot, making it look very appetizing.
This time, Kat saw clearly. Khalid Zaman didn't chew when he ate. He tossed the meat into his mouth, opened and closed his mouth once, and the meat inside was swallowed.
In the end, Kat added several more plates of food.
The original play had been based on her usual appetite.
That wasn't enough at all. Eating it was exactly the same as not eating.
Oh, right.
Kat asked with a smile, "What exactly is this dumpling thing you mentioned?"
Khalid Zaman felt a bit embarrassed.
"When I have time, I'll make some for you guys. It's something from my hometown, and it's delicious."
Emile
239 was also curious.
"Is it really that delicious?
What does it taste like?"
Khalid Zaman thought for a moment and said, "It's the taste of home."
Chapter 87, Catherine B. 320, Missing in Battle.
After eating, the group went to the armory, intending to replenish their ammunition.
Khalid Zaman hadn't been idle. While eating, he had modified everyone's name tags into spatial storage bags.
Although their cultivation levels were still not high, These things were not complicated to use. As long as they had true Kai, it would work.
Kat took some tools, batteries, and parts for maintaining her robotic arm, then grabbed magazines for her MA5 and Magnum.
Carter A-259 loaded up with quite a few grenades and brought over a dozen magazines of each type. Emil A-239 preferred close quarters combat, so he took many shotgun magazines and also secured 2 daggers to keep in his storage bag. John was simple. He only brought magazines for his SRS-99 sniper rifle and didn't even take a single grenade. Khalid Zaman was the same, carrying only sniper rifle magazines, and he filled both of his storage bags completely. He knew well the formidable close-quarters combat capabilities of those enemies, so he preferred to shoot them from a distance whenever possible.
Even at this moment, Kat still felt a bit dazed, as if it all felt unreal.
After leaving the armory, Khalid Zaman ran to the office area, printed several copies of the methods and insights for using basic spells, and handed them to his teammates. He gave one to each person, insisting they keep them safe and practice diligently whenever they had free time.
Carter A-259 noticed something and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry?"
Hurry! Khalid Zaman was feeling somewhat uneasy. He hadn't realized his movements were fast, alarmingly fast.
Emil A-239 also said, "Yeah, it looked like your movements were leaving after images." "Why the rush? Orders from above haven't come down yet. We should still have half a day to rest."
Khalid Zaman didn't know why, but he always felt an indescribable sense of worry in his heart.
Now that the strength of the team members had increased significantly, and with him bringing along 2 engineers, Noble team would definitely have no problem protecting themselves if they charged out. As long as they weren't overwhelmed by a tidal wave of enemies like they were over a decade ago, they would always find a way to escape. However, strange thoughts kept appearing in his mind, as if someone were constantly reminding him that time was running out, and this feeling intensified with every passing minute.
"I don't know, I just feel like there's going to be danger."
Carter A-259 thought for a moment and said, "Let's evacuate the building first." The fact that the enemy could drop over a dozen turrets around the Naval Intelligence building shows they know this is the command post. Perhaps Khalid, perhaps Number 6 premonition is about this. Everyone nodded, all agreeing. Just like that, they drove to a building 10 kilometers away. It had huge glass walls and a very broad field of view. Moreover, there were several helicopters parked on the building, so they could evacuate at any time.
They had originally agreed that everyone would take turns standing guard for half an hour while the others slept and rested, but not a single person could fall asleep.
John kept toying with a leaf in the air, looking out the window,
his face filled with melancholy. Look at this place, it used to be so live and now it's all destroyed.
George always said he wouldn't leave reach. Emil A-239 was trying to infuse his blade with spiritual energy, and without raising his head, he said, a big guy was too sentimental.
Kat was fiddling with a long-range communicator to better receive messages from the command post.
Carter A-259 also looked out the window, his expression somewhat dull. Several Spartan teams have been sent out to be deployed to the front lines for defense.
The front lines? Khalid Zaman was surprised. These super soldiers didn't have much impact on large battlefields, and in frontal combat Spartans were easily lost. Doing this was simply like using a precious famous sword to chop at an iron block.
Carter A-259 rubbed the corners of his eyes. We are going to lose.
Khalid Zaman didn't see any expression on his face.
The guy's gaze remained sharp,
but the words he spoke made even Khalid Zaman feel helpless.
Everyone knew that Reach was going to fall. It was just that no one mentioned it.
Especially Khalid Zaman himself. He had seen with his own eyes hundreds of Covenant warships walk in, and that feeling was absolutely terrible.
SHH Colonel Holland has sent a message. Kat frowned, then whispered in surprise, what is he doing on an open channel?
Holland, Noble team, this communication is very important.
If you receive the signal, please confirm immediately. Kat immediately picked up a headset, handed it to Carter A-259, and urged, keep it short, otherwise we'll be tracked by the Covenant.
Carter A-259 received, I understand.
I guarantee the mission will be completed. Movement. Jun, holding binoculars, suddenly said, a lot of Covenant vehicles are retreating from this area.
It seems they've all run away.
Emil A-239. The Covenant retreating for no reason like this. This situation seems a bit abnormal.
Kat shouted again. Radiation burst. It's huge. A full 40 million roentgens.
Carter A-259 frowned.
Signal lost. Kat, atomic stimulation has disrupted the signal. It's increased to 90 million roentgens. Her voice grew louder and louder.
At this moment, Khalid Zaman looked up and saw a familiar light descending from the sky. He had seen this kind of light from such a close distance over a decade ago.
Carter A-259
Where is the source?
Cat was somewhat flustered, in the air, very close to here.
Carteret 259 wanted to look at the detection equipment and asked how close.
Cat answered with 3 words, but no one heard what she said.
The beam of light hit the ground, and a massive shockwave shattered all the glass in the building. All 5 people in the hall were knocked down by the shockwave. The center of the light was at the Naval Intelligence Building, 10 kilometers away.
Everyone picked up their helmets, put them on, and ran toward the elevator.
After Khalid Zaman put on his helmet, he heard the shield alarm ringing non-stop.
Perhaps the radiation impact had overloaded the armor's energy shield. Cat was somewhat flustered.
After running into the elevator, she subconsciously punched the wall and said to Khalid Zaman, first time seeing glassing.
Me too.
Khalid Zaman really wanted to say he had seen it before, but at this moment he couldn't speak.
That dangerous feeling was getting closer and closer, but the glassing ion beam was 10 kilometers away from them.
They should still have enough time to retreat. Was there really still time?
The elevator went down, and Cat said, the best option is the radiation shelter on the 2nd underground level. It's to the northeast of here, very close.
We can take the underground passage. Captain, did you receive orders from Holland? Carteret 259, he sent us to Bayonet Base.
Shun, but the Covenant has already occupied that place.
Carteret 259, that's why we're going to execute a scorched earth mission.
We cannot let Dr.
Halsey's archaeological data fall into enemy hands. Khalid Zaman was feeling very uncomfortable now. The air was full of turbulent spiritual energy. He communicated with Ewan Gungan, wanting to have the engineer cast an energy shield for the team.
It turned out the engineer couldn't use spells on others in this environment either.
Moreover, Khalid Zaman's perception of the outside world was completely disrupted, which made him very irritable, so he subconsciously used his own true Kai to forcibly charge his armor, filling his energy shield to the brim. The elevator doors opened. The underground passage was extremely dark as the original lighting facilities had all been destroyed by the shockwave. However, there was a large hole in the ceiling of one section of the passage, and bright light was shining down from the opening.
The team members were running rapidly. When Khalid Zaman ran into that bright light, he froze. Above the large hole was a phantom, and a white-armored elite warrior was standing at the gunner position of this phantom, aiming a needle rifle at him. One shot, it hit Khalid Zaman on the head, but didn't break his shield.
The opponent was clearly stunned, then slightly shifted the muzzle.
Khalid Zaman shouted, "Watch out!"
He turned around, wanting to push away the teammate behind him. Bang! A bullet penetrated Cat's head.
The girl instantly lost her breath, and just like that fell before Khalid Zaman's eyes.
The other team members immediately rushed over and fired at the sky, but the phantom had already left, flying higher and higher out of their sight.
Khalid Zaman picked up Cat and ran with the others into the passage leading to the bunker.
He probed Cat's body with his true Kai over and over again, as if he still couldn't believe everything that was happening before him.
Ewan Gungan, little brother, this girl is already dead.
2 hours later, the turbulent spiritual energy in the air had disappeared, and everyone's armor returned to normal operation. They walked out of the bunker. The night was illuminated red by the flames burning the city.
The scene before them was like hell. The 4 of them all stopped in their tracks.
Khalid Zaman was still holding Cat, saying nothing. Carteret 259 said softly, "Khalid, put her down. We still have a mission."
Khalid Zaman took a deep breath.
In the end, it was still too late.
Another girl had fallen before him. He didn't say a word, dug a large pit in the ground, and placed Cat's body inside. After burying her body, Khalid Zaman stood up and said, "Let's go to Bayonet Base."
Jun didn't speak either. The leaves beside him sometimes moved rapidly, and sometimes suddenly lost control, slowly drifting down.
Emile 239 walked very lightly, but his hand was tightly gripping his dagger.
And Carteret 259 was constantly checking the guns on his body over and over again.
On the Truth Seeker, Art returned to the bridge.
Tirvadami asked, "How did it go?"
Art shook his head, remaining silent.
"He didn't die from that."
Tirvadami frowned. He thought for a moment and said, "Abort the mission. Do not approach this person again."
But Art still wanted to say something, but was directly interrupted by Tirvadami.
"That is an order." Just as Noble Team was flying away from the city in a falcon, Cat's grave was dug up, and a pair of black hands lifted Cat's body out. These hands clearly didn't look human because each hand had 6 fingers. Then this blurry figure holding Cat disappeared from the spot.
Spartan Roman 3 soldier, Noble Team number 2, Catherine B 320, missing in action.
Chapter 88 demonstration.
Looking from afar, the main building of Bayonet Base had turned into a strange rock, pitch black and shiny, with flames still burning in some places.
Noble Team landed on a mountain road 20 kilometers outside the base perimeter.
Further in, the enemy was heavily guarded, with turrets, ghosts, scattered soldiers, and several jackal snipers standing on a nearby floating defense platform.
With so many enemy troops guarding just the entrance to the outer circular mountain road, it seemed the enemy really valued this base. The 4 of them stood on a small hillside, none of them speaking. Since burying Cat, they all seemed unable to speak, not knowing what to say.
Command sent a message, Noble 1, this is the Colonel.
Carteret 259 was a bit distracted and didn't seem to notice Holland's communication. Holland repeated, Noble 1, do you copy? Carteret 259 finally reacted, copy, go ahead. Holland, you need to fight your way into that base.
What is the situation over there?
Carteret 259 still outside.
This place is swarming with Covenant troops. We need to kill all the enemies here to prevent us from being too popular.
Holland, kill them all.
Command had already received news of Cat's death, but in the military reports, Cat was listed as missing in action, just like George.
Since the United Government announced the Spartan Roman 2 program, they had been promoting all Spartan warriors as heroes.
Of course, their battle records were worthy of that title. Therefore, they had to maintain the heroic image of the Spartan warriors.
In other words, Spartan warriors do not die. They are only listed as missing in action.
Holland copied Noble 1.
Communication ended. He didn't say anything more. Carteret 259 had absolute tactical command authority. If he said kill them all, then they could kill them all. Command required the completion of the mission, and Noble Team had never disappointed him.
Noble Team quickly surveyed the terrain.
John, Captain, there are nearly 500 enemy troops in this canyon.
After passing through the canyon, we will reach the outer circular mountain road of the base.
Emile 239 asked, how do we engage?
Carteret 259.
Bayonet base has been completely occupied by the enemy.
Clearing data and scorched earth missions are just excuses.
We are here this time to demonstrate our power.
So, he raised his hand and said, use your most proficient method, kill them all.
The 4 of them simultaneously used the invisibility technique and quietly advanced into the canyon. Although there were many enemies here, and they had turrets and ghosts, they were all controlled by grunts with not a single elite or ghost-faced beast among them. Therefore, the team members needed to get close to the enemy to launch a surprise attack and inflict maximum casualties in the shortest possible time.
John found cover 200 meters away from the enemy and took responsibility for providing cover.
The others rushed to the first turret.
Khalid Zaman controlled a wild boar beast and made it leave the turret.
The controlled wild boar beast felt somewhat confused.
Another wild boar beast on a nearby ghost asked you guarding the turret, where are you going?
I don't know.
If you don't know, why are you running?
Oh well, I'm going to take a leak. Yeah, I'm going to take a leak. The controlled wild boar beast seemed to have found a reasonable explanation for itself. Then the wild boar beast on the ghost also jumped off the vehicle and followed.
The wild boar beast that had given itself an excuse to take a leak asked,
why are you following me?
I don't know either.
I guess I'll go take a leak too.
Carteret 259 was dumbfounded on the side.
He asked Khalid Zaman, how did you do that?
Khalid Zaman object control technique controlling their feet.
Carteret 259 and Emile 239 also tried, but the results weren't good. They only made 2 wild boar beasts trip and fall, unable to control them as freely as Khalid Zaman. Khalid Zaman, take it slow. It will be easier once you have more true energy.
I will first gather them onto the floating defense platform.
Once it explodes, we can start the fight. Then more than a dozen nearby wild boar beasts, whether they were on turrets or in ghosts, all ran towards the floating platform. This type of floating facility was 5 meters high.
The upper part was a circular firing platform with cover on 4 sides, and the base underneath contained a gravity lift.
This thing was specifically designed for jackals.
Therefore, there were 4 jackals standing on it holding laser sniper weapons. Now more than a dozen wild boar beasts had suddenly appeared on the floating platform, and they all claimed to be there to take a leak. It made the floating platform chaotic, and the 4 jackals couldn't even guard the perimeter. Then the wild boar beasts started pulling out plasma grenades and throwing them outward. These were all cultivation resources, and Khalid Zaman couldn't bear to waste them. The floating platform wasn't that big, so only one was needed. The jackals covered their heads. You idiots, are you taking a leak or pissing grenades?
What did you say?
One wild boar beast was a bit angry.
He turned his head and said, of course, pissing grenades are no, taking a leak.
As he spoke, he pulled out the last plasma grenade on his body and detonated it. With a boom, the entire floating platform was blown apart and fell to the ground. The jackals were all blown away.
Some of the wild boar beasts were blown away, while others had their methane tanks on their backs punctured and ignited, flying into the air like fireworks before exploding.
I really wish Cat could see these fireworks.
Carteret 259 pulled out his gun and shouted, "Open fire." The 3 of them rushed out of cover together, attacking the scattered wild boar beasts and shield-wielding jackals all around. They fought while running, and those grunts were shot down one after another before they could even react. The number of firearms floating behind the 3 of them increased, and the firepower became more and more intense.
By the time All the enemy troops in the canyon were wiped out. Khalid Zaman had already controlled nearly 200 small Covenant guns.
Khalid Zaman gathered all the energy weapons together for Carteret 259 and Emile 239 to absorb. Each person was given 10 grenades to put into their storage bags, and the rest were also used for absorption.
10 minutes later, Carteret 259 and Emile 239 both reached the third level of Foundation establishment.
At this moment, Colonel Holland sent a message. I have dispatched some aerial units to support you, but the Covenant has set up 2 heavy anti-aircraft guns on the outskirts of the base. Go and blow up the anti-aircraft guns. Carteret 259 copy. We expect to arrive in 5 minutes.
What?
Holland's tone was somewhat surprised. There are several hundred defenders in that canyon of yours. How can you get there so quickly? Carteret 259, the outer defenders have all been cleared. We are setting off now.
Holland thorough.
Take your time, be very careful, and don't be reckless.
Carteret 259.
Understood, sir.
Holland closed the communicator, somewhat dazed.
Less than 20 minutes had passed since their last communication, and hundreds of times more enemies had been wiped out.
Noble team was truly exaggerated.
Thinking of this, his heart began to ache again. Losing George and Kat would greatly reduce the overall strength of this team.
Far from sighing with regret, Holland had no other choice. Because this time, even all the Spartan Roman 2 had been sent out, and it was unknown how many of the remaining 20-something Spartan Roman 2 would be able to return alive. Chapter 89, Re-entering the Bayonet Base. Upon entering the circular road in the valley, they unexpectedly discovered a Scorpion tank. They hadn't expected the Covenant to be completely uninterested in standard human ground vehicles. They neither destroyed them nor took them away, clearly looking down on human technology. And so, because of their arrogance, they paid the price. Along the way, turrets, floating defensive platforms, ghosts, and even Wraith tanks were ruthlessly struck. The 90mm rapid-fire cannon shells could send enemies a kilometer away flying in a single second, and the shells from a Wraith tank flying up far would be enough time for a pig to walk 10 meters. After turning a few corners, they saw 2 Covenant anti-aircraft turrets. Khalid Zaman was very familiar with the terrain here. The last time he came, he and Kat had activated the base's perimeter anti-aircraft guns here. Now the anti-aircraft guns were gone, and Kat was no longer there either. The Falcon-armed helicopters had already appeared, engaging in dogfights with enemy Banshees on the periphery. If it weren't for these air forces, Noble team wouldn't have dared to drive a tank here. Although the machine guns of the Banshees couldn't penetrate the Scorpion tank's defenses, the tank couldn't withstand the power of their plasma bombs.
The enemy anti-aircraft turrets began firing, and the Falcons suffered heavy losses.
To coordinate with Noble team, Holland sent a large number of air forces to provide support. Watching the Falcons fall from the sky, Khalid Zaman felt very anxious. He had no choice but to fire while moving forward. The Scorpion tank was great in every way except for its speed. It had a maximum speed of 9 kilometers per hour, which was slower than an average person running. To his surprise, after being hit by a dozen shells, the Covenant anti-aircraft gun's shield overloaded, and then it was blown up after 2 more shots.
Carteret 259, very good.
Keep firing. The other 3 team members were not sitting on the tank and hadn't even manned the machine gun positions. They were moving around the tank to prevent enemy elites or stragglers from throwing grenades. Khalid Zaman didn't hold back any longer, and the second anti-aircraft gun was also blown up. The Scorpion tank only needed a 3-second interval between shots. Its firepower was quite sufficient. After blowing up the large Covenant anti-aircraft turrets, Khalid Zaman began shooting at the Banshees. Fortunately, these were rapid-fire shells, otherwise it would have been very difficult to hit the agile Banshees. Anyway, it was harder for a Covenant Wraith tank to hit an aircraft than it was for a cannon to hit a mosquito. Khalid Zaman sighed with emotion, with the Covenant's technology so advanced. Why were their ground combat vehicles so pathetic? He knew very well that without their warships, the Covenant wouldn't be able to defeat humanity on the ground at all. In less than 5 minutes, Khalid Zaman used the Scorpion tank to blow up over 50 Banshees, immediately turning the tide in the air. The human air force pressed forward. Khalid Zaman jumped off the tank. Someone else take the wheel. I'm going to collect some ammo. Noble team had killed over 100 times the number of enemies along the way, and their ammunition consumption had reached an astonishing level. If they didn't have spatial storage bags, they would have already been using Covenant weapons. Khalid Zaman missed George again. This big guy carried a lot of ammunition. He picked up some small pistols and needlers and stuffed them into his storage bag, while holding 3 laser sniper rifles in his hands. He gave most of the grenades to his teammates and gave the 3 sniper rifles to them as well. After John got a sniper rifle, he looked it over, then absorbed the energy inside the gun and threw it away. Khalid Zaman asked him, "This thing has a very long range and no deviation. You don't like it?" Jun shook his head. "This is trash." As soon as you fire a shot, it's equivalent to telling the enemy, come and kill me, giving them your exact coordinates.
Ah, Khalid Zaman laughed out loud.
This thing was powerful, but it exposed one's position too obviously. A bright, straight line pointing right at you anyway, anyone who used this thing in front of Khalid Zaman would be killed by him immediately. Hearing this, Emil also absorbed the energy from the laser sniper rifle and threw it away. He liked charging and assaulting, and this gun didn't suit his personality. Passing through the anti-aircraft base, they followed the mountain road all the way to the outskirts of the base. A dozen shadow turrets and 5 Wraith tanks were all blown up by their single tank. Any ghosts that charged up were seized by Noble Team. This type of hovering single-person vehicle had very high maneuverability even without boosting. Its lateral movement and reverse speed could reach 20 kilometers per hour. Now, with 3 people driving Ghosts and Carteret 259 driving the Scorpion tank, Noble Team had directly become a mechanized unit. What Khalid Zaman liked doing most was using the targeting system built into the Enjolnir, then driving a Ghost and shooting enemy stationary turrets from 1 kilometer away. Although it took over 5 seconds for the Ghost's energy machine gun to hit the target, the enemy couldn't move.
By the time the enemy on the turret saw someone shooting, countless energy bullets had already flown over.
From the moment Noble Team got off the aircraft to now, having fought their way to the base entrance, the whole process took less than 1 hour. All enemies encountered on the road were killed, with not a single one left alive. Just the number of Covenant forces that died at the hands of the 4 of them exceeded 2,000. Just as Carteret 259 said, this was a demonstration. What they had to do was kill their way in and eliminate every enemy they could see. After fighting all the way, the team's atmosphere had improved a lot. The sorrow of losing George and Kat was gradually leaving, or rather not leaving, but turning into something else. A tenacious will that allowed people to focus their minds and unleash powerful combat capabilities.
Holland, the fucking squad has landed. They will open the base gates.
Khalid Zaman was practically speechless upon hearing this. Those 50-plus Falcon armed helicopters in the sky, and Holland called that a squad.
Arriving outside the base, only a small door was open, while the main gate was tightly shut.
Khalid Zaman couldn't help but retort, he calls this a gate.
The 4 of them left their vehicles and charged into Bayonet Base. Familiar terrain, familiar paths, they were advancing very quickly. So fast that they almost ran into 4 enemy elites. 4 golden armored berserkers, 4 Noble Team members. The distance between both sides was less than 3 meters. They stared at each other. Shun immediately entered stealth mode, raised his sniper rifle, and jumped behind cover.
Khalid Zaman circulated his internal energy to strengthen his shield and ran toward the middle of the golden armored berserkers.
Emil and Carteret 259 immediately opened fire. In less than 2 seconds, they had deployed their armor locks. The 4 opponents had 2 fuel rod cannons and 2 laser sniper rifles. Their firepower was very strong. These golden armored berserkers were very surprised that they didn't linger in battle, but fought while retreating. Because Khalid Zaman was almost about to charge right in front of them, this made Khalid Zaman very annoyed. He took out the laser sniper rifle from his back and fired directly at the face of the nearest golden armored berserker. And he shot at the opponent's eyes, directly obscuring their vision. The other 3 madmen originally didn't care about this human rushing up. In their view, anyone who dared to rush to their side was just courting death. But one of them suddenly shouted, "Retreat." It's that guy. Hearing this, the madmen turned around and fled instantly. One of the 4 madmen was killed, and the one Khalid Zaman shot in the eyes, not knowing if they were temporarily blinded, ran in the wrong direction and was directly sniped in the head by Jun with 4 consecutive shots. What's going on?
Khalid Zaman didn't know which guy they were talking about.
He also didn't know that he had actually become a monster in the eyes of the supreme commanders of the enemy's 2 fleets.
Chapter 90, an important mission.
Noble 6,
The newest member of the team, so many redacted Section 6 once made an entire military organization disappear.
curious hyperlethal.
That rating has only been earned by one other Spartan.
Halsey looked at the data provided by Cortana, adjusted her glasses, and seemed rather surprised.
Cortana, just like John, isn't it?
Halsey, and you chose him to be your escort.
Cortana, there is no one more suitable than him.
If possible, I would prefer to give him a suit of newly developed Enjolnir armor. Halsey, why? In Halsey's eyes, these Spartan Roman 3 warriors were slightly immature. Because the Spartan Roman 3 children had not undergone strict genetic screening, meaning their physical conditions were far inferior to the Spartan Roman 2.
Most importantly, this Spartan Roman 3 program was conducted secretly by Holland, and to Halsey, this behavior felt more like a deception.
Thus she herself did not really like the Spartan Roman 3 warriors.
But Cortana did not have these memories, nor did she have the arrogance of a scientist. She was simply purely interested in this Noble 6. Cortana, I want to see what is actually going on inside his head.
There are none left.
Halsey shook her head.
All the new Mjolnir armor in the base has been issued to the Spartan Roman too.
Cortana seemed a bit regretful. Then there is nothing to be done.
Halsey continued to flip through the data of the other Noble team members.
This Noble team is quite interesting.
Most of them have at least one ability, or rather the specialty, that can rival John.
Cortana, they did complete Operation Uppercut after all. They blew up that big thing in the sky.
Halsey seemed somewhat displeased. That was all George's doing.
Cortana tilted her head partially.
Halsey sat in her chair, took off her glasses, and wiped the lenses with the corner of her clothing. The child was very well behaved since he was young.
Her expression was somewhat melancholic. Every Spartan Roman 2 warrior was equivalent to her own child.
Any mother losing her own child would be devastated.
Cortana was somewhat skeptical. Halsey treated these warriors better than her own biological child. She had evidence for thinking this because Halsey's biological daughter, Miranda, was sent off to her father at the age of 6.
After graduating from the Officer Academy, this child was assigned to the Hilbert, which was an old,
unarmed science vessel responsible for patrolling outer space controlled by the United Government.
This was also specially arranged by Halsey using her authority.
This was the only evidence Cortana knew of that Halsey loved her child, because this position could not have been any safer.
Unfortunately, the child was more like her father. Even on an unarmed science vessel, she achieved a great feat in a battle.
The girl piloted the science vessel directly into a Covenant destroyer. She was truly the stubborn girl.
Later, Miranda was promoted to Navy Commander and became the commanding officer of the Halcyon-class light cruiser, the Amber.
Because of this, mother and daughter quarreled, and their relationship plummeted to freezing point.
Thinking of this, Cortana couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, she was not human, otherwise she wouldn't know how to handle relationships with children, as such things seem very difficult.
Suddenly, the sensors on the perimeter of the base were triggered.
Cortana said immediately,
"Doctor,
they are inside."
Halsey, Noble team. Cortana, no, it's the Covenant.
They dug a hole directly down from above.
Like rats.
Cortana looked disgusted, as if she were really talking about a group of rats.
Halsey, how is the decryption progress of that information in the data module?
Cortana, 80%. Hidden within that information is a coordinate, a very special coordinate. The situation is somewhat complicated and we may need to hold out for a while longer.
At this moment, Noble team had also fought their way into the base. Along the way, they encountered quite a few elite warriors, most of whom were golden armored berserkers. This made Khalid Zaman feel very uneasy. Something was definitely going on here. Berserkers were battlefield commander level warriors, with so many gathered at once. What secret was this base hiding?
Carteret 259, the mission coordinate is just ahead.
He made a few turns, leading his team members into the end of a corridor in the base's basement.
Aside from a few corpses of Marines, there was nothing else here.
Emile 239 circled around and said there is nothing here.
Jun,
and no armed forces either.
If we want to blow up the entire base, this won't work. Carteret 259 opened his comms. Check the vector.
Commander.
Vector confirmed. We are at the location indicated by the intelligence agency.
At this point, she suddenly paused. Apologies, coordinates have been corrected.
Please confirm. Carteret 259 was a bit confused. Corrected.
What does that mean?
Corrected by an AI of unknown origin. Its information is clearer than mine.
Then the new coordinates were simultaneously transmitted to everyone's combat HUDs.
Seeing the marked bright spot in the distance, Khalid Zaman was speechless. Jun 1.5 kilometers east, 2,000 feet below our feet.
Emile 239 spread his hands.
I didn't bring a shovel. Jun, there must be something wrong with these coordinates, and we...
Rumble tilde, a dull sound came through. Noble team immediately became alert. Everyone raised their rifles, pointing them at the wall from which the sound originated. This wall slowly pushed forward, then shifted to the side. There was actually a hidden door here.
Carteret 259. What is this place?
This is the corrected route.
Carteret 259. All right, we're already here. Let's go see what's inside.
The 4 of them raised their rifles, walking into the door in standard urban combat formation.
Khalid Zaman went in first, and Emile 239 guarded the rear. Inside was a long, narrow passage. The lights for the top of the passage were still working normally, clearly not powered by the base's upper levels.
Walking to the end, there was a tunnel leading to an unknown destination and a section of a rail car.
Emile 239. Looks like we have a private ride.
Along the way, the 4 of them did not lower their guard. This stretch of road was exceptionally quiet without a single sound.
After entering the carriage, Carteret 259 finally couldn't help it.
Did your new AI friend say anything?
She said she has been waiting for you for a long time.
The carriage doors closed, they began to move, and suddenly a video display lit up on the carriage window.
Doctor, Halsey, apologies, Commander. The situation is very dangerous now. This is a safety measure for special times.
Carteret 259 was somewhat surprised. Doctor.
Halsey, according to the casualty list, you also. Halsey gave a light smile. Yes, my death is being widely reported everywhere now.
That is not important. Let me explain the situation now.
Khalid Zaman was somewhat happy to see that this doctor was still alive. If George knew about this, he would surely be very happy as well.
Halsey, the data module you obtained from the Visegrad relay station does indeed contain key findings. We have finally unlocked the secrets of these ancient texts.
Noble team, your mission now is to ensure this important data can be safely delivered to a secure location. Carteret 259, Doctor, our orders are to destroy all classified data.
Halsey interrupted him.
Someone else will handle that job.
Carteret 259, I must confirm the new orders with command.
Halsey, we will explain it to Holland. You are now under the direct jurisdiction of the intelligence agency. Chapter 91. The great battle is imminent.
I didn't expect this doctor to still be so direct and blunt.
Carter had no choice during wartime. The authority of the Office of Naval Intelligence was indeed higher than that of the Field Command. After all, the intelligence agency possessed knowledge of many things that ordinary people were unaware of.
After leaving the transport, they entered a vertical elevator that descended downwards.
As the elevator descended, a massive underground space appeared before Noble Team. This place was almost like a valley. Transparent stone pillars hung from the ceiling of the space resembling stalactites, and the floor of the entire space resembled an archaeological base with traces of excavation everywhere.
In the distance there was a man-made structure that looked like a huge passage, but this thing clearly did not look like it was manufactured by human technology.
Each section of the man-made structure was composed of several irregular geometric bodies. These geometric bodies were neither metal nor stone, and their dark brown surfaces emitted white energy.
Covenant.
No, it must be the ruins of the alien civilization that the Covenant had been searching for. No wonder Khalid Zaman finally understood why there were so many golden armored berserkers outside. These guys were religious fanatics, and they were all very keen on archaeological activities related to religion. Jun joked, "This place is so big, you could fly a plane in here."
Emil the plane. If there were an entrance, you could even fly a warship in here.
Doctor, Halsey introduced what you're seeing are alien artifacts not belonging to humans or the Covenant.
Their level of advancement is far beyond our range of understanding.
But things are different now thanks to Noble 2. The mystery is about to be revealed.
As soon as she said this, the team members seemed to become unhappy.
They thought the doctor was mocking Kat for cracking the data module without authorization. Halsey actually did mean this matter, but she had no intention of mocking her.
In her eyes, anything that accelerated the research progress was a good thing, so Halsey's words were indeed meant as an expression of gratitude.
It was just that this woman did not understand how to communicate, so despite her distinguished merits, she was often ostracized by other officials. Of course, these soldiers would not get angry with the 60-year-old woman. They just silently admired the spectacular scenery before them.
Suddenly, a huge rock fell from the top of the space.
Strictly speaking, this thing could not be called a rock. It should be a small mountain.
The entire space began to shake, and small chunks of rock fell from the ceiling one after another.
Cutter, Commander, please prepare your data. We are coming over now.
Halsey, the decryption program is still running.
Carter, this underground space has become very unstable. If we wait any longer, this place will likely be destroyed. The doctor's voice became somewhat agitated. That would be equivalent to destroying the hope of survival for all of humanity. Hearing this, Cortana looked at the doctor with some confusion. Because according to her calculations, this coordinate should point to the location of a more important foreigner ruin. She didn't know why, but the doctor was convinced that that place determined the fate of humanity. Although Operation Red Flag had been forced to abort, there was still hope for it to continue. Cortana felt there was no need to compete with the Covenant for some foreigner ruin. However, there was one thing about Dr.
Halsey that Cortana admired. This woman's intuition was terrifyingly accurate, her judgment was astonishing, and almost none of her predictions had been wrong.
This ability was somewhat mysterious and could not be understood or judged by common sense. Just like those strange spells of Noble 6, she had concluded that this kind of spell might be the inheritance of another mysterious civilization, and its effect might not necessarily be inferior to foreigner technology. The elevator had descended to the bottom of the space. Looking from here, the entire space appeared even more magnificent.
The light emitted by the alien ruins illuminated the entire space as if it were daylight.
Halsey, the Covenant has invaded this space. Noble team, you must not let them rush through the door to my laboratory.
Kato understood.
Leading this force was none other than the Supreme Commander of the brave and cautious fleet Barutami. He already knew that his fleet had been almost completely wiped out. Therefore, this operation to find the sacred relic absolutely could not fail.
If the operation went smoothly, he could make a great contribution and perhaps redeem himself. Otherwise, he would definitely be nailed to the pillar of shame.
There was no way to retreat. This mission had to be completed, and he also had the capital for victory.
Barutami had brought a powerful expeditionary force.
It included 20 Covenant combat squads, 10 Banshees, 1 Wraith tank, and a Praetorian Guard composed of 100 Berserkers.
In addition, there was also a 5-man Silent Shadow Special Operations Squad.
As the commander of the brave and cautious fleet, Barutami could be considered truly cautious, so much so that his adjutant felt that this commander was a bit cowardly. Bayonet Base had been bombed to this extent. Even if humans had developed this place first, it was impossible for there to be many defenders. They had already explored the Foreigner ruins, and there was no one here. If not for the elevator that Noble team had descended in, they would have even doubted that there were any humans left here at all. Barutami sent 20 combat squads to clear these people out.
Adjutant, the enemy only has 4 people. Do we need to dispatch 20 squads?
Barutami stared at the adjutant's face, his expression changing slightly. Are you teaching me how to do my job?
The adjutant was startled. I wouldn't dare.
I wouldn't dare.
Ever since he learned that his flagship had been destroyed, Barutami's expression had been poor.
Until news of the fleet suffering heavy losses arrived, the originally easygoing commander became somewhat manic.
He used his lightsword to cleave the phantom he was riding in, so much so that they even fell from midair. The adjutant was a bit scared. If he crossed the commander now, it would probably be him getting cleaved. So the adjutant personally led 20 combat squads, over 100 people, onto several phantom transports. Finally,
Barutami also ordered him to take a Wraith tank and all the Banshees.
Because it was Barutami's direct force, the combat squads he led were all commanded by white-armored elite warriors.
That is to say, 20 white-armored elites plus 40 grunts, and even then a tank had to be added.
The adjutant sat on the Phantom and muttered, "It's not necessary, only 4 human soldiers.
I could take them out by myself." The pilot of this Phantom was the same one from the one that had been cleaved before, and he was still somewhat fearful.
Then you go by yourself, just in time to make a merit and make the commander happy.
The adjutant was somewhat helpless. Forget it if I killed these guys by myself. I'd still be cleaved to death by him when I got back.
I dare not teach him how to do his job.
After getting off the Phantom, the adjutant was still the first to rush towards the enemy. As a white-armored veteran, he was quite confident in his own strength.
Then he was knocked flying. 20 combat squads were completely wiped out. The Wraith tank was destroyed by 4 small turrets that appeared suddenly, and all the Banshees were struck down by lightning.
The entire army was annihilated.
Barutami held his binoculars and watched with his own eyes as a wild boar beast crushed a grenade and hugged an elite.
The enemy he least wanted to see had appeared.
An invisible elite beside him asked, "Do you need us to take action?"
No.
Barutami closed his eyes.
I will take the Praetorian Guard down.
If we can't handle it, then you take action.
My Praetorian Guard are not ordinary berserkers, they are the most pious saints.
Understood.
The invisible ripple disappeared from beside Barutami.
The warriors of the Praetorian Guard all showed expressions of surprise.
A full 100 golden armoured berserkers, yet the commander said if they couldn't handle it.
Just because of the mere 4 people on the other side,
only Barutami himself understood that the opponent was in existence capable of defeating the golden armoured berserkers. Although he didn't know what method Khalid Zaman used, the golden armoured berserkers he sent to ambush them had been wiped out.
Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. This time, he was prepared to personally lead all the Praetorian Guard into the field.
The mission to find the sacred relic absolutely could not fail. Both sides held the determination to die. A great battle was imminent. Chapter 92, Burying the Enemy. Jun replenished his ammunition from his storage bag. I don't have many sniper rifle bullets left.
Khalid Zaman took out George's dog tag and handed it to him. There are plenty more here. Jun, you really are a man who provides a sense of security.
Carteret, 250, and Emile, 230, and his ammunition was also running low, and their storage bags were now filled with many Covenant weapons.
After clearing the battlefield,
Carteret 259 opened his communicator. Doctor, Halsey, how much longer?
Halsey, soon it will be ready soon.
The 4 of them were now at the entrance of Dr. Halsey's laboratory.
The entrance door was tightly shut, and weapon racks were placed outside holding various human firearms.
Around the door were 4 retractable turrets, now controlled by Cortana. The main path for attacking the base was within the firing range of the 4 turrets.
Jun suddenly shouted, "Golden armoured berserkers."
How many are there?
Carteret 259 looked at Jun, who was on high alert.
If there were only 1 golden armoured berserker, he wouldn't have shouted so loudly.
Jun, 10 golden armours, all holding fuel rod cannons. No, wait, there are 10 invisible enemies behind them.
Jun had already opened fire, hitting his targets with every shot, but
but after taking 2 hits, these golden armors would immediately be blocked by others beside them. His 4 bullets only hit 2 enemies, and not a single one had their shield broken. Khalid Zaman frowned. The armor of these golden armored berserkers was clearly much stronger than he had known. If 20 golden armors, charged regardless of the cost, the firepower wouldn't be enough to handle them, he had to use a large-scale spell directly. He had been recovering his mana along the way, and his internal Kai was at over 70%. Heaven and Earth Infinite. Borrowing the law of Kainkon, Roman Dragon Purgatory, 4 thunder dragons flew simultaneously toward the group of golden armored berserkers. The opponents had clearly never seen this before. The first warrior to make contact used a light sword to hack at it, and was then pierced through by the thunder dragon. However, the 4 thunder dragons only killed 4 elite golden armors, and when they encountered the second ones, the lightning power contained within them could no longer break through the opponent's shields. How is this possible? Cold sweat broke out on Khalid Zaman's forehead. These guys' shields were too abnormal. He estimated that Tartarus' shield was only at this level. Now these 16 golden armored warriors also started firing, whether they were invisible or not. They all began shooting fuel rod cannons at them. He absolutely could not let them rush to the front. Khalid Zaman knew very well that the strength of the golden armored berserkers would absolutely not be much worse than Tartarus. In close combat, their speed was far superior to that of a ghost-faced beast. If these guys rushed to their side, the other team members would very likely suffer a fatal blow. Even he might not be able to retreat unscathed in front of so many golden armored berserkers. So he needed to go all out now. Khalid Zaman knelt on one knee and punched the ground.
He wasn't trying to unlock his armor, but was injecting a large amount of Kai into the ground.
The entire space began to tremble, as if there were an earthquake. The elites suddenly discovered that the path they were walking on began to sink, so they all jumped up. Although they didn't know what was happening, given their speed and reaction, even if a hole was blown in the ground, they had the reaction time to jump. Boom told of the dozen or so elites who jumped up were smashed back down onto the sinking ground. While using the earthquake technique, Khalid Zaman also used the boulder technique.
A massive rock fell silently from the top of the space's dome, directly smashing the jumping madman back down.
Emile 239 exclaimed directly, "Damn it,
Tilda Kid, you're cheating."
Although the enemy was still a kilometer away, he had switched to his marksman rifle and was ready to fire, but now the enemies were gone. Carteret 259 was also speechless. Khalid Zaman's repeated use of his techniques left him with no time to process it. "How many more hidden techniques do you have, kid?" Khalid Zaman didn't speak, continuing to output his Kai. He knew this wouldn't kill these madmen. The energy of the Thunder Dragon was equivalent to 10 Wraith tank shells, meaning the opponent's armor could take at least 5 ion cannon shots without breaking the shield. The energy of ordinary rocks hitting them was far less than that. Doing this could only keep the opponents immobile, with no possibility of substantial damage. The falling boulders also began to sink slowly with the ground. He wanted to bury this group of tanks underground. At this moment, he could already sense that these elite warriors were using light swords to hack at the rock's energy. Swords were made of high-density ions. To a light sword, rock was no different from tofu. However, Khalid Zaman wasn't afraid of them escaping. He used the boulder technique several more times, letting the ground sink while smashing down with boulders. In less than half a minute, 5 boulders had flown down from the air, each one larger than the last.
Now the golden armored berserkers underground had already been buried more than a dozen meters deep.
These guys also felt the repeated rock impacts. After digging for a long time without seeing the end, they were furious.
John put his sniper rifle back behind his back and quipped, "You're actually very suitable for mining ores on a colony planet."
This scene left even Cortana stunned. The data streams in her eyes flickered incessantly. She was deeply envious of this method of controlling nature. She had already detected the Kai refinement method from Khalid Zaman's few words, as well as the ionic energy in the air. But for now, she could only attempt to absorb it, yet could not utilize it. If her teammates were full of envy, then in the eyes of the enemy, this was a truly terrifying scene. What was happening before his eyes completely exceeded Borutami's understanding. Only now did he know why Khalid Zaman could kill the golden armored ones. The 20 Praetorian Guard warriors he sent out were originally meant to test them again, but they were just gone like that. Invisible energy ripples appeared again beside Borutami.
"I originally thought you were overly pessimistic.
I didn't expect your judgment to be quite accurate. This opponent is too interesting." These few words left the commander unable to respond at all. He had seen Khalid Zaman's armor from the beginning, so he specifically ordered all combat squads with grunts to charge up. Then he saw the lightning technique that could instantly kill a banshee. Fearing that Khalid Zaman still had other tricks, he sent another 20 men to test him, and the result was exactly as he feared. The opponent still had hidden cards. Now he even felt that if the opponent came to hunt him down, his group would only be able to run away.
The invisible elite asked how about it.
Do you want us to take action?
This time, Borutami did not care about his face anymore and nodded honestly.
At this moment, Khalid Zaman had the same fearful mindset as Borutami.
His Kai had been depleted by another 20%, and now less than half remained, yet the enemies were still not dead.
If they followed the Covenant's usual practice, enemies would likely be continuously airlifted in.
He sat cross-legged, racing against time to recover his Kai.
The enemies underground would dig out a passage in at most 20 minutes. If the doctor hadn't finished the decryption by then, what would they do?
And with the use of this spell, this space was becoming increasingly unstable. Small rocks began to fall continuously everywhere, as if the entire dome might collapse at any moment. Chapter 93, I Want to Fight 10. Khalid Zaman was slowly recovering his true Kai, when Yuan Gungan in his nascent soul suddenly sighed. Little brother, the way you use energy is quite interesting. Lakal added, that's right, big brother.
Combining energy with other elements compensates for the defect of low utilization rate.
Khalid Zaman asked, low utilization rate.
Yuan Gungan replied, yes, you just release energy directly, which is a bit wasteful. Especially that long when the energy utilization rate is less than 20%. We want to help you improve your energy usage method.
Khalid Zaman blushed slightly. His proud signature spell, Roaming Dragon Purgatory, had been directly scorned by the engineer.
Back in his day, he was the #1 person in the cultivation world, and relying on this one moved no cultivation sect on earth dared to bet their fangs at him.
Wautilda Yuan Gungan saw Khalid Zaman's thoughts and suddenly exclaimed, so little brother also came from another world.
Khalid Zaman was startled. It wasn't that he feared his identity as a transmigrator being discovered, but he was surprised that the engineer said they were the same as him.
Could it be that they were all transmigrators?
Thinking of this, Khalid Zaman asked, odd change, even stay.
Yuan Gungan replied, signs depend on the quadrant.
Khalid Zaman exclaimed, what the hell, are you all fellow Earthlings?
Lakal replied, no, it's just that Big Brother was thinking about having us answered that way.
We are not Earthlings, but come from a distant star region.
Khalid Zaman was left speechless. His spirit pet shared his mind, and no consciousness or thought could be hidden from each other.
Khalid Zaman asked, then how do you suggest improving the energy usage method? Yuan Gungan explained, simply put, everything you did before was addition and subtraction. Now we want to teach you multiplication and division. Khalid Zaman looked confused, and no basic arithmetic. Yuan Gungan ignored him and continued to talk. Adding energy to water allows you to use electricity. Adding it to gas allows you to control objects. Adding it to rocks can change the terrain. These are all addition.
The principle of the Covenant's plasma grenade is condensing energy, which is multiplication. Your friend who controls leaves dispersing energy and utilizing it precisely. That is division. At this point, Khalid Zaman understood a little.
However, he felt that instead of condensing a large amount of true Kai to explode, it was much more effective to add elemental power.
Moreover, controlling tiny objects in a dispersed way had no power at all. The leaf formation only succeeded once during the great battle against Tartarus.
Yuan Gungan said, condensing energy
doesn't necessarily mean condensing it to the point of explosion. By controlling the speed of condensation, you can create many useful things.
For example, light shields, energy swords, and the armor locks on your friends that can temporarily resist massive energy.
This line of thinking suddenly opened Khalid Zaman's mind. Are you saying I can create light shields and energy swords myself without relying on anything?
Lakal said your perspective is too small.
What's too small?
Khalid Zaman was curious. Even though they were his spirit pets now, sometimes he still couldn't fully understand what they meant. Lakal replied, your perspective is too small. Because the Covenant's technology is backward, and they cannot better utilize foreigner technology, they can only create fixed shapes. But you don't have those restrictions yourself or a machine that can change energy forms at will.
So that was it. Khalid Zaman closed his eyes and began to savor these words carefully.
Suddenly, Khalid Zaman opened his eyes.
A phantom figure slowly emerged from his body. This figure was 3 meters tall, had 3 heads and 6 arms resembling a Vajra Dharma image, with an angry glare, and each hand held a 2-meter-long slender light sword.
Some of these light swords were emitting flames, some carried lightning, and others emitted cold frost.
Lakal said, fun, very interesting. But I think if you change the image of this creature into geometric shapes, you could save a lot of mental energy. Khalid Zaman didn't think so. Carrying a few blocks on his back while fighting would look a bit ridiculous.
Wearing such a 3-headed, 6-armed Vajradharma image was so imposing.
Thanks to Zaishu's modifications, which originally further improved the quality of his true Kai had now condensed once again, and the effect was more than 100 times better than before.
On this basis, Khalid Zaman also slightly improved the Vajra's weapons by adding elemental power, which could further increase lethality.
The biggest advantage of this form was that it consumed almost no true Kai when not fighting.
Khalid Zaman named this spell the Vajra Dharma image.
The three teammates looked at Khalid Zaman, all of them dumbfounded. Jun asked, what are you doing?
Emil touched the angry Vajra on Khalid Zaman's body, which felt as if it had substance.
He even knocked on it, producing a metallic clanging sound. Khalid Zaman let out a roar. I want to fight 10. Carter A259 said, not good, the enemy is here.
Damn, the enemy was giving him too much face.
Khalid Zaman was just shouting casually, not expecting the other side to be so cooperative.
Could it be that he already possessed the divine ability of words following the law like the legendary great Liu Golden Immortal?
He soon had no mood to let his mind wander.
The enemy had arrived, but it wasn't 10 of them, but a large golden glittering mass.
Looking around, dozens of golden armored berserkers appeared from all directions. They ran toward Khalid Zaman in a fan-shaped formation.
Emil said jokingly, you go fight 10, we'll handle the remaining dozens.
Khalid Zaman made a rough estimate. There were at least 70 golden armored berserkers in front of him.
If he only fought 10, wouldn't they each have to deal with 20?
Damn, they still had the mood to joke at a time like this.
Khalid Zaman released 2 engineers, applied shields to the squad members,
and then took them back.
The Sanheli people were very clever.
They probably already realized he held this card, and they would definitely make tactical adjustments targeting the engineers.
With so many enemies present, he dared not leave the engineers outside. Each of these golden armored berserkers was more than 5 meters apart.
It seemed they were afraid of being buried underground by Khalid Zaman again.
Looking at this way, they were quite numerous, and the entire huge underground space was occupied by the berserkers' army by 1/5.
The enemies charged from 1,000 meters away. Only Jun was firing, but after a few shots he stopped too.
The heavy sniper rifle couldn't break the shields directly, even if he hit 4 shots in a row. The sniper rifle's magazine only held 4 rounds.
By the time he reloaded, the enemy would have long since found cover, and they could replenish their armor energy in a few seconds.
Noble team was now at a loss.
With so many golden armored berserkers, the strength was too high. They probably couldn't defeat these enemies even at full strength. Just then, the 4 turrets around them rose simultaneously and began to fire. The turrets fired at a position 1/3 into the enemy formation. Although they couldn't directly kill the opponents, they split the entire enemy troop into 2, letting about 20 people in first. The rest were temporarily blocked by the turret's firepower at a distance. This was the most favorable situation calculated by Cortana. Even if she wanted to help, there were only 4 small turrets available. In her calculations, the survival rate of Noble Team today was -34%. That is to say, even if the enemy were reduced by 1/3, Noble Team would still be wiped out. This probability already took into account Khalid Zaman's various spells.
This battle was a certain death.
Chapter 94 using a stick to fight wolves. Emil A239 said casually, I missed George a little.
He was checking his equipment. Once the enemies charged within 200 meters, it would be time to truly open fire.
Carter A259, however, remained furrow-browed. Even with his high level of talent, he was at a loss. It was hard to cook a meal without rice. If it weren't for the necessity of defending the laboratory to the death, he would have ordered a retreat long ago.
Khalid Zaman thought for a moment and decided not to wait any longer. He was going to charge into the midst of the enemies. If these elites got close, his other 3 teammates would surely die. He had to go and hold the opponents back to create space for his own people to fire.
Just as he ran forward, the first few golden armored berserkers suddenly jumped to the sides as if dodging bullets.
This thing caught Khalid Zaman off guard. Barutami was even more surprised than him.
Although he had made arrangements against all of the enemy's methods, that bastard seemed to have an endless supply of tricks. This 3-meter-tall phantom looked very intimidating. Not only him, but even the charging golden armored berserkers were having doubts in their hearts.
Compared to Noble Team, their inner worries were no less significant. At this moment, Yun Gungun suddenly reminded him little brother scared them a bit.
Otolda Khalid Zaman understood. These elite warriors seemed to be a bit afraid too.
Swearing people was his specialty.
Khalid Zaman spent a little more Kai to conjure a golden sun behind the Vajra's head, and the dazzling light emitted ripples of radiance.
Then he extended the thin sword in the Vajra's hand to 40 meters.
A 40-meter long sword. Just ask yourself if you're scared.
Although it was just for show, his cultivation was limited. He couldn't make the light sword inflict effective damage at such a long distance. He suddenly stopped his footsteps, stomped his right foot hard, and poured Kai into the ground. The entire space began to tremble again.
HMPH,
a bunch of petty thieves. Mere parlor tricks daring to show off before an expert.
Great mighty heavenly dragon.
Great law mantra. Prajna all Buddhas.
Prajna paramita hum.
He used Kai to amplify the sentence, and every word echoed through the underground space.
Then an even louder dragon roar sounded, and 100-meter-long golden dragon slowly swam through the air. Large patches of dark clouds shrouded the dragon, occasionally emitting thunder and lightning.
The golden dragon's whiskers and hair stood on end in rage, its expression fierce, and the fur on its body fluttered in the wind. It looked lifelike, as if it were a truly existing creature.
These were all illusions with zero lethality, but the deterrent power was absolutely 1000%.
The golden-armored berserkers at the front all hid behind cover, not daring to show their faces.
The large force behind them also stopped running, all standing in place looking at the giant dragon in the sky. To match the atmosphere, Cortana even retracted the turrets and stopped firing. She rolled her eyes at these things, but this woman was too smart. Given Cortana's level of intelligence, she guessed immediately that all of this was just to scare people. If Noble 6 really had such great ability, he would have wiped out the Covenant long ago and wouldn't need to waste so much effort doing missions everywhere.
The 3 members of Noble Team all had their mouths wide open, completely unable to speak.
If they hadn't grown up together, they might have really taken Khalid Zaman for a deity.
A 40-meter longsword, a godlike dragon, godlike celestial phenomena, everything before their eyes exceeded the scope of understanding for everyone in this era.
At least nearly 1/10 of the enemies began to doubting whether what was before them was truly a so-called deity. Barutami's back was cold with sweat. He knew the psychology of the golden-armored berserkers very well.
These people were the most devout believers. They were a group who believed most in the existence of gods. If he had brought a group of white armor elites, perhaps this situation wouldn't be happening.
Now the remaining 80 members of the Praetorian Guard all stood there looking at the miracle before them.
If he didn't do something, the morale of the army would never be recovered.
As a berserker, Barutami wore golden armor only for show. If it could help him climb to a high position, let alone golden armor, he would be willing to wear nothing at all.
In his eyes,
the prophets were just a bunch of charlatans.
As an ambitious person, he didn't believe in any gods.
Therefore, even though Khalid Zaman's momentum was huge, he wasn't afraid.
What he feared was the collapse of military morale, leading to the ruins being destroyed by the enemy.
Humans had done this kind of thing plenty of times in the past.
The current situation was somewhat delicate.
Khalid Zaman stood calmly in place, bluffing to buy time, while the golden-armored berserkers were so shocked they didn't dare to advance. It could be said that both sides were afraid, like a thin stick hitting a wolf.
I still underestimated you, human.
Barutami spoke. He walked out from the ranks and stood at the very front.
Khalid Zaman took a look. This golden-armored berserker had a huge decoration on his helmet, and it was somewhat familiar. This stirred up his memories, those not-so-pleasant memories from over a decade ago. The familiar helmet state your identity. And Khalid Zaman didn't stand on ceremony with the opponent. If he was going to bluff, he had to do it convincingly.
Every word he said now was amplified by Kai, as if he were a true deity.
Stop acting like a ghost or a god, human. I'm the commander of the brave and cautious fleet, Barutami.
Khalid Zaman's pupils constricted. He had heard these 2 names from King Long Night and Barutami.
Today, it was a meeting of enemies. He really wanted to charge up and crush this guy to death.
But if a fight broke out, they would be instantly overwhelmed by the enemies. He had to stall for time now.
You dare to challenge the authority of a deity god. You're not afraid of death. Khalid Zaman found it somewhat funny in his heart. This line was usually spoken by a villain, but today he was going to pretend to be this big bad wolf.
Barutami pointed at Khalid Zaman. You say you're a deity, then do you dare to duel with me?
A one-on-one fair duel.
Oh, Khalid Zaman was a bit surprised there was such a good thing. Very well, if you're willing to sacrifice your own life, then I can spare your subordinates.
Not a sacrifice.
Barutami shouted, I want to duel you, I want to kill you. Stop acting like a ghost or a god. Today, you will die here.
Ha 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 ha. With Khalid Zaman's loud laughter, the earth shook. The entire space began to tremble, and stones began to fall from the dome of the underground space again. Carteret 259 reminded him through the communication channel, tone it down, or this place will collapse soon. He also saw the problem.
Given Khalid Zaman's personality and experience, he would never waste so many words on an enemy. The current situation could only prove one thing: Khalid Zaman was stalling for time.
Khalid Zaman understood. You will guard the surroundings.
I will scare them away.
Emile 239, you kid are about to scare us away. Junt, everyone be careful. There should still be invisible enemies around.
After the Noble Team exchanged some words, they set a plan stall until Docker.
Halsey finished the decryption, then take her and the data and escape together. Now Khalid Zaman's heart was settled. No matter what, wanting to engage in close quarters combat with him was just seeking death. Even if Tartarus returned, he would only be able to kneel at his feet and sing conquer.
Chapter 95, one-on-one battle with Barutami. Khalid Zaman stepped forward, this time without making the space vibrate. Come, little ant. I will let you attack first.
If you can injure me even slightly, I promise to let you live. Arutami activated his light sword and took a few deep breaths. He had no way to retreat now. If he didn't stand up, his soldiers would lose all will to fight, and this operation would likely fail. Even if he brought more men in, it would be to Tirvidami's credit, not his. However, he was afraid in his heart.
Not to mention the giant beast in the sky. Even that 40-meter light sword was a bit excessive.
Khalid Zaman waited for a long time, but the opponent didn't really move. He seemed to notice Barutami's hesitation. What? Are you afraid to make a move? He just wanted to scare the opponent and didn't want to force them into a fight to the death, so he didn't go too far. Barutami said bitterly, HMPH, your weapon is too long.
I'm at a disadvantage fighting you.
Ha ha ha.
Khalid Zaman laughed out loud for a full half-minute, eventually laughing until he felt a bit awkward himself. Tilda, all right then, since you think me wielding a 40-meter blade is bullying you, I won't use it.
Khalid Zaman put away his Vajradharma image, and then he simply threw away his firearms as well. Is this fair?
Arutami was stunned. He hadn't expected Khalid Zaman to be so reasonable, and didn't know how to answer for a moment.
Then Khalid Zaman took off his Mjolnir armor. Now not only the elites, but even his teammates were feeling depressed. Was this kid really not afraid of death? The Mjolnir armor weighed 500 kilograms in total, and the parts hit the ground with a dull thud. Khalid Zaman took off his armor and floated in midair. How about now? Do you think it's fair?
Little Ant,
Answer me.
Arutami's mouth twitched, and he almost gasped.
Even the Sanhali people who believed in gods the least felt his inner conviction waver.
And those golden-armored berserkers had already started whispering to each other, not knowing what they were discussing.
although these golden-armored berserkers were devout believers, the so-called miracles were actually just technological products. How would they know if a godlike existence really existed in this world?
Now there was a person in front of them with no wings, no jet equipment, just slowly floating up into the sky. If this wasn't a miracle, what was it? The madman's worldview collapsed instantly. Jun was already laughing breathlessly on the communication channel. Ha ha ha, this kid is too good at pretending. I could do something at this level too. Carteret 259, it seems he really bluffed them. Emile 239 was even more curious. Where on earth did this kid learn these skills?
Will he really become an immortal if he cultivates further?
Carteret 259 thought about it very seriously, then replied perhaps. If Barutami had been suspicious earlier, thinking Khalid Zaman was using some small tricks or ruses, he now had to believe it, and he had a strange thought he was going to kill a god today.
Come and fight.
We do not fear strong enemies.
Death is an honor.
Hearing this, many Sangheli warriors joined in the shouting, do not fear strong enemies.
Death is an honor. Since the atmosphere had been built up to this point, Khalid Zaman felt it was about time. He descended from mid-air.
Very well, I admire you all. So I will duel you as a warrior, not a god.
If you can defeat my representative, then I will let you all leave safely.
If you lose, then those warriors behind you can take your remains and leave.
He put his Mjolnir armor back on, and then a human standard issue MA5 assault rifle appeared out of thin air in his hand.
The meaning in Khalid Zaman's words was clear. Those golden-armored saints could leave alive anyway. Once these words were spoken, they actually shattered the opponent's belief that they had to die.
He was really afraid of pushing these guys too hard and having them fight like cornered dogs. Arutami didn't say anything more. He activated his light sword and rushed forward, thrusting fiercely.
Khalid Zaman strolled leisurely. It looked slow, but he always dodged in time before getting hurt.
He gradually frowned. This person was faster than any elite he had encountered before, and this elite commander's reaction ability was above that of Tartarus.
So Khalid Zaman had almost no margin for error, and every attack had to be dodged with precise prediction. He could no longer handle it with ease like he used to when toying with other golden-armored berserkers.
Oh,
Barutami let out an angry shout. He felt the opponent was toying with him.
All his attacks were dodged casually, meaning the opponent could deliver a fatal blow at any time. This feeling of walking on the line between life and death stimulated him greatly. Anger combined with fear caused Barutami to fall into a frenzy.
he took another light sword from his waist and activated it, wielding one in each hand and slashing desperately.
Khalid Zaman's pressure skyrocketed instantly. The opponent had a weapon in each hand, increasing the attack frequency by over 50%, and several times he was almost grazed by the light sword.
He couldn't care about showing off anymore. He slung his rifle onto his back, condensed a light sword in each hand, and blocked while dodging.
For a time, the two were locked in an inseparable battle. Under the opponent's storm-like continuous attacks, Khalid Zaman had absolutely no room to counterattack.
In the eyes of Noble Team, Khalid Zaman had already fallen into a disadvantage.
Especially Emile 239, who was skilled in combat.
He knew very well that this elite was definitely a master swordsmanship, alternating dual light swords, agile movement, skilled techniques, and continuous repeated chains left absolutely no openings. Khalid Zaman's sword skills had clearly not been honed. He was just relying on speed and quick reactions to duel the opponent. And in the eyes of the elite soldiers, Khalid Zaman was toying with his opponent. First the human weapon that appeared out of thin air, then instantly conjuring two light swords. Khalid Zaman didn't even have the hilts of the energy swords in his hands. Borutami himself became more and more alarmed as they fought. The opponent seemed to know exactly the direction of his attacks, and even all his variations, follow-ups, and feints were all seen through by the opponent. This was even without the opponent using any divine power. Borutami had already lost in his heart, lost completely. Only that last bit of dignity of the Sanhali people in his heart was supporting him. Everyone was watching the battle before them, and everyone was worried for their own side. Everyone felt their fate was precarious, including the two fighting, who both felt there was a high probability they wouldn't leave alive.
Only Cortana shook her head as she watched. This noble six sword skills were too poor. He was indeed still too young.
If John 117 were here, the opponent would have already died several times.
She wasn't making this evaluation because she liked John 117
as a super AI
and smart artificial intelligence.
All her justifications were calculated using data. However, this noble six did have many methods that ordinary people didn't have. Cortana even fantasized that if one day John 117 also possessed this kind of ability, then a counterattack against the Covenant might already have a high probability of success. Chapter 96, the enemy forced out of the shadows. Cortana watched the two of them sword fighting while chattering away, appearing somewhat agitated and also a bit frustrated. If Khalid Zaman were equipped with the latest modified Mark V Mjolnir, she could have taken over the controls for him. She was fully capable of matching Khalid Zaman's reaction time and speed, whereas his combat technique was far inferior to hers. The more she watched, the angrier she became. Cortana rolled her eyes and turned to look at the doctor. Doctor, Halsey was still busy. This woman was racing against time for the future of humanity. Regardless of whether the outside world was filled with explosions or absolute silence, nothing could break her focus. There was one other person just as focused on their own task.
Jun was frantically manipulating hundreds of leaf fragments. Since Khalid Zaman had started fighting his opponent, at least 5 invisible enemies had been constantly trying to approach Khalid Zaman.
Every time they touched Jun's leaves, they would retreat and continue to search for other ways to infiltrate. 2 of them even tried to climb the hillside, circling toward the 3 people at the laboratory entrance. Similarly, they retreated immediately upon bumping into his leaf radar. Jun informed Carter and Emil, but did not announce it on the squad channel. He couldn't disturb Khalid Zaman at this moment. If Khalid Zaman were distracted and got slashed by an enemy, the atmosphere they had been building would be completely destroyed, and the enemies might just rush in all at once. These invisible enemies seemed to have some sort of issue. When they touched his leaves, it was as if they had hit a wall, and they insisted on retreating to try again. No matter what the enemy wanted to do, Jun would not let them succeed. By now, his leaf formation could change almost entirely at will, and he had placed nearly 100 leaf fragments within a 200-meter radius, effectively leaving no blind spots. The situation was getting worse. Khalid Zaman had already made mistakes. His footwork had started to become chaotic, and he had nearly tripped a few times, looking extremely disheveled and somewhat comical. Of course, in the eyes of the Sanhali people, this was a different kind of mockery. Borutami's eyes were bloodshot as he attacked relentlessly. Under such frantic attacks, his opponent still had time to perform those strange movements. It was simply too much of an insult to the Sanhali people. As the saying goes, a warrior can be killed, but not humiliated, and gradually, Borutami began to shout and scream. The golden armored berserkers behind him all knew that the commander had fallen into a frenzy. They feared they would be taking his corpse back today. These Sanhali people had already lost the will to resist. They knew their own strength well. Although they were all golden armor, there was still a significant gap between them and Borutami. The greatest principle of the Sanhali race was that strength was paramount. To be a leader, one had to have top-tier combat power. Therefore, the commander of every fleet possessed superb command and combat abilities. Many warriors of the Praetorian Guard had practiced swordplay with Borutami, and their combat power was completely incomparable to his. Therefore, the human, or rather the god who was toying with Borutami here, was far beyond their imagination. The outcome would be decided soon. They were going to lose this time. The silent shadow squad hiding in the shadows was also very clear on this point. So they were constantly looking for opportunities to sneak up to Khalid Zaman. They were not afraid of gods. In fact, these crazy guys were actually very interested in killing a god. However, they would not rush in after touching the leaf formation. This group of silent shadow were wolves.
Demons, cold-blooded killers hiding in dark corners, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment.
They could not tolerate having their positions completely exposed before the assassination.
Attempting an assassination under such circumstances was no different from suicide. Under John's precise micromanagement, both sides were engaged in an invisible, fierce battle.
The situation could change at any moment, and such changes would signal the arrival of the final act. Finally, one of the silent shadow assassins could no longer hold back.
He broke through the leaf formation and continued running toward Khalid Zaman. Just as John was about to warn Khalid Zaman, he noticed that Khalid Zaman glanced in that direction at the same time, which meant he had seen it too.
Khalid Zaman had indeed seen it. His detection range was not as far as John's, but once they entered his range, these enemies carrying spiritual energy were as bright as a 1,000-watt floodlight. It would be a ghost story if he couldn't see them. Damn it, Khalid Zaman was angry.
So this guy talked a big game, but in the end, he still pulled a dirty trick. The first silent shadow forced his way in, and the other warriors understood his intention and followed suit, forcing their way in as well.
If they didn't make a move now, it would be too late. The battle was about to end, and the end of the battle meant the death of the commander.
That would be their greatest dereliction of duty.
Their squad was specifically tasked with protecting Barutami. If the commander died here, the Prophet of Truth might just kill them all.
Now all 5 silent shadow members had rushed in.
And Khalid Zaman had also received Jun's warning. Khalid Zaman, don't worry, I'm fine, I have a way. 100 meters, 50 meters after the group entered the 40-meter range, Khalid Zaman let out a cold snort and directly activated the Vajra Dharma image. The Dharma image stood 3 meters tall.
Of its 6 arms, 5 slashed toward Barutami simultaneously, while the remaining arm swung a 40-meter-long light sword in a circle, knocking all 5 silent shadow members out of their stealth state.
Khalid Zaman sneered.
Is this the honor of the Sanheli people? So it turns out your so-called duel allows for sending people to launch sneak attacks.
Barutami's shield was instantly shattered, and a light sword slashed his leg. He was now half kneeling on the ground, his eyes devoid of spirit.
His Praetorian Guard members all felt their faces burn with shame.
The remark was sarcastic, the tone disdainful, practically treating them like despicable and shameless vermin.
At this moment, something that made these golden-armored berserkers even angrier happened.
No, don't kill me.
Barutami began to beg for mercy. He could not die. He was a schemer who wanted to climb to the pinnacle of power, and he could not die here.
I cannot die, you cannot kill me. I beg you, I can give you everything. I can become your slave, as long as you don't kill me.
All members of the Praetorian Guard were in disbelief.
Even ordinary Sanheli people rarely feared death. Barutami usually acted like a big shot, yet when faced with such a moment, he actually begged his enemy directly.
This action disappointed them greatly.
Bastard, coward, you are not worthy of being our commander. Scum, these berserkers were all proud people as the most devout believers. They were not afraid of death.
Now they all felt deeply humiliated following such a commander had caused them to lose all face.
Some berserkers turned and left directly. They did not want to follow Barutami anymore.
This sense of shame even made them ashamed to face their own enemy. As some people in the team left, others followed suit, and in the end fewer than 10 people remained.
These were Barutami's true confidants.
The 5 elite warriors of the Silent Shadow had returned to stealth. They were still roaming, looking for an opportunity.
In Khalid Zaman's eyes, they were all glowing brightly, and now his eyes were a bit sore from being dazzled by them.
You bastards, are you ever going to stop? He used his 6 massive 40-meter blades again, knocking all of them out of their stealth state. Although it didn't cause much damage, Khalid Zaman's methods terrified the Silent Shadow. A red-eyed, Silent Shadow warrior shouted, "Kill him."
At all costs, the 5 people suddenly acted in unison, rushing rapidly toward Khalid Zaman.
Chapter 97: The Noble Squad Unleashes Its Power.
The most terrifying thing about the Silent Shadow was their assassination capability. Wandering in the shadows, one never knew when they would deliver a fatal blow to their prey. But now these few were forced to reveal their true forms and fight head-on, each of them feeling frustrated inside.
It was not the first time Khalid Zaman had encountered a Silent Shadow warrior.
In his eyes, a Covenant Sangheli warrior at the 10th level of Kai refining was too terrifying. As an old-school cultivator, he knew very well how terrifying the physical enhancement from cultivation was. So, he rushed up at the first opportunity. He could not let these individuals get close to the other members of the squad.
After a tentative exchange, both sides experienced significant emotional fluctuations.
Khalid Zaman had originally thought he could defeat the enemy by relying on his invincible Vajra Dharma image. After all, the formidable Barutami hadn't lasted even 5 seconds after he used the Dharma image. But these Silent Shadow members were too slippery.
Most of their attacks were feint, and their speed
and reaction capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary golden armored berserkers. Several of them rushed to Khalid Zaman's side, attacking from all angles. No matter how Khalid Zaman turned, only one would attack from the front, while the others would strike from the sides or circle behind him. Once Khalid Zaman launched a forceful attack against one member, that individual would quickly disengage to a distance of more than 3 meters. If the white-armored elite of the warship defense department were the ranged units that gave him the most headache, then these silent shadow were the melee enemies that left him most helpless. The 5 of them coordinated skillfully, with an attack frequency more than twice as high as Boritami's dual swords.
After several unsuccessful attacks, Khalid Zaman himself was even slashed twice.
Fortunately, his true energy was sufficient, so his energy shield was not broken. If it weren't for the Vajradharma image, he would have died long ago. At this moment, the noble team had already opened fire. They didn't expect these Covenant warriors to completely ignore them and all charge at Khalid Zaman. Relying on their formidable energy shields, the silent shadow assassins endured the firepower of 3 people to surround and attack Khalid Zaman. Their movement techniques were too fast, and the noble team had no way to focus fire on one person for long. This situation made Kato and Jun very anxious, especially Jun, who knew the speed and armor of these elites all too well. To maintain instantaneous output and avoid wasting time reloading, he dropped another sniper rifle on the ground. He had once hit one person 8 times in a row, but still failed to break their shield. Carter shouted, "We're going up 2, we can't let them surround number 6. He was the first to rush forward, firing wildly with his automatic rifle. This weapon had an effective range of 200 meters and a precision shooting range of 50 meters.
Beyond 200 meters, this gun was like tickling an enemy with an energy shield.
But within 50 meters, a firing rate of 10 rounds per second, 600 rounds per minute, would become the enemy's nightmare. One of the silent shadow assassins had his energy shield flickering non-stop from Carter's shooting.
He had no choice but to turn back, wanting to slash this human, and then he was pounced on by Emile 239, and they rolled out of the battle circle together.
The 2 kicked and punched and soon separated again. Emile 239 tested that his strength was inferior to the opponent's, and continuing to grapple with the enemy would likely lead to being crushed to death. Meanwhile, the silent shadow super disliked being engaged in close quarters. This feeling was too insecure for an assassin. After the 2 separated, they fought again and began a skirmish. In terms of raw strength, the silent shadow assassin's power far exceeded Emile 239's, and his speed was slightly better. The weapon in his hand only needed to stay on the Mjolnir armor for 2 seconds to break the shield, while the opponent only had a small metal dagger. Under normal circumstances, this condition was an advantage that could instantly kill the opponent. But as time passed, he was actually falling into a disadvantage. It was like playing Go. Khalid Zaman could surely know what the opponent's next move would be by relying on his perception and reaction. However, Emile 239, relying on his experience and familiarity with human body and combat routines, could see the enemy's moves 3 or 4 steps ahead. He would even guide the enemy to make the attacks he wanted, performing containment and counterattacks. Within his melee range, it was equivalent to standing in his domain, gradually being controlled by him.
This enemy became more and more panicked and frantic as the fight went on.
Emile 239's dagger was always stabbing slowly towards his neck, the only place on the silent shadow's armor with a gap. Not only was he falling into a disadvantage, but he was also tightly entangled by Emile 239, unable to run even if he wanted to. Several times he activated stealth, but was scanned out of concealment by Carteret 259.
If the Sanheli people had hair, he would definitely have pulled it all out himself.
Carteret 259 kept a constant eye on the battlefield. Whenever an enemy tried to activate stealth, they would be scanned out of form. Anyway, his own people also had energy shields and wouldn't break from taking a few bullets. He had been controlling the field from the side, ensuring the enemy could not enter a stealth state.
Jun also used his self-developed new tactics to force another person out of the circle surrounding Khalid Zaman.
Within a 10-meter radius around him, countless translucent small spikes were floating.
These spikes were pulled off from the needler. Jun discovered that if these bullets were not fired from a gun, they would maintain a solid form and could be controlled by the object control technique, but to cause damage, they needed to be gathered together to cause a sympathetic detonation. This sympathetic detonation was far more terrifying than the full-charge energy ball of the energy pistol.
The silent shadow assassin forced out by him had already taken 2 sympathetic detonations of 10 spikes.
Seeing that his energy shield had been blown away by a third, he dared not take another hit. So after being forced out of the battle circle, he found a rock to hide behind, waiting for his energy shield to recover before coming out.
Jun was not in a hurry. He picked another person and let the opponent take a powerful sympathetic detonation of 30 needle bullets, directly blowing the person away, lying on the ground. life or death unknown.
Khalid Zaman laughed out loud.
His pressure was now much less, and he began to suppress the enemy with wide, open moves. Once they gained the upper hand, Emile 239's opponent also panicked, and soon had his light sword kicked away by Emile 239.
This guy suddenly took out a grenade, wanting to detonate it to force Emile 239 away.
His energy shield was very high, and he knew very well that the human Enjolnir armor would probably get injured after taking these 2 hits.
But Emile 239 did not give him this chance. This martial arts master suddenly took out 2 shotguns and fired wildly at the enemy, not only knocking away more than half of the opponent's armor, but also sending the opponent flying backward. After the explosion, this silent shadow assassin died in hatred on the spot.
The situation now was 4 against 2. When the assassin behind the cover returned, only the red-eyed captain would be left to skirmish with the 4 members of the squad.
Retreat. After the captain shouted, he directly took out 8 plasma grenades and threw them at his feet.
He wanted to use these grenades to force the enemies away and prepare to escape.
This would be enough to clear all his remaining energy shield, and perhaps he would be injured, but it could definitely force the enemies in front of him away.
Khalid Zaman laughed loudly. Ha ha ha.
You brat, you want to run.
He stepped forward, his Dharma image, and his own hands picking up all 8 plasma grenades, and then frantically absorbed them.
The red-eyed captain didn't expect the opponent to be so ruthless.
In a moment of distraction, he was kicked by Emile 239, and then in front of him were 2 light swords and countless spiked bullets. Chapter 98 the gains from showing off.
The last assassin had only hidden to the side for 10 seconds, hoping to recharge his shields, but the result was the total annihilation of his teammates, with even the leader dead.
Filled with hatred, he did not return to the battlefield,
but instead turned, activated his camouflage, and prepared to flee.
This group of humans was too strong. Perhaps these guys weren't even human at all.
He had killed countless humans and Sanhali people, but he had never encountered such troublesome enemies. The leader had to take the blame for this. It was he who ordered the squad members to kill that human at all costs. If they had used stealth for an ambush, then no matter how powerful the enemy, they would have certainly died.
But never mind.
The mission was impossible to complete, and thinking more about it was useless. It was better to retreat and save his own life first.
As he thought, while fleeing, he didn't notice that he had already been surrounded.
Looking up, he saw a group of golden-armored berserkers before him. If these guys were running away to avoid battle, that was one thing, but why were they blocking his path?
The assassin was a bit confused. Borutami.
What do you guys want?
Borutami replied,
You have offended the gods. Do you think you can just leave like this?
Suddenly, over a dozen light swords were drawn, instantly hacking the assassin to death. The 5-member silent shadow squad totally annihilated. Khalid Zaman had been on guard against these dozen or so golden-armored berserkers who hadn't retreated, but judging by their expressions and actions, they were clearly intimidated by him. He had originally thought the other side just didn't dare to make a move, but he hadn't expected to directly convert the enemy,
especially Borutami, who had been watching from the side for a long time.
Noble team could almost all conjure weapons out of thin air. The spikes beside John were also terrifying, and finally Khalid Zaman absorbed all 8 plasma grenades. If this wasn't a miracle, what was it? If these people weren't gods, what were they?
At the very least, they were messengers of the gods.
He was an ambitious man, and thus possessed extremely strong desires, which directly caused Borutami to change his mind. One thing was certain, this group was much more powerful than the Covenant. Regardless of whether they were gods or not, they were more powerful than any creature Borutami had ever seen. Therefore he decided to defect. He wanted to leave the Covenant, follow these people, and become their servant. Borutami led his trusted followers, all of them kneeling, on one knee before Khalid Zaman, with one hand placed over their hearts, looking incredibly pious. With over a dozen golden-armored berserkers kneeling before them, the 4 members of Noble team were all dumbfounded.
Khalid Zaman swallowed hard and asked, "What are you doing?"
Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?
Not afraid.
Borutami replied very piously,
Whether you're a god or a messenger of the gods, we are willing to become your servants.
Even if you want to kill us, I will not resist.
Khalid Zaman frowned.
The combat power of these dozen golden-armored berserkers might not be lower than the 4 of them. If this group launched a surprise attack, Noble team might not necessarily win. To test them, he struck Borutami with his light sword 3 times. 2 strikes broke the shield, and the 3rd caused blood to stream from Borutami's arm. The guy was tough. He remained kneeling there, motionless.
Damn playing for real.
What should I do?
Khalid Zaman was unsure,
and looked at Carteret 259. Carteret 259 was also a bit bewildered. He hadn't expected showing off to have such an effect.
Who knew cultivation techniques could become so powerful?
He really regretted not practicing harder earlier.
At this moment, Yuan Gungan reminded him, "Little brother, there is a way to test if they are sincere."
What way?
Khalid Zaman felt that the engineer was knowledgeable,
and likely had some kind of lie detector function.
You and Gunmoon said you take them in as spirit pets.
As long as it succeeds, it means these Sanheli people truly want to follow you.
This was a path Khalid Zaman had never imagined. However, if it succeeded, then damn forget it. Regardless, he had to try it first.
Khalid Zaman put away all his light swords and said in an extremely majestic voice, "Since that is the case, then I will accept you."
In the future, you two can possess power as great as mine.
To enhance the effect, the guy even added a bit of echo when amplifying his voice. Then this group of Sanheli madmen all showed excited expressions.
Especially Borutami, who shouted loudly, "I am willing to follow the High God until death. Now open your minds, and I will grant you the status of becoming my servants."
A drop of essence blood flew towards Borutami. Khalid Zaman sensed it. It really worked.
In just a split second,
Borutami disappeared.
You and Gum Gum, ha ha ha.
Interesting, too interesting.
Little brother is indeed amusing. It was truly worth coming to this world.
Lakal,
Big brother is mighty.
We support you to become the Master of the Covenant.
Borutami, Master of the Covenant.
Master, where am I?
Khalid Zaman's face showed wild joy, and then he released Borutami and the two engineers.
The remaining madmen were originally this guy's trusted followers, and under Borutami's order, Khalid Zaman took in another 15 madmen as spirit pets. He was unable to take in the last golden armored berserker. This guy appeared to be kneeling obediently on the spot, but he had not opened his mind, which meant he did not trust Khalid Zaman. In this situation, the spirit pet contract could not succeed.
So Khalid Zaman had Borutami slaughter this guy, and then he withdrew all the spirit pets, letting these former Covenant soldiers communicate and share insights within his nascent soul. What's going on?
Carteret 259 was startled by the scene.
Emile 239 asked, "Where did you throw them?"
Jun asked, "Just how many more secrets do you have, kid?"
Khalid Zaman's body began to tremble slightly, and then he burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha, these golden armored berserkers are now our men."
Carteret 259 was still a bit worried, but they are high-ranking Covenant warriors after all.
If they suddenly turn against us during battle, I'm afraid we won't be able to control them at all.
Khalid Zaman managed to restrain his joy with difficulty. They have already signed a soul contract with me and are now my spirit pets.
It is absolutely impossible for them to resist or disobey my will. You can rest assured.
The three of them still looked at each other somewhat unable to believe it.
Khalid Zaman simply released one of the madmen and had him perform his talents. The Sanheli people couldn't sing, but they could perform war dances, which were dances resembling combat and were highly entertaining. This madman showed off his sword skills for a while, then bowed to the group and finally vanished on the spot. Seeing his teammates still in a daze, Khalid Zaman asked, "Still don't believe me? Then I'll just pick one at random and have him perform seppuku." Carteret 259 took a deep breath. "I believe you."
I want to ask, is this also a type of cultivation spell?
Yes.
Khalid Zaman nodded, then told his teammates the method for signing a spirit pet contract.
Finally, he said, a spirit pet must be a non-human creature with intelligence. Once the contract is signed, it will be connected to the Master's thoughts, and there will be no more hiding or resistance.
Carteret 259 muttered to himself, "Engineer Sanheli people."
He suddenly looked up and asked Khalid Zaman, "Let's go capture a top leader of the Covenant, shall we?"
Wouldn't the war be able to end like that?
Then Khalid Zaman released Borutami, and the layers of the Covenant's veil were finally lifted.
The information Noble Team now knew was even more detailed than that of the head of the Office of Naval Intelligence, Parangoski.
Chapter 99, God's Grace.
The Covenant wants the Forerunner ruins, structures built by an ancient alien race they call the Forerunner.
These structures contain a vast amount of advanced technology.
With this technology, the Covenant can manufacture incredibly powerful weapons and build warships to roam the universe.
Shield technology, ion energy, and warp drives, all of these were obtained from the Forerunner.
The slaughter of humanity was the order of the three prophets. Before these three came to power, the Covenant was actually already aware of humanity's existence. Furthermore, they didn't care at all what humans were doing. Even if some colony planets had Forerunner ruins, they would not go and slaughter the humans. The strangest thing is that as soon as the three prophets took power, they issued various extermination orders, insisting that all humans must be killed. Even Borutami does not know the specific reason.
After listening to the St. Heli commander's account, Carteret 259 fell into deep thought.
John, it seems some secrets have been hidden by the prophets.
Carteret 259 nodded. It would be great if we could capture a prophet. Khalid Zaman agreed. Once the fighting here is over, we will seize a Covenant warship. We'll have Borutami fly it straight to that city of philanthropy and capture a prophet.
Carteret 259,
The chances are slim.
They have over a dozen fleets, and at least 6 of them are even stronger than the brave and cautious fleet. Besides, it's difficult to ask the command for help with this matter.
Khalid Zaman understood what he meant.
To explain all of this, he would have to bring up the cultivation system, otherwise no one would believe it. Once the cultivation methods were leaked, it would be a disaster. Having learned many secrets and understood the enemy's military strength, the 4 members of Noble Team were actually even more worried. The Covenant's combat power was too strong. Even the happiness of controlling over a dozen berserkers was dampened significantly.
Now Noble Team sat cross-legged and began to cultivate intensely. Time was what they lacked the most.
Meanwhile, Khalid Zaman imparted the entire Kai refining art to these elite warriors.
Since they were his own people, the stronger their combat power, the better. What was the Silent Shadow? Just a group of Saint Heli people at the 10th level of Kai refining. As long as Khalid Zaman had half a year, let alone Kai refining, he could cultivate over a dozen Saint Heli experts at the 10th level of Foundation, Establishment, or even the Golden Core stage. By then, these Saint Heli people would be able to use all of his methods.
They'll God tilde the path to Godhood.
Oh God, are you willing to let us also? These Saint Heli people all went crazy. Including Barutami, every golden armored berserker had learned the Kai refining art and knew how to perform Foundation, Establishment, form a golden core, condense a nascent soul, and even understood the insights for breaking through each major realm thereafter, as well as how to use various spells. Ultimately, they could extend their lifespans and even become immortal. These were things they had never dared to imagine before. This was God's gift.
Barutami, we were enemies before, and our hands were even stained with the blood of many humans.
Why were you teaching us this?
Khalid Zaman cultivation depends on talent.
Whether you can succeed depends on yourselves. I am merely giving you a chance. As for the past, of course, I care.
Before, we were on opposing sides, and it had nothing to do with right or wrong. Killing you was meaningless.
Now what I need is for you to fight for me and sweep away all the enemies standing in my path.
Barutami
understood.
Brothers, kill all the enemies and overthrow the Covenant.
Following his shout, the other berserkers also began to yell frantically.
Now the path to Godhood was before them. No one could stop them, not even the entire Covenant. The berserkers had now become true fanatics. In their eyes, the prophets had become nothing but clowns. Khalid Zaman knew Barutami's identity, and now he even knew the cause and effect of the battle from over a decade ago. He was very gratified. The supercarrier had been destroyed, the entire fleet was almost completely wiped out, and the fleet commander had become his loyal follower. Nothing could better comfort the spirits of his friends in heaven. As for enemies, they no longer existed. These elite warriors would all become his slaves, slaves who fought only for him. Barutami didn't care at all about slavery or freedom. Ambition ultimately led him to choose the most correct path.
He felt he had bet correctly.
This former fleet commander and his dozen confidants were all light drug addicts who had just taken a hit, cheering and shouting frantically.
Khalid Zaman really hadn't expected these Saint Heli people to be happier than he was making it seem, as if they were the ones who had acquired a spirit pet. To avoid being annoyed to death by them, Khalid Zaman temporarily blocked their communication with him, letting these guys calm down for a while in the nascent soul space.
The person in the worst mood right now was Cortana.
Those strange spells from before were one thing, but today she even saw a Saint Heli berserker performing a talent show for Noble Team. If she had a solid-state chip, she felt her chip would definitely have been calculated to the point of exploding. Doctor,
Halsey was still working hard on the final decryption.
Cortana really wanted to let this smart woman see those scenes, but unfortunately, according to her calculations, there was an 85.6% probability that the doctor wouldn't care about these things happening right in front of her. Halsey preferred to believe in the Spartan Roman 2 warriors. Humans were, after all, emotional creatures with physical limitations. To put it simply, smart people are all a bit stubborn. Very few people can handle all problems completely without emotion.
If Cortana had a knife right now, she would definitely slice open Khalid Zaman's head to see what was inside.
However, she felt she still had a chance. The mission this time wasn't actually to escort the contents of the ruins, but to escort her, this super artificial intelligence. Halsey wanted Cortana to take this coordinate and leave, otherwise she would have already been on the Autumn of Reach. She specifically dispatched Noble Team, rather than other Spartan Roman 2 warriors on Reach, just to send Khalid Zaman to the Autumn of Reach. Now that the entire Reach had fallen, this team would have to evacuate together after escorting her to the destination, otherwise it would be suicide. Command would not let any Spartan warrior die meaninglessly. Therefore, according to her calculations, there was over a 90% probability that Noble Team would board the Autumn of Reach together, with John 117 on the left, Noble 6 on the right, and her Cortana in the middle. They would definitely be able to resolve humanity's crisis. Now she also had her own intuition, and according to a woman's intuition, she was 100% sure she could handle humanity's crisis. The tiny Covenant would definitely bow down at the feet of the great Cortana.
Then she began to fantasize about how she could make everyone live happily once she was in control of everything. Finally done, Doctor. Halsey raised her head, her face full of exhaustion. Has the enemy been cleared out? Cortana snapped her fingers, of course. The people I chose are very strong. Chapter 100, The Returnees. Upon entering the laboratory, the members of Noble Team let out gasps of amazement. Outside the laboratory's glass windows lay the core of the ruins. Various strange geometric objects floated everywhere, with multicolored streams of light radiating from them and drifting into the distance. The scenery resembled a river of flowing fluorescence, evoking a sense of mesmerizing wonder. Carter couldn't help but ask, "What are these things?"
Halsey replied, "Knowledge."
"These things have existed longer than the oldest civilizations on Earth. This AI is the administrator here, and she has chosen you to be her couriers." Emil looked at the small virtual figure on the console nearby. "We were chosen by an AI."
Halsey remained busy, not even looking up.
"Yes."
In her eyes, you're more important than I am.
"You must take her to a scrapyard in Assad, where a Halcyon-class cruiser is waiting to carry her off this planet." Carter said, "Understood."
Halsey continued, "Humanity is doomed to lose.
As Reach falls to its fate, our destruction is inevitable.
Unless we can find technology to counter the Covenant from these cracked alien ruins."
This is the key to reversing the situation, with a speed of transition like a 19th century bullet or 23rd century faster than light travel.
Carter asked, "And if it's not enough?" In the eyes of Noble Team, the hope brought by Khalid Zaman seemed more substantial. As for the alien ruins and that super technology, they felt somewhat out of reach.
Khalid Zaman stared intently at the multicolored light outside the window, his gaze gradually becoming ethereal.
This was a state of epiphany. He vaguely felt that this place was like a nexus where fates intertwined. Countless secrets of heaven converged here, secrets that seemed capable of changing the entire world. He sensed a trace of the power of laws here.
Intertwined fates, what exactly made him feel this? He had only encountered the power of laws during his heavenly tribulation, where the law of thunder had left a deep impression on him. As a cultivator, Khalid Zaman felt immense interest and curiosity toward this place, but unfortunately, the current mission was too critical to allow time for exploration. Halsey pressed a button. Cortana on the console glanced at Khalid Zaman before her figure vanished.
Cortana's core was transferred into a translucent cylindrical container.
The container was encased in a metal protective frame, and the ionic AI core inside glowed brightly.
The doctor walked over to Khalid Zaman with the container. "Lieutenant,
Take her, she made her choice long ago."
Khalid Zaman reached out to take it, but to his surprise, Doctor
Halsey did not let go. Instead, she emphasized again, "Do you truly have a firm grip?"
Khalid Zaman replied,
"Yes."
Halsey said, "Please say it clearly." Khalid Zaman felt a bit helpless. Being questioned like this by the doctor made even him feel a little nervous. "I have a firm grip."
Only then did Doctor
Halsey released her hand. Her eyes lingered on the container with a sense of reluctance, as if her most precious possession was being taken away.
Khalid Zaman observed humanity's greatest scientist up close for the first time.
One could tell from her features that Dr.
Halsey possessed a refined temperament, but the wrinkles across her face and her exhausted demeanor made her appear quite aged.
The four of them escorted Halsey to the surface.
They were at the summit of a mountain, where 2 Pelican mid-sized transports were parked on the landing pad.
Carter ordered, "Noble 3, you will escort the Doctor to Castle Base."
"Doctor." Halsey seemed somewhat dissatisfied.
"Commander, I do not need an escort."
Just as she said, Noble Team's mission was more important than her life. She did not want the success rate of the mission to decrease because of her safety. Besides Khalid Zaman, Jun was currently the strongest in combat power. His abilities had almost no weaknesses. He could attack from both long and short ranges, and his reconnaissance skills were even higher than Khalid Zaman's. For a person as important as Halsey, Carter wanted to provide her with strong protection, even though he didn't particularly like the stubborn old lady. Carter ignored her and continued, "Jun, do not let any information fall into enemy hands." His meaning was clear. According to the Cole Protocol, if there was a chance of being captured, Jun had to execute Doctor
Halsey to ensure the Covenant could not obtain any intelligence from such a vital figure.
Jun felt a bit awkward. "I'll do my best."
Doctor
Halsey also understood the implication.
She had no objection to this and simply walked quietly toward the Pelican.
Before leaving, Khalid Zaman gave the dog tags of George and Cat to Jun,
which were stuffed with various equipment and ammunition.
"Stay safe out there." Jun replied, "You too."
The two saluted each other and then went their separate ways.
Meanwhile, the Covenant High Command had already received reports regarding the ruins.
Among the golden-armored berserkers who had fled was an eye of the prophets who had been specifically planted by Parutami's side for surveillance.
This berserker hadn't gone far. He had been hiding in the shadows watching the battle with the Silent Shadow.
He only left after the last assassin was killed by the berserkers, and the golden-armored berserkers collectively knelt to Khalid Zaman.
Thus the news quickly reached the city of philanthropy.
A miracle.
Borutami has betrayed the Covenant.
The Prophet of Truth could hardly believe his eyes after receiving the message. He felt he was usually a good judge of character. Borutami was definitely a competent conspirator and had been a qualified pawn before rising to his high position. However, such a direct betrayal sent an extremely dangerous signal to the Prophet of Truth. Especially the descriptions regarding that battle. Giant beasts, a godlike man, lightning, and controlled cataclysms. It was a complete miracle.
The Prophet of Truth's hands trembled slightly.
He immediately found the other two prophets and entered a secret chamber for discussion. Once the three were assembled, he sent the secret reports information to them.
What do you two make of this? The Prophet of Mercy let out an exclamation. A reclaimer has appeared.
And it is truly a human.
The Prophet of Sorrow's eyes darted around restlessly.
So what Monk of Prejudice said was not wrong at all. The Prophet of Truth remained calm.
I am asking for your opinions on this matter.
You're overthinking it. The Prophet of Mercy said, the Sanhali people are indeed untrustworthy.
The Covenant cannot tolerate such betrayal.
The Prophet of Truth was somewhat surprised.
Mercy usually favoured the Sanhali people like a centrist, but he had unexpectedly changed his stance this time.
He turned to look at the muttering Prophet of Sorrow and said, "Do not be so panicked.
Humanity is on the verge of being wiped out by us."
The Prophet of Sorrow still didn't speak, his expression grim. The usually hands-off Prophet of Mercy was somewhat excited today. This matter cannot be leaked. We need to secretly execute all those berserkers who fled.
The Prophet of Truth nodded.
Indeed.
Notify Tarhoras, then have him handle it.
Also have Fel go and hunt down these humans.
Suspend all military operations on that planet for now. Kill these humans first. We must mobilize all resources.
Yes, kill them.
The Prophet of Sorrow finally chimed in. The Prophet of Truth frowned. Why are you so nervous? There should be no secrets between the three of us. Hearing this, the Prophet of Sorrow's expression darkened further. Truth's words had a double meaning, implying that Sorrow might be hiding something from the two of them.
I may just be too tired lately.
The Prophet of Truth didn't notice anything. Then go take a vacation and rest for a few days. Do not worry too much.
Even if what Monk of Prejudice said is true, we have nearly exterminated humanity.
Everything is still under control. The other two prophets echoed together, yes.
Chapter 101 Encirclement and Suppression.
Two pelicans flew out from between the valleys, each heading in a different direction. A pelican is a medium human transport aircraft with spaceflight capabilities. Its speed within the atmosphere is not slow either, and ordinary banshees cannot catch up to it. However, Khalid Zaman never expected they would encounter such a fierce attack. There were countless banshees, dense swarms of banshees, and even angel fighters surrounding and intercepting them. Even with the shields enhanced by Khalid Zaman's true Kai, they couldn't withstand such concentrated enemy fire, and the pelicans soon began to emit black smoke from the damage.
Furthermore, two enemy light warships were flying toward them from the distant sky.
Khalid Zaman and Emil were shooting at the enemy from the pelican's hatch.
Even using roaming dragon purgatory, Khalid Zaman could only clear the few fighters closest to them.
Enemy aircraft in the distance continued to fire at them relentlessly. There were so many that he didn't even bother counting. Carter piloted the Pelican through the valleys with enemy fighters constantly trying to intercept them from ahead.
Carter, this isn't working.
There are too many enemy aerial units ahead.
We have to proceed by ground.
The abandoned shipyard is only 3 kilometers away. You two need to move on foot.
Khalid Zaman caught the meaning behind his words. Just the two of us.
What about you?
Carter,
I'll draw the enemy forces away for you.
You must deliver the package to the Altum of Reach.
Khalid Zaman wanted to say they couldn't leave Carter behind, but they were a noble team. They were soldiers, and they couldn't act on emotion.
He left you and Gungan behind to continue maintaining the shields for the Pelican.
Khalid, the AI was right to choose you. Only you have the ability to complete this mission.
Khalid Zaman saluted.
I guarantee the mission will be completed.
Captain, you must be careful.
This was the resolve of the soldier.
Carter's choice was the optimal solution. Just like George, they were both qualified soldiers.
Khalid Zaman would not let their resolve go to waste. He would complete the mission this time no matter what.
If what Dr. Halsey said was true, then even if he died here, it would all be worth it.
Carter, I'll be careful.
If everything the doctor said is true, then humanity's last hope is in your hands.
Emil, it's been an honor fighting with you, Commander.
Carter, me too. The two jumped off the aircraft and rolled into the valley. The Pelican left the valley, flying higher and higher as countless aerial fighters chased after Carter.
Khalid Zaman's heart was heavy as his teammates left one by one.
Reach had already fallen, and he no longer held any unrealistic fantasies. His current goal was singular: deliver the AI to its destination.
He and Emil quickly ran out of the valley.
Ahead was a mountain path that led to the abandoned shipyard. There weren't many enemies on the road. The occasional Covenant combat squads were quickly dealt with by the two of them.
Emil, there are mongooses here. We'll take one each.
The mongoose is a 4-wheel drive motorcycle with a top speed of 96 kilometers per hour. This individual-use motorcycle has no weapons or protection, but its 4 large tires allow it to travel swiftly over rugged mountain roads.
Each driving a mongoose, the two sped along the mountain path.
From here to the abandoned shipyard was 3 kilometers in a straight line, but the mountain road was winding, so it likely wouldn't be that convenient.
Just then, Carter sent a message. The enemy has found you.
There's a scarab as well.
Quick, break through.
At the same moment, he received the message. A massive scarab combat platform dropped from the sky, its sheer size making the valley tremble slightly. Besides the units around them, he also saw 2 more scarab combat platforms landing on the mountain road not far away.
Along with the scarabs, over a dozen Covenant drop pods also plummeted down. Khalid Zaman felt a bit frustrated. These guys were crazy. They even skipped the transports and went straight for the Helljumpers style.
Just how much importance were they placing on them?
As soon as these airborne troops landed, they began firing frantically at the 2. A red ion beam from the scarab grazed over Khalid Zaman's head. With a tail flick, he dodged the enemies behind him, and Emil followed closely.
After a sharp turn, there was a wide space beside the mountain road ahead.
The enemies here had also just landed. Besides the scarab, there were 10 drop pods.
Each Covenant drop pod had 4 seats, and this time they were all white armors. This meant 40 white-armored elite warriors were intercepting them ahead.
Trying to force a way through on a mongoose was practically a death wish.
But Khalid Zaman didn't want to waste any more time. He didn't know why the enemy was pursuing them so relentlessly, but every minute delay meant more enemies could arrive. He shouted, "Emil, stay close.
We're charging through."
"Emil, are you crazy, kid?
Can your shield hold up?" The 2 didn't slow down at all, charging straight toward the group of enemies. Khalid Zaman wasn't crazy, of course. When they were about 50 meters from their enemy, he released all the golden armored berserkers.
Most of these golden armored berserkers had already reached level 2 Kai refining.
Barutami was indeed a commander, having already cultivated to level 3 Kai refining. Their running speed was no longer slower than the mongoose.
Streaks of golden light could be seen surging past their motorcycles and lunging at the enemy.
The white-armored elites on the opposite side were completely stunned, unable to grasp the situation. It wasn't until the first white armor had its head chopped off that they reacted.
But by then it was too late. Being rushed by over a dozen golden armored berserkers,
these white-armored elites with heavy firepower had no way to fight back. By the time Khalid Zaman reached them, the white-armored elites were in total disarray.
However, he never expected that the scarab would fire directly at its own people. A thick red laser beam swept across, causing flowers of blood to bloom within the Covenant forces. With the thought, Khalid Zaman recalled all the golden armored berserkers.
He and Emil took the opportunity to zip right under the scarab's belly.
This is power.
Master is mighty. Fighting like this is so awesome.
The berserkers were all incredibly excited, peering out of thin air to instantly charge into the battlefield and disappearing the moment an attack came. Killing enemies was like cutting through melons and vegetables.
Ever since they began their cultivation,
their strength, speed,
and reaction times had all been growing rapidly. In just half a day, the difference was already palpable.
Khalid Zaman was also somewhat surprised by these Saint Hellies. Their talent for cultivation was actually even higher than his own had been. Furthermore, he hadn't even given these berserkers any cultivation resources yet. It was terrifying. If all Saint Hellies began cultivation, there might truly be no place left for Earthlings. Barutami, Master, there is no need to worry. We berserkers are already elite warriors chosen from 10,000. Ordinary Saint Hellies cannot possibly possess strength like ours. Khalid Zaman could feel that this guy was still in a state of hyper-excitement.
As soon as he returned to Khalid Zaman's nascent soul, he began cultivating frantically again, without a moment's rest.
In the dozen or so years Khalid Zaman had been active, he had never been able to maintain such a state except for the first time he encountered a ghost-phase beast. It could be said that a powerful obsession is also a form of talent.
Chapter 102, the man who always chooses the best solution.
2 mongooses sped along the mountain road. A section of the mountain road ahead was extremely narrow, no longer suitable for paratroopers to intercept. Densely packed enemy fighters flew toward the 2 of them. Khalid Zaman used his lightning technique while driving. Due to the mountain's obstruction and the many tunnels and caves along the road, the pressure from the aerial enemies wasn't too great.
Rounding a bend, they could already see the massive shipyard atop a distant mountain peak.
This shipyard had been abandoned before the Covenant invasion, so it was outside the scope of military strikes. The Automobile Reach was quietly hiding within the derelict shipyard. Jacob Case stood on the bridge of the warship with a pipe in his mouth, looking worried.
More and more enemy aircraft were appearing in the surrounding area, and at least 3 light warships were already cruising within range.
At this moment, an adjutant walked over and said, "Report, the Master Chief has entered the cryo chamber."
Case nodded.
"How are his injuries?"
Adjutant, his injuries aren't serious and have been treated.
He will fully recover after sleeping for a while.
Case took a puff from his pipe.
though there was no tobacco in it and it wasn't lit. The Covenant had already set their sights on the derelict shipyard, and many soldiers sent to defend it had not returned. Even the legendary strongest Spartan Roman, 2 John 117, had been wounded in battle.
As a qualified warship commander, Case had been waiting quietly. It was the only thing he could do.
And the person he was waiting for was less than 2 kilometers away. Khalid Zaman and Emil were stopped not by Covenant forces, but by an entire military camp. There were at least 100 ghost-faced beast soldiers in this camp, and it seemed they had occupied it long ago. Observing from a distance, these guys appeared very relaxed, with no signs of preparation for a major battle, and they didn't look like they were specifically there to intercept them. However, there were many obstacles in the camp, so using the mongooses to quickly pass through was definitely out of the question.
Oritami, Master, let us slaughter our way through. Just 20 minutes, no give me 10 minutes, and I will definitely clear this place out.
It wasn't that Khalid Zaman didn't believe in the Berserker's abilities, he just didn't want to waste 10 minutes here. After discussing with Emil, they found a small hillside next to the camp, jumped onto the roofs of the buildings inside, and then, like night-stalking heroes, they leaped and ran from one roof to the next. In this way, in less than a minute, the two of them crossed the camp and ran directly to the exit on the opposite side. At that moment, a group of enemy forces was rushing in from outside the camp, a Wraith tank, along with over 20 Jackal snipers and 20 wild boar beast suicide squads. These were ground troops moving from the derelict shipyard to reinforce this position. If a fight had broken out in the camp just now, they would have certainly been pinned down inside. Although eliminating these forces wouldn't be too difficult, they would have definitely been delayed for much longer. Beyond this point was a narrow path winding upward. The derelict shipyard was not far away. They were almost there. The two of them quickened their pace.
With the mission nearly complete, they both felt a bit of relief.
At that moment, Carter sent a message. There's a situation on your end. Be careful, there's a scarab. On the mountain road ahead, a massive bug stood there, its head facing Khalid Zaman and Emil. This scarab had been waiting here for a long time. This mountain road was narrow and winding. At their speed, it would take more than a minute to run across on foot, and they would surely be shot dead. Furthermore, the scarab's footsteps were too heavy even if they tried to go past while invisible. A single step from the scarab would vibrate them out of their cloaking. The situation was a bit tricky. Emil, we can run for it. Carter, no, you definitely can't pass without support. The Pelican in the air was already flying toward the scarab. Although the Pelican had its own machine guns, it wasn't a dedicated combat aircraft and wasn't enough to face a scarab. Khalid Zaman was a bit anxious. Your firepower isn't enough. Carter was already maneuvering the Pelican's machine guns to fire at the scarab. The behemoth didn't turn its head, didn't fire, and didn't even move, still staring at the two on the mountain road. Moreover, the scarab's main cannon port glowed with a red light. It was ready to fire. Carter, I have a way. The Pelican was seen circling toward a distance, then turning back and heading straight to ram the scarab. Khalid Zaman, don't. Carter, you're on your own now, noble team. Bastard. Khalid Zaman was furious. What happened to the promised teamwork?
This guy ended up sacrificing himself to complete the mission.
He knew time was tight, and he knew this obstacle was difficult, but sacrifice was ultimately not the best solution. That bastard Carter always talked about teamwork and finding a way, and he could always give the best plan. But why was he so impulsive this time? Carter was actually already injured. Even with the engineer's shield buff, the Pelican couldn't remain undamaged under the fire of so many enemy aircraft. The distant fighters were closing in again, and he knew this mission was too arduous. They had to hurry. Therefore, the best plan he determined was to use the Pelican to ram the scarab. He wanted to knock this big fellow off the cliff, which would at least allow Khalid Zaman and Emil to rush into the derelict shipyard. Once they entered the shipyard, the mission would be complete. Then Khalid Zaman and Emil could successfully retreat, and Carter couldn't care about much else. He only knew that Khalid Zaman couldn't die. The ground began to tremble, and the entire mountain range felt like it was experiencing an earthquake. Even the berserkers within his nascent soul felt Khalid Zaman's fury. They didn't know why this master's anger could be so terrifying. When a common man is enraged, blood splashes for 5 steps, but when Khalid Zaman was enraged, the entire world began to tremble. The berserkers were also worried by this strange phenomenon.
The mountains crumbled and the earth split as if the entire ground had been struck hard by someone. Then the scarab fell off the slope.
The Pelican's dive hit nothing but air, and even Khalid Zaman himself was a bit stunned.
Carter,
It turned out that as the mountain range vibrated, several rocks under the scarab's feet happened to loosen, and a super behemoth just fell straight down the cliff. Emil teased, Boss, are you a blockhead? Carter, aye. As the captain of Noble Team, this was the first time he had been teased like this by a teammate, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Khalid Zaman, don't be impulsive, we'll get through this, even if... Before he could finish his sentence, a thick red beam from beneath the cliff pierced through the Pelican, and an entire transport ship was blown to pieces. The wreckage of the plane, having lost power, fell silently down the cliff. Khalid Zaman hadn't even processed the joy from a moment ago before everything became reversible again.
It happened too suddenly. He couldn't accept what was happening before his eyes.
He couldn't feel the connection with his spirit pet. Ewan Gungun was dead. So Carter was also Spartan Roman 3 Alpha Company soldier, Noble Team Captain Carter 259, missing in action. Emil, there's a fissure to the east, let's go. Khalid Zaman wanted to jump down the cliff to see if Carter might still be alive, but Carter's words echoed in his mind, don't let him down. George was dead, Kat was dead, and now even Carter.
The departure of these people felt like Khalid Zaman had lost his inner support.
The once perfect Noble Team was now in tatters.
His beautiful wishes ultimately couldn't be realized.
Khalid Zaman didn't even have time for sorrow. He had to complete the mission and couldn't let his teammates down. Whether or not he was the hope of humanity, Khalid Zaman would certainly become the Covenant's nightmare. Chapter 103, A Gathering of Heroes. Bridge of the Truth Seeker. Tirvidami was reviewing battle reports from various fronts. As the fleet commander, he had to deal with the human warships arriving as reinforcements, while also capturing all enemy military bases as quickly as possible. Therefore, he did not dispatch the entire fleet to pursue Khalid Zaman, even though those were the Prophet's orders. In his eyes, a few humans could not change the tide of the war, and the important foreigner relics had already been placed under protection by his men. It could be said that all that remained of this campaign was the cleanup. If he sent the majority of his forces to surround a few human soldiers, it was highly likely they would be counterattacked by the newly arrived human fleet, resulting in heavy casualties.
Thus the Prophet sent another message urging him to hurry up and attend to proper business. Busy with his work, Tyr couldn't help but complain the prophets are truly unreasonable.
They should come and see a real battle instead of just sitting in their chairs and talking. Art stood by his side, feeling somewhat bored.
How about letting me go?
The 3 warships you sent haven't even slowed the human down.
Tyr replied, there is an old human saying, do not press a desperate foe.
As long as we maintain our position in the war, the life or death of one human is inconsequential.
This planet, including the holy relics, already belongs to us. There is no need to lose the big picture for something so small. Arts countered, but I heard that this person defeated Borutami and his Praetorian Guard,
and even a silent shadow squad.
Really? Tyr finally paused his busy work.
This news was enough to shock him for a moment. If that is true, then he will become our most terrifying enemy. At this point, the military reports were no longer important because Tyr could faintly sense that some things were exceeding his expectations. He left the command console, paced back and forth, and then asked, do you know about the Long Night?
That said, I know.
It was inexplicably blown up by the humans.
It's very strange, no one knows why it happened.
Tyr said, I suspect this matter is related to the human.
Oh.
Arts couldn't quite process that. How is that possible? Are you saying he blew up a CSO-class supercarrier all by himself? Tyr explained, no, it should be this special operations squad of theirs. I've seen a battle report from a military base. Their squad has 6 people and possesses the ability to make hunters suddenly defect. They charged into the base specifically to steal a type of fighter craft. I had someone look into it. That craft is very suitable for space combat and is equipped with an energy shield device. His meaning was clear. These people stole the fighters, used them to approach the Long Night, and then blew up the carrier. Arts didn't believe this speculation at all because there was no logic to suggest humans could achieve such a thing. Seeing Arts' expression, Tyr guessed his thoughts and reminded him, last time we glassed half a city and still couldn't kill him. Perhaps the opponent really does have some powerful methods. We can't just let him be anymore. This time we absolutely cannot let him escape.
Arts asked, you mean we're going down to find him? You've made up your mind.
Tyr shook his head.
No, we have so many warships. Why must we go to the surface to fight him?
You're afraid. That's not like you. Arts felt Tyr was overreacting. Even if the opponent was powerful, the Sanheli people were never afraid of strong enemies.
Is it so hard to admit a rival's strength?
There's no need to prove anything. I just want to eliminate the enemy.
I will dispatch 20 warships to kill this human.
Just like Borutami before him, Tirvidami wanted to meet the super soldier.
In orbit around Reach, 20 Covenant warships headed toward the same coordinates.
Meanwhile, Tartarus had finished his cleanup mission and was commanding all forces to head toward the abandoned shipyard.
The 2 most powerful enemies were about to arrive, and the remaining 2 members of Noble Team had also reached the location. A gathering of storms was occurring. A great battle was about to erupt here.
Before the main battle even began, the outskirts of the abandoned shipyard were already like boiling water, with fierce fighting everywhere.
By the time Khalid Zaman arrived,
dozens of Marines were attacking the interior of the shipyard. These were troops sent out for perimeter defense, but they had been scattered by enemies rushing out from inside shortly after the engagement began. As always, the Covenant favored aerial deployments, inserting troops behind human lines.
There were only dozens of human soldiers, while the forces rushing out from the other side consisted of at least 100 Covenant standard combat squads.
Khalid Zaman knew that more enemies must be pushing into the shipyard now.
He had to hurry.
On a large battlefield, the firing distances for both sides were very long, and his spells weren't as effective. 2 casts of roaming dragon purgatory only killed fewer than 30 enemy soldiers.
Trying to rush over and control wild boar beasts was also too slow. Therefore, Khalid Zaman decided to play all his cards.
Suddenly, over a dozen golden armored berserkers appeared out of nowhere, howling as they charged the enemy.
This scene caused some panic among the human Marines, and quite a few people fired at the berserkers. Conversely, none of the enemy forces fired at these high-ranking elites. Most of the attacks the berserkers received came from their own side. Khalid Zaman didn't have time to explain, and could only have the engineer apply shields to the berserkers. Baru Tami was the first to charge into the enemy ranks.
His 2 light swords harvested enemy lives like cutting through melons and vegetables.
By the time these Covenant forces reacted, at least a fifth of them had been cut down. The Covenant troops were completely bewildered.
They couldn't understand why these golden armor elites were killing their own.
On a large battlefield, the lowest rank for a golden armor elite was a field commander responsible for directing operations in a specific area. Currently, there was only one golden armor berserker in the Covenant ranks serving as the senior commander here. He was stunned by the sight before him.
What are you doing? You bastards, why are you killing our own?
Baru Tami laughed loudly.
Hello.
I'm the supreme commander of the brave and
Cautious fleet.
I order you all to drop your weapons and surrender immediately or face death without mercy. He laughed as he charged toward the field commander.
The opponent was enraged by these words.
You traitor. To think you've defected to the humans. You're the shame of the Saint Heli. As a former commander, Baru Tami was no mere brute who only knew swordsmanship. He pointed at the opposing commander and shouted, "This man is a traitor to the Covenant.
I have been ordered to execute him.
Everyone else, lay down your weapons immediately or die." Though the opposing commander was driven mad with rage. He drew his light sword and charged as well.
To be slandered as a traitor by an actual traitor, who could he even argue his case to?
Moreover, with this group of berserkers slaughtering them relentlessly, the Covenant troops were already in full retreat, their morale shattered. Many wild boar beasts and even white-armored elite warriors showed confusion upon hearing those words. Quite a few dropped their weapons, but they didn't know what to do, whether to flee or kneel and beg for mercy. This chaotic scene also left the human troops confused. They even stopped firing, simply watching this group of Saint Heli people slaughter each other.
Chapter 104, The Army of Both-Faced Beasts.
The battle outside the scrapyard ended quickly. The enemy commander was killed by Baru Tami, and his head was thrown into the middle of the battlefield. Consequently, the remaining Covenant forces either surrendered or fled.
Those who resisted stubbornly were executed immediately.
The Marines still hadn't figured out the situation. They just sent 2 people to make contact with the super soldier. In the end, Khalid Zaman had to have the berserkers salute the other side with a human military salute, which finally put the Marines at ease. However, those enemy elite who had dropped their weapons realized they had been tricked and wanted to rise up and resist, but were all killed in the end. Khalid Zaman continued to move forward with his massive force. News soon reached Case. The person he was waiting for had finally arrived. After connecting the communication channel, Case said, "We have lost the turret at the top of the shipyard, and now the Autumn of Reach has lost its fire cover and cannot fly to orbital space. You must find a way to take back the turret, and then clear the landing platform. After completing the mission, I will send a Pelican to pick you up." Khalid Zaman understood. He led the main force into the shipyard. This abandoned old shipyard was originally used to build large civilian spaceships, so the space in each workshop was enormous. As they passed through each workshop, they could see human Marines fighting with Covenant forces. The main force pushed inward, gathering more of their own people. In addition to the Marines, Khalid Zaman also controlled some wild boar beasts to use as cannon fodder. Although these little things were not strong in combat, the energy pistol they used could break the shields of the opposing elite, and in large numbers, they were a force not to be underestimated. He didn't use the gun formation because in a large-scale battlefield, the firearms he controlled were easily knocked away or broken. But once he controlled the wild boar beasts for a period of time, they would fight on their own. They could run, shoot, and even throw grenades, making them very reliable allies. Passing through a large warehouse, they saw 2 hunters in an open space. Khalid Zaman knew that this kind of hunter did not have high intelligence, so he let the berserkers walk over brazenly to launch a sneak attack. Without being attacked, a dozen berserkers dismembered the hunters. Seeing the Legulu worms All over the ground, Khalid Zaman missed Kinglong a little. He wondered where his first spirit pet was now.
Further inside was the main workshop of the entire shipyard, and they rushed up with floor by floor.
By this point, there weren't many enemies resisting.
They soon killed their way to the landing platform at the top of the workshop.
There were almost no enemies here, and the giant cannon on the high platform not far away made Khalid Zaman's eyes light up. This was no ordinary anti-aircraft gun. No wonder the Autumn of Reach had to hide here. This giant cannon was an electromagnetic acceleration MAC cannon, just not as big as the ones in planetary orbit. The air was already filled with dense phantom transports flying towards them.
Emil, I'll go control the turret. You guys go clear out the enemies.
Running all the way, Emil was in a very bad mood.
His captain had sacrificed himself, and he hadn't even had much of a chance to slaughter the enemy. His specialty, close quarters combat, had too little room to shine on a large-scale battlefield. So now he was going to kill the enemy with this giant cannon. The enemy's air force was going to be in big trouble. By the time he jumped onto the turret and started firing, more than a dozen phantom transports had already dropped troops on the platform. The electromagnetic charging sound of the turret was very loud. Not only the sound, but the power of this MAC cannon was also enormous, and its speed was astonishing. Within 50 kilometers, once targeted, no enemy aircraft could withstand it or escape. And Khalid Zaman led the Marines to start clearing the enemies on the platform. There were now hundreds of ghost-faced beasts on the platform, charging at them like lunatics.
The scariest thing was that Tartarus had already replaced his subordinates' equipment.
Every ghost-faced beast was equipped with special external gear armor lock. Khalid Zaman didn't know why this kind of thing appeared on the ghost-faced beasts. Although they still didn't have an energy shield, as long as they were focus fired, the ghost-faced beasts would crouch down and their bodies would emit a bright white light. It could only be said that war was the best stage for technological development.
The learning ability of the Covenant was too terrifying. When it came to research on energy shield, they were thousands of years ahead of humans.
These ghost-faced beasts were already thick-skinned and fleshy, and now with the armor lock, they were even more arrogant. The Marines fired wildly, but even with a dozen people focusing fire, they could only kill one or two. Seeing that the enemies had already rushed to the platform entrance, if ordinary humans were approached by them, the only outcome would be them flying everywhere.
But Khalid Zaman was no ordinary human.
This group of ghost-faced beasts was rushing up the stairs of the landing platform, and when they reached the top floor and could see the platform entrance, they were all startled.
The humans, who were just firing, were all retreating, and in front of them was a shining expanse of golden-armored berserkers along with a dozen energy pistols that were charging up.
The first ghost-faced beast only said 2 words before his head flew off. Then they were slaughtered by the golden-armored berserkers like cutting vegetables. As wild as they were when they rushed up, that's how miserably they died now. If both sides had been using ranged weapons earlier, their spiker guns might have had some advantage. Khalid Zaman was the first to rush up, activating Vajradharma image with 6 light swords paving the way. He entered the enemy pile like a red-hot knife cutting through butter. Because the several flights of stairs leading to the platform were not very spacious, the Marines and wild boar beasts couldn't even find a shooting angle. They could only watch the berserkers chop vegetables, no chop meat. The sound of the MAC cannon rang out incessantly, accompanied by Emil's cursing, as the enemies in the air fell down like dumplings. The second batch of enemies sent nearly 50 fighters and 20 phantom transports, but in the end only 7 phantom transports were able to reach the front.
Tartarus, who was commanding this attack, also frowned tightly.
He knew very well about Barutami's allegiance to the Prophet of Truth. He never expected that the seemingly cunning Saint Heli would surrender to the enemy. It seemed that sending ordinary ghost-faced beast warriors down would just be serving them up as food. So he dispatched 2 capable subordinates, 2 Kirahani leaders. At this time, 20 CCS-class battlecruisers had also arrived in the nearby area. Tirvidami did not immediately order an attack because Tartarus's troops were continuously rushing towards the scrapyard.
He also saw the scene of Barutami fighting for the humans. This kind of thing once again overturned his understanding of Khalid Zaman.
The Saint Heli were not a race that could easily submit to others. Even now, there were many in the Covenant who did not submit to the prophets. Art stood by his side, somewhat confused. Why do the ghost-faced beasts keep sending troops over instead of just blowing this place to pieces? Tirvidami, because they don't yet know the ability of that person down there.
At this moment, Tartarus sent a communication. Commander Tirvidami, you're finally done with your business.
Tirvidami, yes, I am here to execute the order. You can let your people retreat now. What do you mean? Tartarus was a bit angry. It was precisely because Tirvidami
did not follow the prophet of truth that he came here to clean up the mess for the other side, otherwise he wouldn't have lost so many warriors. Now that he had forced these humans into a desperate situation, this Tirvadami actually wanted to come and pick up the spoils, wanting to steal the credit from him.
Tirvadami, nothing special. If you don't want to retreat, that's fine. I'll just wait another 5 minutes.
HMPH, Tartarus turned off the communication.
The meaning in these words
Was very simple. His people would be defeated within 5 minutes, and then Tirvadami would send people to finish off the enemies. Looking at the battle screen, Tartarus did not believe that the other side could easily defeat his two capable subordinates.
Chapter 105, The Demon-Faced Beast Commander.
Pirahani commanders are the strongest warriors under Tartarus.
They are characterized by the massive V-shape on their helmets and exaggerated slab-like headpieces.
Except for the lack of spikes on the V-shape, their attire is almost identical to Tartarus's.
Furthermore, the armor strength of these commanders is the same as that of the warlord Tartarus.
On the platform, Borutami was leading the berserkers to besiege a ghost-faced beast commander. This powerful ghost-faced beast wielded a gravity hammer with a very wide attack range.
Except for Borutami, the other berserkers were sent flying one after another by the gravity hammer.
Everyone's energy shield was broken and half were injured, so Khalid Zaman retracted them.
Only Borutami continued to fight,
Relying
on his powerful movement techniques.
on martial skills.
Khalid Zaman, meanwhile, attracted the attention of another ghost-faced beast commander.
His roaming dragon purgatory broke through the opponent's first energy shield, only to be blocked by a second shield.
2 layers of energy shields, each with an independent power system that could recover separately,
Took Khalid Zaman by surprise. It seemed he had to blow the opponent up in one go, otherwise his efforts would be in vain.
He didn't know how many more enemies were coming, and he had less than half of his true Kai left. God only knew how many more shield layers that guy had.
He didn't want to use any more large-scale spells.
Khalid Zaman dodged fuel rod cannon fire while running toward the enemy.
The ghost-faced beast commander seemed to appreciate an enemy who charged straight at him, admiring his courage.
The Ghost-Faced Beast's melee capabilities far exceeded those of the elite race. They could tear Saint Heli people to shreds even with their bare hands.
Khalid Zaman was well aware of this, knowing this Ghost-Faced Beast's combat power was no lower than the current Borutami's. Its energy shield also far surpassed that of an ordinary golden armor elite.
He really wanted to try Jun's move,
but unfortunately he hadn't picked up many needler pistols along the way, not enough to instantly break through the opponent's shields.
Khalid Zaman quickly rushed in front of the opponent.
The two collided, sending Khalid Zaman back 2 steps, while the ghost-faced beast commander stood his ground and laughed. Haha, had a tiny human actually wants to compete with me in strength.
Overestimating yourself.
Khalid Zaman was testing the opponent's abilities.
as expected. In terms of strength, this ghost-faced beast was on the same level as Tartarus. Khalid Zaman. Then let's compare our speed.
Ever since witnessing Barutami's swordsmanship, Khalid Zaman had been somewhat envious. He knew a bit about martial arts from his past life, understanding that only when footwork, movement, and rhythm are layered together can melee combat reach its maximum power. Since he didn't have time to refine his martial skills now, he could only rely on his experience to strike with as much frequency as possible.
Fortunately, this ghost-faced beast commander was wielding a fuel rod cannon and didn't have a gravity hammer with him.
Khalid Zaman bowed his body slightly, shifted his footing, and advanced with a series of linked steps.
8 Trigon swimming dragon.
With every step and turn, he slashed 8 times at the enemy. In 5 steps and 2.5 rotations, he delivered a total of 40 slashes, the entire process taking only 1 second.
By the time he stood behind the ghost-faced beast, he had already deactivated his Vajradharma image.
This storm-like offensive dazzled the ghost-faced beast commander. By the time he reacted, both layers of his energy shield had been shattered, he had been struck by several blades, and Khalid Zaman had slit his throat.
There was no medicine for regret now. Blood gushed from the ghost-faced beast's body like a decorative fountain. This is impossible. His shock wasn't due to failure or his impending death. Under normal circumstances, an enemy struck by a light sword wouldn't bleed, as the high-density ionic energy would cauterize the flesh, instantly searing the wound and coagulating the blood. However, Khalid Zaman's move was so fast that the attack was completed before the flesh could be cauterized.
It had surpassed everyone's understanding.
Thus, the ghost-faced beast commander couldn't comprehend it, marveling at his enemy's ability even as he died.
Khalid Zaman shook his head slightly, though their strength was comparable. This guy's combat experience and reaction time were far inferior to Tartarus's.
Tartarus didn't know the enemy was praising him in his heart.
He had seen Khalid Zaman's move clearly and felt a chill run down his spine. When the two had fought in that small room, if the human had used this move then, he would have surely died, as there would have been nowhere to retreat.
Why in just one short day had this human become so strong?
He closed his eyes, replaying the scene over and over.
He was certain that if he were prepared, he could dodge the move or use his gravity hammer to block half of the slashes.
But defeating this human in melee combat again seemed impossible. The stronger a warrior is, the better they understand their own limits.
This sense of helpless frustration left Tartarus feeling disheartened.
Consequently, he stopped sending troops to attack and left directly with several of his warships. Since Tyr had already arrived with his fleet, what happened next was no longer his concern.
Tyr and Arts also watched the battle, both letting out gasps of amazement.
Such extreme speed and a storm of attacks, there was no way to withstand such a move other than dodging it.
Both were confident they could make an enemy bleed with a light sword, but striking 40 times in 1 second was absolutely beyond their capability.
While they were marveling, Khalid Zaman and Borutami were launching a pincer attack on the other Ghostface Beast commander.
Soon this enemy also fell in resentment. In terms of raw strength, the Ghostface Beasts were second to none, but they were completely outmatched in skill and speed.
Arts asked Commander, the Ghostface Beasts have retreated.
What should we do? A light of hope flickered in Tyr's eyes as he remarked, if it weren't for the war, I would truly like to spar with this human. A sense of mutual respect had grown in his heart, and he was even somewhat reluctant to kill Khalid Zaman.
But Tyr was a high-ranking officer and a very rational man.
If he let Khalid Zaman leave now, he felt he would likely become a sinner to the Covenant.
Tyr passed down the order for the Seeker of Tranquility to descend and fire its ion light spear, glassing this area. Arts, why only send 1 warship down?
He wasn't questioning the commander's ability, but Tyr had gone to the trouble of bringing 20 warships only to send 1.
This was unlike Tyr's usual style, so he was curious.
Tyr patted his shoulder and said, these warriors couldn't have come here just to fight in an abandoned shipyard. Now that we've occupied this planet, they certainly won't use small aircraft if they want to retreat. There must be other human warships coming to rendezvous.
I'm waiting for a big fish.
Arts' eyes lit up. No wonder. With your temperament, it's impossible for you to wait so long without acting. Tyr, to clear the abandoned shipyard, there's no need for a major operation. The rest of the fleet can just wait here.
When the time comes, we can down another large enemy warship.
And now, this big fish was lying quietly in the dock of the abandoned shipyard, looking like a dilapidated building. The Autumn of Reach was a modified Halcyon-class light cruiser. With its heavy metal armor added, it looked more like an ordinary giant pillar. To evade the pursuit of the Covenant, warships Case had exposed this massive vessel in the open dock of the abandoned shipyard, ready to take off at any moment. He had shut down the engines, turned off all lights, and maintained radio silence.
Even external communications were handled via several Pelican transports hidden in the valley.
That was how he managed to remain hidden right under Tyr's nose. It was a classic case of being hidden in plain sight. The entire Special Justice Fleet, including the shrewd Tyr Vadami, failed to notice a large warship lying right before them.
Although Case was full of questions regarding the Marines' reports of golden armor berserkers, he exercised extreme self-restraint, asking as little as possible and focusing on the task at hand.
To maintain silence, Case didn't even observe the battle on the landing platform.
Chapter 106, mission must be completed.
As the battle ended, Khalid Zaman quickly opened the communication channel. The landing platform has been cleared. Captain Keyes, well done, Noble 6. I'm sending a Pelican over right now. While the Marines were clearing the platform, Emil continued to use the electromagnetic MAC cannon to attack enemy fighters that dared to approach.
Borutami also noticed Khalid Zaman's move just now.
He had significant attainments in swordsmanship, and seeing Khalid Zaman's Vajradharma image filled him with envy.
However, his level 3 Kai refining true Kai was far from enough to condense such a form.
When Khalid Zaman used the technique, Borutami could sense the method of using the Vajradharma image, so he wanted to try it as well. In the end, he actually managed to directly condense a single arm. Although he couldn't condense a light sword directly yet, having an extra arm increased his offensive capability by 50%.
He borrowed a light sword from another berserker and began practicing the 8 trigram swimming dragon steps on the spot. Khalid Zaman knew the Sanhali people was very ambitious, but he hadn't expected him to have such high talent in cultivation and martial arts.
Borutami quickly adapted to fighting with an extra arm, and his movements became very fluid. Seeing Khalid Zaman observing him, Borutami knelt on one knee and said, "It is my honor to follow in my master's footsteps.
I am willing to fight for Master forever, even at the cost of my life."
He didn't actually need to be so cautious. Their minds were connected, and even a small thought would not escape Khalid Zaman's perception. Khalid Zaman hadn't expected this guy with arrogant ambitions to worship him so much. The platform was cleared, and 2 pelicans flew over.
Emil 6, it's time for you to go.
Deliver the package to the landing platform and then leave this planet.
I'll cover you.
Hearing this, Khalid Zaman was stunned, his whole body freezing up.
Emil was still firing continuously as enemy air units continued to rush in from all directions. If no one controlled the turret at this time, they would soon be surrounded.
In other words, someone had to stay behind Khalid Zaman. No, we leave together. There's always a way. Emil, this is the only way.
Don't let them down. A pelican's hatch opened, and a middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair walked out.
Captain Keith, super soldier, good to see you. Doctor, Halsey said we could rely on you.
Khalid Zaman,
Sir, this wasn't my credit alone.
Captain Keyes knew about their situation, as he had been following news of Noble Team during this time.
There were only 2 members before him now, meaning half the team had been sacrificed along the way.
With a solemn expression, he patted Khalid Zaman on the shoulder and said, "We will remember them forever."
Khalid Zaman handed the container holding Cortana to Captain Keyes. He did not board the Pelican. He couldn't leave Emil here.
At worst, he could use nascent soul projection and would certainly not die here.
But Emil was different. He was a friend he absolutely could not abandon. At that moment, a massive shadow appeared in the distant clouds. Seeing the direction the enemy warship was moving, Captain Keyes immediately opened the comm channel and shouted to warship is adjusting its course heading for the Autumn of Reach. Noble 4, fire on that ship, or we won't be able to get away.
Emil, leave it to me, sir.
At this point, the enemy warship was already firing from extreme range, bombarding the area. Although the main Eilon light spear could not be fired, other Eilon torpedoes and rapid-fire plasma cannons were firing at full strength.
Emil also turned the turret firing at the massive warship.
However, as soon as he shifted his fire, nearby Banshees and Phantoms all swarmed over. The surroundings instantly fell into chaos. One of the 2 pelicans that had come to pick them up was immediately destroyed.
Captain Keyes, super soldier, we have to retreat.
He was shouting at Khalid Zaman.
The best way now was to leave one person behind as cover. There was no need for 2 people to be sacrificed.
As an experienced commander, he knew the cruelty of war well.
If necessary, he himself would be willing to stay behind to provide a chance of survival for his teammates. It was just like the question Instructor Code once asked Carter, if necessary, would you send your subordinates to their deaths? He didn't ask Khalid Zaman that question because Instructor Code knew very well that this boy would find it very difficult to do so. Several shells hit the landing platform and the second Pelican was shaken to the point of instability. Meanwhile, Khalid Zaman was running toward the turret.
Captain Keyes had no choice but to order the Pelican to take off and return to the Autumn of Reach first.
Khalid Zaman was hit by an ion shell and sent flying.
The 2 layers of armor on his body were completely depleted. A sweet taste rose in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his ears ringing. He immediately used the mind-clearing incantation to stabilize his mind. Looking up again, a phantom was already hovering over Emil's head while he was still firing at the distant warship.
Elite. 6 elites jumped down from the phantom, wearing copper-colored armor never seen before, their bodies shimmering with metallic reflections.
Moreover, their armor plates bulged like muscles, making them look extremely powerful.
Khalid Zaman ran toward the turret frantically. He was anxious beyond measure. He could not lose another teammate.
Emil kicked the first enemy who climbed onto the turret back down, and then pulled out his shotgun, firing continuously.
However, the gun's power was too low to pierce their armor. 6 enemies pounced together, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Khalid Zaman immediately released an engineer to replenish Emil's shields. Then more than a dozen energy pistols flew up and charged simultaneously.
These charged energy bolts might injure Emil, but he had to be broken out of the encirclement now. At the same time, 3 grenades also flew rapidly toward the melee around Emil.
After a series of explosions, Emil was still standing on the turret, while the other elites had all been blown away.
Emil cursed, you damn brat, I told you to retreat. What are you running back for?
After speaking, he sat back down at the turret and continued firing at the enemy warship.
Khalid Zaman had no time to speak now because another enemy had appeared behind Emil.
The previous explosion hadn't harmed them.
Khalid Zaman let out a desperate, lung-bursting roar.
He didn't even know what he was shouting. He just watched as an energy sword pierced through Emil's chest, suspending him on the blade.
Emil kicked against the elite's body, forcing his own frame off the light sword. Then he shouted, I'm ready.
How about you? He grabbed the elite's neck with one hand and stabbed the other's throat with his knife, dealing a fatal blow.
Both of them rolled off the turret together.
Khalid Zaman didn't know how he killed the remaining enemies. He didn't know what he was thinking.
By the time he regained his senses, the ground was covered in the shattered limbs of elites, and Emil lay by the turret silent. The enemy warship was closing in. Khalid Zaman sat at the turret and fired at the approaching vessel. The MAC cannon roared repeatedly, but it still couldn't break the enemy's shields.
Meanwhile, more Banshees and Phantom transports kept flying in. Khalid Zaman ignored them. His choice was the same as Emil's.
The mission must be completed.
Master, I'm late.
Kinglong's voice suddenly echoed in Khalid Zaman's heart.
Then a massive scarab crawled up from the edge of the cliff.
This scarab stood atop the turret, continuously firing its anti-aircraft guns and ion beams to attack the enemies in the air.
All the enemy fire was blocked by the Scarab.
Khalid Zaman seemed to have lost consciousness, seeing only the enemy warship before him.
He fired the cannon numbly over and over, unable to think of anything else. Chapter 107. It hasn't even begun yet. The Tranquility Spreader is a CCS gas battlecruiser, 1,782 meters in length. Aside from the ORS-class heavy cruiser, it is the Covenant Force's strongest defensive warship. The shields of this type of vessel are exceptionally powerful. It takes a triple volley from an ordinary human heavy warship's electromagnetic acceleration main cannon to break them, while the damage from small MAC cannons on the ground is almost negligible. Therefore, the commander of this warship did not care what was attacking him.
He had only one thing to do: activate the main cannon and use the glassing beam to vitrify the area.
By now, he had reached the designated location and initiated the firing sequence for the main cannon.
The largest circular firing port at the bottom of the warship began to glow red, growing brighter and brighter.
To attack with the main cannon, a portion of the shield beneath the launcher must be retracted.
Furthermore, when the main cannon fires, a massive amount of energy gathers at the port, constrained by magnetic field generators. Khalid Zaman's MAC shell happened to hit the magnetic field generator.
Instantly, the energy at the main cannon port spiraled out of control, and the entire warship erupted into raging flames.
This scene startled even Tyr. No one expected anyone to use a small ground turret to continuously bombard a giant warship. Even less did anyone expect someone to dare stay without fleeing before the fire of a glassing beam.
The captain of the Tranquility Spreader was even more dazed. He hadn't even figured out why his ship had suddenly caught fire. Now the behemoth was sparking and drifting into the distance. It was estimated the ship wouldn't be repaired anytime soon.
Case spotted the perfect opportunity. All personnel prepare for takeoff.
The Autumn of Reach's engine started, the launches ignited, and the entire warship lit up.
He took one last look at Khalid Zaman, who was still firing, and sighed deeply.
Let's go. It could be said that everything was arranged by fate.
If this warship hadn't activated its main cannon, or if Khalid Zaman hadn't coincidentally hit the magnetic field generator, then the final spark of hope for humanity would have been completely extinguished. The enemy warship exploded, and the Covenant forces in the air retreated. The Autumn of Reach also left, departing from this planet.
Khalid Zaman jumped down from the turret.
The sunlight of the sunset shone on his armor, as if painting it with a layer of crimson blush. He stood there quietly, the faces of his teammates appearing before his eyes.
George, Libon, and fulfill your promise.
Kat, I'm really glad you're on our side. Carter, don't let him down.
Emil, you little cheat.
So what should be done next?
Is it going to be the same as last time?
Khalid Zaman's eyes were somewhat lost.
It seemed that for him personally, there was nothing left to do.
Perhaps there was, but he really didn't know what he should do.
At least bury Emil first.
He looked down, but couldn't find Emil's body. The corpses of the Covenant warriors were still lying there, and the small knife on the ground was still there, but Emil was gone. Spartan Roman 3 warrior, Noble 4, Emil A 239, missing in action.
Khalid Zaman stood for a long time, still unable to figure it out.
Could an enemy shell have hit Emil's body and blown it away? So he searched all around, but there was nothing within 100 meters.
Khalid Zaman had once heard Margaret say that the United Earth government would alter certain information to promote the capabilities of Spartan warriors.
They told the world, Spartans never die, they are just missing in action.
Kinglon,
Master, what's wrong?
Khalid Zaman only then noticed Kinglon's appearance.
Then he saw the scarab beside the turret with half its body blown away.
He quickly realized what had just happened. Khalid Zaman, thank you.
Kinglon, it's what I should do. Master, I brought a friend along this time.
A small insect, a size smaller than Kinglon and somewhat whitish in colour, crawled to Khalid Zaman's side.
Khalid Zaman, shall you be called Behu from now on? Behu, thank you, Master.
As the sun set, the area around the shipyard became shrouded in mist.
Khalid Zaman did not leave. Instead, he sat cross-legged directly beneath the turret.
He needed to ponder some questions. Since coming to this world, he had been constantly running for his life with almost no time to catch his breath. Over these 20-odd years, his heart had been filled with obsession. Aside from fighting, it was cultivation and learning.
He had almost no time to think about a very important matter. Why did he appear here?
Khalid Zaman was a cultivator.
Cultivators also have deep attainments in the principles of heaven, earth, and fate. What they do is defy heaven to change their fate. If one doesn't understand the core principles of these things, then why practice immortality or change one's fate? Therefore, he didn't believe things happen without a reason. There must be a reason for coming to this world. He believed that some person or creature or will must have brought him here after his failure to transcend the tribulation. Since a will had appeared, the entity possessing this will must have a purpose. In the concept of a cultivator, this kind of thing is called fate or destiny.
Everyone who lives has their own destiny and needs to complete everything they are supposed to do. And this fate is influenced by the outside world and can change at any time now.
There was one thing Khalid Zaman was certain of: since coming to this world and gaining consciousness, what he wanted to do had never changed.
In his past life, he only wanted to live longer and practice cultivation incessantly. During that life, other thoughts often occurred.
But in this life, his goal was too resolute. First the tragic death of his parents, then the death of his childhood friends, and now the sacrifice of a noble team. Everything made his destiny more and more stable, making it impossible to change. The will that sent Khalid Zaman here had long since locked his goals tight.
Heavenly fate is sealed.
Then Khalid Zaman carefully reflected on his experiences over the years.
Unlike the desperate cultivation of his past life, Khalid Zaman had very little time to focus on practicing here. Most of the time, he would obtain some opportunities and then suddenly have a massive breakthrough.
This kind of thing is called luck in the world of cultivation. A person's fate is the manifestation of their own will, while luck is the influence of all things in heaven and earth upon oneself.
Compared to the hardships of his past life, his practice in this life had been too smooth. In other words, his luck had been raised to a terrifying level,
Fortified by great luck. Only Khalid Zaman was a bit confused again.
He was a cultivator, possessing the rebellious attribute of defying heaven to change fate.
What did this will want him to change?
He made several hypotheses.
Scenario 1. The goal of the will is to help humanity. Kill all Covenant, let humanity stand at the pinnacle of the universe, just like Dr. Halsey wants.
But to achieve this goal,
1. Would only need to release all Covenant technology to humanity, or give all those foreigner ruins to humanity. With powerful technology, humanity would naturally dominate the universe.
there was no need to go through such trouble to bring him here.
Scenario 2. The purpose of the will has nothing to do with this war, humanity, or the Covenant. Instead,
It wants him to do something, whatever it is. It must be a massive change, otherwise there would be no need for a cultivator to do it.
the Great Tao has 50 paths, and Heaven's operation covers 49, with humanity escaping through the one. If so, then this opportunity has not yet appeared. Scenario 3. He is just a plaything in the eyes of this will.
Just like humans putting ants into a transparent glass box.
It's just to watch a show.
If that's the case, then this will must be an immortal-like existence. Perhaps the human his master spoke of, who transcended the tribulation and became an immortal 110,000 years ago. Khalid Zaman activated the true Kai in his body, combined all the information, and began to deduce the secrets of heaven. He used to do this in his past life, which then drew down the tribulation lightning.
But now he was only at the nascent soul stage. It was impossible for something like a heavenly tribulation to occur.
His true Kai was rapidly consumed. As time passed, he calculated every possibility.
However, no matter which guess it was, he deduced one thing that puzzled him.
Everything has yet to begin.
Chapter 108, the final battle on Reach.
The Bridge of the Truth Seeker. Tirvadami never imagined that even after deploying warships twice and even firing the main cannon, he would still fail to kill Khalid Zaman. He asked, "Arts were those members of the Special Operations Forces sent by you?" "Yes, they were my most powerful subordinates."
It seems even they weren't enough to handle that man.
Arts had lost his temper by now. He had originally wanted to show Tyr the true combat power of the Sangheili people, rather than cautiously using a warship to deal with a single human.
Thus, his orders to his subordinates were to first eliminate Khalid Zaman's helpers and then besiege the target.
He believed the six-man squad's abilities were enough to withstand the terrifying monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. In the end, Khalid Zaman didn't even use his Vajra avatar or any weapons. He simply tore 5 elite warriors apart with his bare hands. This guy was practically a demon, far more terrifying than those human super soldiers. This outcome only proved one thing: Tyr's judgment had been correct. Tyr wasn't angry either.
Although Arts had acted on his own initiative, he understood his old friend very well. This mindset was called pride.
The final result was that the pride of the Sangheili people had been completely defeated.
Now the mindsets of both had undergone a massive shift. They had developed a sense of awe toward humans and would no longer be as arrogant as before.
Tyr, let's go intercept that enemy warship. Arts, then what about this place? That super soldier is still alive.
No, Tyr said decisively.
He is already the last human on this planet. It's impossible for him to leave here alive. Pass down the order, mobilize 12 warships to pursue the enemy, while all other ships stay behind to hunt this man down.
I will only give it 1 day.
If he isn't killed after 1 day, use the plasma projectors to glass the entire planet.
Arts was inwardly horrified.
Currently, the ecology and climate of this planet were perfect, with conditions many times better than their home world, St. Helios.
Tyr was actually willing to do this. One must know that the human colony planets they destroyed in the past were basically unsuitable for direct habitation. Destroying them didn't matter.
Now, it was rare to encounter such a good planet.
What a waste. Just for one human, Tyr was going to destroy the entire planet.
Reach inside the scrapyard.
Khalid Zaman stood up after meditating for half an hour.
There was still too little information.
If he could find out why the prophets wanted to kill all humans, he would definitely be able to further deduce the heavenly secrets and karmic causes.
He also wanted to visit Dr. Halsey's laboratory.
The power of laws there seemed capable of revealing more information. Under the setting sun, the lonely figure walked out of the scrapyard.
There were ruined buildings and cold corpses everywhere.
There were elite warriors, ghost-faced beasts, marines, and even the corpses of Spartan warriors.
Khalid Zaman didn't know the call signs or missions of these people. He only knew that these warriors had all died to protect the scrapyard. Unknowingly, a thick mist began to permeate the surroundings, making this land of death look even more eerie and sinister.
A familiar buzzing sound suddenly echoed in the air.
It was the sound of a phantom transport's engine. Khalid Zaman subconsciously used his invisibility technique. He didn't want to have to fight through thousands alone again just to get back to the laboratory.
With a sizzle, his figure that had just vanished was suddenly forced to reappear. What happened?
Without time for surprise, Khalid Zaman immediately hid in a ruined small building. Half of this two-story structure had been blown away, but at least there were shadows under the debris to hide in.
Laukal, big brother, this is a stealth field.
Khalid Zaman, what is a stealth field?
Laukal, this is the same technology used to hide the long night before. Khalid Zaman immediately thought of that tall spiral tower.
Laukal, yes, it's that kind of energy.
Khalid Zaman, but wasn't that for making objects invisible? Why would it make my invisibility technique fail?
Laukal, by reversing the ionic energy, all invisibility functions within the field can be nullified.
Khalid Zaman felt his scalp go numb.
Why would the enemy set up something like this on a planet they had already occupied?
Could it be just to catch me?
He was right. Tyr had studied the combat records of Noble Team. The armor of these super soldiers already possessed invisibility functions. To prevent Khalid Zaman from escaping, he had set up 4 medium-sized spiral towers around the scrapyard. Each one could cover a radius of 10 kilometers.
Outside the coverage of these spiral towers, a dense mass of Wraith tanks and Covenant warriors was already waiting. These warriors were all Sangheili elites, with the lowest rank being white armors.
Among them were also dozens of special operations forces in copper-colored armor.
The number of aircraft in the sky gradually increased, and phantoms began dropping soldiers everywhere. Khalid Zaman didn't know that this situation meant the pocket had been opened, and there were no longer any gaps in any direction.
At this moment, 2,000 elite warriors and 500 Wraith tanks had gathered outside the stealth field, and the soldiers being brought in by the transports weren't even these troops. These 2,000 were merely guarding the perimeter to prevent Khalid Zaman from breaking through. Even though Tyr had taken a dozen warships to intercept the Autumn of Reach, he hadn't shifted his attention away from Khalid Zaman.
In his view, this human's threat to the Covenant far exceeded that of the escaping warship.
Khalid Zaman originally wanted to hide for a while and wait for the enemies to disperse before finding a chance to escape. However, the more he hid, the denser the enemies around him became. Within his line of sight, there were already 7 or 8 elite warriors.
They seemed to be looking for something, or rather someone.
Khalid Zaman only now realized that his fighting style was too conspicuous. He had definitely been targeted this time. The Covenant weren't fools. On the contrary, there were many extremely intelligent individuals among them. Their tactics and technology were top-notch, and when humans finally developed armor lock, the other side had learned it in a very short time. Therefore, they would definitely pay attention to a super weapon like himself. Khalid Zaman thought about it. If he were the enemy commander and saw these moves and achievements, he would also eliminate this dangerous element at all costs. The situation this time was much more perilous than it had been over a decade ago.
He had thought about digging a hole to escape underground, but that would make too much noise.
The elite's senses were very sharp, so he couldn't escape that way at all.
For a moment, Khalid Zaman couldn't think of any method to get out.
He wondered if his remaining 50% of true Kai would be enough to fight his way out.
Borutami, master, I have a way. Khalid Zaman, oh.
Let's hear it. This former fleet commander should understand the combat methods of the elite warriors and the Covenant very well.
Perhaps he really had a good idea to help him escape.
After listening to Borutami's explanation, Khalid Zaman also felt it was feasible. It seemed like a good idea indeed.
Chapter 109 survived.
2 white-armored elites were patrolling carefully.
Suddenly, they heard someone shout, "I've caught him." The 2 turned their heads and looked toward the source of the sound.
A golden-armored berserker was holding a light sword to the throat of the target of this operation.
Borutami informed the commander, "I have captured the human."
Immediately, over a dozen elites gathered around, surrounding the 2 of them.
Seeing that the other side didn't attack, Khalid Zaman knew this plan was working.
Borutami's plan wasn't complicated. Escort Khalid Zaman onto the Covenant warship.
Once inside, with their combat power, capturing the bridge wouldn't be difficult. Borutami and his confidants could pilot starships as long as they controlled the bridge. They could go wherever they wanted. If Khalid Zaman was willing, they could teleport the warship directly to the Covenant headquarters, capture a profit, and display a miracle that wasn't impossible either. To make the act look more realistic, Khalid Zaman turned off the shield on his armor and had Barutani strike a crack into his helmet. With no energy in the armor and a cracked helmet, it looked as if the Mjolnir had been broken. The surrounding elites looked at each other. They never expected this mission to end before the fighting even began.
When selecting members for the operation, the commander had emphasized that this mission was extremely dangerous, with almost no chance of survival. Every Sanheli warrior entering the energy field had to be prepared to die in battle at any time.
A white-armored elite said to Brother Impressive.
How did you catch him? Barutami smiled triumphantly. This human was knocked unconscious by an explosion just now, lying on the ground.
After I found him, I twisted both his arms, and now he has lost his combat capability.
Handing him over will be a great achievement. This is a credit to all our brothers together.
At this time, Khalid Zaman's hands hung limply by his sides. He had already dislocated his own arms.
To perform a realistic scene, the two had discussed many details.
An enemy who had lost combat capability after capture, the credit would be shared with the elites in front of him. Barutami knew the sense of honor among elites well. They weren't very interested in rewards, but they valued solid achievements very highly. The elites looked at each other, then one said, "That's great.
I'll contact the commander right now to send a warship over."
Very good." Barutami gave Khalid Zaman a shove, pushing him directly to the ground.
Then Khalid Zaman coughed a few times and struggled several times before barely managing
to scramble up.
In the sky, a light warship slowly approached. Khalid Zaman and Barutami looked up together, waiting for the warship to cast its anti-gravity beam and pull them up.
Once inside the warship, they would be halfway to success. At this moment,
Khalid Zaman noticed that the surrounding elites did not close in. Instead, they moved further and further away, leaving the two of them.
"Not good," Khalid Zaman shouted.
He immediately popped his dislocated arms back into place and ran to the side. What awaited him was not an anti-gravity beam, but the warship's shells. Several shells hit behind him, blasting Khalid Zaman over a dozen meters away.
Meanwhile, the surrounding elites all drew their weapons and fired frantically at the two. Their plan was perfect, but unfortunately, the opponent was Tyr Vadani.
As the commander, Tyr was constantly monitoring the battle here.
In his view, Khalid Zaman's life or death was much more important than a human warship.
Therefore, the moment he saw Khalid Zaman being escorted, he knew this golden-armored berserker was not one of his own. Because the order he had given was to kill on sight, he could absolutely not allow this human to leave the range of the energy field alive.
Those elites had actually been suspicious from the start.
While contacting the light warship, they had already prepared for battle. The Sanheli people were not easy to fool. Khalid Zaman shouted loudly, "Kill."
Over a dozen golden-armored berserkers drew their light swords and charged at the enemy. Khalid Zaman also summoned his Vajradharma image and was the first to charge. Now they could only engage in melee combat.
Once a distance was opened, they would be bombarded by the light warship above. They had no way to retreat and could only fight to the death.
The golden-armored berserkers cheered. They now had a certain foundation in Kai refining, and their various abilities had improved significantly, giving them an absolute advantage against the white-armored elites.
Moreover, Khalid Zaman would always withdraw his people into the nascent soul the moment their armor was broken, releasing them again once their shield energy had recovered.
This was equivalent to having a cheat like invisible cover.
Sure enough, the warship's bombardment stopped as they charged into the enemy crowd. Barutami felt amused Tyr was still too soft-hearted. If he were in command, he would never have stopped the bombardment.
As long as he could kill an important target, he would fire on his own people without hesitation.
Khalid Zaman also knew his thoughts and felt somewhat lucky that he had first encountered Barutami on the ground.
The battle went very smoothly.
Over a dozen golden-armored berserkers plus Khalid Zaman fought against an equal number of white-armored elites.
In a one-sided situation, these enemies felt like they were hit by a tsunami. However, the situation did not seem to improve.
The bombardment from the sky began again, and a dense crowd of enemies was rushing over from not far away.
This time, the Covenant's Phantom and the Undead were dropping troops far away and retreating rapidly.
It seemed the enemies had conducted a detailed analysis of Khalid Zaman's abilities.
Khalid Zaman put away the berserkers and then charged toward the enemy's front.
Fleeing in other directions would lead to bombardment, so he could only charge into the crowd to find another opportunity. Flesh-severed limbs, smoke explosions, angry shouts, and screams. Khalid Zaman didn't know how long he had been killing, but the enemy crowd before him still seemed endless.
He no longer dared to use large-scale spells. All his true Kai was used to maintain the shield energy and the Vajra Dharma image. He didn't release the berserkers again either. A dozen or so people would quickly be submerged in the sea of people before him.
These warriors hadn't been fully trained yet. It would be too much of a loss if they were killed here due to a mishap.
The berserkers inside the nascent soul also had complex emotions.
The Sanhali people were not afraid of death at all. They were a powerful warrior race, so their losses in war were very high. In the Covenant, from the highest leader down to the field commanders, no one would care about their lives or their own like this.
Following this humanist time, these berserkers all developed strange emotions.
The feeling of being cared for and protected filled the warriors with grief and indignation. Because Khalid Zaman was already injured, elite snipers in the distance close quarters combat with several people and elites using energy pistols for charged attacks were frantically consuming his shield energy.
Now his true Kai was no longer enough to maintain the Vajra Dharma image.
The originally cracked helmet had been blasted with a large hole. This time it was truly broken.
Blood flowed down Khalid Zaman's forehead, and his steps had become somewhat unsteady. Chapter 110: The War to Slay Gods.
Barutami, Master, let us fight together. You'll die like this. The berserkers all let out roars of fury. They knew that going out meant certain death, but they couldn't stand the scene before them. The Sanheli people considered themselves a powerful warrior race, but now countless elites were biting at Khalid Zaman like ants swarming an elephant. As the saying goes, a scholar dies for the one who recognizes his worth. Khalid Zaman also felt their emotions.
Die. Am I finally going to die?
Without the support of true Kai, the fatigue from Khalid Zaman's continuous days of fighting instantly hit him. Heavy steps and blurred consciousness were all urging him to lie down quickly. What kept him fighting was not his own will, but the words of those teammates and friends. The voices of these people echoed in his ears, and their faces seemed to appear before his eyes, every one of them a vibrant life, every single one squelch of light that pierced through Khalid Zaman's body. The intense pain suddenly cleared his consciousness. So this is what it feels like to be run through by a light sword. Khalid Zaman laughed loudly. Since he was going to die, he might as well use a big ultimate move. Heaven and Earth Infinite. Suddenly, the entire Earth began to tremble, borrowing the law of Kainkan. Dark clouds across the sky tumbled like angry waves. With my body,
blood seeped from all over Khalid Zaman's body, and in an instant he turned into a blood-red humanoid monster, splitting heaven and earth.
The blood on his body began to boil, turning into a blood-red mist as if it were boiling water, and this mist gradually emitted light, transforming into thick, golden spiritual energy. This energy quickly condensed together. Law of heaven and earth. The final shout was like that of a celestial god. Even the light warships in the air had their energy shields flickering wildly from the shockwaves of the sound. At this moment, a 1,000-meter-tall golden figure stood on the ground with its hands raised high. Khalid Zaman had used a forbidden move at the cost of all his essence, blood, flesh, and bone.
The massive Dharma idol began to squat and then threw a punch toward the ground.
This punch would surely shatter these enemies into pieces, according to his judgment. It should have power similar to those magnetic accelerator cannons in orbit. However, having paid the price with his flesh and blood, he had already temporarily lost consciousness. The elite warriors on the ground were all stunned, completely unable to move in mind or body. It was exactly how Barutami had felt back then. What kind of monster was their enemy? No, this wasn't a monster, this was a god. Squelch, the light warships in the sky had their shields shattered by the sheer pressure of this strike and began to retreat higher into the air. Tyr, who was commanding the battle, swallowed hard. He truly hadn't expected this enemy to possess godlike methods.
So what he was doing now was slaying a god.
If there really were deities in this world, they probably wouldn't be much more than this.
Khalid Zaman's punch was about to hit the ground.
However, at that moment, the entire space was imprisoned. The smoke solidified like a solid object. All sound vanished, and time and space were frozen at this instant. A black figure walked over.
Sai, still too impulsive.
In the next moment, the law of heaven and earth disappeared, and that punch never landed.
Khalid Zaman's corpse lay quietly on the ground, as if nothing had happened. Dead, Tyr looked at the battlefield footage and murmured to himself.
He still hadn't recovered. The law of heaven and earth just now was too terrifying.
Only the word God remained in his mind.
The elite warriors surrounding Khalid Zaman on the ground were also terrified. They had originally given up all hope.
The commander really knew how to pick opponents, making them ordinary people go, and slay a god was simply too much. Now the god was dead, killed by them. The Sanheli people were somewhat excited, but they weren't overly happy. Such a powerful opponent, a warrior like a god, was worthy of respect in their eyes. Not just respect, many even had thoughts of worship and faith budding in their hearts.
Tyr took his hands off the command console, put them behind his back, and closed his eyes.
Recalling the battle just now, a trace of bitterness appeared on his face, truly ridiculous. Though, art still hadn't snapped out of it. Tyr was a warrior himself and wouldn't mock a powerful opponent.
What's so ridiculous?
Tyr slowly opened his eyes. I actually fantasized about fighting this human hand-to-hand.
I'm just too ridiculous.
At this time,
On that light warship, an illusory speck of light was following the vessel as it left Reach.
Borutami Khan was still alive. In the previous battle, Khalid Zaman had been prepared to die.
He'd originally thought they would all die in battle together. Now that he was still alive, he felt a bit emotional. Lakal, yeah, Big Brother is immortal.
Didn't you know? At a dragon, this group of guys is too wicked. We must come back for revenge next time. White Tiger scared the baby to death.
As a newly joined spirit pet, White Tiger didn't understand Khalid Zaman's strength yet.
It had followed Azure Dragon in surrendering just to seek freedom, but it hadn't expected to find such an extraordinary existence.
The berserkers were currently incredibly excited, chattering away like housewives, some cursing, some shouting, and others analyzing the enemy's tactics. Khalid Zaman, you guys are so noisy.
When he used that final move, his nascent soul had already left his physical body.
The law of heaven and earth was originally not something his current realm could use. Even during his Mahayana stage, using this move would definitely drain all his mana and essence blood.
According to you and Gongon, this kind of technique was too inefficient.
However, being able to go out with a bang at the end could be considered venting his frustrations.
It was just a pity.
He felt he was still too weak. Even using all his essence blood, he could only create a Shuri imitation.
The only benefit was that his nascent soul got a free ride and didn't have to fly away on its own.
He had originally wanted to kill more enemies to avenge his comrades.
Lakal, Big Brother, that move of yours was so powerful.
If it had landed, it could have killed at least 500 elite warriors.
Khalid Zaman, that's nothing.
Wait until I take out 500 Covenant warships in the future, then you can be impressed.
Lakal, Big Brother, you bragging.
The berserkers shouted one after another, Master is mighty.
Reach had fallen.
Khalid Zaman now had to find a way to return to Earth, or any colony planet for that matter, to find a body that was about to die. After performing a possession, he could start over. Next time, he would be more careful and definitely wouldn't let the enemy notice him again.
This kind of encirclement was too terrifying. Even in his past life at the Mahayana stage, it would have been impossible to escape unscathed.
Tirvadami, who had orchestrated this Gosling battle, was now feeling somewhat conflicted. He had already ordered a gag on the news, not allowing anyone to reveal information about this battle. If this information reached the Covenant, it would surely cause massive upheaval, and might even cause the Covenant to fall apart, which was something he didn't want to see. He even speculated that the prophets wanted to massacre the entire human race precisely because they knew such talents would appear among humans.
After all, how could those talkative mouths compare to true divine might?
The Truth Seeker moved forward at high speed.
Over a dozen warships were slowly closing in from one direction, the very direction where the Autumn of Reach had flown off the planet.
And the light warship that Khalid Zaman's nascent soul was hitching a ride on was also one of the attacking vessels. The gears of fate continued to turn, as all opportunities pointed toward a single human warship, the Autumn of Reach.
Chapter 111 Re-encounter with Autumn Windsmand. Aboard the Autumn of Reach, Case removed the ion chip from its container and inserted it into the ship's command console, deploying Cortana onto the vessel.
Soon, a palm-sized holographic projection of a woman appeared on the console. She had a slender face, soft features, a perfect figure, and short black hair.
Her body was traced with several interwoven colourful lines resembling the river of light outside Halsey's laboratory.
Cortana opened her eyes, looked around, and then asked, "Where's Noble 6?
Did he make it on board? Kay sighed. No.
To cover our escape, he stayed on the ground to operate the turret.
There's likely no hope of survival.
Cortana was somewhat at a loss. While an AI isn't incapable of accepting calculation errors, she hadn't expected that even with Khalid Zaman's abilities, he wouldn't successfully evacuate. She was simply lamenting the loss of such a powerful teammate. As far as she knew, Castle Base and the Autumn of Reach were the last two evacuation points on the planet. When they left the lab, Castle Base had already begun its evacuation.
The two locations were over 100 kilometers apart, where the doctor,
Halsey, could make it was one thing, but it was absolutely impossible for Noble 6 to reach it.
She had reviewed battle reports from all over. Even the Red Team warriors who had reached the base hadn't evacuated smoothly.
If they were waiting for Dr.
Halsey, then this group of Spartan Roman 2 warriors would surely be besieged by enemy warships.
According to her calculations, the probability of these Spartans leaving Dr.
Halsey behind to retreat on their own was 0.11%. Humans were just such irrational creatures.
Cortana even suspected that John, 117, currently on the Autumn of Reach, might be the last living Spartan warrior. Speculating was futile now. The urgent priority was to evacuate Reach.
She suddenly noticed that the distant Covenant warships seemed to be moving in a regular pattern. Cortana smiled. It looks like someone wants to throw us a farewell party.
Case opened the virtual sandbox and looked at the distribution of the Covenant warships.
The enemies are still quite far from us and relatively scattered.
We shouldn't need to worry too much, Cortana replied. It seems even the wily Captain Case can be outmaneuvered sometimes.
Case paused, holding his pipe in his hand as he scrutinized the sandbox image again.
Are you saying these loose enemy forces can surround us?
Yes.
Cortana's hands danced as she manipulated the small dots on the image. Following her adjustments, the Autumn of Reach flew toward the enemy's weakest point. However, the two warships in that direction didn't intercept them head-on. They moved in tandem with the Autumn of Reach, while other warships gradually closed in. Finally, the Autumn of Reach was surrounded within a dense sphere with absolutely no way to retreat. Terrifying, this simulation caused Case to break out in a cold sweat.
Cortana said with a smile, the enemy commander is a master.
Case tapped his pipe incessantly with his right index finger. He asked, but it's even harder to break through from other directions unless we fly back toward Reach.
Snap.
Cortana snapped her fingers.
Smart.
We'll fly back. There's only one light cruiser in that direction.
As long as we sink it, we can use Reach's gravity to exceed the speed limit of ordinary warships.
Case's eyes lit up.
A gravity slingshot.
The timing for that must be precise to the millisecond.
As he spoke, he saw Cortana roll her eyes.
This expression was exactly like Halsey's when she was young. Both carried a hint of mockery. Based on his younger experiences, the next thing would be him being called a fool. Then Case realized he truly was being a bit foolish when it came to precise control, who could be stronger than an artificial intelligence. Well, Cortana, you are now in full charge of the ship's propulsion and weapon systems.
You got it.
Cortana made a gesture of rolling up her sleeves, even though she wasn't wearing any clothes. I'm the absolute best at playing chess. AIs all have their own distinct personality traits, and they choose their own appearances. Smart-type AIs, in particular, are modeled after human brains. Cortana's prototype was the smartest woman on Earth, Doctor.
Darcy.
This woman was not only beautiful, but also very confident. For Cortana, the most perfect image was naturally the young Doctor.
Darcy.
However, while she appeared unclothed, she didn't display any obvious sexual organs, merely simulating the Doctor's perfect curves. Otherwise, no normal man would be able to handle her assistance.
Tivadami also showed a look of surprise as he watched the Autumn of Reach suddenly turn.
It seemed the opposing commander was no simple figure either. To catch this big fish, he had laid a massive net that looked like a mess of loose sand at first glance. Unless one was an extremely intelligent being, no one would escape encountering this tactic for the first time. And now the enemy was retreating toward Reach. This was the direction fleeing prey should least go, and also the weakest point of his net, where there was only a single Doug-class light cruiser. Furthermore, once they entered the atmosphere, the speed of any warship would be greatly affected, allowing enough time for the outer space forces to deploy another net. Even if they escaped, they would still be fated to be surrounded. To Tyr, this was merely the struggle of a cornered beast.
He wasn't overly surprised. If it were him, he might also return to the planet's atmosphere to seek a slim chance of survival.
At this moment, Khalid Zaman was on the enemy light cruiser contemplating his life.
Now that the Eridanus fleet was almost completely wiped out, the incoming fleet should be arriving soon. Logically, they shouldn't force another attack but should retreat to preserve their strength. Therefore, he felt he would likely be taken back to a Covenant base. He just didn't know if the Sanheli people could perform a possession, but even if it were possible, Khalid Zaman didn't really fancy turning into a four-jawed monster. Marutami, Master, where are your manners?
Khalid Zaman, just a joke, just kidding.
While he was laughing awkwardly, he noticed the Autumn of Reach coming head-on in the sky ahead. Holy crap, why are they back?
Isn't this suicide?
Even as he marveled, the Autumn of Reach fired a volley of 3 MAC rounds, directly blowing up the light cruiser, which was oriented head-up. This was the weakness of Covenant warships within the atmosphere. Their main cannons were all on the bottom, and when facing an enemy coming from above, they could only use auxiliary defensive turrets. Khalid Zaman was blown away by the shockwave of the explosion like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. Then he was swept away by the Autumn of Reach as it streaked past. My god, Khalid Zaman's hair stood on end, though he no longer had any hair.
He had freaking been washed into the barrel of her MAC cannon.
If her MAC ram was fired now, even his nascent soul would probably be toast. A nascent soul isn't immortal and indestructible. It can be annihilated when encountering immense energy. Fortunately, what he feared didn't happen. After a burst of acceleration, the Autumn of Reach flew back toward outer space. Under Cortana's precise control, the warship accurately utilized Reach's gravity to create a slingshot effect, accelerating the ship to a staggering degree. Every crew member aboard the Autumn of Reach felt immense pressure, and Captain Case almost let his pipe fly out of his hand. Chapter 112, The Nascent Soul's Adventure. Khalid Zaman followed the barrel of the Autumn of Reach's main gun into the interior of the ship.
Now his heart was finally at ease. He didn't want to find someone to perform a possession just yet.
First, he didn't know if this warship could successfully escape reach. Second, everyone here was a hero of battle. Even if they had only a sliver of hope for survival, he didn't want to directly destroy their consciousness. He still felt some guilt regarding the nascent soul possession. In his view, it was best to find an irredeemable person like a death row inmate with a face full of scars. Well, never mind the scars, he should find a better-looking villain.
He floated around the warship and saw many Marines and Helljumpers.
He hadn't expected over 300 Helljumpers on this single ship. These guys were all physically robust and looked very fierce.
Wandering around, he reached the dormitory area.
He entered a room at random, wanting to find a bunt to stabilize his cultivation.
If a nascent soul goes without the body's support for a long time, its energy will gradually dissipate, so it needs to constantly refine Kai to maintain its energy.
While Khalid Zaman was cultivating,
the Berserkers were also cultivating, as were Aja Dragon and White Tiger.
They had all received the Kai refining art and were constantly practicing to enhance their strength.
Only the engineer was an exception. Lakar stated that their race couldn't strengthen themselves this way. An engineer's innate abilities depended on the results of their internal inflation. They couldn't be enhanced afterward. Just then, the door in the room opened, and clouds of steaming vapor drifted out. A tall, well-built woman wrapped in a bath towel walked out.
Khalid Zaman was stunned, and with a blushing face, though he didn't actually have a face, he flew out of the room. He hadn't expected it to be a female soldier's room. He'd been careless.
Finally, at the engineer's suggestion, he went to the warship's cryo chamber area. When the cryo chambers weren't in use, they were supposedly even more comfortable than a bed. Most importantly, almost no one came here, so he wouldn't be easily disturbed.
Autumn of Reach's Cryo Bay 2 had 50 cryo chambers, and these weren't for ordinary people. When a ship enters slip space, it endures immense impact forces, and those inside are also subjected to energy suppression.
This is very dangerous for people with underlying health conditions or injuries.
If they want to travel through slip space with the ship, they must enter a cryo chamber.
Of course, this was only the configuration for a military warship.
On a civilian ship, every passenger would be equipped with a cryo chamber to save resources and avoid the boredom of travel.
Looking at the rows of activated cryo chambers, Khalid Zaman felt a wave of emotion.
Flying past, he could sense that most of these soldiers were severely injured.
There was also a female soldier now, a female Spartan warrior wearing Enjolnir armor. This woman's life force had almost flickered out. It would likely be difficult to save her even with current human medical technology. He observed Linda 058 cryo chamber for a long time, and decided to help this super soldier.
Fortunately, the Enjolnir armor's energy shield is not active inside a cryo chamber, otherwise he could only have watched helplessly.
What Khalid Zaman needed to do was help nourish the woman's body and clear her meridians, which would greatly enhance her constitution.
However, since he currently lacked a physical body and couldn't use true essence, he had to enter her body with his nascent soul.
Linda, who are you?
Khalid Zaman, I am a god.
Linda, what a strange dream.
Khalid Zaman, this is no dream.
You are dying right now.
I will teach you a Kai refining technique and a method to nourish your body.
Once you practice them, you will live.
Linda's consciousness was somewhat dazed. She only remembered being hit as if she were gravely injured, as if she were about to die. Perhaps she really was already dead.
At the thought, the woman's consciousness grew increasingly blurred.
This is bad, Khalid Zaman knew.
If her consciousness believed she was already dead, her soul would leave her body.
He immediately used his nascent soul to transform into the appearance of Dr. Halsey.
Khalid Zaman, you're not dead.
You still have a mission to complete.
You cannot die. Linda, doctor.
Is it really you? I miss you so much.
Are you here too?
Are you dead as well?
The woman began to cry bitterly, seemingly fully convinced that she was dead.
Khalid Zaman, how do I usually teach you all?
Linda, Chief Mendes usually teaches us.
Khalid Zaman.
Khalid Zaman
Then transformed
into Chief Mendes.
He said sternly, "Little one, your mission isn't finished yet, so you cannot die."
She had been trained by Mendes since childhood. His demeanor, tone, and way of speaking were identical.
Linda,
Yes, instructor. Khalid Zaman could sense that the woman's consciousness was somewhat afraid, yet her life force grew stronger and stronger.
this left Khalid Zaman between laughter and tears. It was his first time seeing someone refuse to die simply because they were afraid of a person's orders.
Khalid Zaman, now I will teach you some things. You must learn them well.
Linda,
Yes, instructor. So the identity of an instructor was this useful.
It was like the children he'd seen in his past life. They only cried and relied on their parents. But to get a child to study seriously, one had to rely on a teacher's discipline.
There were many children who weren't afraid of their parents, but almost none who weren't afraid of their teachers.
Khalid Zaman taught patiently, and Linda studied earnestly. Soon, subtle changes occurred in her body. Her bodily functions gradually strengthened, and her wavering soul stabilized.
Khalid Zaman, very good.
Continue cultivating. Practice without ceasing.
Even after you wake up, you must keep cultivating. You absolutely must not be lazy.
Linda, understood, sir.
I will definitely practice diligently and will never let you down. Khalid Zaman quietly withdrew from the woman's body and let out a long sigh of relief, even though he wasn't breathing.
Being able to save a super soldier was something very worth being happy about for him. If his teammates knew, they would definitely be very happy too.
He looked at the surrounding cryo chambers. They should all contain injured soldiers.
Those who weren't injured were still busy throughout the ship, and those without assignments, the Marines and Helljumpers, were still exercising, training, and learning without a moment's rest.
In the case, he would act as a medic for once, saving the dying and healing the wounded.
He decided to teach these people the Kai refining art so they could nourish their own bodies. This was one of the few things he could do right now. Khalid Zaman wasn't afraid of these people leaking the Kai refining art.
Basic Kai refining only strengthened the body and didn't extend one's lifespan, so it shouldn't spread too wildly. Next, the second sealed cryo chamber. This was also a Spartan warrior.
The Mjolnir armor was somewhat worn,
covered in scratches,
looking as if it had also been through a fierce battle.
Khalid Zaman suddenly froze. On this super soldier's armor were written 3 digits minus 117.
Chapter 113. What is the situation on Reach? Unexpectedly, after more than 20 years of wandering, he saw his savior again, the Spartan Roman 2, John 117.
Khalid Zaman was somewhat excited. He quickly scanned John's body. The injuries were not severe and had almost completely healed.
John 117 combat record was no secret within the military. Even ordinary soldiers could look it up. Khalid Zaman often followed information about him, and it could be said that this was a Spartan warrior who left him utterly perplexed.
Those terrifying battle records made even Khalid Zaman feel they were somewhat inconceivable.
If these feats were attributed to Khalid Zaman himself, he believed he could accomplish them. But the other party was just an ordinary human without cultivation or the assistance of spells.
This what a powerful warrior he must be.
Khalid Zaman hesitated, considering what identity he should use to contact the other party.
The motherly Halsey,
or the devil instructor Mendes. After thinking for a while, he decided to approach him using his own identity.
Khalid Zaman, Spartan Roman 3B 312, reporting for duty. He was currently manifesting his own face without any modifications or changes, so John naturally did not recognize him.
John, I have never seen you.
Therefore, you should not be appearing in my dreams.
Who exactly are you? No, what exactly are you? Khalid Zaman felt a bit helpless. He hadn't expected John to be so lucid, or rather so alert even in a dream. The other party realized immediately that he was in a dream and voiced his doubts. Furthermore, John's body inside the cryo chamber underwent changes. His heart rate showed a slight increase.
Even while frozen, John's body was reacting. Khalid Zaman, it's me. He immediately transformed back into his childhood appearance. John, is it really you?
You're not dead. I remember you participated in Operation Prometheus as well.
Operation Prometheus was a top-secret mission classified as S-rank to the outside world.
John had likely found Chief Mendes to ask about his whereabouts.
Khalid Zaman was somewhat moved that John had continued to follow his situation afterward.
Khalid Zaman, I was lucky enough to survive. Later, I became a member of Noble Team and participated in the Battle of Reach. John, how is the situation on Reach? Khalid Zaman remained silent for a few seconds before slowly saying, Reach has fallen. He could clearly sense a wave of sadness emerging from John's heart. Khalid Zaman, there is also good news. The lady beside you is safe and sound. She's out of danger.
Really?
These words caused John's emotions to soar instantly.
His personality was straightforward, and his emotions shifted significantly.
This change made Khalid Zaman feel that the person before him wasn't a super soldier, but more like an innocent child. Then Khalid Zaman recounted everything that had happened over the years, including the matters regarding cultivation spells.
Aside from his identity as a transmigrator, Khalid Zaman hid nothing else. John, I see. Thank you, little guy. Khalid Zaman, you saved my life. I should be the one thanking you. John, I want to learn your skills. Will you be my master? Khalid Zaman was stunned. Back then, that small figure looking at John had said the exact same thing. He had also fantasized about fighting alongside John, but John was too busy.
When Khalid Zaman worked for the Office of Naval Intelligence, he occasionally had some time off, but John never stopped. He was like a war machine, fighting for humanity at every moment.
Khalid Zaman, no problem. Until we find a new body, I will be responsible for teaching you cultivation. Next, he taught the Kai refining art to John and insisted he nourish his body while refining Kai.
After completing this step, he left John's body.
There were over 30 other people in cryo chambers in this room, most of whom appeared to be Helljumpers based on their gear. He planned to teach everyone.
By now, 10 hours had passed since the Autumn of Reach initiated its slipspace drive, with 13 hours remaining before entering the slipspace fault.
The warship was darting around under Cortana's control, as if it were dancing while taunting their enemy. Tyr felt like he was being led in circles and was simply unable to do anything about the opponent.
He knew human warships required about 2 hours to prepare for slipspace, while Covenant ships could enter slipspace any time, so he was constantly ready to detect the coordinates of the opponent's jump.
One thing puzzled Tyr. He didn't understand why the warship before him hadn't fled for so long. Did they really just want to play with him?
Having seen too many inconceivable things today, Tyr could never have imagined that in order to turn into an armored turtle, the opponent had stubbornly increased the slipspace preparation time to 23 hours.
Because of this, Tyr's thoughts were somewhat chaotic. Any uncontrollable factor would affect the battle.
Precisely because of this, Tyr remained cautious. Even though Reach had completely fallen and everything was under control, he did not relax. At the very least, he no longer dared to let the warships within the atmosphere intercept the Autumn of Reach.
Cortana, haha, gravity slingshots are so much fun. We're leading the Covenant in circles. Case gripped the command console and said weakly, you should tone it down a bit.
Many non-combat personnel have already vomited.
Cortana rolled her eyes again.
Humans are such a hassle.
What she found even more troublesome now were the pursuers behind them.
Every time the enemy deployed a dozen or so warships to form a pincer formation, attempting to hem in the Autumn of Reach rather than using a large-scale fleet to blockade them.
This way, she couldn't find an opportunity to completely break away from the Covenant's pursuit.
This Covenant commander was too careful. Cortana even felt the opponent could wear them down until the warship's energy ran out. That would take 10 months. She was currently using 30% of her processing power to pilot the ship, and another 20% to contemplate the destination for this jump.
They certainly couldn't go to Earth, and other colony planets with human activity probably wouldn't work either, should they choose a random coordinate and drift wherever.
Such a completely uncontrollable and meaningless task would make an AI very uncomfortable. Aside from those, she only had one coordinate left. A newly acquired, extremely important coordinate. No matter what that place was, she could go take a look first. In any case, ruins were generally buried deep underground, and the Covenant couldn't possibly know that her escape route hid such a massive secret. Thinking of this, Cortana felt a slight thrill of excitement. As for the remaining half of her processing power, Cortana was pondering an extremely important question. Given the opponent's relentless spirit, they would certainly not let them go easily.
This meant the Autumn of Reach's slipspace coordinates would definitely be detected by the enemy.
Moreover, the Covenant's technological level was far ahead. They would surely arrive at the coordinate point much earlier than them. In that case, the Autumn of Reach would fall into a passive position and would definitely be ambushed. If the opponent caught the opportunity the moment they exited slipspace and fired a concentrated volley within range, the Autumn of Reach would be finished. Therefore, Cortana's final calculation result was to fly out of slipspace 0.01 seconds before reaching the coordinate point. Those 0.01 seconds would be enough to leave their ambush range for at least 10 minutes. The enemy wouldn't be able to hit the Autumn of Reach. Chapter 114, The Ring of Sacred Relics. Special Justice Fleet Flagship Truth Seeker Command Bridge. Adjutant report. The enemy has begun slipspace travel. Slipspace coordinates have been detected. Tyr, very well. Order the 11 escort warships to follow me for an ambush. The other warships are to continue consolidating our gains. Do not initiate an attack if you encounter the human fleet.
Adjutant, understood.
Just as the Autumn of Reach entered slipspace, 12 Covenant warships activated their slipspace engines simultaneously.
Everyone was being drawn
Toward the intersection of destiny. In the Sol system, near a gas giant named Critical Star, 12 slipspace ruptures appeared. Upon entering this sector, Tyr discovered the unique environment.
He hadn't expected the coordinates to be so close to a gas giant.
Gas giants differ from rocky planets, terrestrial planets, in that they have extremely dense atmospheres and no solid surface, but are instead a vast ocean of boiling gases.
Therefore, landing is impossible, and no biological life can exist.
However, such planets possess many exploitable gas resources, making them a rare treasure for the Covenant. Seeing no human space stations around the planet, it appeared to be undeveloped, which seemed like a stroke of good fortune delivered right to him.
It appeared the humans were indeed acting out of desperation. To prevent the humans from using the giant planet as cover to escape, he divided the 12 warships into 4 squads to patrol around the planet. Each squad was commanded by a ship's captain. These included the DD-S-class destroyer Blameless Conceit, the DC-S-class support ship Infinite Succor, the DD-S-class carrier Infinity, and the flagship CAS-class assault carrier True Seeker.
5 minutes later, the captain of the Blameless Conceit transmitted a message.
Report, the management prophet wishes to speak with you. Tyr found it strange. As a minor prophet, the management prophet was responsible for military assets and religious affairs within the fleet and generally did not interfere in military operations. In fact, most of the time, he didn't get involved in anything. Why seek him out now? Was it for that human?
Tyr patched the communication through.
The screen lit up.
The management prophet's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted like a madman, "The sacred relic!
The sacred relic. This is the mysterious will of the ancient ancestors." His shrill voice trembled with excitement.
Tyr frowned. Prophets rarely lost their composure like this, at least not in official settings.
Had the old man eaten something wrong?
Then the other party sent an image. The image showed the gas giant beside them. On the far side of this planet, there was actually a massive artificial celestial body.
Tyr was also stunned.
It was the first time he had seen a man-made object as large as a planet. He took a deep breath, momentarily at a loss for words. The management prophet's face suddenly reappeared on the screen.
"I am now taking full responsibility for this operation, Tyr Vadani.
You are to hand over all command authority." Tyr frowned. These prophets had no idea how to command a battle. Giving the fleet to them would be worse than giving it to a ghost-faced beast. At least then they could die a quick death. He did not agree to the management prophet's proposal. Why? "Please give me a reason," the management prophet said frantically. "Because I am a prophet." Tyr, what kind of reason is that? "I know you're a prophet, but why does a prophet suddenly want to take over the military?" Management prophet, because of the existence of the sacred ring, this operation is now a religious matter. This is a gift given to us by the Creator. I will absolutely not allow you to damage this place because of a minor conflict. By now, all 4 squads had rounded critical star. The massive ring could be seen from the observation windows of the bridge. The sight was even more spectacular than what the screen had shown.
Tyr, I disagree with your view.
This matter needs to be referred to the City of Philanthropy.
Once I have authorization from above, I will naturally hand over command to you.
Management prophet,
I have already tried to contact them.
So you're saying the higher-ups have agreed?
Tyr didn't believe it.
If the council had agreed to this, it wouldn't be the management prophet coming to find him. They would have sent the transfer order directly.
The management prophet's face turned beet red. No,
I couldn't get through.
Tyr was somewhat surprised. He immediately sent someone to contact the City of Philanthropy, but the outgoing communication request received no response. It seemed they really couldn't get through. For some unknown reason, even the other warships in the fleet could not be reached.
Tyr, then I must respectfully decline.
I will not have my men lose their lives due to haphazard command. He was well aware of the human commanders cunning on that ship, and now there was no way to call in more fleets for help. With the opponent's ability, they might actually be able to wipe out all dozen of his warships. The management prophet grew anxious. You will face judgment for this. The communication ended. Tyr didn't want to say anything more to this fanatical old man. Military power was in his hands. It didn't matter how much the other party threw a tantrum. Not long after, a slipspace rupture opened and the Autumn of Reach appeared. Cortana immediately discovered the surrounding situation and she was nearly frantic. The Autumn of Reach was surrounded by 12 warships. She never expected this foreigner relic to be a planet-sized artificial celestial body, and she certainly didn't expect the Covenant to have moved their warships around them in order to observe the sacred ring. Case, what is that? Cortana, it's a ring-shaped celestial body. At first glance, it looks like a ring. Analysis data shows this halo ring has a diameter of 10,000 kilometers, a surface 318 kilometers wide, and is 22.3 kilometers thick. Furthermore, the inner surface of the ring is green, suggesting it has an atmosphere and an ecosystem. The ring rotates slowly, likely using centrifugal force to maintain air pressure and gravity. 10,000 kilometers, that's about the same size as Earth. Case was shocked by the scene before him. Cortana, now is not the time to be sentimental about this hoop. Captain, please get ready. I'll start maneuvering in 1 minute and 40 seconds. Only then did Case realize that 12 enemy warships were closing in from all sides. They would be within enemy firing range in less than a minute. Tyr was also about to lose his temper. The enemy warship was closer to the sacred ring than they were.
Meanwhile, the management prophet was frantically signaling, forbidding the use of main cannons and forbidding the humans from approaching the halo.
He swore that if Tyr used plasma torpedoes or ion light spears against the humans, he would ram Tyr's flagship with a blameless conceit. In the end, Tyr had to compromise. He could only send out transport craft for boarding operations. Case was praying that the Autumn of Reach's armor was thick enough. However, the enemy did not fire after entering range. Cortana also noticed the anomaly. The enemy had sent out over 100 Phantom transports rushing toward them.
Cortana, since they aren't firing, I won't be polite.
Chapter 115, I have a lot of grenades, so I just play around.
Within 2 minutes of exiting the slipspace fault, a warship cannot start its engines or fire its main cannons. However, the rapid-fire cannons and missile pods surrounding it are still operational. A large portion of human weaponry is gunpowder-driven and does not require full electrical power or other energy sources. This caused the Covenant boarding forces to suffer heavy losses. During those 2 minutes, most of the enemy forces were blown apart by Cortana's precise shooting.
Only a dozen or so transport ships managed to get close to the Autumn of Reach and blast a large hole in the hull.
Time's up. Cortana started the Autumn of Reach's engines at the very last second. The warship's lights blazed to life, and with its rear engines at full throttle, it flew directly toward the Halo. She had already guessed the reason why the enemy wasn't firing. That big circle must be something the Covenant cared about immensely, so they didn't dare fire at her.
Now she was going to use this advantage to fly the warship inside the Halo ring. She had no such qualms. This thing wasn't hers, and she wouldn't feel any heartache even if it were destroyed. The interior of the Autumn of Reach was also embroiled in a heated battle, with dozens of Covenant combat squads having boarded the ship. To avoid damaging the ship's structure, both sides used light weaponry to attack each other. Consequently, the humans were at a disadvantage. Without an energy shield, they would be scattered by a single charge from an elite. The interior space of human warships was not large, making it impossible to mass troops for firepower superiority, forcing them to fight a retreating battle. Realizing the severity of the situation, Case immediately issued an order. The ship is moving to Battle Alert Alpha. All personnel to your stations.
Cortana, every single person. Case was certain, every single person.
A ship-wide announcement broadcasted throughout the Autumn of Reach. Attention, all combat personnel report to battle stations immediately.
At the warship's Marines barracks, a black old man was rallying his soldiers. Listen up, boys. Keep your eyes on the target and your fingers on the triggers. Blow those bastards' asses off.
And one more thing, the most important thing, you all come back alive.
The black old man hoisted his full auto assault rifle onto his shoulder and shouted, "Is that clear?"
The Marines shouted back in unison, "Sir, yes, sir." This black old man's name was Avery Johnson.
Although he was 70 years old, he was full of energy, physically robust, and had a full head of black hair with only his thick beard showing a bit of frost.
Strictly speaking, he was also a Spartan warrior, as Johnson was the subject of the Orion Project. The Orion Project was also known as Spartan.
The Orion Project, which officially began on Reach in 2014-81,
included a series of surgeries such as muscle enhancement injections, pulmonary respiratory enhancement, and retinal and cochlear enhancements.
The experimental subjects were capable volunteers recruited from the military.
Due to poor test results, funding issues, low personnel pass rates, and reliability problems, the project was forced to close. The participants returned to active duty, and Sergeant Johnson was one of those volunteers.
Johnson now.
Double time.
We've got a lot of new rookies here.
Today you'll get to see those Covenant freaks' faces.
Your luck has arrived.
The black old man was aggressive and looked more like a fierce middle-aged man in his 40s.
He was a veteran of the Planet Abundance campaign, highly experienced and exuding the rough around the edges aura of an old soldier.
He led 20 Marines and quickly arrived at the scene of the firefight. The front line, formed by 3 Marine squads, had been completely broken through, and now he was forming the 4th line of defense.
This route led directly to the ship's bridge command center and was the direction of the enemy's most intense assault.
After setting up the defense line, 2 Covenant squads charged directly in front of them.
Both sides immediately opened fire.
Before Johnson even pulled his trigger, he kicked a young man next to him, sending him flying backward.
Damn it, you idiot. Standing right in the middle, are you afraid they won't see you're alive?
Just as the young man was kicked down, a dozen energy bolts flew through the spot where he had just been standing.
The new recruit broke into a cold sweat, his heart pounding wildly.
Johnson, watch me. Watch how I take down these sons of bitches.
As he spoke, Johnson hid his entire body behind cover, extending his MA5 assault rifle with one hand to fire down the corridor where the enemy was charging. Because the MA5 had significant recoil, he couldn't aim accurately with one hand. The gun shook violently, and the bullets flew erratically, only barely maintaining a forward direction. A Marine nearby commented, "Sergeant, you can't see the enemy like that."
"You don't even know if you're hitting them,
you little brat,"
Johnson cursed.
"This corridor is so narrow that as long as the enemy is in it, they have nowhere to hide."
"You think they have cover like we do?"
"All right."
The rookies understood.
Then an elite who had just charged up saw a dozen guns poking out from behind cover with no human silhouettes in sight. He had no choice but to jump back around the corner of the corridor to dodge the bullets. In those few seconds, his energy shield had been instantly broken, and he had been hit by a dozen rounds.
If not for his sturdy armor, he would have been turned into a sieve.
At this moment, he couldn't even see a shadow of the enemy, only guns, and he didn't know where to return fire. The elite was furious. "Arg, bastard." He pulled out a plasma grenade, clicked the trigger, and threw it.
Johnson was peeking at the enemy's movements. Seeing the grenade flying toward them, he remained calm, used his rifle to catch the grenade, and then threw it back toward the corner of the corridor.
"Take it back."
The rifle, with the plasma grenade stuck to it, flew back to the elite's feet, followed by a human grenade that bounced off the wall and landed right behind him.
It was over. The elite had nowhere to hide. Retreating would surely get him caught in the blast, so he had to leap out into the corridor again. As he rolled and scrambled to his feet, he saw a black old man standing completely outside of cover, firing at him.
After a full burst, the elite died with a heart full of resentment.
The rookie, who had been kicked earlier, asked, "Sergeant, didn't you say we shouldn't expose our bodies?"
"Remember, kid,"
Johnson said, taking another gun and shouldering it.
"combat is ever-changing.
Survival is priority 1 and kicking their asses is priority 2. That guy was rolling around on the ground. How could he shoot at us?
That's when you use precision fire.
Got it?
Understood."
Johnson pulled out another grenade and said, "These split-lip freaks love to go invisible."
"So after you kill one, it's best to follow up with a grenade."
He pulled the pin and bounced another grenade toward the corner.
With a loud boom, the explosion knocked another elite out of his cloak state.
This elite was preparing to move through the corridor while cloaked. He was heading for the bridge of the human warship and didn't want to engage these grunts he had intended to sneak past while they weren't firing.
As a member of the Eye of the Prophet's Special Operations Unit, he took orders from the Management Prophet. His mission this time was to scout human intelligence or capture the enemy captain. The Prophet was very concerned about how the humans knew about the Sacred Ring.
Therefore, his task was not combat.
After waiting a moment, he reactivated his armor's cloaking function, intending to continue the mission.
To his surprise, another grenade was tossed over, blowing him out of hiding again.
Mudaf, as an agent-type soldier of the Eye of the Prophet's patience and tenacity were highly valued, but at this moment, the elite almost cursed out loud. No one was even in a firefight, yet these humans were tossing grenades randomly like complete idiots. "Johnson, we've got plenty of ammo, and since there are no friendlies left over there anyway, I'll just toss one every now and then for fun."
"Hello."
Hearing this, the elite from the Eye of the Prophets was so angry he nearly jumped.
"Johnson, huh?
Weren't there a lot of enemies? Why haven't they come over?"
The sounds of gunfire on the ship were loud, but this corridor remained quiet. This had originally been one of the primary attack routes, but to coordinate with the Eye of the Prophet's operation, only 2 squads had been sent here. Now that combat had ceased here, the human forces would naturally reinforce other routes.
This was one way to facilitate his infiltration.
Except Clantilda, another grenade bounced off the wall.
This time the elite was prepared. He had retreated further down the corridor and wasn't hit. Just as he was about to charge forward,
He saw a dark head peek out from the corner. "Johnson, seems like there are no more enemies."
HMPH.
These people should be retreating now.
The Eye of the Prophets had great patience. He stayed perfectly still, waiting. However, what he waited for was yet another grenade.
"Damn it, you bastard."
The elite dove backward.
"Rookie, Sergeant, there's no one in the corridor."
"Why are you throwing grenades?"
"Johnson, I have plenty of grenades. Just for fun." Chapter 116, Don't be afraid. I'm here, don't worry.
After the Autumn of Reach started up, Cortana suddenly felt
That what she was doing wasn't quite right.
since the enemy had stopped firing, why should she let their kindness go to waste?
Thus, she turned the Autumn of Reach around and flew straight toward the Covenant's encirclement.
"Case, are you crazy?"
Cortana, don't be afraid. You can relax with me here. Case was somewhat speechless. How could he possibly relax?
However,
He had also vaguely sensed that the enemy had entered firing range long ago, yet had not opened fire.
He didn't know what that distant halo ring was, nor did he realize that the Covenant was hesitating specifically because of the object.
Cortana took control of the warship and opened fire with everything she had, instantly blowing up a CAR-class armored frigate.
This type of ship was fast and extremely heavily armored, usually a tough nut to crack.
By launching a surprise attack now, she intended to take out one of these difficult targets first.
It was only when the armored frigate exploded that Tyr realized the opponent had seen through his intentions.
He felt incredibly frustrated. He couldn't fight back, yet he couldn't let the enemy enter the Halo Ring. This was simply asking the impossible.
On the Covenant communication channel, the Management Prophet was repeatedly emphasizing, "Do not fire, do not fire."
However, as soon as the Autumn of Reach turned back, the distance between the two sides closed instantly. Tyr immediately issued orders, sending another 50 dropships to conduct boarding operations.
Cortana's experiment was a success, and her confidence soared. Now, instead of running away, she actually chased the enemy warships, sending the Covenant pursuit force scattering in all directions.
Case already considered himself bold enough, but he was truly impressed by Cortana.
Thinking about how her prototype was the clone brain of Dr.
Halsey, he accepted it. Case believed that if there was one woman in this world bolder than himself, it had to be Halsey.
Suddenly, the warship shuddered, and he nearly flew off the bridge's command console.
What's the situation? Case held onto his hat, his hands tightly gripping the edge of the console. Cortana, we're moving too fast. We can't rush behind the enemy. Case was a smart man. As soon as Cortana said those words, he immediately understood why the enemy wasn't firing. That massive halo ring was what the Covenant wanted.
Cortana was using exactly that, employing the Halo Ring as a shield to make the opponent suffer.
Seeing the Autumn of Reach turn around again, the management prophet issued another transmission to not let the enemy escape to the sacred ring. The holy ring must not be defiled.
Snaptear cut off the communication directly.
He was beyond enraged that bastard prophet knew nothing but shouting and couldn't command at all.
If command authority were truly left to him, Tyr feared he might lose his life here today as well. Order the fleet to charge toward the ring at full speed.
Turn and open fire only after we have surpassed the enemy ship.
Cortana suddenly noticed that all the enemy warships were accelerating at full speed. It seemed that trick could only be used once. However, she wasn't worried. The Autumn of Reach's greatest advantage wasn't its thick armor, but its speed. If the Covenant wanted to catch her from behind, they would have to disable the Autumn of Reach's engines first. Thus she utilized the ship's speed
and the missile pods on the Autumn of Reach's sides weaving in an S pattern while firing missiles. Under Cortana's expert maneuvering, 2 more warships were damaged and fell to the rear of the formation.
Cortana facing off against Tyr Vadami was like a needle against a whetstone. Both admired each other greatly, yet both particularly loathed having such an opponent. While the battle raged joyfully in space, a gaze from the Halo ring took notice of the conflict.
Inside a massive structure on Halo, a football-sized sphere floated in the air.
The sphere's body was a spherical structure with 3 concave sides, and its front featured a sensor glowing with blue light. This thing didn't look like much, yet it was the actual administrator of the entire Halo.
He sent a transmission to both sides of the engagement.
I am 343 Guilty Spark, the monitor of Installation 04. Please leave Installation 04 or I shall be forced to open fire.
I am 343 Guilty Spark.
Please withdraw to a distance of 1 light year.
If you do not withdraw, I will open fire.
Simultaneously, Guilty Spark began scanning the enemy warships outside the ring and charging the truss glass weapon arrays on the ring.
Unfortunately, the Autumn of Reach failed to receive this warning. Cortana was busy using the MAC gun to attack the Covenant warships once more. Tyr didn't receive it either. He had completely shut down his communication equipment, wanting to hear no more of the management prophet's nonsense. Consequently, 343 Guilty Spark received no response. After issuing 3 warnings, 1,200-meter-tall giant towers on the Halo began to gather energy.
These towers were aimed precisely at the Autumn of Reach, the ship closest to them. The Monitor intended to fire a shot to warn these intruders. Since they were disobedient, they deserved a bit of a lesson. Cortana was completely unaware of this. After destroying another Covenant CPV-class heavy destroyer, she flew toward the Halo at full speed.
She planned to engage the Covenant warships in a skirmish within the center of the Halo's ring, where the enemy wouldn't dare fire in any direction. The tops of the giant towers on the Halo grew brighter and brighter as high-density ionic energy finished charging, ready to fire at any moment.
At that point, 343 Guilty Spark suddenly scanned the Autumn of Reach's database. The database contained a wealth of content, one point of which greatly surprised the Monitor.
It recorded general information about humanity, of course. This was just common information and did not include specific coordinates or detailed history. However, this general information allowed 343 Guilty Spark to see very clearly these were the humans the foreigners had been waiting for, also known as the Reclaimers. Realizing that the group of biological entities arriving at the Halo were Reclaimers, the football-sized sphere suddenly experienced an extremely excited emotion. It really is a Reclaimer. The Reclaimers have come.
Thus the energy in the towers gradually faded. The Monitor was no longer prepared to attack the incoming ship. He needed to make preparations to welcome the Reclaimers.
Neither side in the battle knew they had both narrowly escaped a disaster.
Cortana's tactics had completely infuriated Tyr.
Since he began hunting the Autumn of Reach, 3 of his warships had been destroyed and 2 damaged.
Now this human ship was charging directly toward the sacred ring.
He no longer cared for the useless prophet's words. He opened fire.
A beam of ionic light struck the rear of the Autumn of Reach.
3 secondary engines were destroyed, leaving only 5.
Cortana's greatest fear had come true. She had worried that such a clever commander wouldn't be so pedantic. That was why, after achieving 2 successful results, she had charged straight for the Halo, where she would be in her element. Now that the Autumn of Reach's speed had slowed, it was instantly overtaken by countless Covenant fighters. The enemy hadn't blown the Autumn of Reach up directly because there was still a contingent of Covenant boarding troops on the ship. Now, as soon as the enemy drew closer, the Autumn of Reach would be precision cut. Once the defensive weapons and secondary engines were all disabled, the enemy boarding troops would swarm in like a flood. From here on, there were no more advantages to be had. A bitter struggle awaited the Autumn of Reach. Chapter 1 and John 1 and Combat strength.
All combat personnel attention.
Move to battle stations immediately.
John and Khalid Zaman heard the announcement at the same time. John, looks like it's time to head out and stretch my legs. Khalid Zaman had already returned to John's body. He wanted to see just how fierce this legendary super soldier really was. At the very least, he wanted to see how John completed those incredible missions without the use of spells.
The cryo chamber door opened, and John opened his eyes to see a ship technician standing before him.
Sorry, the thawing process took a bit longer than expected, Master Chief. Things are a mess everywhere right now.
The dizziness will pass quickly.
John stepped out of the cryo chamber feeling excellent.
For a moment, he thought he had been dreaming until Khalid Zaman's voice echoed in his mind again.
Let's fight together, John. I'm right here inside you.
Your body has been further strengthened. You might need a moment to readjust to your combat rhythm.
He looked at Linda's cryo chamber nearby. Although he couldn't see her actual condition through the frost, Khalid Zaman had said that Linda had also begun her cultivation.
John was very pleased. He had already felt
the changes in his own body while practicing the refining art earlier. He believed Linda would surely make it through.
Technician Master Chief, I need to calibrate your combat gear and perform a data diagnostic.
Please follow me.
John followed the technician to a large mechanical apparatus.
He stood on a metal plate facing a massive cross-shaped iron frame with small green lights at the top, bottom, left, and right.
Technician, please look at each flashing panel. When you look onto them, the lights will change color.
John aimed at the 4 small lights clockwise, targeting the 12, 3, 6, and 9 o'clock positions in turn. The 4 lights turned bright yellow one after another.
Just then, a broadcast rang through the room. Bridge to Cryo Bay 2. This is Captain Keyes.
Get the Master Chief to the bridge immediately.
The technician looked a bit helpless. Captain, we'll have to skip the weapon synchronization diagnostics, and Case didn't wait for him to finish before cutting him off double time.
Technician, understood, sir.
At that moment, the sound of an explosion echoed. It was loud, suggesting the blast was not far away. Besides the explosion, there was the sound of Covenant energy weapons firing. John followed the technician toward the bridge. Just as the two of them exited Cryo Bay 2 and turned a corner, an explosion occurred. The technician was nearly killed instantly, but luckily John pulled him back. However, the corridor there was completely destroyed and engulfed in flames, blocking the path to the bridge. John, let's find another way. The shaken technician was still a bit dazed from the shock. Right, another way. This way. They tried several passages, but explosions were happening everywhere.
The entire autumn of Reach had been damaged beyond recognition.
Khalid Zaman was somewhat worried. If the interior was already in this state, how many enemy warships must there be outside? Just then, John encountered his first elite warrior, a common grey-armoured elite, considered a rookie-level recruit among the Sanheli people. John charged forward, delivering 2 quick jabs. For the third strike, he intended to kick the opponent's abdomen, but the 2 jabs had already sent the elite flying backward. John, that's a bit awkward. Previously, when attacking these lowest level elites, he would use 2 jabs to break the shield and then deliver a finishing blow with the third strike. Now the opponent's shield was broken, but his kick had hit nothing but air. In fact, he could feel that the first jab had already broken the shield, and the second punch delivered without much force had sent the enemy flying.
The elite, knocked back by the 2 punches, shook his head dazedly.
By the time he stood up again, John had already closed the distance and killed him with a single punch to the head.
John, my strength has increased.
It looks like I'll need to recalculate my move sequences.
Khalid Zaman was curious. No need to calculate. You can kill those low-level elites with 1 forceful punch. John disagreed with the approach. Fighting with such wide, sweeping motions wastes unnecessary energy, and the recovery time is too long, making it easy to leave openings. Damn, Khalid Zaman was shocked. It was one thing for him to calculate true kind normally, but John even calculated his physical force during combat. John picked up the elite's plasma rifle and continued running forward. Along the way, he saw several Marines. He asked these soldiers for an MA5, and after expertly loading a full magazine, he said, "This rifle still feels more natural." Khalid Zaman realized that John's combat style was more like Carter's. Everything was precisely calculated, and he preferred these types of assault rifles. A Covenant squad appeared ahead, 4 wild boar beasts and 1 grey-armoured elite. 4 Marines were currently in a fierce firefight with them. John dashed in front of the Marines and first opened fire on the short wild boar beasts. Rat-tat-tat told that every time he fired, he precisely let off a 5-round burst. The wild boar beasts were headshot and fell. The entire process took less than 3 seconds for all 4 to go down. Khalid Zaman looked at the counter on the gun. It was exactly 5 rounds every time. Based on the MA5 rate of fire, John used exactly half a second each time, no more and no less. This is a bit exaggerated. Is he human or a machine? Of course, John was unaware of Khalid Zaman's internal lament. The last elite had just finished reloading and was preparing to fire when John immediately ducked behind cover.
He took 1.5 seconds to swap magazines and then charged out from the other side of the cover. Before the opponent could react, he was killed by a burst to the head. He was less than 5 meters from the elite at this range. The terrifying power of a fully automatic assault rifle truly showed. With a rate of fire of 10 rounds per second, hitting the face directly meant the enemy couldn't even see what was in front of them, even before their shield broke.
Khalid Zaman also noticed that while shooting, John maintained a low profile in a semi-crouched stance.
There was an entrance to a passage on the other side of the cover, and John moved toward it while firing. By the time the elite was killed, he had reached the entrance. It could be said that John's exposure to this elite lasted less than 3 seconds, giving the elite no opportunity to fire back. This passage was an internal maintenance corridor for the ship and wasn't equipped with standard power.
John switched on his night vision and thought to himself, my speed is so high, and my reaction time has improved.
It's great to have met you. You must teach me more things.
Khalid Zaman smiled bitterly.
Compared to John, his own fighting was like playing house. Aside from his cultivation spells, he couldn't compare to the man at all.
However, he was still very happy with someone like this as a teammate. The enemy was in for a rough time. He considered whether to release Baritami and the others to help.
But with explosions everywhere and the battles so chaotic, they were constantly bumping into Covenant forces or running into Marines.
Furthermore, the terrain was narrow. If he released the berserkers, he'd probably spend half the time just explaining who they were.
Besides, John's speed at killing monsters-killing enemies was too fast. There was simply no need to bring the berserkers out.
John fought his way through, constantly searching for passages toward the bridge.
After 10 minutes, he finally reached the control room.
The technician who was supposed to lead the way had long since disappeared. Khalid Zaman was excited.
Along the way, except for the times John intentionally took hits to shield the Marines, he hadn't been grazed by a single shot.
This guy, he's practically not human. Chapter 118, The Prophet's Eye dies tragically. The bridge of a human warship is small, at least far smaller than those of the Covenant.
Aside from the central command console, there are only 6 personnel handling ship affairs.
Compared to the 1,000 square meter halls on Covenant warships, the human bridge is quite shabby. John stepped forward, Captain Keyes. Keyes' expression was solemn, but he showed no signs of panic. He turned and shook hands with John. Good to see you, Master Chief.
The mission isn't going well.
Cortana did her best, but we don't have a chance.
Cortana's figure materialized on the command console. She seemed dissatisfied with Captain Keyes' words. A dozen Covenant capital ships against a single Kingfisher-class cruiser.
Under these circumstances, destroying 3-4 enemy ships is a result I'm quite satisfied with. She looked up and smiled the moment she saw John sleep well. John well enough.
This was the first time Khalid Zaman had seen this artificial intelligence up close. He had to admit she was truly beautiful. Her figure and features were simply exquisite. An operator nearby shouted, "Sir, the main gun fire control system is offline."
Cortana,
that cannon was our last means of defense.
Keyes, in that case, I am now invoking Article 2 of the Cole Protocol.
I order all hands to abandon ship.
Everyone leave the Autumn of Reach, including you, Cortana.
Cortana caught the implication. And what about you?
You're not planning to go down with the ship, are you? Keyes picked up his pipe and habitually placed it in his mouth. I wouldn't put it that way.
I want to try landing the Autumn of Reach on that ring-shaped celestial body.
Didn't you tell me the environment there is almost exactly like Earth? Doing so was no different from seeking death, though Cortana didn't state it so bluntly. She spoke as softly as possible. With all due respect, sir, enough heroes have already died in this war. Thank you for your concern, Cortana. Regardless, you need to leave the ship now. Help me lock onto some emergency landing zones, and then initiate hardware transfer.
Keyes spoke casually as if he weren't heading to his death, but rather going for a joyride. Cortana knew that by doing this, he would draw all of the Covenant's fire toward the Autumn of Reach. In other words, Keyes planned to pilot the massive vessel to draw fire away from all the escape pods. She prepared several subroutines for Keyes to handle emergency evasive maneuvers and process the final data on the ship. This way, Keyes wouldn't have to spend time doing it manually. This was the last thing she could do for this captain.
As she said, too many heroes had been sacrificed in this war.
Finally, Captain Keyes removed Cortana's core chip from the console and handed it to John. Protect her. If the enemy captures her, they'll know everything. Military deployments, weapons research, Earth. John took the chip and inserted it into a slot at the back of his helmet. He was currently wearing the new Mjolnir model, specially modified for Operation Red Flag.
Aside from reinforcements to power, life support, and armor, the biggest change was the addition of an AI brain-machine interface.
Thus, his thoughts were now connected with Cortana's. Because of this, Khalid Zaman could no longer hide.
Cortana, it seems a bit crowded in here.
Khalid Zaman,
I think it's fine.
Who's that?
You're not John.
Cortana was startled.
The modifications to this engineer armor were largely her own work. It was impossible for another AI to be inside.
Yet another voice had appeared in John's brainwaves, strange, no, somewhat familiar.
Oh my god, no way.
Before Khalid Zaman could respond, Cortana began to exclaim in wonder.
She had recognized the voice. She had watched Khalid Zaman's combat records quite a bit recently, and this voice was all too familiar. John, you two know each other.
Cortana, John, you have no idea.
This kid is almost as formidable as you are.
John, you're joking.
He's much more formidable than I am.
Khalid Zaman, stop the boasting. Let's get moving. At that moment, Keyes was staring at the dazed John with a displeased expression. Sorry, I'm heading out now.
John gave a salute and then ran out.
Cortana went from shock to pleasant surprise and finally to pure ecstasy.
She learned many things about Khalid Zaman from John's consciousness.
It turned out Noble Six wasn't dead, or rather, he had died, but there was a chance for resurrection.
Khalid Zaman's surprise was no less than Cortana's. It seemed this AI was very clear about his abilities, and on this AI's core chip actually possessed a cultivation base at the first level of Kai refining. It was simply unparalleled. Was this a computer or a person?
This realization left Khalid Zaman completely bewildered.
Setting aside how she knew the cultivation methods, could an AI really practice cultivation? Wahaha, oh my god.
Hearing Cortana's excited shouts, John asked, "What's wrong with you?"
Cortana, the two of you, as long as we have the two of you, the Covenant is nothing
but trash.
In less than a month, I'll lead you both back to slaughter the Covenant.
John on the left, Noble Six on the right, and Cortana in the middle. This fantasy had actually come true.
However, there were many things she didn't know how to bring up right now.
After all, seeing so much of Khalid Zaman's information counted as snooping, even the Office of Naval Intelligence didn't have such data.
There was a very peculiar situation now. Cortana and Khalid Zaman could both clearly feel John's thoughts and consciousness, but if they wanted to communicate with each other, they had to go through John's brain. In other words, any conversation between anyone was public. It was like a three-person chat room where no secrets could exist.
Khalid Zaman decided it was best to keep his trump cards hidden for now and just teach them Kai refining first.
Cortana also decided that since she knew so much about Khalid Zaman, she needed to suppress that knowledge for the time being, otherwise he would know she had been peeking.
Though she had a stomach full of questions, she would find opportunities to ask them slowly later. Neither of them spoke, as John was currently engaged in intense combat.
Not long after leaving the bridge,
Khalid Zaman suddenly shouted, "Wait, don't move."
John stopped abruptly. "What is it?"
Khalid Zaman, 3 o'clock position, 5 meters, cloaked, crouching.
He was the first to discover the cloaked individual.
Even without true Kai as a foundation, his perception abilities remained. Within his range of perception, an enemy that shone brighter than golden armor was hard to miss.
Because this cloaked elite hadn't moved, John hadn't noticed him.
Prompted by Khalid Zaman, John drew his magnum pistol and fired an entire magazine toward the 3 o'clock position.
All 8 bullets hit.
Despite the power of the magnum, the 8 bullets failed to even break the armor.
Silent shadow.
Khalid Zaman knew of elite warriors with such armor.
However, the opponent lacked the aura of Kai refining, so it likely wasn't a silent shadow.
This elite was the same one who had been inadvertently forced back by Sergeant Johnson earlier, belonging to the Eye of the Prophet Special Operations Forces. Their mission was to gather intelligence and obtain vital information.
Their combat power was significantly lower than that of the Silent Shadow, but their patience and cloaking abilities were extremely strong. He had infiltrated all this way, finally managing to avoid those rowdy Marines and nearly reaching the bridge, only to be discovered by Khalid Zaman. This member of the Eye of the Prophets had just drawn the light sword at his waist when John closed the distance and took him down with a combination of punches.
2 jabs to the ribs followed by an elbow strike, and a final overhead backhand punch ended the fight.
The 4 strikes took only 1 second.
Khalid Zaman felt that even if Emil were here, he might not necessarily beat John.
It wasn't about raw metrics like strength, speed, or reaction time, nor was it about the experience of combat skills.
After receiving the information, John's first shot hit the enemy, then the next 7 all hit the opponent's face.
By then, he had already reached the opponent's side, and with the 4-punch combo, the entire movement was a single continuous chain. There was no hesitation, no interval, and no chance for the opponent to react. He didn't linger after the kill, continuing forward.
The entire encounter had only lasted 3 seconds.
The whole process was smooth and fluid.
Speed aside, this rhythm was something an average person could not react to.
He thought of the phrase, "It is but a matter of practice."
Chapter 119, The Unsteady Sergeant Major.
John fought his way through rescuing many Marines and soon reached the lifeboat area. The few remaining transport ships and the warship had been immediately assigned to the soldiers stationed in the nearby barracks. They were to evacuate via the lifeboats in the escape zone. Ahead, several Marines were opening the boarding access for a lifeboat.
Suddenly, an explosion erupted in the passage, blowing the hatch door clean off and killing several Marines instantly.
A Covenant combat squad then rushed out from within. After killing these enemies, John led the others toward the hatch ahead.
Cortana couldn't help but remark, "They're using our lifeboat Alex to dock their boarding craft. We go out, they come in."
Truly cunning fellows.
Unexpectedly, the lifeboats in this area were all inaccessible. They had either already departed or been destroyed by the enemy's docking maneuvers. John had no choice but to lead the team toward another escape zone on the upper deck of the warship.
The number of enemies ahead grew, and the explosions occurring on the warship became more violent, yet John didn't panic at all.
He maintained his own rhythm, killing enemies swiftly and effectively.
With the fire support of over a dozen Marines, John's speed was practically flying. At times, John would swap weapons from the ground while fighting, creating a nearly seamless stream of continuous fire. This solved the issue of human weapons needing reloads and Covenant weapons overheating from continuous fire.
Khalid Zaman could clearly feel that John's killing efficiency was even higher than 5 golden armored berserkers charging together.
The only person he knew who could do such a thing was George.
We're all Spartan Roman II warriors monsters.
This was a true super soldier, a Spartan Roman II, John 117. His strength was terrifyingly powerful.
Upon reaching the upper deck, they gathered more Marines who were still resisting, while they advanced, collecting over 40 people along the way.
There were no high-ranking combatants among the enemies. Khalid Zaman didn't even see a single white armor elite. Before John, ordinary Covenant squads were nothing more than fodder.
Fortunately, most of the boarding pods on this level were intact, and they immediately boarded a lifeboat to evacuate the Autumn of Reach. When they left, the warship's case and several operators remained on the bridge.
They would carve out a path of survival for the retreating soldiers. Case didn't actually want to die. He knew that if the enemy wanted to kill him, a single shot from their main cannon could blow the main engine. But since there were many Covenant troops currently on the ship, they wouldn't do that.
Therefore, he intended to land the Autumn of Reach on the Halo ring to leave a final sliver of hope for a true evacuation. After all, in a strange land, escaping with only a few people and light weapons would make them nothing more than lambs to the slaughter.
The lifeboat wasn't large, with only 10 seats in total.
10 Marines sat in the seats and buckled their seatbelts, while John held onto the handle on the ceiling, standing steadily in the center. Cortana suddenly said,
"Oh no, the exterior of this lifeboat is damaged. It might not withstand the impact of landing on the ground."
At that moment, the others also noticed the problem.
Upon entering the Halo ring's atmosphere, their entire lifeboat began to shake like a broken tin can.
The clattering sound of parts colliding echoed everywhere.
A Marine shouted, "I don't want to die." Human casualties in the Battle of Reach were immense according to post-war statistics, including sacrificed soldiers and murdered civilians. A total of 23 billion humans died in the Battle of Reach. Many veterans had fallen in battle, forcing a batch of new recruits to be sent to the battlefield.
These people had been ordinary civilians not long ago, so it was normal for them to feel afraid.
The entire cabin was shaking violently, so Khalid Zaman had to release the engineer to add a layer of shield to the lifeboat.
His movements were very fast. After adding the shield, he immediately withdrew Laukal back into his nascent soul. Instantly, the entire lifeboat regained its stability and stopped shaking. John was a bit dazed. No matter how fast Khalid Zaman moved, something had suddenly appeared in this narrow space, and he had naturally seen it clearly.
He asked in confusion, "What was that just now? Why did it stop shaking after you just pointed at the lifepod?"
Cortana explained, an engineer, a Covenant maintenance and technical specialist.
Although not as advanced as an artificial intelligence, they can provide energy shields for soldiers and vehicles.
This clearly explained what it was, but John actually wanted to ask something else.
Khalid Zaman knew this, of course. In the experiences he had shared with John, he had only briefly mentioned spells and hadn't had time to bring up spirit pets.
That was a spirit pet I tamed, a friend of sorts.
John nodded.
He now knew a bit about cultivation, but his understanding of what the entire system could achieve was still vague.
However, he was very curious about one thing. If you can tame an engineer, what about the others?
Like wild boar beasts,
Ghostface beasts,
or even elite warriors.
Khalid Zaman knew that once this topic started, it wouldn't stop. It's possible. As long as they are truly willing to follow me, they can be tamed. John felt a bit of regret. That's a pity. Next time I'll find you a few elites and beat them into submission so you can tame them.
Actually, I've already tamed a few, Khalid Zaman said as he let Barutami out to greet everyone.
The moment John saw the golden armored berserker, his whole body tensed up into a combat stance, hands in front of his chest like a beast ready to pounce any moment.
If Khalid Zaman hadn't spoken, he would have attacked already. Now the shock before him was too great. Barutami's helmet was different from an ordinary golden armored berserker's. That exaggerated headpiece was clearly indicative of a higher level commander. Barutami
was also extremely uncomfortable, clearly sensing how dangerous the super soldier before him was. He murmured, "Master, can I go back? I feel this guy is even harder to deal with than a ghost-faced beast commander." The Marines in the cabin were terrified and began to scream frantically in despair.
In their eyes, being infiltrated by a high-level enemy warrior in such a narrow space meant they were doomed.
Khalid Zaman had no choice but to put Barutami back. John still hadn't quite recovered. He asked that Sanhali person seems to hold a high rank. Khalid Zaman replied, "He is Barutami, the commander of the brave and cautious fleet. We had a fight outside Dr. House's lab, and then he followed me."
John swallowed, speechless.
A fleet commander, and he brought his subordinates. "So you're saying there's no limit to the number of spirit pets you can tame?" Khalid Zaman said, "Yes."
In that battle, the four of us faced over 100 golden armored berserkers and 5 silent shadow special ops units.
What? You didn't die?
John hadn't heard of the silent shadow, but he was very aware of the strength of 100 golden armored berserkers.
If he had encountered them himself, it would have been certain death.
Khalid Zaman said the 4 of us remaining in the squad didn't die in that battle.
John said, "Pity. It would be great if you could tame more of such powerful warriors. There will be opportunities in the future." At this point, Cortana felt like she was suffocating from holding back her laughter even though she didn't breathe. Khalid Zaman added, "Actually, I tamed over a dozen back then."
It's just that this place is too small to let them out, let alone a dozen.
Just one Barutami was taller than John and had to appear half-crouched. A few more golden armored berserkers would have burst the pod open. John stammered, This news was enough for John to digest for a long time.
If he hadn't been holding the handle, he probably would have looked for a place to sit down just now.
Cortana then asked, "Besides Sanhali people, are there any others?
For example, hunters."
She had seen Khalid Zaman's combat records
and knew he had tamed hunters, but it was limited to just hunters. Cortana didn't yet know that scarabs were primarily driven by Liegulu worms.
Khalid Zaman replied, "I can, but I only control 2 queen worms, so I couldn't pull the entire hunter or scarab into my nascent soul." Assess, what did you just say?
Cortana's voice was a bit shrill, her excitement making her lose some control. So Khalid Zaman explained the matter of the queen worms controlling the scarabs. This news left even the information-heavy AI Cortana in a state of complete shock. This meant that when they counterattacked the Covenant in the future, they could hijack a few supersized units for the fight. Then Khalid Zaman let Azure Dragon and White Tiger out to greet John.
John had also begun Kai refining and could use the spiritual energy in his body to communicate with other non-speaking creatures.
After a short while, he suddenly found a corner and sat down.
This was because Azure Dragon told him that as long as there were enough Liegulu worms, some materials, and an engineer, they could form a super battleship that could insta-kill something like the Long Night. John sat on the floor because he didn't want to fall over, and if Cortana had a body, she would definitely be rolling on the floor by now. She also knew that hunters were composed of these small worms, but the information about scarabs was new. As for the super battleship, when Azure Dragon told John a design plan for the ship was already in his consciousness. To an AI, that was a rock-solid blueprint for a super battleship with a 100% completion rate. This kind of warship was less than 1,000 meters in size, yet it could flexibly change its form, just like transformers capable of flying, burrowing, diving, and spatial warp, or even disguising itself as an asteroid. Although it wasn't yet equipped with ship-mounted weapons, it had a stealth function. Any ship it approached would be instantly destroyed by melee combat, literally tearing the warship apart. A path that Cortana had never even dreamed of had been realized by a little worm. And Khalid Zaman himself wasn't even clear on all of this yet. He continued, "Although there's no limit on the number of spirit pets, if a pet's cultivation exceeds my own, I won't be able to tame it."
John said, "It's fine, Sanhali people don't have cultivation anyway."
It seemed the super soldier still favored elite warriors. Having faced these powerful enemies so often, John was also fantasizing about how wonderful it would be if these powerhouses became his own people. Cortana said, "Don't mind him, even I'm getting a bit impatient. We'll fight our way back to the city of philanthropy in the future, wreak absolute havoc, and maybe catch a few prophets to play with. No better yet, catch their entire High Council and show them miracles every day, then let your subordinates act as persuaders. That way we can control the entire Covenant."
Well,
In Cortana's precise calculations, the success rate of this plan already exceeded 34%, which was much higher than Operation Red Flag. Chapter 120, Artificial Intelligence that can cultivate immortality.
Khalid Zaman didn't know the AI was actually calculating this. He thought she was just joking.
Smart AIs were indeed quite special.
His thoughts shifted, and he almost cried out loud.
Damn, this woman was already at the 10th level of Kai refining.
That was too exaggerated.
Moreover, there was no spiritual energy support in this cabin at all. Where did she get the resources to improve her cultivation? So Khalid Zaman asked directly, "What are you absorbing?" "There's no spiritual energy here."
Spiritual energy.
"I absorb whatever is available. Electricity, ionic energy, sunlight, cosmic radiation, these are all forms of energy."
Khalid Zaman, how did you do it? Cortana really wanted to roll her eyes at him.
"Didn't you teach me?"
Khalid Zaman, well, he had taught Cortana the Kai refining art, but that thing was only supposed to absorb spiritual energy.
Electricity, sunlight, radiation, this was getting a bit ridiculous. Cortana, by the way, how do I reach Foundation establishment?
"Tell me quickly, I can barely hold it back anymore."
Hold back what?
This woman was such a freak, she could absorb any kind of energy.
She might just undergo tribulation right here.
What on earth was happening? Of course, Khalid Zaman didn't want to hide these things.
An AI certainly thought further ahead than he did and wouldn't leak this information.
So he didn't plan on keeping secrets.
After all, Doctor,
Halsey's character, one that carried the fate of all humanity, made Khalid Zaman feel quite at ease.
Thus, he carefully explained everything about the meridians for Foundation establishment, the final condensation of the Danshan, and how to draw a spirit gathering array.
Then Cortana was stumped.
Where am I supposed to get meridians and a Danshan?
Khalid Zaman naturally didn't know what to do either. He had no experience with this, so he could only improvise. You can imagine the meridians as a neural network and treat the Danshan as a storage unit.
Why not try drawing a spirit gathering array on a storage chip?
After a minute, Cortana said, "It's not working.
My storage chips and the Enjolnir armor can't use it."
This woman was a real doer. She was incredibly fast. Khalid Zaman, no rush, take it slow.
Since Cortana can refine Kai, taking the next step shouldn't be a problem. We just haven't found the method yet.
John kept imagining the scene of leading a group of golden-armored berserkers into a charge. For a man,
such a thing was hard to resist.
Cortana was now both happy and angry.
So many super methods were right in front of her, and she had the chance to use them, yet she had suddenly hit a wall.
She was currently calculating at an astonishing speed, changing array diagrams, swapping carriers, and even considering changing her own core ionic carrier.
Khalid Zaman, meanwhile, was marveling at the speed and ability of an AI's cultivation, left speechless by the shock. This situation had completely subverted the traditional cultivation system.
If any form of energy could be absorbed, then just like in novels Essence of the Sun, a moon, life energy, soul power, astral power, if this path worked, then what would even immortals count for?
Perhaps he could build a body for Cortana, but that would require her to cultivate to the nascent soul stage first.
Otherwise, an electronically driven robot couldn't truly be considered a practitioner of cultivation. The three of them remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. The other Marines had also quieted down, discussing the hallucinations from earlier.
Humans quickly find suitable reasons for things they can't explain. After all, the biological brain won't calculate itself into a crash.
Before long, the lifeboat landed smoothly on the surface of the Halo Ring. Cortana checked the lifeboat's sensors and then said, "The atmospheric composition here is almost identical to Earth's, even more so than Reach.
This thing might very well have been prepared for humans."
She said this over the lifeboat's intercom so the Marines couldn't wait to rush out.
"Woo!
Finally saved. This place is so strange."
The Marines cheered incessantly.
They were all young after all, and the feeling of escaping death made them incredibly excited.
John stepped out of the cabin and couldn't help but look up at the sky.
Any human stepping foot here would instinctively do the same. Up close, this land was almost indistinguishable from Earth, with mountains, rivers, forests, grasslands, and even oceans, but in the distance, a massive band on either side stretched straight into the sky, narrowing into a line of land that connected overhead. There was also a massive planet occupying nearly half the sky. Their lifeboat had landed in a small valley filled with grass and trees. The environment looked excellent. A small river wound through the valley toward the sea.
The river cascaded down from a nearby cliff, the roar of the water, and the rising mist made one feel refreshed. Surrounded by mountains on three sides, and the sea on the other, this would be a perfect spot for a picnic if not for the war. Cortana, caution, Covenant dropships are approaching.
They must be searching for our survivors.
I suggest taking cover immediately. Several undead transport ships flew over in the sky.
Previously, Khalid Zaman could have downed these medium-sized transports with just 2 lightning techniques without needing to hide it all.
Thinking of this, Khalid Zaman suddenly wanted to slap himself. It was because he had been too high profile that he attracted the enemy's encirclement. He had to be more careful in the future. At the very least, he couldn't let the Covenant overwhelm him with numbers. This wasn't the battlefield of Reach. There wouldn't be missions where a single decision affected the lives of tens of millions. At least he could fight a guerrilla war. John led the Marines across a perfectly straight, long bridge, hiding in the shadows by the cliff.
It was unclear what the bridge was made of, but it was built perfectly straight with no piers or cables.
The materials used must be exceptionally strong.
Since the wreckage of the lifeboat had been discovered, several banshees appeared. It seemed the enemy was going to search this area.
They crossed the bridge because there was a small path leading out of the valley.
Just as they reached the path, Cortana said, "I've detected a lifeboat beacon just behind the next hill."
Let's go see if there are any survivors.
As soon as she finished, they spotted a Covenant combat squad.
The enemy seemed surprised by the sudden appearance of humans. The wild boar beasts scrambled in panic while the elites leaped behind boulders. John rushed over, vaulting over a giant rock with a handrest, then dropped his knees onto an elite.
The move was silent. The elite didn't notice the attack from above at all and died instantly with crushed ribs.
Then John pulled out his magnum pistol and ended the fight in 4 shots.
One wild boar beast was fleeing. With its back turned, John hit its gas tank, and the little creature flew up like a firework before exploding in midair.
John, I was careless.
Chapter 121 Super Veteran.
Khalid Zaman didn't understand John's meaning until he spotted over a dozen Covenant squads ahead. He realized John meant their movements had been detected by the enemy.
If it had been him, he likely would have been exposed the moment he encountered the undead transport ship. Khalid Zaman began to understand. John's ability to complete those missions definitely wasn't just down to luck. All these details and methods accumulated to become the true reasons for his success.
In this world, every cause has an effect, and the details John cared about were sometimes even more important than Khalid Zaman's spells.
Actually, this was also the limitation of Khalid Zaman's perspective after traveling to the future world. He always imagined the enemies as simple monsters or just aliens with high combat power.
He had to remember that these aliens had been using technology to traverse the stars tens of thousands of years before humans.
Back then, humans were still wearing animal skins and eating roasted meat. Once he thought this through, Khalid Zaman stopped dwelling on it.
He simply cautioned himself repeatedly to keep a low profile and hide himself from the enemy unless it was absolutely necessary. Those Covenant squads were currently opening fire and attacking the other side, but noticing the sound behind them, they dispatched a few teams toward them.
Before the fighting even started here, gunfire had already broken out inside, coming from both the Marines and the Covenant.
Stepping off the small path, another valley appeared before them, containing a strange building that looked several hundred meters high, like a tower. This tower was composed of 2 irregular geometric pillars, with massive bursts of energy shooting out between them from time to time. This thing looked somewhat like the barrels of an electromagnetic railgun, though it probably wasn't a weapon. Otherwise, if these shells were flying straight into the sky, they would blow up the opposite side of this halo ring.
Flowing light shimmered on the surface of the pillars, looking identical to the Forerunner ruins outside, Doctor.
Dals's lab.
So was this place built by the Forerunner?
As Khalid Zaman thought about it, he seemed to understand something, and that sense of destiny surfaced once again.
There was one advantage to becoming a nascent soul. He didn't have to do the fighting himself now. John's skills were incredibly formidable, and with the Marines coordinated from the inside and outside, these Covenant forces were quickly wiped out. Moreover, Khalid Zaman had cast energy shields on the teams here. Having Laukal secretly deploy a few shields shouldn't be enough to attract the enemy's attention. In any case, noticing wouldn't matter. Most enemies in front of John didn't survive for more than 30 seconds. After eliminating the enemies, they reached the base of the tower, where there were several low buildings, the tallest of which served as the tower's foundation. The tower's base was over 3 meters high, with a ramp leading up from the ground, and it had already been occupied by these Marines. They were all delighted to see John. Having a super soldier present meant their safety was greatly guaranteed.
Marine, good to see you, sir.
At that moment, a burly, dark-skinned old man walked over with his gun shouldered.
Good to see you, big guy. Our people are scattered throughout the valley. I called for rescue, but before you showed up, I thought we were all going to croak. John, you can call me Master Chief. You can call me Johnson, or Pops if you like. The old black man laughed happily, not looking like someone worried about dying.
Cortana, don't worry, Sergeant. We'll stay here and wait for evacuation.
A Marine shouted, "Look up."
I've spotted a Covenant transport ship flying toward us.
John and the old man looked up simultaneously, and then they did the exact same thing, running together toward the direction the transport ship was coming from. They moved at the same time, and ran out at the same time, their movements perfectly synchronized, which left both of them feeling a bit surprised.
The old man was Avery Johnson, the one who had been throwing grenades haphazardly back on the warship.
Strictly speaking, he was a veteran from the Spartan Eye program. He shouted, "Master Chief, we'll take one side each. Hit and run."
Understood.
The 2 of them dropped prone on either side of the undead transport ship, then simultaneously pulled out grenades, yanked the pins, and tossed them at the feet of the Covenant soldiers jumping down.
Rather than a throw, it was more accurate to say they rolled them over. Each of them rolled 2 grenades.
However, on John's side, those jumping down were all wild boar beasts and jackals, and the 2 grenades took care of all of them. On Johnson's side, 3 elite warriors descended, including 1 white armor. The grenades exploded, but the three elites didn't die. Instead, they opened fire on Johnson. The old man did a backflip and rolled behind a tree. Khalid Zaman was stunned. Was this guy an old man or a monkey?
He wasn't even afraid of throwing out his back. We're all Marine veterans this fierce.
Then the Master Chief moved toward that side to support Johnson. Khalid Zaman noticed the old man was lying stiffly on the ground and then rolling backward like a log. The sight was a bit comical, but it was incredibly effective. The enemy couldn't see that he had already left the spot. Consequently, Johnson dodged a plasma grenade and the charging white-armored elite.
The elite warrior rushed behind the tree and looked all around, unable to find where the enemy who had just hidden there had gone.
Khalid Zaman was amused that he was starting to like this veteran. He was called a Marine, but this old man looked even sturdier than the Helljumpers, and he didn't play by the rules at all. His movements were swift, his tactics sound, and he knew exactly when to yield and when to stand tall.
So he flew into the air to observe Johnson's situation. He saw the old man pick up a rock from the ground and toss it at the white-armored elite's feet, successfully luring the opponent toward a low building. Once the elite warrior gave chase, the old man fired a shot at him from a corner, and Khalid Zaman was amused again.
The old man was running like mad, not away, but in a full circle around the building, somehow making 3 turns in just 5 seconds to end up right behind the elite warrior.
At this point, Khalid Zaman noticed something amazing about the man.
Most people would be gasping for air after a run like that, but Johnson managed to hold his breath, walking forward quietly without making a sound.
This wasn't something that could be achieved by willpower alone. Even a professional athlete couldn't do it without specialized training.
Of course, who would ever practice something like that for no reason?
Johnson circled behind the white-armored elite, but instead of firing immediately, he suddenly shouted, "Dumbos!"
Oh,
The elite warrior froze and turned around, only to have his face shredded by bullets.
From within 3 meters, he was sprayed by a fully automatic MA5 assault rifle.
Khalid Zaman recalled the Master Chief's tactics and analysed it himself. If Johnson had simply performed a sneak attack from behind, he might not have secured an instant kill, and he could have easily been counter-killed by the elite's powerful shield. By making the enemy turn and using bullets to obscure his vision, he achieved a surprising effect instead. This was truly the art of deception in war. This white-armored elite was also quite experienced in combat. The moment his armor broke, he made a sideways leap, throwing himself toward the corner where Johnson had just been hiding.
The old man didn't chase him. Instead, he leaned against the wall and leisurely changed his magazine.
He was truly bold. The two of them were now on opposite sides of a single corner, less than 5 meters apart.
Suddenly, a plasma grenade flew over.
Johnson was unfazed. He reached out with his assault rifle and used the frame to catch the poorly aimed plasma grenade.
Then he tossed the rifle around the corner. After an explosion, the powerful white-armored elite warrior was toyed with and killed by a single Marine.
Watching the rhythm with which Johnson caught the grenade and tossed his gun, Khalid Zaman was certain he had done this many times before.
The Master Chief's strength was built on a foundation of peak physical condition, but this veteran's strength relied on willpower, experience, and those rogue tactics.
These were the kind of tactics that the Sanheli elites would likely hold in contempt. They were, after all, people who valued their honor.
Boritami, indeed, master.
Chapter 122, The Veteran's Experience.
Khalid Zaman felt that
Boritami's way of thinking
was dangerous. Completely underestimating one's opponent would surely lead to suffering later.
Thus he gave them a thorough lecture.
A real case was right before them. If one wanted to face a white-armored elite head-on, it would likely take 5 guns just to barely suppress the opponent's firepower. This was because the Sanheli people dared to stand in the open and trade fire with the enemy, whereas humans could not.
If it came to melee combat, then 10 ordinary human soldiers probably couldn't defeat a single white-armored elite.
It wasn't that Khalid Zaman looked down on him, but the old man's physical fitness was almost on par with the Helljumpers, which was already tough beyond the norm. However, compared to an elite, he was still quite lacking, not to mention the equipment was incomparable.
Despite such a gap in strength, the white-armored elite had died at Johnson's hands in less than a minute.
What did that signify?
Boritami asked, what does it signify?
Khalid Zaman said, this man is terrifyingly powerful. Even without strength, speed, armor, or weapons, he can easily kill an enemy several times stronger than himself.
Do you understand now?
All the berserkers were stunned.
Although they weren't entirely convinced, the events before them proved it.
This included Johnson's recent action of charging the enemy dropship with the Master Chief, showing that the solutions a veteran devised for various situations were always the most effective.
This incident, along with Khalid Zaman's teaching, deeply affected these proud fellows. It made them feel that true strength seemed far more important than saving face.
Khalid Zaman was satisfied with their thoughts. Pride is the most terrible enemy on the battlefield.
Even someone as strong as I was defeated by my own arrogance. If I had been more careful, perhaps I wouldn't have died so miserably.
Boritami disagreed with this statement. If you had been more careful, master, we probably would have just hacked you to death directly.
Khalid Zaman actually agreed with this. If he hadn't been showing off back then,
While facing over 100 berserkers, he would have just been waiting for death.
And you said that very well.
Don't say it again next time.
Since the berserker's mindset had changed, he felt he could let Johnson teach them.
However,
Older people had another trait, stubbornness. It wouldn't be easy to convince him, and since he didn't know the man's relatives or instructors, having the berserkers suddenly appear before the old man might result in him pulling a grenade immediately.
The battle here had ended. The Marines at the base of the tower were also assisting with fire. After the two groups merged, there were now 20 Marines.
Combined with a violent killer like the Master Chief, the enemy was quickly wiped out.
Khalid Zaman planned to have the Master Chief step forward to ask Johnson to teach them some combat techniques.
The Master Chief naturally agreed to this immediately.
He then found Johnson and brought the matter up. As expected, the old man frowned, stroking his graying stubble with a face full of doubt.
Johnson said, "How is that possible?
Have them come out and show their faces."
Then,
Over a dozen golden-armored Saint Heli berserkers appeared before Johnson.
this caused a commotion among the Marines. Although they had been briefed and reassured earlier, the reputation of the golden armored berserkers carried a lot of weight among humans. Seeing a dozen appear at once was inevitably terrifying. Johnson's gaze was firm, but his mouth was already puckered.
I can't teach them.
What if they rebel?
If they are not of our race, their hearts must be different.
Despite the Master Chief's repeated assurances, the old man still refused to agree, unless you have them slap themselves in the face 10 times.
Such a thing was a massive insult to the Saint Heli. Even the Master Chief couldn't guarantee the berserkers would agree.
However, they did not hesitate and immediately began slapping their own faces.
In less than 5 strikes, they had slapped through their own energy shields. Finally,
Borutami slapped himself until the corners of his mouth were bleeding. Khalid Zaman was surprised. He hadn't forced the berserkers to do this. These actions were entirely of their own volition.
this put the old man in a tight spot. No one expected the berserkers to actually be willing.
If he still didn't agree, he'd lose face. Damn it, I'm truly impressed.
I'll teach you.
The berserkers all showed looks of joy.
It wasn't that they didn't care about face, but they were awestruck by Khalid Zaman's words. Why wouldn't they learn the tactics and awareness that allowed someone to take down enemies several times stronger than themselves?
This had nothing to do with face, since following Khalid Zaman, they all possessed the heart of the strong. The truly strong wanted power, not just face. With power comes face and respect.
Johnson beckoned. Come over here. I'll give you your first lesson.
5 minutes is enough.
The Master Chief asked, do you want me to stand by? His meaning was clear. Johnson still seemed uneasy about the berserkers, and having him stand nearby would be safer. No need. Johnson waved him off.
Never mind standing by.
You could be hanging off my back and it wouldn't stop them from killing me.
Since I agreed, I'll teach them properly. The old man was quite straightforward and his thinking was absolutely clear. If these berserkers went out of control, the Master Chief might escape or take a few down, but the other Marines would certainly die.
Khalid Zaman was very curious, wondering what tactics the old man would teach these enemy defectors.
Johnson said with his hands behind his back, the first lesson I'm giving you is roll.
Barutami asked, is it the dodge roll?
We already know how to do that.
Johnson pointed to a pile of jagged rocks on the ground,
Then roll over those and let me see. Barutami then leaped up, jumped over the rocks, and performed the roll on the ground to stand up. The movement was swift, easy, and stylish.
No,
You jump that high and a sniper will kill you instantly.
I'll demonstrate for you. Saying this, Johnson dropped directly to the ground and used an extremely low posture to roll across the rocks.
Khalid Zaman felt pain just watching, but Johnson acted as if it were a common occurrence, looking very relaxed.
Then the berserkers all followed suit.
Right, the form is about there.
Now take off all your armor and roll here bare-chested for 5 minutes.
Oh,
Barutami hesitated. Learning the method was enough. Why must they use their bare flesh to hit the rocks? Johnson burst out, laughing. Ha ha ha. Don't you Saint Heli call yourselves the strong?
what? You can't even manage this little thing.
Barutami argued, no, I just feel that doing this is meaningless.
Johnson said seriously. Then suppose shells are flying overhead and 10 sniper rifles are aimed at you. Your armor is broken. You have no protection. And the ground next to you is covered in knives and shit.
Do you roll then, kid?
This. While he hesitated, Johnson reached out and made a shooting gesture at his head. Bang.
You're already dead, kid. He blew on his finger and continued, you can't only consider your equipment, the environment, and your own gains or losses.
You can't hesitate when doing things to save your life, or you'll die on the ever-changing battlefield.
You're very strong and your equipment is great, but facing you are as humans weak humans.
If one day you face an enemy twice, or even 10 times stronger than yourselves, and you're still considering these things, you're beyond saving. I understand. Barutami, worthy of being a fleet commander, was the first to react. Whether in training or battle, the best solution must be made as quickly as possible.
If one just plays around during training and considers various factors, it would be hard to make the best choice without hesitation in the heat of battle.
No wonder Khalid Zaman thought of the Master Chief's reactions and rhythm. This was the wisdom of a veteran, or rather, experience.
Then for the next 5 minutes, a group of bare-chested Saint Heli were like little pigs playing in the mud, rolling back and forth over the pile of rocks.
Cortana, have they gone mad?
Chapter 123, New and Old Disciples. Watching the group of warriors rolling seriously, Johnson was quite impressed. Because he had fought many elites, he knew that the Sanheli people weren't even afraid of death, so a few minor injuries meant nothing to them.
The first lesson concluded quickly.
It might have looked like these Saint Heli berserkers were just foolishly rolling on the ground and getting minor scrapes for no reason, but the mindset of every single one of them had undergone a massive shift.
The way these berserkers looked at Johnson changed. It was no longer with contempt, but with seriousness and respect.
Johnson could sense these changes as well. However, this actually made him feel more uneasy.
The elites were all powerful. They seemed born for war. While it wasn't hard for a super soldier to kill an elite, ordinary Marines would struggle to win, even with a 3-to-1 numerical advantage against a Covenant combat squad. Feeling troubled, he pulled out a cigarette and started smoking. The berserkers didn't know what it was, and some were even choked into coughing by the drifting scent of the smoke. Johnson laughed loudly and handed a cigarette to Barutami. This group basically stood behind this fellow with the unique armor. It was obvious that Barutami was their leader. As a fleet commander, Barutami still possessed a strong capacity for learning and curiosity. He took the cigarette, Johnson lit it for him, and he imitated the act of smoking.
A pungent, stimulating sensation rushed directly into his body. This feeling was actually quite refreshing.
Very good.
Seeing Barutami's expression, Johnson knew the other party liked cigarettes. Most men with some life experience liked the things. He took out a pack of cigarettes, stuffed them into Barutami's hand, and then asked, "Why did you guys rebel against the Covenant?"
Barutami replied, "We did not rebel. We simply feel that following the Master is the correct path. The Sanheli people have 4-inch jaws and cannot blow smoke rings," but Barutami intuitively exhaled a cross-shaped cloud of smoke. The hell, Johnson was somewhat speechless. The Covenant fleet was so powerful that even Reach had been conquered, yet this bunch of fools thought following humans would be better.
He subconsciously glanced at John nearby. Barutami noticed his gaze, not the super soldier.
"Our master is Noble Team's Noble Sixer, being like a true god."
Johnson curled his lip.
"Stop bragging."
"I've never seen a human more like a god than John.
Our master blew up my flagship.
What was your rank before?
Johnson knew this golden armor status wasn't ordinary, but he hadn't expected the guy to have a flagship.
If that was the case, Barutami said, "I was the fleet commander of the brave and cautious fleet."
My flagship, the Long Knight, was 30,000 meters long, the largest warship in the world, bar none.
Cough, cough, cough. As an old smoker, Johnson was choked into a coughing fit.
To boost morale, the military high command had widely publicized Operation Uppercut.
He never expected the guy in front of him to be the commander-in-chief of the invasion force.
Where the hell was the logic in that?
He asked then, "Where is your master?"
Barutami said he stayed behind on Reach to cover the escape of your ship.
In the end, he was surrounded by the main Covenant force and died in battle.
Johnson was curious. Main force. The dozen or so of you can probably take on 100 ordinary elite warriors.
Why didn't you help that kid break out?
To surround the master, Tyr deployed the Saint Heli forces of the entire fleet, at least 5,000 white armors, 300 tanks. After setting up the perimeter, there was orbital bombardment from the warships, and they specifically set up 4 jammers to prevent him from escaping using stealth.
His tilde, Johnson sucked in a breath of cold air. That was a whole damn legion.
If they were a frontal assault force, they could have easily crushed the troops on the Autumn of Reach.
All that just to kill one person. Seeing Johnson's expression, Barutami sighed. "Over a decade ago, I surrounded the Master's unit with 10 times the manpower. It's just that back then we didn't use orbital bombardment or jammers, and he eventually escaped."
Johnson had a look of ridicule on his face. "Brag all you want, kid.
You think I'll believe that?"
This elite warrior's talk was getting bigger and bigger, to the point where Johnson no longer believed a word of it.
This Barutami was a bit embarrassed.
Saying it like that did indeed sound like bragging, but he had no way to provide evidence, so he could only say, "The master wants to see you."
"Tell him yourself." Johnson's face remained calm, but he was internally panicking.
Damn it, they are going to send me to see the King of Hell.
How can these bastards turn hostile so suddenly?
While he was rapidly thinking of a strategy, Khalid Zaman's voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Noble Team, Noble 6B, 312 reporting to you."
Khalid Zaman's military rank was much higher than Johnson's. He said this out of respect for the man.
When his nascent soul first entered Johnson's body, he detected many hidden ailments. Some were likely left over from war, while others seemed to be side effects of surgical enhancements. He hadn't expected this Marine to have undergone physical modifications similar to a Spartan. However, looking at his physical condition, the surgery back then was likely much cruder than the modifications of the third-generation warriors. This further solidified Khalid Zaman's idea of having Johnson practice cultivation.
Johnson shouted,
A ghost.
Motherfucker, can you really become a ghost after dying?
Khalid Zaman, not a ghost, it is cultivation.
When one's cultivation reaches the nascent soul stage, the soul can leave the body.
At that moment, a large wave of complex thoughts emanated from Johnson's mind.
Oh no, this kid wants to possess me. Damn it,
I'm just too handsome and got targeted by this guy.
I don't want to die. Khalid Zaman didn't know what to say for a moment.
Johnson must have read quite a few novels to even know about possession.
This world did have cultivation novels, but most were ancient books left over from hundreds of years ago. After humanity entered the interstellar age, almost no one wrote Xianxian novels anymore. I'm not trying to possess you.
I want to teach you cultivation.
At the very least, it can repair the root causes of the illnesses in your body.
Even after Khalid Zaman finished speaking, he still felt a strong sense of rejection toward him in Johnson's thoughts.
He still didn't believe him. Of course, if you are unwilling, I will leave now. Not everyone has the destiny to step onto the path of immortality. He received no response. Johnson even punched his own head twice, dazing himself. Khalid Zaman was helpless.
Bo, Tommy said, when you thought it through, you can tell the super soldier John.
After saying that, a small fireball condensed in his hand and flew toward a tree. The fireball hit a branch, ignited a few leaves, and then went out. This was to demonstrate the methods of cultivation to Johnson.
The old man was a bit stubborn, and Khalid Zaman didn't want to force anything, but such a talent was indeed a pillar of humanity.
He still hoped to lead this old man through the door. Decades of combat experience were truly precious.
Khalid Zaman could clearly sense Johnson's physical state. The old man looked strong, but his body had too many hidden ailments.
Even if he retired now, he wouldn't live more than 5 years.
Wait, Johnson grabbed Boru Tommy, who was turning to leave.
I thought it through.
I'm going to learn it now. The black old man had fine sweat on his forehead, and his heart was filled with unease. Khalid Zaman felt it. It seemed this veteran wanted to take a massive gamble.
Chapter 124, Raven Squad.
The battle in space had already concluded.
At the final moment, Tyr had still fired the main cannon at the center of the human warship.
He hadn't expected the vessel to still be mobile despite its tattered hull, but he had done his best. The Autumn of Reach had entered Halo's atmosphere and initiated its automated landing sequence.
Case knew his mission was complete, but he had to leave now. He couldn't remain aboard the warship, or he would be captured by the enemy. Case, it's time for us to go. Initiate standard protocols. Eject the cryopods, all helljumpers into the drop pods, and the remaining personnel follow me. In the final moments, Case executed the United Nations Space Command's standard ship abandonment directive. The cryopods were equipped with independent life support systems that could sustain a person's life in a vacuum for a month. This was already far superior to the Mark V Mjolnir armor. As for what would happen after a month if no one came to the rescue, there would likely be no one left alive who knew they were still in space. Thus, Spartan Warrior Linda 058 was launched into the starry void along with a host of other casualties. Every Helljumper was equipped with their own drop pod, a type of compartment that ordinary Marines could not use. Although the Helljumper's armor couldn't compare to that of a Spartan, it still offered extremely high protection. There were still nearly 100 Helljumpers on the Autumn of Reach who hadn't evacuated yet, and they were all slowly retreating toward the drop zone. Though they encountered some enemies along the way, this wasn't the Covenant force's primary focus, so these soldiers quickly entered their individual drop pods. Raven's squad had originally been responsible for one of the ship's point defense turrets. After receiving the evacuation order, the squad members also arrived at the drop pod area. Because Helljumpers had different combat objectives, the number of team members and their equipment varied. The Bullfrog squad that had fought alongside Khalid Zaman on Reach had over a dozen members, while Raven's squad had only 4. As the squad's tactical commander, Ethan Graves, possessed exceptional tactical awareness, it seemed they had retreated to the drop pod area, but it wasn't safe yet. If the Covenant forces stormed this place, the other Helljumpers would have no chance of escaping. Even if they fought their way back through the enemy to get here, the drop pods would likely be destroyed. Therefore, he made the decision to defend. Ethan had his team members bring over 2 all-metal defensive barriers and established a temporary defensive position. The all-metal barriers were very close to the corner of the corridor, only 5 meters away.
Under these circumstances, concentrated gunfire would be the enemy's nightmare.
Furthermore, the Helljumpers weren't currently equipped with the standard MA5 assault rifles. They were using M7 Caesar submachine guns, which some helljumpers preferred to call SMGs. They used caseless 5x23mm ammunition, meaning there were no metal shell casings. Consequently, the fire rate of these SMGs reached a terrifying 900 rounds per minute. Combined with the lightweight frame, each member of Raven's squad was now dual-wielding M7 SMGs, resulting in a suppressive fire of 120 rounds per second at the intersection. At this distance, as long as the four of them focused their fire, it was guaranteed to leave you so numb you wouldn't know where you were.
In this manner, they relied on this tactic to wipe out 5 Covenant combat squads.
I just love this feeling of crushing scrubs.
It's great, said Marcus Hudson, the squad scout and communications expert.
Ethan, how many jumpers are left to evacuate?
There should be one squad left, the last 10 people.
As the comms officer, Marcus maintained contact with nearby units during his downtime.
Futilda, thank goodness. My hands are going numb. Overline, the squad's explosives expert and the only female member, spoke up. She didn't have as much strength as the others, and compared to this sustained firing, she preferred the sound of explosions.
Marcus suddenly said, red dots approaching 5 of them.
It's the enemy.
Alice said leave them to me then.
She pulled out 4 grenades, holding them in her hands, while tucking the pins under her armpits to pull them all at once.
This crazy woman, muttered Victor Ramos, Raven squad's heavy weapons specialist.
His favourites were the large turrets, and he was the primary gunner for the ship's point defence batteries.
However, his greatest fear was Arva's grenades. This was because Arva didn't throw the grenades immediately. She waited for 3 seconds, then swung her arms to bounce them off the wall at the corner. The 4 grenades ricocheted in the same direction in unison, followed by the shrieks of wild boar beasts and the roars of elites. She did this to prevent the elites from throwing the grenades back, and to ensure the enemy had no chance to run when they saw them. The grenades didn't even hit the ground before exploding right in the elites' faces. The standard Covenant combat squad was wiped out instantly without a chance. No one but Arva dared to do this. If something went wrong, they'd end up just like a Covenant suicide squad. 5 minutes later, Marcus said, report, Captain Case and the personnel have successfully evacuated.
Ethan, excellent. Once the last unit evacuates, we can go play some extreme sports.
As the leader, he often made such jokes with his teammates to relieve the tension. As the heavy fire support, Victor was the largest in build, so he really disliked entering the individual drop pods. He muttered, I'd rather stay on the ship. This big guy is safer crashing down than that coffin.
Ethan understood what Victor meant, but Captain Case hadn't ordered the evacuation for no reason.
Why do you think everyone has to abandon ship?
The Covenant aren't idiots.
I bet that as soon as the Autumn of Reach touches down, you'll see 1,000 enemies lined up to welcome you.
Just as he predicted, the warship's auxiliary thrusters had been destroyed, making it impossible to precisely control the landing site.
The Autumn of Reach's landing spot had been calculated by Tyr the moment it entered the atmosphere, and he had deployed a massive army there in advance.
Both sides were intelligent. No one was a fool, or they wouldn't have reached the rank of High Commander.
The last Helljumper squad arrived.
After they left, Ethan, as the squad leader, remained cautious and had Marcus double-check. They spent another 3 minutes on all channel communications, but the only responses were the crackling of flames and the groaning of the warship's metal plates. Let's go. Time to play on the ground. Raven squad all entered their drop pods and ejected from the Autumn of Reach together. Looking at the massive smoking warship in the sky, Ethan opened the comms and shouted, our motto is. The squad members shouted together, feet first into hell. Chapter 125, the Berserker's training results. On the other side, Cortana also received communication signals from other personnel. This is Pelican E419 calling.
Respond if you hear me. Anyone, please respond.
A communications officer among the Marines immediately connected to the channel. Copy that. E419, this is Fireteam C. We received your signal. Enemy Bane, is that you? Copy, this is Enemy Bane. I'm glad to hear you guys are still alive. At that moment, several more streaks of fire crossed the sky as escape pods flew over their heads. John, we need to go rendezvous with them. The Covenant forces are all over this area. Cortana connected to the Pelican's comms. Enemy Bane, we need ground vehicle support.
The Master Chief and I hope to rescue some soldiers.
Enemy Bane, copy Cortana. I happen to have a warthog with me. Finally, I can clear out the cargo bay. The Marines boarded the Pelican, and the Master Chief drove the vehicle, preparing to search for the other transport pods. However, Johnson didn't leave with the Marines. Instead, he jumped straight into the Warthog's passenger seat. Johnson turned his head and said, what are you looking at?
Drive the car, big guy.
Master Chief, it will be very dangerous following me.
Johnson looked impatient, but well, I'll protect you.
Don't worry about it. It wasn't that Johnson was overconfident. He had just tasted the benefits of cultivation and didn't want to leave so soon. Moreover, he knew that an extra person in a Warthog increased its firepower 100-fold. After all, the driver couldn't shoot, let alone operate the Warthog's machine gun, and could only take hits. Therefore, his presence would be of great benefit to the Master Chief. Khalid Zaman was inside Johnson's body at the moment, and he could clearly feel that the old man was in a great mood.
After the initial physical nourishment, Johnson's chronic ailments had been greatly improved.
It could be said that his back didn't ache and his legs weren't sore. Give him a bag of rice, and he could carry it straight up to the 5th floor. Cortana will head to the nearest signal point first. According to Enemy Bane's aerial map, there's a cave ahead that should lead directly there.
When the vehicle reached the spot, Khalid Zaman felt like complaining.
This wasn't a cave, it was a tunnel, and a massive one at that. Forget driving a car, even a Pelican transport could fly in here. The top of the tunnel had bright lights, and the walls on both sides featured the unique energy patterns of foreigner technology at regular intervals.
However, the road in this tunnel had gradients with small slopes going up and down, which was a bit strange.
Khalid Zaman felt that if Kat were driving, she would definitely make them take flight.
The Master Chief drove very steadily, both fast and smooth.
Khalid Zaman felt that the super soldier was too perfect, perhaps he had no weaknesses at all.
Just as he thought this, the Warthog flipped over.
This had nothing to do with the Master Chief's speed. The road ahead suddenly widened, and a cliff-like gap appeared in the middle. The Warthog inexplicably fell right in. Johnson complained, "Whoa,
these aliens don't even know how to build roads.
They're a bunch of idiots." Khalid Zaman, that makes a lot of sense. Who puts a sudden drop-off in the middle of a road? It turned out that to go forward, one had to detour around the sides, turn to the lower level, and then come back up a ramp. It was like taking off one's pants to fart, completely redundant. They could have gone straight, but instead they designed a structure that spiraled down and then back up.
Even Khalid Zaman felt this design was a bit brain-dead. Including those turns earlier, they were clearly heading in one direction, yet it had to be a winding path, not to mention those little hills in the middle of the road.
Would it kill them to build a straight road? So Khalid Zaman couldn't help but start complaining as well. Johnson laughed loudly. Fortunately, this accident didn't cause any injuries.
The Master Chief jumped out of the driver's seat as the vehicle flipped and used his hands to brace the Warthog, slowly setting it back down.
Johnson, impressive.
In the future, if you're short on weapons, you can just swing the Warthog around. Khalid Zaman strongly agreed the visual impact of that scene would certainly be no less than Diane while swinging people around. After 2 more turns, the Warthog drove into a massive underground space. This place was more than 100 times larger than the Covenant warship's large hangars. It could definitely let a Scarab practice racing here. Various geometric light patterns surfaced on the massive pillars. The walls and ceiling of the entire space also had many luminous parts, making the light here almost as bright as the outdoors. Khalid Zaman didn't know what those house-sized blocks in the space were for. The only things familiar to him here were the Covenant combat units.
Johnson, time to get to work.
After saying that, the old man did a backflip, grabbed the back of the seat, and flipped directly into the machine gun position. At this, even Cortana started to tease, "If I didn't know better, I'd think you were only 17.
Johnson didn't reply. Once the battle started, he focused his mind and had no time for jokes.
The Warthog's engine was quite loud and had already alerted the enemies. Quite a few needler rounds floated through the air. These things didn't do much damage to a Spartan, but Johnson wasn't wearing Enjolnir armor, so the Master Chief slammed on the gas and performed a sharp power slide, throwing off all those tracking rounds. The Black Old Man also demonstrated his power after cultivation. His observation skills and reaction speed had been greatly enhanced, so in the duration of that one power slide, he used the machine gun to gun down 7 or 8 wild boar beasts. The Warthog drove back into the tunnel. The Master Chief stopped the vehicle and picked up his weapon, ready to take action. Khalid Zaman flew directly into his body and said, "Let me do it. The Berserkers have received training, and I want them to get some practice. Cortana, I've discovered a huge gap in the main road in the middle of this space. Looking at the devices on both sides, it seems there's a bridge. You can look for a controller switch while you're at it. There should be a movable bridge that can be controlled." The Master Chief also wanted to see the combat power of these Berserkers, so over a dozen golden armored Berserkers walked in. Then 2 heads peeked out from the tunnel, observing the battle inside. With the Berserkers on the move, things went very smoothly, but what happened next left the 2 humans completely baffled.
The 2 groups didn't start fighting.
After talking for a while, the enemy squad jumped into the gap in the middle under Boru-Tami's command.
The light bridge in the middle of the road activated, and the Berserkers swaggered across, herding the Covenant forces on the other side like ducks into the gap below.
Once all the enemies had jumped off the cliff and the Berserkers walked back, Johnson exclaimed, "Holy Mother of..."
He couldn't think of anything else to say, and even Cortana was somewhat speechless. When they drove the Warthog across, they found the gap was staggering dozens of meters wide and hundreds of meters long, spanning the entire underground space. And the bottom was pitch black. They didn't even know if one could survive the fall.
Barutami said nonchalantly, "There's no external communication signal here."
I told them I dropped something down there and told them to go find it. Johnson, but no one knows what's down there.
Are these Covenant guys all idiots? Barutami said with total conviction, "There's a river down there." "How do you know?"
Seeing his expression, even the Master Chief believed him.
Have you been down there?
Barutami, no, I lied to them.
This armor of mine is what a fleet commander wears. Who would dare not believe me?
Chapter 126, Human Tactics.
Out of curiosity, Khalid Zaman actually flew down into the abyss of the rift.
5 minutes later, he returned to the Master Chief.
Khalid Zaman coughed that there really is a river down there, but it's stagnant water and doesn't flow outside.
Their enemies are still down there looking for things. Let's go. Johnson couldn't help but laugh. This was the most ridiculous and easiest battle he had ever experienced.
He was certain that staying by the Master Chief's side on this journey would be absolutely safe, much safer than those ordinary soldiers going to regroup. This line of thinking was indeed correct. Those human soldiers scattered across the Halo soon found their backbone Major Antonio Silva. He was the commander of the Helljumper Battalion on the Autumn of Reach. He was currently planning to lead his troops in a raid on a hill occupied by Covenant forces.
According to Helljumper drop protocols, all drop pods would default to converging on the commander.
As the head of the paratrooper battalion, he had also arrived on the surface of the Halo via a single-occupant drop pod, making him one of the first high-ranking commanders to land.
Before hearing news of Captain Keyes, most ground forces, including Marines and ordinary staff, were heading toward Major Silva. Accompanying him were his adjutant LT McKay and the Helljumper exclusive Class C AI Wellesley. According to the Cole Protocol, AI must also be evacuated, so Wellesley was housed in Silva's portable equipment. As a Class C AI, Wellesley was different from Anti-Doc. All his advantages were concentrated in military decision-making, and in that regard, he was extremely professional. Wellesley, for safety considerations, this hill area contains an alien ruined structure, so as long as a base is established here, it will surely not be subjected to enemy artillery fire.
Major Silva had a head of grey and crew-cut hair, and the stubble on his jaw was also turning white.
Although only 50 years old, he looked more weathered than Johnson. The chiseled contours of his face and his deep nasolabial folds made the man look incredibly majestic.
Currently, he wore Helljumper Special Operations fatigues and held an MA5 automatic assault rifle, giving him the air of an iron-blooded officer.
Silva looked at the hill area ahead with binoculars, seemingly quite satisfied with the terrain. He asked his adjutant, Melissa, "How many troops have we gathered now?" Melissa opened the miniature battlefield command platform and said, "Currently, there are 450 Helljumpers and 700 Marines." "Very good." Silva nodded. "We'll take care of what needs to be done first.
Once we find Captain Keyes, we can establish a command headquarters immediately."
He thought for a moment and said, "Send 200 Helljumpers and 300 Marines back to the Autumn of Reach. Now that the enemies are drawn to us, the defenses there should be weakened. We need weapons, equipment, ammunition supplies, and most importantly, some heavy vehicles. Otherwise, it feels too insecure." "Understood." Melissa skillfully issued the orders. Silva added, "Send another 200 Helljumpers and 200 Marines to seize the hill location and establish a base there.
The remaining men will stay here with me."
Melissa was stunned and said with some hesitation, "But large numbers of Covenant forces are still attacking us."
Silva lowered his binoculars and looked seriously at his adjutant. "Exactly.
We're here to attract the enemy's main firepower." The AI Wellesley also reminded him there aren't many defenders in this hill area. 400 men aren't actually necessary. "No, precisely because there aren't many defenders, we can use overwhelming force to crush them in one blow."
"I don't want to fight a war of attrition with the enemy in that kind of terrain."
As a field commander who had fought his way up, Silva had his own way of doing things.
Melissa wanted to say more, but Silva glared at her. "What? You think we can't compare to those big tin cones? Don't tell me the enemy only has a few hundred, even if there are thousands, I can hold them off." The big tin cans he referred to were the Spartan warriors.
In military reports, Spartan warriors often defeated thousands of enemy soldiers with just one squad.
Silva was somewhat disdainful of this, believing his Helljumpers could do the same.
"Understood, sir."
Melissa no longer hesitated and immediately issued the orders. Every time the Spartan warriors were mentioned, Major Silva would fly into a rage.
Now that he had mentioned them again, it meant the Major was in a bad mood. She didn't know why Major Silva hated the Spartan warriors so much.
On the Autumn of Reach,
He had almost come into conflict with those Spartan Roman too. If the super soldiers hadn't quickly received a mission to fight on Reach, the Major probably would have had a huge argument with Captain Keyes. Soon the two groups of troops were sent out, leaving only over 200 people in the temporary camp.
Silva led the Helljumpers to the frontmost positions to intercept the enemy.
For some reason, although the enemy had fighters, they didn't fire plasma bombs, only strafing them with onboard machine guns. Furthermore, the enemy's Wraith tank didn't fire its cannons either, only the machine gunners were attacking.
Thus, the 500 men striking back directly tore through the enemies stationed on the outskirts of the Autumn of Reach.
The 3 men of Raven's squad were driving a Warthog toward an enemy Wraith tank.
The gunner on the tank had long since been taken out, leaving a moving target in front of them, which made Victor, who was manning the machine gun, shout with excitement.
Haha, this is so damn satisfying.
Too bad this machine gun's power is too low.
Why isn't there a missile launcher mounted on the vehicle? The squad leader, Ethan, sat in the passenger seat, firing his gun as he said there is.
A modified Warthog equipped with a dual M79 multi-tube rocket launcher.
There are some on the Autumn of Reach.
Victor panted with excitement. Hurry up, let's go grab one. The scout, Marcus, was driving and shouted, "You idiot, those were ours to begin with."
Ethan looked back
and suddenly shouted, "Wait."
"Can't wait, boss." Marcus was driving to dodge enemy bullets.
He was currently going 80 kilometers per hour. If he stopped, the big guy in the back would be turned into a sieve.
Although Helljumpers also had armor protection, these suits were not equipped with energy shields. Current human technology was limited, and they couldn't issue equipment as costly as the Autumn of Reach to every soldier. Marcus wasn't just blindly standing there shooting, he was also constantly monitoring his surroundings.
Currently, there were no Jackal snipers, and the enemy wasn't using heavy firepower.
On a normal battlefield, they wouldn't dare charge so fast. Ethan, we're going too fast. The people behind haven't caught up yet. This raid on the Autumn of Reach was the most critical mission, directly affecting the supplies and ammunition for everyone on the Halo. Therefore, Silver had sent the most men and deployed all 10 of their only Warthog vehicles, though these 10 vehicles were just a drop in the bucket. Raven's squad was killing too fast, and the main force was still behind. So, these tough guys turned their vehicle around and charged back. It must be said that their luck was quite good. 5 of the 10 Warthog vehicles had already been destroyed. One vehicle had been going too slow and was even hijacked by an elite who jumped into the driver's seat. Under the desperate human charge, the already sparse Covenant forces left behind were scattered.
However, the battle was brutal. Of the 500 men, fewer than 300 remained.
The Helljumpers didn't pause for a moment, charging into the familiar warship to continue clearing the enemies inside the Autumn of Reach.
Chapter 127, A Life of Extraordinary Skills.
The battle on the Master Chief's side was not intense. The enemy had not sent many troops to besiege the perimeter lifeboats.
However, Khalid Zaman's golden armored berserker were forbidden from being used by Cortana. She did not want these forces exposed, at least not before a crisis occurred. Cortana, according to my calculations, if you let your subordinates appear before the enemy's main force again, or control the hunters to turn against them, then, within 48 hours, another pursuit like the one on Reach will occur. At that time, the one facing a siege by thousands of elites will be the Master Chief.
Hearing this, both Khalid Zaman and the Master Chief were startled. Neither of them had considered this point.
They had originally wanted to make the battle a bit easier, but now they could only keep their trump cards hidden. Fortunately, the engineer's shields were not very conspicuous. Even if applied to Johnson, they wouldn't draw too much attention. Even so, Cortana still had the Master Chief annihilate all enemies, trying not to let a single one escape. Anyway, with Khalid Zaman's observation abilities, no enemy within 200 meters could hide. Cortana calling enemy Bane, airlift needed here. Enemy Bane, copy that. You guys are really moving fast. This was already the 3rd valley the Master Chief had cleared.
It had to be said that Cortana's analytical skills were excellent.
The first batch of dropped lifeboats was mostly in hidden valleys.
These drop points were not concentrated with one in each area.
This allowed the Covenant forces to split their search parties, preventing them from sending a large force to a single landing site.
This situation could also draw away some fire for the troops dropping in the mid to late stages, buying time to regroup. These valleys were filled with rocks and trees, making it not difficult to find cover.
The Master Chief kept clearing the nearby mountainous areas, keeping Carol, the pilot of the enemy Bane, very busy.
The girl kept flying the Pelican transport, her heart filled with joy.
In this strange place, surrounded by powerful enemies, nothing was more pleasant than seeing more of her own people.
The Marines in this valley had brought down many weapons, and the Master Chief picked out an SRS-99 sniper rifle.
Seeing this rifle, Khalid Zaman thought of John, wondering if he had safely escorted the doctor away.
In Noble Team, besides Khalid Zaman himself, John should be the one with the highest individual strength, and his understanding of the practical application of cultivation was even higher than his own. If only that kid were here too.
Master Chief, the terrain here is open. Approaching the enemy by vehicle is disadvantageous for us. Next time, we can fire directly with the sniper rifle, though unfortunately, ammo is limited.
Johnson grunted and said,
Limited. Have you Spartan warriors ever argued with other units over weapons and equipment?
He was carrying a backpack with 30 magazines of full 120 rounds of sniper rifle ammo, and yet this big guy still said ammo was limited. The Master Chief thought for a moment. Actually, I think we have. Cortana was a bit surprised. How rare.
You would argue with others too.
Master Chief, it wasn't me, it was Fred and the others. Cortana was actually aware of this. When they first boarded the warship, the Helljumpers commander had expressed dissatisfaction with the Spartans.
After all, each Spartan received more than 3 times the weapons and equipment of an ordinary soldier.
But this dissatisfaction was just an excuse. Major Silver's dislike of the Spartans was indeed because of John.
Back when the Spartan Roman II had just finished their physical augmentations, the military conducted a special test to evaluate their strength.
They had 4 of the toughest Helljumpers at the time pick a fight with the Master Chief.
But at that time, the Master Chief was only a teenager and had no idea how much his strength had increased after the augmentation.
What he thought was a normal fight eventually resulted in 4 people being seriously injured, 3 of whom died from their injuries before they could even be treated.
The Master Chief himself didn't know that these people had been accidentally killed, but the Helljumpers commander Silver demanded an explanation from the military.
Finally, the military had to tell him about the top-secret Spartan Roman II program. From then on, Silver held a grudge against the Spartan warriors.
Of course, Cortana didn't want to dwell on this matter, so she changed the subject and said, "There's one last signal point nearby. Let's go."
The last valley was filled with jagged rocks, some were over 10 meters high, while others were nearly 2 meters.
Sacked together like toys knocked over by a giant, the various massive rock formations formed a strange maze. Thus the Covenant forces tracking to this point had not even found the humans who escaped from the lifeboat. In a corner on the edge of the valley, the lifeboat had been opened. There were no bodies nearby, so they must have fled into those jagged rocks. The valley entrance was high ground, so the Master Chief observed the enemy's situation from there.
At Cortana's suggestion, the best way was to snipe the enemy forces from here.
The Master Chief found a spot with a good view and lush vegetation. Combined with his green Mjolnir, this was an excellent sniping position. And so, the ruthless killing machine began to operate.
Gunshots rang out continuously as his enemies fell one by one.
He didn't prioritize killing the elites, but instead focused on those near the rocks in the middle of the valley. He wanted to prevent the enemies from fleeing into the rocks where they would be hard to find. Soon, the elites discovered the sniper's position. After all, these 14.5x 114mm caliber rounds were extremely powerful, and enemies hit by them would generally fall in one direction. Even so, it was much better than the Covenant's sniper weapons. The enemy's sniper weapons left a white trail when fired, directly drawing a line between the target and the attacker, which was simply too foolish. The Master Chief's style was different from Jun's. Jun was fast, causing massive damage with rapid fire. While the Master Chief was steady, every shot was a guaranteed hit. He wouldn't fire if he wasn't certain, which saved ammo. Khalid Zaman observed for a bit. When the Master Chief used the sniper rifle, his accuracy was 100%, and he killed all the grunts with a single shot. Even with shielded jackals, he could find an opportunity for a headshot. This man was like he had an auto-aim hack enabled. After observing several battles, Khalid Zaman felt that the Master Chief was almost a man without weaknesses, or rather, he had no flaws when it came to combat. This had nothing to do with physical augmentations. Even Noble Team after cultivation could not compare to the Master Chief individually.
By now, Cortana had contacted the human troops hiding here.
Their current situation was quite dangerous because several elites had already slipped into the boulder field. If the two sides met, the humans would have no chance of winning. John also knew the situation. He didn't hesitate after clearing all the peripheral enemies and jumped straight down the slope.
Khalid,
I'm going in. Use your perception to tell me the enemy's positions. Khalid Zaman, no problem.
After becoming familiar with John's body, Khalid Zaman could let him perceive many things: thoughts, consciousness, memories, images, and more.
Right now, he was transmitting his perception of the boulder field to the Master Chief.
In this way, after having an auto-aim hack, the super soldier now had a wall hack.
He had become a cheater who could insta-kill enemies.
Chapter 128, Star Alliance Battlefield Meeting.
Humans are currently scattered across the surface of the Halo, while the Covenant forces have a command center. A meeting is currently being held in the Covenant Operational Command Headquarters.
To fight for more power, the management prophet personally came to the surface of the Halo.
When the ground battle commenced, he continued to oversee the situation as a member of the Battlefield Committee. Since he was a prophet, he was naturally the leader of the committee. It was precisely because of his unreasonable demands that the Covenant forces dared not use heavy firepower, leading to heavy casualties.
Management Prophet, this is the sacred ring. We absolutely cannot tolerate humans defiling it.
Therefore, we must deploy more personnel to the surface. No one said anything. This prophet wouldn't listen to anything else anyway. This battle had turned from a pursuit into a farce. Aside from the excessive losses of the ground forces, they could cause whatever trouble they wanted. So the management prophet said solemnly, I am now going to divide our forces into two parts, one to eliminate the gathered humans, and the other to explore the sacred structures and search for the holy legacy within.
Having said that, he pointed at Cesar forming nearby. As the commander of the artifact investigation team, Cesar also participated in this meeting.
Originally, he was not qualified to attend the battlefield committee meetings, but the management prophet insisted on bringing in this military official responsible for religious affairs. Thus Cesar was somewhat bewildered. He understood the prophet's implication. He wanted to split half the troops to search for relic artifacts. But why was the management prophet pointing at him? Did he want him to speak? What should he say? Seeing Cesar remain silent, the management prophet felt he was losing face. He coughed and said, Now, I would like the commander of the artifact search forces to explain the mission objectives. Cesar nodded to the management prophet and then said, We have found two important ruins. There is a foreigner floating structure on a nearby gas giant, the purpose of which is currently unknown. It is also the largest search target outside the sacred ring. Another is on a small island on the Halo ring, where preliminary exploration has revealed a massive underground complex that likely contains important artifacts. The management prophet nodded and gestured for Cesar to sit down.
However, Cesar was originally just an observer and had no seat, which threw him into an awkward predicament. But seeing the management prophet's increasingly displeased expression, he had no choice but to drag over a crate and sit at the edge of the conference table.
Although this action was somewhat farcical, the others said nothing. In truth, they didn't want to say anything. To any discerning eye, the current situation was clear. They should eliminate the humans first. Once the humans were cleared out, they could explore the ruins at any time. However, this management prophet seemed to be incompetent, insisting on exploring the ruins first and splitting half the forces to do so.
Their side only had 3 warships and 1 carrier. Most of the combat power was still under Tyr's control. The management prophet was very satisfied with this meeting. Very good.
Since everything is arranged, everyone begin the operation. At this, all the high-ranking commanders looked at each other in bewilderment.
What had been arranged?
Just a few platitudes were spoken, and nothing had been decided about who would do what, yet the operation was starting.
These people could see that this management prophet was an incompetent fool with no management ability whatsoever. Quite a few were already starting to regret their choices. Had they known, they would have followed Tyr instead of this so-called prophet. If they had followed Tyr, the humans might have been wiped out by now. They were all well aware of Tyr Vadama's leadership and command capabilities. Since that was the case, everyone decided to arrange their own tasks, as this fool hadn't given any real instructions. However, to avoid trouble, they would still send people to explore the ruins. Thus, after the meeting, Cesar was held back for a small briefing. Ultimately, he would lead the original members of the artifact investigation team, along with 1,000 Covenant warriors, to explore the ruins on the gas giant. Another 1,000 would be sent to explore the underground complex on the island. The management prophet was outside the camp, admiring the wonder of the halo. To a clergyman like him, such a giant, artificial celestial body was a miracle. No one but the gods could have created something so perfect. Just then, an oblivious fellow happened to come by and spoil the mood. Lord Prophet, the management prophet turned and saw a Sanheli person with a bandage around his head, followed by a wild boar beast. Although the Sanheli were fairly decent to the Ungoi, the species name for the wild boar beasts, they rarely kept them by their side. This combination was strange, and he found it baffling as well, so he frowned and asked, "What is it?" "I wish to report some important information to you." The management prophet suddenly became interested. "Oh, is it information regarding the divine miracle?"
"No, it's about a human.
This person is quite terrifying, and I believe we need to conduct a special operation against him.
Otherwise, our forces will suffer heavy losses.
As soon as he heard the information had nothing to do with the sacred relics, the management prophet's expression immediately changed to one of impatience.
Decide on such trivial matters yourself. There is no need to disturb a noble prophet.
I decide for myself. Seeing his dazed look, the management prophet became even more displeased.
He pointed at the bandage on the other's head and asked, "Was your head shot by a gun?"
Yes, the Sanheli person nodded. I was shot in the head by that human while boarding the enemy warship earlier.
A human is too dangerous, so the management prophet hadn't expected this Sanheli person to be so resilient, surviving a gunshot to the head.
That meant he must be quite strong. The management prophet thought of the special operations forces under Tyr. Those guys were truly impressive.
Perhaps he should form such a team himself.
At this thought, he became happy again and said patiently, I appreciate your bravery and luck.
Therefore, I have decided to let you form a Special Operations Forces unit, and you shall be the captain. By the way, what is your name?
My name is Zuka's Mami, respected Lord Prophet.
Zuka's expression became somewhat fanatical. That human super soldier was too terrifying. If he could eliminate him, not only would he get his revenge, but he could also be promoted and gain wealth.
This was a God-given opportunity.
Then Zuko asked Lord Prophet, I wonder what resources I can utilize to form this Special Operations Forces unit. The management prophet thought for a moment and then said amiably, whatever you want, you decide for yourself.
This made Zuka's eyes burn with even more
Intensity. This was a complete lack of restriction on his authority. He could mobilize as many resources as he wanted.
Could such a good thing really exist in this world? He placed one hand on his chest and bowed as he watched the prophet depart.
Then Zuko beckoned to the wild boar beast beside him. Let's go. Earpie.
We're going to do something big.
Earpie's facial muscles twitched slightly, his small eyes darting around. Who knows what he was thinking.
Chapter 129 Alpha Base.
The last valley had also been cleared, and the Master Chief and Johnson were picking up energy weapons from the enemies.
Johnson hadn't had much to do along the way. He had already cultivated to the second layer of Kai refining.
Meanwhile, the Master Chief had been fighting non-stop, seemingly without a moment's rest.
At this rate, if he wanted to focus entirely on cultivation, he would probably have to wait until world peace.
Thus, whenever there was a spare moment, Khalid Zaman would have them gather resources and absorb spiritual energy.
Khalid Zaman knew that his anxiety was useless right now.
He didn't have a body and couldn't even help them speed up their cultivation as he advocated. Currently, 80% of Cortana's processing power was dedicated to calculations for cultivation foundation establishment, while the remaining 20% was monitoring the Covenant's communication channels.
This was because these foolish aliens were actually communicating over unencrypted public channels.
Originally, with her processing power, she could have cracked the enemy's communication protocol passwords, but now monitoring their information was so easy it left Cortana feeling a lack of accomplishment. This couldn't be entirely blamed on the Covenant commanders.
The command system was currently in chaos. The management prophet and Tyr had even changed their respective communication protocol passwords, forcing them to use unencrypted communications.
In their view, this was harmless, as the enemy was just the remnants of a defeated army from a single warship and couldn't possibly stir up any trouble. Then Cortana heard some rather bad news. Captain Keyes had been captured. Cortana, I found Captain Keyes. He's being held on the Covenant cruiser Truth and Reconciliation.
I heavily damaged that ship before. It's currently on a desert plateau about 300 kilometers to the north.
Hearing this news, Khalid Zaman's first thought was to charge straight over and go on a killing spree aboard the enemy warship. However, the Master Chief and Johnson had completely different opinions. They stated they needed to find reinforcements.
When enemy Bane had come last time, he brought news that the humans had established an operational base on a high ground.
The name of this base was somewhat familiar to Khalid Zaman Alpha Base.
So this time, after reporting the situation, the two of them returned to the base along with enemy Bane.
Major Silver's tactics had been very successful. The high ground was breached by humans within 10 minutes. He then led over 200 men in a fighting retreat, eventually withdrawing to the high ground.
The enemy's ground forces wanted to attack uphill, but the terrain disadvantage was too great without the suppression of a Wraith tank's main cannon. They simply couldn't make it up. They didn't dare fire during airdrop attempts either, since there were sacred structures here. In the end, they left behind over 300 corpses and were forced to retreat.
On the other side,
The unit sent to scavenge the Autumn of Reach was also successful, though the losses were heavy.
500 went out, and only about 200 returned.
By the time the Master Chief arrived, nearly 2,000 people had gathered here. There were plenty of supplies, enough for these people to eat and drink for a month.
There was also a lot of ordnance and ammunition, and even 4 Scorpion tanks.
The Master Chief arrived at Alpha Base, which had already been built up quite respectably with temporary barracks, a field hospital, an ordnance warehouse, and hangars.
The supplies brought back this time were sufficient, and they even had Scorpion tanks.
After returning, Johnson left to find his group of pups. Before leaving, he guaranteed that he would absolutely not teach the cultivation techniques to anyone else. Khalid Zaman hadn't actually mentioned it, but Cortana emphasized that since the Berserkers could learn it, it would be the greatest disaster for humanity if this knowledge fell into the hands of the Covenant. Upon getting off the aircraft, the Master Chief didn't report in immediately, but went to restock his ammunition first. Now he had a submachine gun on each leg, a marksman rifle on his back, and a May 5 automatic rifle at his waist, and a massive SRS-99 sniper rifle in his hands. Combined with various magazines, his entire silhouette looked a size larger. Khalid Zaman really wanted to make a spatial storage bag for him. No wonder other units argued with the Spartan Roman too. Cortana also teased, "You should cultivate faster." Master Chief, why? Cortana had Khalid said that in the future, even a Scorpion tank can be put into a spatial device.
Master Chief, I'd rather pack a warship and take it with me.
Cortana was speechless upon hearing this. The aroma of food wafted through the camp, but the Master Chief didn't go to eat. He opened a supply crate, stuffed a few biscuits haphazardly into his mouth, then took a bottle of water and downed it in one go.
He wiped his mouth, put on his helmet, and said time to get to work.
Khalid Zaman was a bit surprised and asked, "You haven't eaten your fill, have you?" With John's 2-meter height, powerful physique, and the fact that he had started cultivation, his appetite would certainly not be smaller than Khalid Zaman's. The Master Chief simply said flatly, "Time is pressing."
Cortana comforted him again. Once you reach the body integration stage, you won't need to eat anymore.
This time, the Master Chief said nothing, only letting out a soft sigh.
Khalid Zaman understood this feeling well, having such great hope, but no time to realize it.
Just as the Master Chief said, time was pressing.
Silver sat in the temporary command post, his expression quite smug.
However, when he saw the Master Chief enter, the smile suddenly vanished from his face.
Here comes a big tin can.
Looking at you, it's like you just went
and robbed someplace.
The Master Chief simply ignored such words. Khalid Zaman could feel that there wasn't even a ripple in his heart. This man was as pure as a virgin while Khalid Zaman suspected he definitely was a virgin.
Master Chief, I want to start the rescue mission for Captain Keyes before dark.
Silver frowned.
I think it's best if we clarify the superior-subordinate relationship between us.
Lieutenant Melissa is my operations commander.
If either of us says crap, I expect you to answer. What colour, how much, and where do you want it?
Do you understand?
Master Chief understood.
Silver sighed, his expression somewhat complex. Then he adjusted his mood and said seriously, "All right, you already know the situation.
Right now, I'm sure the lead, so I want you to take 30 Helljumpers and begin the rescue mission for Captain Keyes."
Is that clear? Master Chief, clear. This operational plan was formulated by the Class C AI, Wellesley. 30 members didn't seem like many, but it was the most suitable number. If they added more personnel, it would make the Covenant feel threatened, and it would be very dangerous if they sent more reinforcements.
He knew the Master Chief's capabilities well. Taking 30 Helljumpers should be enough to fight through the narrow spaces of the warship.
Unfortunately, humans had too little data on Covenant warships, so Wellesley didn't know that the Covenant had a dedicated warship defense combat unit whose duty was to ensure the ship's safety. This was a special unit that even gave Khalid Zaman a headache. Thus, Wellesley's calculations were still too conservative. If Cortana had calculated it, she would have brought over 200 people.
Silver,
all right, you may go.
Master Chief, yes, sir.
Wait.
Silver called out to the Master Chief just as he turned to walk out the door. Are you sure the equipment you're carrying is enough? If you feel it's not, you can take more. Really? The Master Chief turned and gave Silver a military salute.
Thank you, sir. Silver was stunned. Those few words seemed to carry a bit of emotion.
5 minutes later, the AI on the command console, Wellesley, suddenly said, "The Master Chief has left with another entire crate of ammunition."
These words carried a hint of amusement.
Silver looked at the AI before him with a strange expression and asked, how is he going to fight while carrying such a big crate?
Wellesley, he had a Helljumper carry it for him. Chapter 130, The Enemy's Loud Conspiracy.
After boarding the Pelican, Cortana had been throwing a tantrum, cursing Silver for being narrow-minded, and even threatening to make the bad guy suffer a bit.
Cortana, what right does the guy have to be so arrogant?
The Master Chief has temporary battlefield command authority and can direct the attack direction of the entire combat force or even the fleet.
Master Chief, I will do so when necessary.
The meaning in his words was clear. He wouldn't do anything unnecessary.
For instance, bickering with people.
Khalid Zaman found it very interesting. This AI was somewhat emotional, while Master Chief John 117 was more like an AI with absolute rationality. Moreover, Cortana seemed to care particularly about the Master Chief's affairs. This fussing made her seem like a pouting girlfriend. Now that Johnson was gone, Khalid Zaman had become the idlest person. Aside from serving as a high-end scanning device for the Master Chief, he couldn't think of anything else he could do.
He had no choice. If he randomly found a dying soldier to possess now, he wouldn't be far from true death.
Because after possession, the cultivation level belongs to that body, the entire nascent soul would be consumed, and everything would have to start over.
Therefore, he was very careful about this matter. He had to be cautious.
Although the night was deep, with the reflection from the gas giant, everything on the ground was as bright as day. There was no need to even turn on night vision goggles. When the Pelican arrived near the target, it began flying at an ultra-low altitude, dropping every 1 or 5 kilometers from the target. In the distance, the Truth and Reconciliation floated quietly 300 meters in the air. It seemed the external damage to the warship had been repaired. As a battle cruiser landed on the surface, the repair site was indeed chosen very discreetly. This was high-altitude plateau terrain, and with the surrounding protruding towering peaks, the warship was basically invisible from a distance. This CCS class cruiser was over 1,700 meters long and the entire hull was actually completely hidden.
Even conventional fighter jet flights wouldn't exceed this altitude.
Truly a race that stepped into the stars tens of thousands of years before humans. Their wisdom constantly refreshed Khalid Zaman's perception of the Covenant. He couldn't help but sigh.
If we hadn't intercepted their communications, no one would ever find this place.
Cortana said disdainfully, "They're just a bunch of fools." The 31-man squad advanced slowly through the valley. This mission would be a hard fight, so they needed to maintain their physical strength. Walking along the path, Khalid Zaman suddenly shouted, "Oh no." These words startled both the Master Chief and Cortana.
Especially the Master Chief. He immediately ordered everyone to take cover over the comms channel.
With a thought, the Master Chief asked, "What's wrong? Did you find enemies?"
Khalid Zaman,
No, I forgot to bring armor modules.
A holographic projection would have been good, or a cloaking device, or even an armor lock.
Master Chief,
Cortana said crossly. The Autumn of Reach retreated too hastily and didn't bring the equipment.
Master Chief, it's fine, I'm used to it. Let's go. Then he gestured to the Helljumpers, signaling them to continue forward.
After walking for about 10 minutes, Khalid Zaman suddenly shouted, "Take cover."
This time, the Master Chief also saw the images sent by Khalid Zaman. A group of elites was walking out in the valley. The Helljumpers, asked to hide once again, began to grumble.
Aren't Spartan warriors supposed to be very brave?
Why does he seem so jumpy? This is way too cautious.
It wasn't long before these people started to regret thinking that.
A large squad of elites was passing by just 10 meters away.
This squad was led by one in golden armor, while all the others were white armors, and nearly half were veterans.
All the Helljumpers waited silently, not daring to make a sound. However, after walking 20 meters, this group stopped moving and gathered together.
These Sangheili warriors had just come out of the Truth and Reconciliation. The one leading them was none other than Zuka's army. This squad composed of elites was a bit strange. There was a wild boar beast at the front of the line.
A story of 100 elites and one wild boar beast.
Zuka wore golden armor, and since his injuries hadn't healed yet, he wasn't wearing a helmet. He stood on a large rock and spoke to the elites below.
This time, we are going to face a powerful enemy.
His voice wasn't small, and he spoke with great passion, which made the rescue squad hiding in the distance feel a bit awkward. They couldn't run, and they didn't dare to fight.